Hello, all my CA and CMA final students who are writing their exam in the upcoming attempt. Basically, the CA final students who are writing their exam in the September 25 or Jan 26 attempt. CMA final students who are writing their exam in the December 25 attempt. This marathon series is applicable for both of you, the CA final and the CMA final students. Now, all the amendments and updates which are applicable for exam, basically for the CA final September 25 and Jan 26, CMA final December 25, all the amendments and updates will be covered in the marathon series itself. Okay, sir. Now, sir, this marathon is going to be in how many parts? This marathon is going to be in 3 parts. The first 2 parts is going to consist of your GST. The last part will be customs and FTP. Right, everyone? Now, sir, are you going to cover each and every chapter? Yes, Baba. In the marathon series, now we are going to cover each and every chapter. All the chapters from your GST as well as customs and FTP will be covered. Chapter wise marathon it is going to be. I want you guys to go ahead and make the maximum benefit out of this marathon. Sir, which is the material you are going to use? I'm going to use my chart book version 12. This chart book version 12, I'll be using it and I'll be going ahead and revising with you guys. Sir, I don't have the chart book. I have the previous version. Baba, use the previous version. The amendments which are made to the chart book version 11, basically if you have chart book version 11 and now you want to attend this marathon, you can go to rameshsoni.com. In rameshsoni.com, free resources, you will find the amendments which are made to chart book version 12. Basically 11 to 12, whatever the amendments are there, those are available over there. You can go ahead and download it from there. Okay, done, sir. Okay. So that, sir, I don't have the previous chart book also. What to do? Well, whichever teacher ka whatever material you have, you can go ahead and use it. I hope this point was clear. Now, with this much, let's go ahead and get it started. I want each one of you to concentrate, listen to the revision, listen to the amendment properly, right? And after every chapter is done, if you get some time, please try to practice some question answers. Practicing question answers is very, very important. So now, without wasting more time, let's go ahead and get it started, everyone. Now, chapter number 1, we are going to start with the supply ka chapter, everyone. Let's go ahead and get it started. Please come to your chart book, everyone. We'll go ahead and start with the first chapter, which is supply. Now, everyone, tell me one thing. Whenever I go ahead and say GST, what is the first thing you understand? GST. What is the first thing? Goods and services tax. So it's a tax on goods and it's a tax on services. Do you guys agree with me? The first thing you have to learn, sir, you already know what is tax. Sir, what is goods and what is services? Because only if something is goods or it is services, then GST can be charged. Now, goods and services ka definition, goods and services ka definition is given in section number 2, clause 52. Sir, again, remembering section numbers for your exam is not important. It is not mandatory. But some places where I will go ahead and tell you that you should remember, it's a good idea to remember them. Otherwise, these all sections are just for your knowledge over here. So, sir, first definition, we have to go ahead and learn what is goods and what is services. Now, goods means every kind of movable property. When I go ahead and say movable is not defined in the GST Act. And hence, whenever something is not defined in the GST Act, we go ahead and take the definition from the General Clauses Act. General Clauses Act says movable means what is not immovable. Means other than immovable, everything is movable. So if I go ahead and say mobile phone is movable. If I go ahead and say remote is movable. So sir, whatever is not immovable is movable. So goods means every kind of movable property. So sir, what is immovable? Immovable means 4 things. Always remember land is immovable. If I go ahead and say land is immovable, rural land, agricultural land, whatever land is always immovable. Any benefit arising out of land. So all out of this land, if you have any benefit, for example, development right. My land ka development right is with me. If I go ahead and give someone my development right, then I'm giving the benefit which is arising out of my land to that person. Whenever you go ahead and give your benefit out of your land to any other person, for example, one real estate developer is there. I went ahead and gave the real estate developer my development right of my land. I'm giving him what? Immovable property. Land is immovable. Any benefit out of your land if you give it to someone? Immovable. Anything which is attached to the earth. For example, one tree is attached to the earth, that is also immovable. One building is attached to the earth, that is also immovable. And the last one, anything permanently fastened to anything. So for example, this building is attached to the earth. On this building, one telecom tower is there, which is attached to the building, that is also immovable. So what are the 4 things which are immovable? Land is immovable. Benefit out of land is immovable. Anything attached to the land, this building is immovable. And anything attached to what is attached, permanently attached to what is attached to that is also immovable. Other than these 4, everything is movable. So goods means every kind of movable property. So Baba, immovable property is out of the definition of goods. Goods means every kind of movable property other than means these things are being excluded from the definition of goods. These things are not goods. What is not goods, everyone? Other than, they have gone ahead and told money. Sir, money is not goods. Money, what is money, everyone? Money can be Indian legal tender, Indian rupees, foreign currency, check, promissory note, bill of exchange, letter of credit, demand draft, anything which can be used, any instrument which is recognized by RBI, which can be used to settle an obligation, which you can use and make payment to someone. Everyone, remember one thing: if you can use someone to make a payment, that will be called as what, everyone? Money. And then it says money will not include money held for numismatic value. Now you tell me one thing: money is not goods, but money which is held for numismatic value, the old coins, etc., are goods because they are not included in the definition of money. Can I go ahead, everyone? Goods means every kind of movable property. What is excluded from the definition of goods? Money. Then they haven't gone and told one point. I've gone ahead and told money will always include commercial papers and certificate of deposit. What is commercial papers and certificate of deposit? Commercial paper and certificate of deposits are issued by highly rated firm. For example, I am a very well-known highly rated firm. I took 1 lakh rupees from you. Basically, I went ahead and issued you a commercial paper or certificate of deposit saying, madam, you go ahead and give me 95,000 rupees at the maturity date. I'll go ahead and return you 1 lakh rupees. Those are called what, everyone? Certificate of deposit or commercial paper. These are basically issued by highly rated firm at a discounted price and later redeemed at the face value. So the certificate of deposit and commercial papers which are being issued are also included in the definition of money. Then we went ahead and say that money does not include what, everyone? Sorry, goods does not include, goods exclude what? Money. And goods also excludes what, everyone? Securities. What are securities? Share, stock, bond, debentures, all these are always securities, and securities are also not goods. But then it goes ahead and says, always remember one thing: what is included in goods ka definition? What is included in goods ka definition? Goods include actionable claim. What is an actionable claim, everyone? An actionable claim is a claim for which you can take that person to the court of law. So for an example, I have arrears of rent which is receivable from you. It's my actionable claim. If you don't give it to me, I can take you to the court of law. It's my right to receive. My debtor is there. My debtor say I have a right to receive the money. So it's an actionable claim. So, sir, insurance claim. My car met with an accident. Now, insurance company has to pay me money. I says it's a right to receive, for which I can go ahead and take an action in the court of law. And that is why it's called actionable claim. Now, in actionable claim, the prime thing to remember over here is lottery, betting, gambling. If I go ahead and have a lottery and I go ahead and sell it to someone, if Baba, that right to receive, always remember, is called what, everyone? Actionable claim. If I go ahead and win a lottery, do I have a right to receive the money? Tell na, Baba, do I have a right to receive? So whenever I'm selling one lottery to someone, I'm selling him a right to receive. But that right to receive can be existing. That right to receive can be contingent also. It is not necessary that the right to receive. So for an example, he's staying in my property and he's already not given me 6 months rent. I have a right to receive which is existing. The right to receive can be existing also. The right to receive can be contingent also. The right to receive can be contingent means lottery, betting, gambling. If I win, I have a right to receive. So whenever somebody is selling you lottery, whenever somebody is selling you betting, whenever somebody is selling you gambling, horse racing where people are telling you put money, they are selling you the right to receive. But that right to receive which they are selling you is not existing. It might be conditional, it might be contingent, it is a right to receive, and all the right to receives are what, everyone? Actionable claim. Then they are going ahead and telling, sir, growing crops, grass and things attached to the earth. Tell me one thing, everyone. Did we learn anything which is attached to the earth is immovable? Immovable means it is not goods. But then they went ahead and told anything which is attached to the earth, if you go ahead and cut it before supplying, will it become movable, everyone? If it becomes movable, it will become goods. So what they are telling, growing crops, grass, things attached to or forming part of the land, which are agreed to be what, everyone? Severed, which are agreed to be severed before supply or under a contract of supply. So, sir, if I go ahead and cut it and I go ahead and supply, or I agree that I will cut and supply to you. For example, sugar cans are standing in my field. I go ahead and tell I will cut them and supply it to you. They will become movable, and if they are movable, they are goods. So, people tell me one thing: goods means every kind of movable property other than money and securities. Money and securities are out, but includes what? Any right to receive which you have is also goods. Then, but includes actionable claim, growing crops, grass, things attached to the earth which are agreed to be severed before supply or under a contract of supply. Now here we have one circular which is there, priority sector lending certificate. People, I hope you guys already recall this. Priority sector lending certificate, PSLCs, priority sector lending certificates are not securities. Baba, you know what is PSLC, everyone? Priority sector lending certificate. So for example, bank A is there and one bank B is there. Bank A and bank B, RBI has gone ahead and told you have to go ahead and rent You have to go ahead and not rent, give loan to priority sector in the country. At least 20 crore of your loan portfolio should be given to priority sector. SBI, this is SBI Bank, this is ICICI Bank, for example. SBI has gone ahead and given 15 crore to the priority sector, or 25 crore, I'll say. So 5 crore is extra given to priority sector, which is the agriculture sector. And here they have given only 15 crore. How much is the default? 5 crore loan they have not given to priority sector, but they have given excess. So what SBI can go ahead and do is, SBI can go ahead. Just give me a second, everyone. There's some issue over here. Just give me a second. So what SBI can go ahead and do over here is, SBI can go ahead and say that I have a loan extra of how much, everyone? 5 crore, which I have gone ahead and given to priority sector. So priority sector ka, they can go ahead and make priority sector lending certificate. SBI can go ahead and make a priority sector lending certificate saying, sir, this guy is a defaulter, right? Now RBI ka one website is there, e-Kuber. E-Kuber mein this certificate can be sold to the other person. Now this person will go ahead and pay RBI, might be SBI, might be some amount, and it can go ahead and buy the priority sector lending certificate from SBI. Now, these priority sector lending certificates are sold on which website, everyone? e-Kuber, the RBI ka website, which is there, which is called what, everyone? e-Kuber. Now, the point which came was, like how shares are sold on the website, online securities are sold on Zerodha, etc. e-Kuber ka website with priority sector lending certificate is sold by one bank to another bank. So, sir, whether priority sector lending certificate pay, GST will come, or are they securities? And hence the clarification which came was, sir, priority sector lending certificates are not securities, and hence they are goods, and the nature is always interstate. Now what happens over here in priority sector lending certificate, they went ahead and told, sir, whether it will be intra or inter. See baba, what happens in priority sector lending certificate, those are sold on the e-Kuber website, so the seller and the buyer don't know each other. So when they don't know each other, in that scenario, whether to assume it to be intrastate or interstate, because if they are within the same state, intra; if it is outside the state, inter. But since they don't know each other, the government went ahead and told, whenever any doubt is there, always pay interstate IGST to the central government. Are we clear, everyone? And hence, that is what is being told, IGST shall be payable. I link one place over here. In the RCM ka chapter, also you will understand that, sir, in this case, you know RCM, right? Reverse charge mechanism. Who will pay the GST? Not the supplier. Always the recipient. In PSLC, the recipient pays the GST under RCM. You can write over here, RCM is applicable in case of priority sector lending certificate. The next one over here now. People, the next one is services. Goods means every kind of, everyone, goods means every kind of movable property other than money and securities, but includes actionable claim, growing crops, grass, things attached to the earth which are added to be severed before supply or under contract of supply. One very important point, circular which is there, priority sector lending certificates are goods. Can I go ahead, everyone? The next one, everyone. Now, services. Services means, but the definition is given over here, you don't have to remember this. Services means anything other than goods, money and securities. Other than goods, if anything is there, that is called what, everyone? Service. It means immovable properties are service, because immovable properties are not goods. So all these development rights which you go ahead and give it to someone, land, building, all these are what, everyone? Services, because they are not goods. So anything other than goods, anything other than money and securities. Money and securities are neither goods nor service. But then they went ahead and told it always includes. What is included in the service definition? Money and securities are not included. Baba, money and securities are not goods also, not service also, but it says activities relating to its use of money. So if I give you money to use, money is neither goods nor service, but giving money to use. If I give you loan, I'm giving you money to use, and giving money to use is a service, or for which I'll charge you what, everyone? Interest. So giving money to use is a service. It's conversion by cash or by any other mode from one form to another form. What do you mean by one form to another form? I gave you cash, you gave me DD. I gave the bank cash, bank gave me DD. One form of money is cash, one form of money is DD. Baba, these are all forms of money, right, everyone? I gave the bank check, bank gave me cash, one form to another form, and bank went and they charged me some conversion charges. Are you guys able to understand why is the bank charging me some conversion charges? Because bank has given me a service. So they are telling money and securities are not goods and service, but activity behind that of converting one form of money to another, one currency to another. I gave dollars to the bank, bank gave me INR. Has bank gone ahead and given me conversion service? That is a service. Money is not goods and service, but activity behind is a service. One denomination to another denomination, for which separate consideration is charge. So they are telling money and securities are neither goods nor service, but activity behind is always a service. And then it says explanation, services include facilitating or arranging transaction in securities. You know Zerodha, everyone. Now Zerodha is there, or all these share brokers who are there, they are dealing in shares. Shares are neither goods nor service, but shares ke behind their activity of charging brokerage commission. Why are they charging? Because they are providing a service. That's all they went ahead and told. All these demat charges, brokerage charges, portfolio maintenance charges, commission, etc. is all because of a service. Are we all clear with this point, everyone? The next one over here, I've just gone ahead and told, you know derivatives, everyone. Array, what are derivatives? Derivatives are what, everyone? Securities. Always remember neither goods nor service. But you know what happens? Whenever a person goes ahead and sells derivatives, derivatives ka on the settlement date, net settlement happens. Always. If net settlement is happening, then it is always what, everyone? Securities. But if derivative, for example, derivative derives its value from an underlying asset which is gold, and on the settlement date, there is no net settlement, actually gold was given to the front person. In that scenario, what will happen? If actually the item is being given, then Baba, it is a sale of goods and GST will come. But derivatives generally goes ahead and happens what, everyone? Net settlement. I hope you guys know derivatives. You guys are CA final students. Yes, everyone. So derivatives ka net settlement, then it is securities, no GST. But derivatives may, if actually goods are going, then it is supply of goods. That is what is I've gone ahead and told. Baba, some points I've gone ahead and just written over here. It is just for the reading purpose. What are debentures? Debentures are neither goods nor service. Land is always a service. But this point you will go ahead and understand in the next page. The sir, land ka sale pe there is no GST as per schedule 3. Although land is a service, but there is no GST. Sir, cash deposited into the bank, it's a transaction in money. Cash paid, no GST. Sir, housing loan, transaction in money, no GST. But loan ke liye, if you are paying interest, it is a, because bank has gone ahead and given you money to use, it's a service. Baba, this chart from exam point of view, you can go ahead and say it's a C graded chart. Why, sir? Because goods and service ka definition they are not going to ask you. It's just only for the purpose of you knowing that, sir, what is goods and what is service. Now over here, one important point is C graded chart ka A graded point is PSLC. If they by chance go ahead and ask you, they can go ahead and tell you. Remember, priority sector lending certificates are what, everyone? Goods. Are we all clear till here? They are goods and taxable, and priority sector lending certificate where the recipient has to pay GST under RCM. This is the most important point. I'll close my revision on goods and service. Done. People watching at home, done, everyone. Chalo. Now we'll go ahead and move to the chart of supply, everyone. Please come to supply. People listen. Goods and service, goods or service has to be always, everyone, supplied. Only then GST gets levied. Baba, you tell me one thing. Just because I have a mobile phone, can you charge GST on me? Just because I have a mobile phone, can you charge GST on me? No, I have to do something with the mobile phone, right, everyone? And that something in GST is called what, everyone? Supply. Goods we already went and understood. Goods or service has to be supplied. Only then GST gets imposed. Now the supply chapter which is there, we are going to learn section number 7 and we are going to learn section number 8. Whenever I go ahead and say any section number, I'm going to talk about CGST Act only. If I have to go ahead and change the section numbers, means if I go ahead and talk about IGST Act, then I'll specifically say I'm talking about IGST Act. Otherwise, we are always going to talk about what, everyone? CGST Act. Now in supply chapter, section number 7 and section number 8, we are going to revise quickly. Section number 7, scope of supply. Section number 7 has section number 7.1, section number 7.1a, section number 7.2, section number 7.3 is also there, total bakwas. And then we have section number 8 over here, which goes and it talks about composite supply and mixed supply. Other than this, the chapter has a lot of circulars which are there. I've gone ahead and given all the circulars down. Whatever the green points are there are basically part of the amendment. Let's quickly go ahead and revise section number 7. People watching at home, are you guys ready, everyone? Quickly give me a heads up. You can, no, you don't type and waste time. You can send me an emoticon saying, yes, sir, done. Can we go ahead, everyone? So, section number 7 goes ahead and talks about supply. What is supply, everyone? Supply is the taxable event which you goes ahead and happens. GST will get imposed. The taxable event. Section number 7 has section number 7.1 which goes ahead and says what are included in the definition of supply. Sir, what are the things which are included? Section number 7 has section number 7.1a, AA, B, and C. If your activity falls anywhere in section number 7.1a, AA, B, and C, then your activity will become what, everyone? Supply. Now, whether it is supply of goods or supply of service, once you have fallen over here, you have to go ahead and see section number 7.1 capital A, whether it is supply of goods or it is supply of service. Then we have section number 7.2, which goes ahead and excludes, says these are the things which are neither supply of goods nor supply of service. Now, everyone over here. Section number 7.1 goes ahead and says A. All forms of supply. Sir, government went ahead and told all forms of supply of goods, services or both, such as sale. If you go ahead and sell something, that is also included in definition of supply. You went ahead and transferred something, that is also included in definition of supply. Sir, in my shop, one person came, I went ahead and gave him class, he went ahead and gave me one laptop. I did barter. That is also included in the definition of supply. Sir, I went ahead and did exchange. Sir, what is the difference between barter and exchange? Barter means money is not involved. Goods to goods, service to service, goods to service. This is called barter. You went to a shop, you gave your old car plus some money and then gave you a new car. That's called what, everyone? Exchange. Exchange means some money is involved. Then Baba, lease or rental. Rental is generally for less than 12 months. More than 12 months, if you are going ahead and giving anything on rent, that's called what, everyone? Lease. Lease is generally for a longer period. Rental is generally for a short period. It can be 1 day, 1 week or 1 year. Up to 1 year is always what, everyone? Rental. Longer period is always lease. And then we have license, Baba, software license, everyone. If you are going ahead and giving someone your right to use your software, etc., that's called a license. And then disposal. Disposal is generally a term which is used for useless items which are there. So, sir, tell me one thing. If you go ahead and do any sale, transfer, barter, exchange, lease, rental, etc., and it is done by you, or you have agreed that I will go ahead and do it. For an example, I went ahead and told you, as of now, I am selling you the goods, or I go ahead and say, I will go ahead and sell. You gave me the advance and I told I will give you the class in future. That is also included in the definition of supply, whether you do it or agree to do it. And sir, it should be for a consideration. What should I get? In return, I should get a consideration in the course of furtherance of my business. Then it will always be considered as supply. I'll go ahead and give you an example. For an example, if I go ahead and tell you Audi car is there, Audi company is there over here, and Audi company and you are there over here. What's your name? Vijay. Vijay is over here. Audi company went ahead and sold a car to him. Can you tell me whether it is supply? Car sold. Sir, first of all, it's a sale. Is it for a consideration? Is it Audi's business to sell the car? Yes, and hence it's a supply. So always you have to go ahead and remember that, sir, it can be a sale, transfer, barter, exchange, lease, rental, license or disposal, which is done for a consideration and it should be in the course of their business. Now you tell me one thing. I went ahead and sold my old car. It's a sale for a consideration, but I have not sold in the course of my business. Whether it will be a supply, should I go ahead and charge GST? Yes or no? No. Remember one thing, three things are very important. It should be a form. It should be an activity. Sale activity, transfer, barter, whatever you call it. It should be done for a consideration and it should be done in the course of my business. Only then it will be a supply. Non-business activities where government is not going ahead and telling GST will come. For example, this AC is there in the classroom. If I go ahead and sell this AC, will it be a supply? It's a sale for a consideration in the course of my business and hence it will be a supply. Remember one thing, it can be a sale, transfer, barter, exchange, lease, rental, license, disposal. Should be done for a consideration and it should be in the course of my business. The next one over here. So, Baba, what are all the shopkeepers doing? They are selling for a consideration in the course of their business and hence they are doing a supply. Can I go ahead, everyone? The next one is section number 7.1 capital A. What double A? What is section number 7.1 double A going ahead and telling? Section number 7.1 double A goes ahead and says person other than individual. Can you tell me what do you mean by person, everyone? Individual, partnership firm, LLP, company, proprietorship firm. Now all these people they are going ahead and telling don't include what, everyone? Individual. Basically what they are trying to say, association of person, body of individual, company, LLP. Now all these persons who are there other than individual, if they are doing an activity with their members, you know, clubs go ahead and give services to their member, or everyone, and from the member they are charging subscriptions. So they are going ahead and telling when they are going ahead and doing any activity for their member, club is going ahead and doing any activity for the member and in return they are going ahead and collecting any cash. What do you mean by deferred payment? Installment or any other valuable consideration. Might be they are going ahead and collecting cash subscription from their member or deferred payment. Deferred payment again means monthly subscription or annual subscription, whatever they are going ahead and taking, or any other valuable consideration. Whatever you take in return. Remember one thing, I am a club. I have three, all of you are my members. I am a club, all of you are my member. I go ahead and give services to you or goods to you and I go ahead and collect monthly subscriptions from you, annual subscription from you. Me and you are separate. Me and you are separate and whatever activity I do for you, it will be considered as supply. That's all they have gone ahead and told over here. So basically what they have tried to cover over here is all these clubs, associations which are there. They are telling all these clubs, associations are separate, members are separate. If I go ahead and do any activity for my members and I go ahead and collect an amount, it will be considered as what, everyone? Supply. Next one, everyone. The next one is B point. B goes ahead and says about importation of service. What is importation of service, everyone? What do you mean by importation of services, everyone? Importation of service means it carries a definition, everyone. Supplier should be outside. India. Receiver should be in India and the service should be given in India. People always remember importation of service means supplier is outside India, recipient is in India and place of supply is also in India. Means the destination of the service in India, then it is called importation of service. Now you tell me one thing, supply we always see from supplier's point of view. Now in case of importation, the supplier is outside India and he has gone ahead and given a service. Now you tell me one thing, I went ahead and sold you one AC. I am the supplier, you are the recipient. I normally, not from outside India, normally went ahead and sold you an AC. If I go ahead and sell you an AC, whether you are buying for your business purpose, non-business purpose, does it matter to the supplier? Doesn't matter. If I am a registered person, I will charge you GST. Array, whether you are buying for your business or non-business purpose, does it matter to me? Does not matter to me. From supplier's point of view, when he sold you the AC, for him it was in the course of his business. Do you guys agree with me? And hence government went ahead and told, wherever Ramesh you import the services, from supplier's point of view, you see, supplier has gone ahead and supplied the services from outside India. You have taken the importation of service. Supplier has supplied from outside India for a consideration. Whether you take for business or non-business purpose, supplier point of view say it will always be a supply. Array everyone. Now from my point of view, I have taken for my non-business purpose or business, that does not matter. What they are telling, supplier ka point of view say you have to see supply. When supplier has gone ahead and supplied from outside India, has he done business in India? Array, whether you have taken for business purpose or non-business, that does not matter. It will always be considered as supply. But then you tell me one thing, supplier ko to government can't go ahead and catch. Whom will the government catch? The recipient who is in India. And hence government went ahead and told me, Ramesh, you being the recipient, you pay the GST under RCM. I told, okay sir, if I'm a business entity, I'll pay GST under RCM. You tell me one thing, if you go ahead and import any service from outside India, do you think you will take GST registration and pay GST under RCM? And hence government went ahead and told, it also would have been taxable, but these recipients who are there are unregistered people. See, if they are business entities, they will take compulsory registration and pay GST under RCM. In registration chapter, we'll go ahead and learn this, that whenever you have to pay GST under RCM, you have to take compulsory registration and pay the GST under RCM. In registration chapter, you'll go ahead and learn about this. Now, you tell me one thing, if I have to go ahead and pay GST under RCM, I have to take compulsory registration and pay. But if I'm a non-business entity, it was taxable, but then government went ahead and told, you tell me one thing, will you guys pay GST under RCM? And hence government went ahead and told it is exempted. But this exemption is not applicable. Government went ahead and told OIDAR service. You know what is OIDAR service? What is OIDAR service, everyone? All this Netflix ka service, Amazon Prime ka services which are coming from outside India. Now, in this scenario, Netflix, Amazon Prime, etc., if they are going ahead and giving services to a registered person under GST, registered person has to pay GST under RCM. But if it is given to an unregistered person, unregistered person का केस में OIDR from outside India, section number 14 of your IGST Act goes ahead and says OIDR has to take compulsory registration in India, collect the GST from them and pay the GST to the government. What are they telling? OIDR services given to an NTOR. NTOR means an unregistered person and includes a TDS deductor. TDS deductor for this purpose is also considered as what, everyone? Unregistered person. You tell me one thing, Netflix went ahead and gave you service. Will you pay GST under RCM? But government went ahead and told OIDR services are provided hugely to unregistered person. I want GST, I will not exempt it. And hence government told, in this scenario, forward charge is applicable. OIDR will take registration in India and pay the GST under forward charge mechanism. Now you tell me one thing, if I go ahead and import services from outside India, importation of service from outside India, and I am a person in India, if I take it for business purpose or non-business purpose, my question to all of you, if they ask you supply or not supply, what is it, everyone? Supply? In case it is a supply, you have to pay GST under RCM. Here it is exempted, but this exemption is not applicable if you are taking OIDAR service. OIDAR, what is OIDAR, everyone? Online information database access and retrieval. Online there is some information, you can access it, you can retrieve it, and you can watch a movie. So it's called what, everyone? OIDAR service. If OIDAR services are given to a registered person, then Baba, registered person pays GST under RCM. If it is given to an unregistered person, remember one thing, NTR means non-taxable online recipient, basically an unregistered person, then in that scenario, FCM is applicable. It is not exempted. Can I go ahead, everyone? Now here, what we went ahead and learned, everyone with me, what did we learn till now? We learned section number 7. Section number 7 is section number 7.1. A, all forms, people with me, for a consideration in the course of furtherance of your business will be considered as, well, talk no, Baba. Supply. Then, Baba, we went ahead and learned section number 7.1. Double A, person other than individual, means basically a club, association, etc. If they are doing activity with the members, always remember, for a consideration, it will be considered as supply. B went ahead and told about importation of service. If you are importing services from outside India for a business purpose or non-business purpose, both are considered as what, everyone? Supply. Here RCM is applicable. Here it is exempted. Here it is. Where did we go? You. ठीक है, people, Where did this go? ठीक है. Tell me one thing. Supplier is outside India. Receiver is in India. Supplier supplying services. Importation of service for your business purpose or non-business purpose. Both we went ahead and learned what is it? Supply. Here it is also a supply, but here it is RCM. Here it is exempted. Can I go ahead, everyone? Are we all clear till here? Chalo. Everyone over here now. Let's go ahead and move to the next one. Sir, people, are we clear with the left-hand side? Now, all the three what was common in this three? What is common in all these three? People watching at home, please tell me what is common in this three. In this three, the most common thing is consideration, consideration, and consideration. But sir, now section number 7.1c, there are activities which are told in schedule 1. Schedule 1 means it's an annexure which is basically given in the GST Act. In schedule 1, there are how many activities, everyone? 4 activities which they have gone and told. And these 4 activities, even if you do without consideration, then also it will be considered as supply. They went ahead and told activities specified in schedule 1 made or agreed to be made without a consideration will also be considered as supply. I find it important from exam point of view because sometimes they go ahead and ask a small point out of it. Remember, what are the 4 activities which are there? Number 1, they went ahead and told, Ramesh, if you permanently go ahead and transfer or dispose your business asset where ITC has been availed on such asset. Everyone listen carefully. What they are telling, permanent disposal of business asset where ITC has been availed on such asset. Now you tell me one thing. For an example, I am a shirts company. Okay, everyone, shirts. What I do, I went ahead and bought the shirt. People listen carefully. I went ahead and bought the shirt. When I bought the shirt, I went ahead and took the input tax credit. My question to all of you, if I sell the shirt, which section will come? 7.1a. It will be a supply because it is for a consideration. Okay, no problem here. I went ahead and bought a shirt. I went ahead and took the input tax credit. Now, I did not go ahead and sell the shirt. I went ahead and gave this shirt free to my friend. So government goes ahead and says, Beta Ramesh, when you have gone ahead and taken the ITC and you had bought the shirt, on this shirt you went ahead and took the ITC, and now if you don't go ahead and sell it and you have gone ahead and given it to your friend free of cost, I want GST, and hence government went ahead and told it will be considered 7.1c may, it will be considered as a permanent transfer of your business asset. Baba, is stock also your business asset? Yes, everyone. Permanent transfer of your business asset. Did you go ahead and take the ITC on the asset? Yes, and hence it will be considered as supply. Can I go ahead, everyone? Now tell me one thing. If I go ahead and buy shirt, I did not go ahead and take the ITC and I went ahead and gave the shirt to my friend for free. Any problem? No problem. Government says, Ramesh, if you don't take the ITC, it's a permanent transfer of your business asset. But since you did not go ahead and take the ITC, I will not go ahead and consider it as supply. Now, I want to go ahead and ask you one thing. Tell me one thing. This was the shirt example. Bought shirt, gave shirt. Now, what if I go ahead and tell you, remember one thing, everyone. I went ahead and bought, instead of shirt, I went ahead and bought cloth. I went ahead and took the ITC on the cloth. Out of the cloth, I went ahead and made shirt. And this shirt, I went ahead and gave free. My question, supply, not supply? I got cloth, I made shirt out of it and shirt given free. Is it supply, not supply? It is not a supply. Why, sir? Because always remember one thing. Per what you bought, if you give it for free, what you bought and took ITC on it, if you go ahead and give that item only free, then it is a supply. If you bought clothes, took ITC on clothes and went ahead and gave shirt free, it is not a supply. Why, sir? Because it is written over here, sir, permanent transfer or disposal of a business asset. Which business asset you permanently dispose? Where the ITC was availed on such asset. What you bought, that item if you give free. See, I wanted and bought a mobile phone. Everyone, I went ahead and bought a mobile phone. On mobile phone, I took the ITC and I went ahead and gave free also mobile phone. People, I gave free what? Mobile phone. Then it will be considered as supply. I bought parts. Out of the parts, I went ahead and converted into mobile phone and gave mobile phone free. That time it will not be a supply. But here you have to remember one thing. If it is not a supply over here, if it is not a supply over here, government says I will block the ITC also. Is my point clear to all of you? Can I go ahead, everyone? Yes, sir. The next one over here now. Now here one notification is there, marginal scheme. Tell me one thing, everyone. This marginal scheme, I'll talk about it. For example, I bought one AC. People listen carefully. I went ahead and bought an AC and I went ahead and sold the AC. For example, I am a shopkeeper. I sold the AC for 1 lakh rupees. On which amount GST will come? Tell now, Baba. If I sell one AC for 1 lakh rupees, on what amount GST will come? 1 lakh rupees. Now what they are trying to say is GST always comes on the sale value, right everyone? But only for one asset they have gone ahead and told that you don't have to pay GST on the sale value, you have to pay on the margin. They have gone ahead and told over here, marginal scheme is available on sale of what everyone? Motor vehicle, which are held as capital asset. So for an example, in my business, I have gone ahead and held a motor vehicle, which is held as what everyone? Capital asset, which is held as what everyone? Capital asset. Now what they are trying to say, whenever you sell motor vehicle like car, bikes, etc. in your business, you can go ahead and if it was held as what? Capital asset means it was your not goods, it was your asset of the business, and now I went ahead and sold that asset. Then they're telling if depreciation is claimed, you just have to pay GST on sale value minus WDV, means whatever margin you make on that, you have to go ahead and pay the GST. Can I go ahead, everyone? Sir, if depreciation is not claimed on the asset, then sir, selling price minus the purchase price, you have to pay the GST. So for an example, in my company, I went ahead and bought a car. Car I went ahead and used in my company. After some time, I sold the car. Car ka selling price minus the WDV. Only on the balance amount, I have to go ahead and pay GST. This scheme is only available for sale of what everyone? Motor vehicle. Remember, only for motor vehicle. Otherwise, if you are going in and selling anything in your business, GST always comes on what everyone? Sale value. But only for motor vehicle, if you which you are held as what everyone? Capital asset, you can go ahead and pay GST only on the margin. Is my point clear to all of you? My question to all of you, everyone, tell me one thing. I went ahead and bought a car. कार पे क्रेडिट इज ब्लॉक. अरे कार पे क्रेडिट इज देयर और क्रेडिट इज ब्लॉक. बाबा कार पे क्रेडिट यू डोंट गेट. I went ahead and gave it free to my friend. Any GST? No GST. Permanent transfer of business asset. If I take in the ITC, then it is supply. If I car pay, I never got the credit. If I give free, there is no GST. But if I sell it, if you sell it, it will come in section number 71A. It's a sale for a consideration in the course of your business. GST will come. But GST will come on which amount, everyone? Margin, margin, margin. Can we go ahead, everyone? Everyone over here now. The next one. The next one over here. Supply between whom, everyone? Related person or distinct person in the course of furtherance of business. Sir, what do you mean by related person? Related person, the definition is very big. I've gone ahead and given the definition over here. Related person, scope plus family plus sole agent or distributor. You have to remember related person means what, everyone? Scope plus family plus sole agent. Everyone over here. Sir, scope plus family plus sole agent. What is scope, everyone? As for shares or stock greater than equal to 25% in both of them. Sir, if I'm holding in two people, I'm A limited, I'm holding in B and C. Everyone remember, I'm holding in B also and C also. How much? 25% here, 25%. These two will become related. Remember, me and this guy are not related. What I'm trying to say, I'm holding in B limited, I'm holding in C limited. How much? 25% in both of them. These two will become related. So how much? 25? 25. Can we go ahead, everyone? The next one is control. Control can be direct or indirect control. Let's go ahead and understand about control. See, Baba, scope mein as you understood, shares or stock greater than equal to how much, everyone? 25% in B and C, then these two will become related. C for what, everyone? Control. What do you mean by control, everyone? There's A limited over here, there's B limited over here. A limited is controlling B limited or B limited is controlling A limited. Controlling means at least 51% share you are holding in the other company. Holding company and subsidiary company, everyone. Okay. Can I go ahead, everyone? You guys are intermediate student or final student? Then start talking. No. Can we go ahead, everyone? Everyone over here now. There is A limited and there is B limited over here. A limited went ahead and controls B limited ka 51% share. Baba, people, 51% share. Is A limited and B limited related? Or B limited is going ahead and controlling A limited ka 51% share. Then remember one thing, A and B limited will be related. Either A or B, anyone is holding in each other. A is holding in B or B is holding in A, 51% share, then they will become what, everyone? Related person. Okay, sir. Control can be like this also. A limited is there. A limited holds 51% share in B also. A limited holds 51% or not 51%. 51% he is holding. Then, Baba, how can the other also you can hold? Now here, supposingly C limited is there. Here also he is holding 51% share. Now you tell me one thing. In this scenario, is A and B related? Yes. Is A and C also related? Yes. Because they both have a common control over here, these two also will become related person. Is my point clear to all of you? People, the first one was different. First one was 25 in this, 25 in this. Then this and this was not related. Only these two became related because one person is holding 25%. Second one, I'm telling, I'm holding in you 20. I'm not holding. I'm controlling you. Controlling can be by shares controlling. Controlling means I'm majority of the decisions are taken by me. Arey everyone. Then Baba, it is called control. You know, no income tax wala control. So if I'm going in and taking majority of your decisions, then I'm controlling you. Then Baba, we two are always related. So either A is controlling B or B is controlling A and B are related. Secondly, I told you A is controlling B also, A is controlling C also. Then these two will become related. And my question over here, A and B and A and C, are they related? Yes. Now here I go ahead and tell you B limited is there and C limited is there. B limited is controlling D limited by might be holding 51% share. C limited is also controlling D limited by taking majority of the division, for example. Is this controlling? Is this also controlling? Are they related person? Are they related person? Yes, because both of them are controlling one person commonly, these two also will become what, everyone? Related person. So if I go ahead and tell you over here, remember one thing. Papa controls mama or mama controls papa. Remember one thing. Both will always be related person. Can we go ahead, everyone? Now your grandfather is there, delimited. He is controlling papa and he is controlling mama. My question, papa and mama here, because your grandfather is controlling papa, is grandfather and papa related? Is your grandfather and mama related? Yes. Now because of the common control, these two, papa and mama, becomes related. Papa controls you also. You are C limited, for example. Mama also controls you. You tell me, papa and mama are related? Arey, you and mama are, sorry, papa and you are related, mama and you are related. Because they both control you, they too also become related over here. Is my point clear to all of you? Tell me one thing, your grandfather and you, indirectly, are you related or not? Hey everyone. And I go ahead, everyone, to remember one thing: when one person controls other person controls this person, these two become related. Whenever they are commonly controlled by one person, they two become related. These two always will become related. When this person controls other, or this person also controls one person commonly, these two will become always related. So this is direct control over here. This is indirect. Your grandfather and you also will become related person. Can I go ahead, everyone? Are we all clear till here? Next, everyone over here now. Next. Officer or directors of each other's business. Remember one thing, I am a director in your business, you are a director in my business. I am a director in Ram is a director in Shyam Limited, Shyam is a director in Ram Limited. Ram and Shyam will always become related person. Then next one over here, the officer or directors of one another's business. I am a director in your business, you are a director in my business, we two are always related person. The next is partners in business. What is partners? Baba, in partnership firm, the partners who are there are always related person. The partners in business are always related person. The next is employer and employee. My employees are always my related person. So people tell me one thing, who are called as related person? Scope. S for stock or share greater than equal to 25%. C for control. O for officer or director. P for partners. E for employer and employee. Madam, the final class. Correct? No? Then you have to start talking. Can we go ahead, everyone? Scope plus family. Now family, no, always remember one thing. Family is of two types. One is the Supreme Court, my spouse and my children. One is PGBS, parents, grandparents, brother and sister. Remember one thing, my spouse and my children are always my related person. Whether they're dependent, independent, my spouse is independent, still related. My son is dependent, still related. My son is independent, still related person. Always remember they are always my related person. PGBS, parents, grandparent, brother and sister. Only if they are dependent on you, they are your related person. If they are independent, they are not your related person. That's all they have gone ahead and told over here. Sir, spouse and children, brother, parents, these people, they will be only related only if they are dependent. And the last one over here is your sole agent or distributor. If I have, supposingly I'm making this remote and I have only one agent across India whom I go ahead and sell this and he sells to everyone. He is my only agent. Transaction between both of us will always be what, everyone? Between related persons. So what they are going ahead and telling, sir, if you go ahead and supply anything to a related person, this teaching person, I'll talk about it in the course of your business. Always remember one thing, it will always be considered a supply even if without consideration. For example, I'm a dealer of sari. I bought some saris in the course of my business. My wife came to my shop. I went ahead and gave one sari to my wife without any consideration. The government goes ahead and says, Beta Ramesh, in the course of your business, if you go ahead and give your wife, your feelings are your feelings, but I want GST. Can I go ahead, everyone? And that is what government is trying to say. Supply between related person in the course of furtherance of business will always be considered as supply. Can I go ahead, everyone? The next one over here is, so people, now you tell me one thing. If I go ahead and give anything free to my employees also, they are also my related person, it will be a supply. But one point they went ahead and told, if you are going ahead and giving gift to your employees, Baba, what happened? Diwali, Holi, etc. Puja will be there. You will give some gift to your employees. You went ahead and you are a sari dealer. All your employees, you gave one sari. Boys also you gave. You told give it to your wives. Okay, no wife then girlfriend. Okay, you give it to your employees. One sari each of them. Now, in this scenario, they're going ahead and telling to your employee per annum, per employee, 50,000 ka even if you are giving gift, that is okay. It will not be considered as supply. People, is this point clear to all of you? They went ahead and told over here, give to employee up to 50,000 per annum per employee will not be considered as supply. And here, one circular is there, circular number 2, which you come down, you'll be able to see. I think there's a issue over here. Distinct person wala circular that is, we'll talk about it. Everyone over here now, tell me one thing. People, I bought sari, I gave it to my wife. In the course of my business. In the course of my business, I would have gone ahead and availed the ITC and I gave the sari to my wife. Supply, not supply? Supply. Sir, can't I buy sari not in the course of my business and give to my wife? Then it is not supply. But they are telling if you buy sari in the course of your business, means for your business you have gone ahead and bought the sari, then you have to sell and pay GST. Even if you give it free, I want GST, government told. Can we go ahead, everyone? People, is this point clear to all of you? Supply between related person in the course of furtherance of business will always be considered as supply or distinct person. Now you'll tell me, sir, what do you mean by distinct person? Remember one thing, distinct person means generally one person under his PAN number. If I'm in the state of Karnataka, everyone listen to me very carefully. I'm in the state of Karnataka. I have two places of business. One is the main place and one is the additional place. If I take one registration under GST, no, this place will be considered as principal place of business. In that registration only, I can show this as additional place of business. If I have taken in the eye of GST one registration, one place I am showing main place, one place I am showing additional place. In the eye of GST, these two places are not separate. It is one place only. Are we clear, everyone? But what I went ahead and did, I took one more registration for this. One registration I have taken for this, one registration I have taken for this. Then in the eye of GST, under my PAN number only, I took two separate registrations. Both will become distinct person. Are we all clear till here, everyone? Now, if I go ahead and take in the state of Karnataka one registration and in the state of Tamil Nadu one more registration. Remember one thing, one registration I have taken over here under my PAN number and one more GST registration I have taken under my PAN number in the state of Tamil Nadu. Then also they will become distinct person. Tell me one thing, same state, separate registration, are they distinct person? Same state, separate registration, are they distinct person? Yes. Different state, different registration under my PAN only, distinct person. Can I go ahead, everyone? Now you tell me one thing. In my one state, I have gone ahead and taken one registration of my place. I have taken one registration under my PAN number. Okay? In other state, I am selling alcohol. Is alcoholic liquor for human consumption GST there or no GST? No GST. And Baba, in our registration chapter, we are going to learn this point that, sir, anyways, whenever you don't have to pay any GST, you don't have to take any registration. Any person exclusively engaged in supplying of those goods, services or both that are not liable to tax is not liable to register. So my question over here, if in the state of Tamil Nadu, I am supplying alcoholic liquor, sorry, where are we? Some issue which has happened. Just give me a second, everyone. Everyone tell me one thing. Now, what are they telling over here? For example, in the state of Karnataka, I have taken one registration. In the state of Tamil Nadu, Karnataka, I have taken one registration under my PAN number. Okay, everyone? And in Tamil Nadu, for example, I am supplying alcoholic liquor for human consumption. My question, alcoholic liquor for human consumption, is registration required or not required? Still, are they distinct person? For example, from my electronic shop in Karnataka, I went and sent one television to the alcoholic shop so that people can drink and watch television. My question, is it supply? First of all, in same state, two separate registration, are they distinct person? Tell na. Yes. In one state registered, in other state registered. Distinct person. In one state registered, other state not registered, also distinct person. Remember this point, everyone. Sir, distinct person ka definition goes ahead and says, when you read section number 25 in your registration chapter, you'll read over here about distinct person. It says person has taken registration, multiple registration in one state or multiple state. Multiple registration, then you'll be treated as distinct person. And person has obtained or required to obtain registration with respect to one establishment, has other establishment in other state which is not registered also. Still, it will be treated as what, everyone? Establishment of distinct person. It means same state, everyone, same state, separate registration. Are they distinct person? One state registered, another state registered, distinct person. One state registered, other state not registered, also distinct person. Now you tell me one thing. When I talk about distinct person, one circular is there over here, which I have written circular number 2. I'll go ahead and quickly tell you about the circular. Everyone over here, this is the circular which is talking about interstate movement of conveyances, cranes, etc. Tell me one thing. You know SRS Travel, everyone? People, listen to me very carefully. SRS Travel is a travel company. Now what happened? SRS Travel has one shop in the state of, they have one, Karnataka mein one shop. This is the state of Karnataka. In Karnataka, one shop is there. Okay? And in Karnataka, they have taken separate registration. My question over here, in Karnataka, under SRS Travel ka PAN number only, they have taken registration. In Tamil Nadu also, SRS Travel has taken registration. My question over here, if you take separate registration, are they distinct person? Tell na, Baba. Are you clear with this point? Now, you know what happened? SRS Travel has one bus which is there. In the bus, it made all the passengers sit and one driver is there. Okay? Now, one GST officer went ahead and told, when this bus is going from Karnataka branch to the Tamil Nadu branch, bus is supplied. Is bus supplied? Baba, it's a conveyance. Going from here to here, it will drop the passengers and come back. Do you guys agree with me? But you tell me one thing. Any transfer between distinct person, even without consideration will be supplied. So when the bus went ding, 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 from one distinct person to another, it will be a supply. Are we clear, everyone? And officer was correct. Whenever bus is going from one distinct person to another distinct person, without consideration, also it is supply. When bus is coming back, again supply. When bus is going again it is supply. But then GST Council went and told, hey Baba, GST officer, you don't take it so literally because the bus is going as conveyance. There will be no GST on the bus. Are we clear, everyone? My question to all of you, when SRS Travel is going ahead and giving passenger transportation service, on passenger transportation will GST come? Tell na Baba. Yes. On bus, no GST because it's a conveyance going and it will come back. On passenger transportation, yes. That's all has been clarified over here that whenever conveyance is going, rigs or crane, you know, JCB machines, etc. will be there. One distinct person say another distinct person ko they will send for using. For example, my Hyderabad branch is there. I'm in Karnataka. Hyderabad branch got one project. They told, sir, can you send the crane to our location so that we can use it and give it back to you? Now, my question, when the crane is going from here to here, they will use it and give it back. Now, in this scenario, has the crane been supplied? So they are telling on conveyance, rigs, crane, JCB machines, etc. There will be no GST when they are sent from one distinct person to another. But sir, on the passenger transportation service, or if any goods are transported on goods transportation or passenger transportation service, GST will come. Now you tell me one thing. For an example, now over here is Karnataka branch. One truck we have. In the truck we have put all the tools, etc. Okay? And this is Tamil Nadu branch of ours. Are they distinct person? Hey everyone. Now, Tamil Nadu branch has one bus. The bus fell sick, means it is not working. So, it is coming on the way. So, what we did from Karnataka, we send our truck to go ahead and repair and come back. Now, when the truck is going from here to here, on truck will GST come? Array, no. But when the truck will go there, repair and come back, has one distinct person given repair and maintenance ka service to another person. On repair and maintenance will GST come? And hence they went ahead and told on truck, etc. there is no GST, but on the repair and maintenance services, GST will come. Now you tell me one thing, everyone over here. Tatas have their factory in one state. Tatas have their factory. In one state, Tatas have their showroom. Okay, everyone, this factory which is registered person in Maharashtra. And here they are again one registered person which is the showroom. Showroom is in Karnataka. From here cars are made or bus is made or truck is made. People think this is truck. Okay, everyone. And they are sending from here all this to the distinct person so that from here it can be sold to the customer. My question over here, you understood my feelings, everyone? What I'm telling? When the bus, trucks, etc. is coming, is it coming as conveyance or it is coming as goods? My question, when the stock is being transferred from the factory to the showroom, will GST come on the stock? Yes. That's all they have gone ahead and told over here. Ki, sir, see, on movement, when movement is for further supply, means you are sending it so that it can be sold further, then GST will be leviable. Only when it is coming as conveyance, rigs, cranes are coming with it not being sold further. It is coming and it will go back, then there is no GST. On repair and maintenance, GST will come. On passenger transportation, GST will come. But when you are sending it to me for further supplying, will GST come? Well, this was the circular which was there. Everyone over here now, please come back. People, please tell me, is the first one and second one clear to all of you? The next one over here is supply of goods or service between whom, everyone? Principal and agent. What kind of an agent are they trying to cover over here? They are trying not to cover commission agent. People remember one thing, there are two types of agent. Agents are of two types. What are the two types of agent? One is a commission agent, one is a consignment agent. We'll talk about a consignment agent over here. Who is a commission agent? You sold the goods directly to the customer. Customer paid you directly. I am just going ahead and taking my commission. When I am taking my commission, is there a sale between principal and agent? No. I am just a commission agent. But what they are talking about here is consignment agent. For example, there is a principal, there is a agent, and there is a customer. People, principal, agent, and a customer over here. Listen to me very carefully. One, there is a principal, one, there is an agent, and one, there is a people, principal, agent, and a customer. Now, what happened? Principal send me the goods. Okay? And I sold the goods to the customer. Invoice to the customer is given in the name of the agent. You tell me one thing, principal sent me the goods, I kept the goods with me, and I sold the goods in my name. When I sold the goods in my name, there has to be a sale between me and him. Even if he has just sent me the goods, he sent me the goods, he told Ramesh, you keep the goods, keep selling it to the customer. I sold it to the customer. I am collecting the money, I am deducting my commission, and I am paying it back to him. My question over here, when I sold the goods to the customer, there has to be a purchase which is there, no? So government went ahead and told Ramesh, even if he sends the goods to you, if you sell the goods in your name, there is a supply. So here, there also has to be a supply. Even if we just send you the goods, told, okay, I'm sending you the goods, keep it, sell it in your name, collect the money, deduct your commission and pay the balance to me. In this scenario, even if he sends you the goods, that will still be considered as what, everyone? Supply, even if there is no consideration which is decided. You know, my boss went ahead and told me, Ramesh, I'm sending you the goods. You keep all the goods with you. Whatever price you can make the customer the bakra, 1,000, 1,200, 1,500, bakra, you understood? The scapegoat. 1,000, 1,200, 1,500, whatever price you can sell to the customer, collect. Deduct your commission and pay the balance to me. My question over here, everyone listen to me very carefully. If the invoice is in the name of the principal and customer is paying the principal directly, is there a sale between principal and agent? No. That agent, that person is never an agent as per section number 71C. No. I'm a commission agent. In that scenario, my income is brokerage. Everyone. But principal sends the goods to me. I sold in my invoice. If further sale is my invoice, then is there a sale between principal and agent? Yes. Is my point clear to all of you? That's all they are trying to cover over here in 71C. They are telling, sir, if there is an agent who is selling the goods in his name, then principal sending the goods will also be considered as what, everyone? Supply. Can I go ahead, everyone? I am a buying agent. I went ahead and told the supplier, and there is a supplier and there is my boss. I'm not selling now. I'm buying on behalf of my principal. I told the supplier, directly send the goods in the invoice in the name of the principal. Principal will make the payment to you. I am just taking my commission from my principal. In that scenario, I'm a commission agent, not covered. Is there a sale between commission agent and the principal? No. But he sent the goods to me, buying the invoice in name of the agent. And agent sends the goods to the principal. My question is, when agent sends the goods to the principal, is there supply? If he is buying in his name and then sending the goods to the principal, there is a supply between the agent and the principal. Remember one thing, everyone, if selling ka invoice is in the name of the agent, is there a sale between principal and agent? Yes or no, everyone? Yes. If buying ka invoice is in the name of the agent, when I am sending the goods, is there a supply between agent and the principal? Yes. Can I go ahead, everyone? But if invoice by the seller is directly in the name of the principal and principal is directly making the payment, is there a supply or no supply? No supply. Is my point clear to all of you? Then, Baba, agent and principal ka beech mein, there is no supply. In between the agent and the principal, there is no supply if the invoicing is directly. Can we go ahead, everyone? Everyone, that's what we are trying to cover over here. There's a circular also over here, people, which I've gone ahead and told you. Agent is further supplying in his name. Everyone, agent is further selling in his name. Is there a sale between principal and agent? Yes. Agent is procuring in his name. I bought the goods in my name. When I am sending the goods to the principal, is there a supply? Yes. When he sends it to me, if the invoice is my name, I went ahead and sent him. There is a supply. Even if without consideration. And the agent is an agent which is under paragraph number 3 of schedule 1. Everyone, over here now, the next one. Importation of service. Importation of people. We have already gone ahead and understood one importation of service over here. Now, the next importation of service is from related person. You already know related person. Can you tell me who is related, everyone? Scope plus family plus sole agent. Everyone, scope plus family plus sole agent is always related. Or own establishment outside India. What do you mean by own establishment? My branch office, my representational office, my head office, which is outside India. If I import any service from my related person or my own establishment outside India, in the course of my business, always GST will come. But tell me one thing, importation means supplies outside India. So supplier ka neck to government can't catch. Everyone, and government always goes ahead and says, when you read your RCM ka chapter, no, you will see over here, government have told whenever you have taken any service from a person in non-taxable territory and you are the person in taxable territory, government says convenience is the person in the India should pay the GST under RCM, and this section number 5.3 in your RCM ka chapter says. Now you tell me one thing, everyone, importation of service. Everyone, importation of service from whom? Related person outside India. Yes, everyone, in the course of your business without consideration also will be considered as supply. Can I go ahead and ask you one question, everyone? Importation of service from your related person. So for an example, I went ahead and told my son is sitting in London. I went ahead and told son, we are making a house in India. Can you go ahead and help us? Importation of service. He helped me. How to make it? My son, is he my related person? Yes. Is my son always my related? Yes. But is he giving the service for my business purpose? No. Without consideration, but still it will not be a supply because it is not for my business. I went ahead and called my son. I told son, we are making a client ke liye one building. I want the architectural design. Please go ahead and make and send it to me. Importation of service from my son, who is a related person, but I have taken it for my business. Even without consideration, will be considered as supply. Is my point clear to all of you? I went ahead and told my brother. My brother is a well-settled lawyer in London. I told brother, for our family dispute, I need your service. He gave me some service from outside India. Importation of service from my brother, who is well settled in London, is not my related person, because brother well settled is not your related person. Parents, grandparents, brother, sister. Only if they are dependent on you. Well settled means not dependent, and he is not my related person. It is not for my business, although without consideration, but it will not be considered as supply. My brother is dependent on me. He gave me some services from outside India for my business. Importation of service. Brother dependent means related person. He is given me for business. Even without consideration will be considered as supply. All the four things have to be satisfied. Can I go ahead, everyone? If it is a supply, you being the business entity in India, you have to pay GST under RC. Can I go ahead, everyone? The same way, if you import services from a related person or your own establishment for the business without consideration, also will be considered as supply. People over here, people watching at home, are we all clear with this? Tell me one thing, everyone. We started learning with section number 7. Everyone. Section number 7, we learned section number 7.1. A. All forms, all kind of activity for a consideration in the course of furtherance of business. A, everyone, person other than individual doing an activity with the members with for a consideration. B, everyone, importation of service. Business, non-business, both will be considered as business. You have to pay GST under. Non-business is exempted. But OIDR services, you always have to remember, if it is given to a registered person or unregistered. Unregistered means NTOR over here. Remember, here to RCM is applicable because you are a registered person, you can pay GST under RCM. But if you are unregistered, they will collect the GST under FCM. Then we went ahead and learned section number 7.1c that schedule 1 has gone ahead and told 4 activities which without consideration also will be considered as supply. What are the 4 activities, everyone? Permanent transfer of business asset on which you have taken the ITC. Secondly, supply between related person or distinct person in the course of your business. Third one, everyone, principal and agent, and the last one was importation of service. Are we all clear with the fourth one? Quickly tell me, everyone. Baba, I hope you guys are able to recall. People who are not able to recall means you have not gone ahead and studied IDT ever, because supply chapter is the very basic chapter. Can we go ahead, everyone? People, are we all clear till here? Chalo. Now, everyone, tell me one thing. Okay, there are 2 circulars over here. People, there are 2 circulars, 1 and 1A over here, which I'll go ahead and quickly tell you about. Okay, see. Circular number 1 went ahead and told artwork sent to art galleries. Tell me one thing, everyone. I went ahead and drew the Mona Lisa. Okay, everyone, I am a painter. I drew the Mona Lisa, the Indian Mona Lisa. I went ahead and drew. Okay, then I sent it to an art gallery saying, please show it in an exhibition. When I'm sending it to an art gallery just to show in an exhibition, it's a transfer in the course of my business. But is there any consideration when I'm sending? There is no consideration. If it is sold, then there is a consideration. Do you guys agree with me? So when you are sending the artwork to an art gallery, there is no consideration which is there. There is no, it's not supply. One person came. He told, I like the Mona Lisa. I want to buy it. I told $1 lakh. Is the consideration fixed? It's a sale for a consideration. In the course of my business, it will be a supply. So just sending, is it supply? No. But sending for a consideration in the course of business is a supply. That's all they've gone ahead and told. The next one over here is taxability of salvage value in the claim assessment of damage caused to a motor vehicle. Tell me one thing, everyone. My motor vehicle, for an example, the car which is there, I'll go ahead and show it to you from the book. Some pictures are there, so it will help you. What is happening? Just give me a second. I think I'm too fast and the software is slow. Okay, just a second. Oh, it's a revision. We all have to be fast. Yes, everyone. Where is the circular? Okay, forget it. We don't want the book anyways. Tell me one thing. For example, my car met with an accident and now it is completely salvaged. Salvage means gone. Okay, everyone. Now what happened? The car company which is there, the insurance company went in and told me 5 lakh rupees was the insured declared value of your car. Out of that 50,000 rupees car ka scrap is remaining, Ramesh. They went in and told me, scrap, you keep it, Ramesh. We will pay you out of 5 lakh rupees, 50,000 ka scrap. I kept it. They gave me only 4,50,000 rupees. They told your car is completely gone. 50,000 ka scrap, you keep it with yourself. We will give you 4,50,000. They gave me 4,50,000. When you receive insurance claim, actionable claims is goods, but it's neither supply of goods nor supply of service. Actionable claim pe there is no GST. When I receive 4,50,000, there is no GST. Do you guys agree with me? Or everyone, actionable claim pe there is no GST. 4,50,000, no GST. But remaining 50,000 rupees, which the scrap is remaining with me. When I sell the scrap in the market, me as my scrap which is lying, if I sell the scrap in the market, it's a disposal. For a consideration in the course of my business, I have to pay GST. This they are not talking about. For an example, insurance company came to me, they told, sir, we are taking over the scrap. And they paid me full 5 lakh rupees amount. The 5 lakh rupees which I got from them is an actionable claim. I don't have to pay any GST on that. Insurance company, when it goes ahead and sells the scrap in the market, is it liable to pay any GST? Yes, it's a sale by them. For a consideration in the course of their business, they have to pay the GST on the sale of scrap. That's all they've gone ahead and told over here that, sir, whenever one scrap is sold, if insurance claim is settled by deducting the salvage or the wreck for the claim amount. Salvage, you understand everyone, right? One car is completely burned, gone. Salvage remains the property of the insured. So if they did not buy the salvage, they told Ramesh, you only keep the salvage out of 5 lakh rupees. The declared value, we are paying you 4.5 lakh rupees. 50,000 rupees is the salvage ka value, which you keep with yourself only. You only sell it off. If I sell in the market, I have to pay the GST. So it says there is no GST on the insurance company, no GST of insurance company on the salvage value. Insurance company does not have to pay any GST on the salvage value. When I sell it, I have to pay GST. But if insurance claim is settled for full amount without deducting the salvage, they gave me full 5 lakh rupees and told salvage will take it. They took the salvage and they sold in the market. Are they liable to pay GST? Yes. Simple. Salvage becomes the property of whom, everyone? Insurance company who must pay GST on the sale of salvage. Is my point clear to all of you? Tell me one thing. 5 lakh rupees ka car, 4,50,000 rupees received as actionable claim. Above insurance claim received is actionable claim. You don't have to pay any GST. 50,000, which is the value of the scrap. I sold the scrap in the market. I have to pay GST. If insurance company sold the scrap, they have to pay GST. That's all, everyone. Can we go ahead, everyone? Everyone over here, please come back. Now we are going to learn. See, one section number 7.1 may your activity falls in supply. You have to go ahead and see whether it is supply of goods or supply of service. People, can you guys be little active and start replying, everyone? Can we go ahead, everyone? Are we all clear till here? Why are you guys behaving? Some of you are behaving. What is going on? Is supply chapter first time learning in life? Baba, first time learning in life, then revision. Yes, everyone, we are revising. Can we go ahead, everyone? Everyone over here now. Section number 7.1a. Section number 7.1a, supply of goods versus supply of service. They are telling if your activity falls in supply, now you have to go ahead and see whether it is supply of goods or it is supply of service. Section number 7.1a says there are, you see, when you went, your activity was a supply. No, section number 7.1 capital A came into picture and invented and told when your activity is a supply, whether it is supply of goods or supply of service, to determine that you have to go to section number 7.1 capital A. Well, when you went to section number 7.1 capital A, no, it went and told, hey, go to schedule 2. There I have told whether it is supply of goods or supply of service. See, when you went to section number 7.1 capital A, it went and told what? Whether the activity is supply of goods or supply of service, go to schedule 2. When I went to schedule 2, they went and gave me 6 paragraphs. We are going to talk about first all the paragraphs. Transfer of title in goods. I went and I have this mobile phone. Mobile phone ka I transferred the ownership also and I gave you the possession also. It is transfer of title, ownership. It is all. Ownership transfer means giving possession and then giving the ownership. It's always a supply of goods. Baba, simple no. I gave him my mobile phone. I told forever your. Then what is it? Supply of goods. Right in the goods or undivided share is always supply of service. Sir, what do you mean by right in goods? For an example, there is A, there is B, and there is C. All the three have gone ahead and bought one JCB machine together. This is JCB machine. You understood, everyone? If not, okay, JCB. Take everyone. Now what happened? B is leaving the firm and going. All the three bought one JCB machine together, saying, sir, we'll rent it out. We'll go ahead and earn rent out of it. Now all the three say B is do all the three have some right in the goods? The goods completely don't belong to them, but all the three have some right in the goods. Can B say, I'm leaving and going, I'll take the front portion and go? I'll take this front portion and go, or they have some undivided right? Can the right be divided or it can't be divided? It's undivided, everyone. Or they have some right in the goods. All the three have some right in the goods. Now what happened over here? When B is leaving and going, it transferred the right, not use, right in the goods. In the goods, I had some right. That right I gave it to you. I did not give the right to use. I'm telling my goods, these goods may I have some right or some undivided share. For example, 3 of you friends went ahead and bought one television, shifted together in one room, bought one television. One of your friend is going, he'll say, I'll take the middle portion or glass and go. So he or she has some undivided share. Now another person is coming inside the flat. So they will transfer their right in the goods, and transfer of right in the goods is always what, everyone? Supply of service. The next is transfer of title in future. Installment pay, if you take a car, it's always a supply of goods. Remember one thing, I'm one car company. I went in and sold a car to you on installment. You are going to pay me in future. See, today I give you the possession. Ownership is not given now. Ownership will be given in future, but still it will always be considered a supply of goods. The next is over here. Paragraph number 2. Lease, tenancy, easement to occupy land, or leasing, letting out of building is always a supply of service. Always remember, building is always immoral property. Immoral property, if you go ahead and rent it out to someone, lease it to someone, letting out to someone, it is always a supply of service. Here one circular is there which is talking about Pagdi system. Pagdi system, Baba, what is a Pagdi system? What is a Pagdi system, everyone? So for example, I have one residential house which is there. I have a residential house. One person went ahead and came and told me, sir, can you please go ahead and give me the transfer the tenancy right to me? It means give me the right to be your tenant for lifetime. Earlier it used to happen, wherein what you can go ahead and do is you can go ahead and transfer your tenancy right to another person. Tenancy right. You can tell you will be my tenant for lifetime, and for giving the tenancy right, you used to go ahead and collect from him, for an example, 10 lakh rupees. How much did you collect everyone from him? 10 lakh rupees. Now he will sit on your in your property forever. You have given him your tenancy right forever, and you will also collect from him monthly rent. Are we clear, everyone? Now listen to me very carefully. Whenever you give tenancy right to someone, the question which was asked was giving tenancy right and receiving tenancy premium. Tenancy premium is called Pagdi system. So now question which was asked was, if I give my tenancy right to one person and collect a tenancy premium from that person, is it a service? So government went ahead and clarified, yes, it's a supply of service. Are we clear, everyone? I will collect monthly rent also from them. Now, this person is leaving the property and going. He can sell the tenancy right back to me. He will tell, today, if you want this house, no, you have to give me 20 lakh rupees. I will give you the tenancy right back. Or he told his friend, hey, you want to come in this property? I will give you the tenancy right. You give me 20 lakh rupees, which is today's value of the tenancy right. When he transferred the tenancy right further, or he sells it back, remember one thing, is he doing business in the tenancy right? Yes or no, everyone? Now I am in the property. Can I sell the tenancy right to someone else also? Yes, so that he can come and stay. So when you sell the tenancy right, further supply is also a supply of service. But this guy who comes in, he will have to pay monthly rent to this other person. Everyone, please tell me, are we clear? Monthly rent to owner will only take from this person also and from this person also. Now here, the question which arose is, again, you tell me one thing, if you give someone your residential property on rent, is GST there or no GST? Renting of residential property is always exempt. Is my point clear to all of you? And hence, government went ahead and told, if it is residential property, no, the tenancy premium pay also GST will not come. Monthly rent pay GST also will not come. Here also monthly rent pay GST will not come. But you tell me one thing, when he sold his tenancy right to the other person, he is not giving house on rent. He is doing business in the tenancy right, and doing business in the tenancy right to GST will come. Monthly rent pay, renting of residential property, there is no GST. Do you guys agree with me, everyone? But this also there is no GST, because this guy is the owner, and owner, when he gives the tenancy right, he is giving the tenancy right for residential property to stay. But when this guy started selling the tenancy right, he is doing business in the tenancy right on which GST will come. Is my point clear to all of you? Now my question over here, if the same place, instead of residential property, it was a commercial property, then what will happen? Any exemption, or all the place GST will come? Everywhere GST will come if it is a commercial property. Is my point clear to all of you? There is no exemption at all. But remember one thing, in this scenario, if it is residential property, giving tenancy right by the owner, there is no GST. Monthly rent, there is no GST. But further selling by this guy, GST will come. Monthly rent anyways paying to the owner, GST is not there because it is residential property. Is my point clear to all of you? Can we go ahead, everyone? Well, that's what I've gone ahead and written over here. Transfer of tenancy right against tenancy premium is a supply of service, but it will be exempted if it is given for a residential property to an unregistered person. Because if it is given to a registered person, or registered person pays GST under RCM. We'll learn in exemption chapter. Can we go ahead, everyone? Next, further sale of surrendering by the outgoing tenant. Baba, all these person, when they are leaving and going and they are selling it further, always GST will come, whether it is residential property or commercial property. Is my point clear to all of you? Everyone over here now, please come back. Now the next one. Treatment or process applied to another person's goods. If I go ahead and apply any treatment or process on your goods, you went ahead and send me a table, I went ahead and did the painting of the table and gave it back to you. I went ahead and send you this bottle, I went ahead and told this bottle you paint and give it back to me. What you are giving me is a supply of service. If I do treatment or process on another person's goods, not my goods, I do treatment or process on another person's goods, it is always a supply of service. Remember, there are two circulars over here, rethreading of tire and bus bodybuilding. Sir, what is rethreading of tire? For example, I'll show you the picture over here. Just give me a second, everyone. Okay. I have one picture over here. Bus rethreading of tire. This tire is there. You came to my shop. I took out the tire. On this tire, I did rethreading. Rethreading means I put rubber, gum, etc. and I made the tire look like new. And when I made the tire look like new, and I gave the tire back to you, did I do treatment or process on your tire? I've given you a supply of service. Tell me one thing. I went to the market, bought old tires, came back, did the tire make like new, and then I'm selling old tires with a rethreaded tires. That's supply of goods. Can I go ahead, everyone? Now, sir, bus ka bodybuilding. You gave me the chassis of the bus. On this bus, I did the bus ka bodybuilding. Your chassis, I did the bus ka bodybuilding. I used iron, steel, etc. Always remember, I did treatment of process on your goods. I did fabrication with supply of service. But your chassis only, you only build the bus and you sold the bus. Then it is supply of goods. Volvo company went ahead and their chassis only, they built the bus and sold the bus. Then it is supply of goods. But if I do fabrication on your bus, supply of service. The same thing I have gone ahead and told over here in this circular. Supplier does rethreading for the customer is always supply of service. Supplier sells rethreaded tire. Supply of goods. Sir, bus ka bodybuilding, fabrication on chassis owned by the customer. You gave me the chassis, I did the bus ka bodybuilding. It is always a supply of service. But own chassis and supplying bus, then it's always a supply of goods. Everyone over here now, the next one. Transfer of business asset. Always remember one thing, transfer of business asset. Permanently, if I transfer or dispose my business asset, it's always a supply of goods. People, permanently, if I go and transfer my business asset, for example, this is my business asset. I permanently transferred. AC is my business asset. I permanently sold it off. What is it? Always remember supply of goods. If temporarily I go ahead and made it available for non-business use. For an example, I have one car of my business. My director came and told me my son's wedding is there. Give me for 10 days. I went ahead and gave him for use 10 days. Temporarily, I gave him my business asset. Do you guys agree with me, everyone? For non-business use, if I go ahead and use it, it will always be a supply of service. Now, what they are telling, if at the time of closure, if you close your business and take all your assets home, it is always deemed a supply of goods. Now, what government is trying to say over here, everyone listen to very carefully. For example, this is my business. In my business, I went ahead and bought all my business assets which are there. I went ahead and took the input tax credit. Do you guys agree with me? Now, I went ahead and told, close the shop, take all the assets home. Government told, beta. I went ahead and gave you the ITC for what? I gave you the ITC for what, everyone? So that you sell it and pay me GST. Do you guys agree with me, everyone? Government wants GST. But what I did, I closed all my shop, took all the assets home. Government told, if you take all the assets home, I'll deem that you have supplied the goods and you have to pay the GST. Is my point clear to all of you? You have to pay the GST. Is my point clear to all of you? But there are two exceptions to this rule. What government is trying to say is, here, what government is trying to say, there are two exceptions. If business is transferred as what? Going concern, or you have transferred the business to a personal representative who is a taxable person, then there will be no GST. Tell me one thing, everyone. If I close my business and take all the assets home, will it be a supply? No, if I close my business and take all my assets home, will it be a supply? Yes. But then they went ahead and told, if you close your business and you went ahead and transfer your business, instead of closing your business, you transfer as going concern. And this guy is going to sell the goods, collect the GST and pay the GST to the government. Then this supply pay, there will be no GST. It is exempted. First of all, in the exemption chapter, it is told that it is exempted. It means, tell me one thing. I closed my business. I did not close my business. I transferred my business to as going concern to my friend or anyone. Then remember one thing, transfer of business as going concern, there is no GST. Why? Because you know what, in registration chapter, you will go ahead and learn that whenever you transfer your business to someone, the transferee has to go ahead and transferee has, if transferor was registered and he has transferred the business as going concern, the transferee has to take registration from the date of transfer or succession. So here in this scenario, what will happen? This transferee who is there, he has to take registration, he has to sell, he has to collect GST and he has to pay the GST to the government. Is my point clear to all of you? And hence government says from the transferee will go ahead and collect the GST. You don't have to pay any GST and hence it has been. Tell me one thing. I close my business, took all the assets home. Will GST come? Yes. But if I transfer my business to my friend or another person who is going to sell, collect GST and pay, my transfer pay, will GST be there or it is exempted? That's all, everyone. Can I go ahead, everyone? Now, your question will be, sir, what about the input tax rate? In our ITC chapter, it is also told. In our ITC chapter, people, you are revising, so you have to reconnect everything. In our ITC chapter, it is also told that, sir, you have to go online and file GST ITC02 and the credit will also be transferred to the transferee. The credit will go to his e-credit ledger because he's already taken registration and the credit will go to his e-credit ledger. So he can use it to pay his GST. Is my point clear to all of you? Supply chapter, link to exemption, link to registration, link to ITC to be transferred. Is my point 100% clear to all of you? Can I go ahead, everyone? Everyone over here now. Next, go ahead. Now, these are the following things which will always be considered as supply of service. Renting of immovable property. Tell me one thing. Immovable property, so land and building we already understood. Lease, renting, etc. What are other immovable property they are talking about? They are telling any other immovable property. For example, one telecom tower is there. Reliance went ahead and rent out its telecom tower to Airtel. People, Reliance has rented its telecommunication tower to Airtel. Remember, renting of any immovable property is always a supply of service. Can I go ahead, everyone? Next, sir, construction of a building. Always remember, if you are constructing a building, it's always what, everyone? If I do construction for you, I'm going ahead and giving you always what? Supply of service. This point I'll talk after some time. Temporary transfer or use of IPR. I have an intellectual property right, patent, trademark, etc. If I go ahead and sell it to you, then it's a supply of goods. Remember, anything which is movable is goods. Immovable is not goods. Immovable means land, benefit out of land, things attached to the land, anything attached to what is attached to the land. Patent, trademarks are not immovable. It means they are always movable. They are movable means they are always goods. Whenever you sell goods, always it is supply of goods. But patent, trademark, when you go ahead and give it temporarily to use to someone, it is always supply of service. Remember, if you give it temporarily to someone, if you permanently transfer, goods. If you temporarily give it, it is always supply of service. Development, upgradation of IT software is always supply of service. If I develop one software for you, upgrade one software for you, customize one software for you, I'm giving always yours to you what everyone, supply of service. This one is very good, everyone. Agreeing to the obligation to refrain, tolerate, or to do an act. Agreeing to the obligation to refrain, tolerate, or to do an act. Refrain, tolerate, or to do an act. One circular is there, 6 and 6A, which we'll go ahead and talk. Listen to me very carefully. What this circular is trying to say, please come down, everyone. Circular on liquidated damage, compensation, and penalty arising out of breach of contract or other provision of the GST law. It says, people, 1 minute. Tell me one thing. If I agree to tolerate something, if I agree to not do something, if I agree to tolerate a situation, refrain from a situation, or to do an act, and in return there is a consideration, it will be considered as supply. Remember one thing, everyone. If I agree to tolerate, agree to refrain, or agree to do an act, and instead I'm getting a consideration, then that is taxable. Do you guys agree with me, everyone? Mere flow of money, is it taxable? I never agreed anything with you, and I took money from you. That is consideration or compensation. For example, I'll go ahead and tell you one example so that you will understand. Remember one thing. Number one is I should agree. Everyone, I should agree to refrain, agree to tolerate, or agree to do an act. And in return, you should have given me a. Then only it is a supply. Is my point clear to all of you? People, consideration has to be there. Now, one beggar was there. He never gave you any service. You gave him 10 rupees. Has he given you any service? On that 10 rupees, will he charge you GST? Why no? Because what you gave him was never consideration. Consideration is always when somebody gives you a service and you are giving some money. Are you guys able to understand? Now, what GST officers were doing, one person, if they have received one compensation also, for which I have not given any service, I have received a compensation. GST officer is telling whatever is received in your account, I want GST. Are you guys able to understand? Now, you tell me one thing. For example, sir, your name? Vijay is going on the way. One police officer is there. Police officer stopped him. He told, hey, Vijay, get down. Where is your helmet? Vijay got down over here. Vijay told no helmet. Police officer took from him compensation 500 rupees. Has government gone ahead and given you any service? Has government given you a service? I have given you a service of tolerating your act, of violating the law. But has government ever agreed that I agree that you go ahead and don't wear your helmet and I will collect 500 from you? There was no agreement between you and the government, and whatever amount you paid, is it consideration because government has given service, or is just a compensation? And compensations are not taxable under GST. Service is taxable. Money is not taxable, Baba. Can I go ahead, everyone? And hence, government went ahead and told a lot of things over here. Government told, see, people, are you guys able to understand? People watching at home, do you guys recall this, everyone? Yes, sir. Everyone over here. Agreeing to refrain, tolerate, or to do an act plus consideration is always the supply of service. Agreeing to refrain from an act. Example, one builder is there. Builder refraining from constructing more floor against consideration from neighboring society. For example, one builder was making one building. He was supposed to make 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 floor. Okay? One neighboring society is there. Resident Welfare Association of that society told, sir, if you go ahead and construct more floors, the sunlight will not come. So please construct only 3 floors. This builder went ahead and told this society, sir, if I make only 3 floors, then remaining 2, 3 floors which I can make is a loss to me. The society told, we will pay you. You agree to refrain. that I will not build an additional floor. So when he agrees and he receives the money, it is consideration or compensation? Consideration, and it is taxable. Are we clear, everyone? But if I never agreed and I've got any compensation, compensations are not taxable. Can I go ahead, everyone? Always remember one thing. And here, second, an industrial unit refraining from manufacturing during certain hours against compensation by nearby school. I'm a school. I went to one person. I told, sir, your factory is making a lot of noise. During the school hours, 3 hours, you don't run the factory. He told, okay, sir, I agree that I will not run the factory for 3 hours, but you have to pay me 1 lakh rupees. Is there a service given? Agreeing to not do something, agreeing to refrain is also a service. And which, so Baba, is it taxable? Yes. Next, agreeing to tolerate an act or situation. For example, in front of my shop, one Pani Puri guy is standing. I told, hey, I am agreeing that I will tolerate your act, but every month you have to pay me 5,000 rupees. My question, am I agreeing to tolerate his act of standing in front of my shop? He is paying me 5,000. Taxable, not taxable? Taxable. Remember, a shopkeeper allowing a hawker to operate from in front of the shop against payment. RWA, tolerating loudspeaker for prayer by school against compensation. I am a resident welfare association. School is playing loud music. I went to the school. I told, now I'll complain against you. They told, sir, please agree to tolerate us. We will give you 50,000 per month. My question, when we agree to tolerate them and they give us 50,000, taxable, not taxable? Taxable. Next, agreeing to do an act. Bob, very simple. It is agreeing to do an act. I'm going ahead and teaching you guys. I'm agreeing to do an act for you. Teaching. Is it supply of service? Yes. What you are paying me, is it taxable, not taxable? Taxable. I am a resident welfare association. I went to one industry. I told, see, because from your industry smoke is coming out, it's falling on our apartment. Our apartment is becoming black. You put one chimney. They agreed to put the chimney. We paid them 50,000. Have they agreed to us? Agreeing to do an act and consideration. What I'm paying, is it compensation or consideration? Consideration. Now here they have gone ahead and given a lot of example. There are some transactions which have been discussed in detail. Now, in this scenario, if you go ahead and see, always remember one thing, everyone. Now, what happened over here? GST department, everything which they were receiving, no, they went in and told it is not consideration. It is what, everyone? It is always consideration and it is always taxable. Now, here the government came front and told what they are receiving. Is it consideration or compensation? I will clarify, and government went in and clarified this. Can I go ahead, everyone? Now, the first thing, liquidated damage. What is liquidated damage, everyone? What is liquidated damage? I told you, please supply me the item by 31st of December. If you don't supply me by 31st of December, I will have a loss. That loss you have to compensate. For every delay, I want 1 lakh rupees every day. You delayed by 10 days, you paid me 10 lakh rupees liquidated damage. Liquidated damage is because you did not supply me on time. Whatever loss I had, for that I am charging you 10 lakh rupees. My question over here, am I ready to tolerate your act, or I am not ready to tolerate your act of not supplying me on time? I am not ready to tolerate. Am I agreeing to tolerate, or I am not agreeing to tolerate? Not agreeing to tolerate. So if you don't give me the item on time and you give me liquidated damage, is it because I agreed, or I am telling I am not ready to tolerate? If you don't give me on time, I'll charge per day 1 lakh rupees, so that you are scared and you give me the things on time. I have put that 1 lakh rupees in the contract. Now, for example, you delayed by 10 days and I took 10 lakh rupees from you. Did I agree to tolerate, or I was never ready to tolerate? Not ready to tolerate. So what amount I received from you, is it agreeing to tolerate ke liye? So what I've received from you, is it consideration or compensation? Compensation. Taxable, not taxable? Not taxable. They are not the desired outcome of a contract. It's only a compensation for the injury because of breach of contract. They are mere flow of money and do not constitute consideration and not taxable. And that is how I've gone ahead and given all of them. Okay, everyone? Check. Did you understand, everyone? Check, dishonor, fine. For example, you gave me a check. I told, see, if the check bounces, no, I'll charge you 5,000 rupees. Am I agreeing to tolerate your act of giving me wrong checks? Do I want? Give me wrong check. If it bounces, I will receive 5,000. No, I am never agreeing. So if I never agree and check bouncing till I took 5,000 from you, is it consideration or compensation? Compensation. Taxable, not taxable? Not taxable. Penalty for violation of law. Police officer is there. You violated the law. Did he ever agree? You violate the law. You kill someone. I'll take 10,000 from you. No. Remember one thing. Is there an agreement or no agreement? No agreement. And hence taxable, non-taxable? Forfeiture of salary or payment of bond amount in case of employee leaving. Now you tell me one thing. You are my employee. I told, see, if you leave, I will charge you 2 lakh rupees bond amount. You left before the 6-month period. What amount you are paying me? 2 lakh rupees. Am I agreeing? That I agree. You join and you leave. Or I don't want you to leave. I don't want you to leave. Whatever amount I am receiving, is it consideration or compensation? Compensation, and hence not taxable. The same way, but here government told, if you receive late fee or surcharge from anyone, for example, I am giving electricity bill, you are paying late, and I took late fees from you or payment surcharge from you. Then remember one thing, here they have gone ahead and told any late payment taken should always be taxable at the rate of principal supply. For example, telephone bill me, I charge you 100 rupees late fee. That is normally acceptable nowadays. Everyone says, okay, sir, you can pay 10 days late, 20 days late. And hence, government went ahead and told what everyone, it's always taxable at the rate of principal supply. Fixed charges for electricity. Remember? So, for example, I went ahead and told electricity. Fixed charges I have taken. Fixed charges for electricity. Remember one thing. Remember, electricity के लिए the minimum fixed charges are for sale of electricity and are not taxable. And electricity is exempt from GST. What is fixed charges? 10 unit, I will charge 100 rupees per month. Use or don't use, I will go ahead and charge you what everyone? 100 rupees. Now my question, if you don't go ahead and use 10 units also, is it because I'm tolerating the act of not using the electricity and that is why I'm charging you 100 rupees, or it is for sale of electricity that I'm charging you 100 rupees? Sale of electricity. And Baba, electricity pay, there is no GST and hence this amount will go exempted. The last one, cancellation charges. Always they have gone ahead and told flight booked, cancellation charges. Train booked, train ka cancellation charges. Always remember, cancellation charges are taxable at the rate of principal supply. They have gone ahead and clarified. It is always naturally bundled with the principal supply, taxable at the rate of principal supply. Everyone over here. 6A, one applicability of GST on penal charges levied by regulated entities, banks, NBFC instead of penal interest. Everyone tell me one thing. Bank has gone ahead and given you a loan. People amendment. Bank has gone ahead and given you a loan. Now, if you don't pay the loan on time, bank told, I will go ahead and charge you penal interest. Now, you know what happened? This penal interest though giving money to use and receiving interest is taxable or exempt? Baba, I hope you guys remember, giving money to use to someone and receiving interest is always exempted. People, in our exemption chapter, it is there that giving money to someone and receiving interest is always exempted from GST. But you know what happened? RBI has gone ahead and told the banks that whenever anybody does not pay the loans on time, you should not charge penal interest to them. You should name it as penal charges. If I went ahead and gave you a loan and you're not paying the EMI to me on time, I should charge you what? Penal charges. Remember one thing, penal charges which are there are not interest now. Now, penal charges are taxable or not taxable? And hence, the question which came was, sir, when bank is charging you penal charges, has bank agreed? I agree. Don't pay your EMI on time. And I'll charge you penal charges, or penal charges are compensation in nature or consideration. You tell me, are they consideration or compensation? Arey, I am charging you penal charges because I want to deter the situation. I want my loan ka EMI on time. Or I am like, no, I don't want the EMI on time. Don't pay me the EMI. I will charge you penal charges. Tell na. Consideration or compensation? Compensation. Taxable, not taxable? Not taxable. And hence that is the clarification given. RBI has instructed banks or NBFC to charge penal charges for non-compliance with the loan term. Penal charges are meant to prevent non-compliance rather than tolerating. I'm ready to tolerate your act of not paying EMI. Don't pay the loan on time, I'll charge you penal charges. Is it? Or bank is charging you penal charges to deter the situation so that you don't do it only. Am I ready to tolerate or I'm not ready to tolerate? Am I agreeing to tolerate or not agreeing? Not agreeing. And hence remember, clarified, GST is not payable on penal charges which is imposed by regulated entities like banks, NBFCs, etc. Why they are calling regulated entities? Regulated entities are those entities which are under the RBI. Can I go ahead, everyone? Everyone over here now. Next. People, 6 and 6A is clear. I like this two circular. Please mark it, okay? Might be you get a small point out of this two circular anywhere in your question paper. Please read the circulars properly and go. Everyone over here now. The next is they have gone ahead and told transfer of, see Baba, right to use. It is not right in goods. If I have some undivided ownership, that's called right in goods. If I give right in goods, that is supply of goods. Now, if I go ahead and give you my goods to use, I have a car. You told me, give me 2 days to use. Zoom car gives you the car to use. It is always a supply of service. Can I go ahead, everyone? Then they have told following composite supplies are always supply of service. Works contract. What is works contract, everyone? What is a works contract, everyone? I am giving you goods also. I am giving you services also. Material also, labor also, and making an immovable property for you. That is called what, everyone? Works contract. Remember, works contract is always in relation to immovable property. For example, I told you get your material also, get your labor also, and make this building for me. What you are doing for me is a works contract, and works contract is always a supply of service. You got your material, you got your labor, made this building for me. 99% what material, still doesn't matter. It is always a works contract. Works contract means whenever I am doing fabrication, construction, erection, installation for anyone, where I'm giving material also and labor also and making for that person immovable property. What I'm constructing is immovable property. Then I'm going ahead and doing is works contract, and works contract is always supply of service. What is the difference between construction and works contract? Construction may material is not involved. Works contract may material is also involved. Can I go ahead, everyone? But what you are doing for the front person is making a immovable property. I told you, get your material, get your labor, and make this ceiling for me. Is the ceiling movable, immovable? Immovable. So you got the material, you got your labor, and constructed the ceiling for me. You have given me works contract service. The next one over here, restaurant and catering. Remember one thing: whenever one person does restaurant or catering the services for other person, he is always giving supply of service. Sir, I went to a self-service restaurant. 99% was service. 99% was food, 1% service. Still, it's a supply of service. You went to a 5-star restaurant, 5% food, 99% was service. 95% was service, 5% was only food. Still, it is a supply of service. Restaurant and catering is always supply of service. Is my point clear to all of you? Tell me one thing, everyone. We went and understood section number 17 now. Section number 7 में section number 7.1. A. All forms for a consideration in the course of furtherance of business. Then we went and understood AA. Person other than individual doing an activity with the members for a consideration will always be considered as supply. We went and told about importation of service. Then we went and learned C, which told schedule 1 may there are how many activities, everyone? 4 activities without consideration also will be considered as supply. Section number 7.1A went and told, sir, if your activities are supply over here, whether that activity will be a supply of goods or supply of service, please see schedule 2. Is my point 100% clear to all of you? Now we are done with schedule 2 over here. Now comes section number 7.2. Section number 7.2 has A and section number 7.2 B. Section number 7.2 goes ahead and says what activities will be neither supply of goods nor supply of service. If your work is falling in that activity, it will be neither supply of goods nor supply of service. Everyone over here, the first activity, when you went to section number 7.2, no, when you went to, people watching at home, are you guys there with me? Quickly give me a heads up, everyone. Now, when you went to section number 7.2, 7.2 went ahead and told those activities or transactions which are told in schedule 3. Go to schedule 3. There we have gone ahead and told what will be considered as neither supply of goods nor supply of service. The first one is whenever one employee is going ahead and giving services to the employer. Everyone tell me one thing. I am an employee. I am giving services to the employer. Employer is going ahead and giving salary, perquisite, rent-free accommodation. Remember one thing. There is no GST on this. Whenever employee is giving services to the employer, it is neither supply of goods nor supply of service. Whenever he goes ahead and pays any amount over here. Remember. Tell me one thing. I am an employee. I am an employee. I am going. Are you guys able to recall? People watching at home. People, are you guys able to recall? Provided you have studied, you will 100% recall. Can we go ahead, everyone? Everyone over here now. See, it is me or it is any other teacher from whom you have learned. Law was same. What you had gone ahead and learned was same. Can we go ahead, everyone? Everyone over here now. Employee and employer. Remember one thing. Employee goes ahead and gives any services to the employer. Employer went ahead and gave him salary, rent-free accommodation, perquisite. Remember one thing. There will be no GST if this is given in terms of employment. Anything given in terms of employment, there is no GST. Tell me one thing. Employer went ahead and gave outside the employment gift to the employee. And gift ka value is only 40,000 rupees. GST, no GST. No GST. Remember one thing. If the gift ka value is more than per annum per employee, then GST will come. Is my point clear to all of you? And that is what is the circular, which is 2 circulars over here, 7 and 7A. Please come down. You will be able to see 7. I have gone ahead and told if any perquisite is given under agreement, then there is no GST. If perquisite is given outside the agreement, see the value. Baba, if within employment, if I've got a perquisite from my employer, which is 1 crore also doesn't matter, no GST. But outside employment, if I've got outside the employment contract, if I get anything from my employer, 50,000 value, no GST. Everyone, more than 50,000, taxable. Now, taxability of ESOP, RSU, ESPP provided by a company to its employee through its overseas holding. Now tell me one thing, everyone over here now, listen to me very carefully. For an example, one Indian company is there. Okay, everyone, and you are an employee of the Indian company. People listen to me very carefully. Indian company went ahead and told you, for all the services which you will go ahead and provide us, for your services which you will go ahead and provide us, we will go ahead and pay you salary, we will pay you rent-free accommodation, and we will also give you ESOPs, employee stock option plan. Are we clear? And for that, the Indian company went ahead and told its foreign company, that you go ahead and give the ESOPs to my employees. First of all, my question to all of you, whenever the services are given by the employees and the employer is paying anything, will GST come on that amount or there is no GST? Tell me one thing, when the foreign company is paying the Indian employee, will the Indian company pay some amount to the foreign company? Might be those shares are listed in the foreign stock exchange at 100 rupees per stock. Okay? An Indian company reimburse that 100 rupees. Everyone, when Indian company reimbursed the 100 rupees to the foreign company because foreign company gave its shares to the Indian employees, is there any service given by the foreign company to the Indian company or no service given? No service has been given. People, you understood what happened over here? Indian employee of the Indian company went ahead and gave services to the Indian company. Indian company is giving salary, perquisites, etc. They told we will give you shares of the foreign company also, which is our foreign holding company. So my question over here, whenever the Indian employees are giving services and receiving shares of the foreign company, their services are in terms of employment and there is no GST on the service. Do you guys agree with me, everyone? Now, the foreign company has gone ahead and given some service to the Indian company, for which the Indian company is going ahead and giving 100 rupees. If the stocks are listed at 100 rupees only in the foreign exchange, then there is no service which is given by the foreign company to the Indian company. It is just reimbursement of cost which is given. But for an example, the foreign shares in the foreign exchange is listed at 100 and Indian company has reimbursed 110. It means the foreign company has charged how much extra? 10 rupees. It means Indian company has imported some service for which the Indian company has paid 10 rupees on which the Indian company has to pay GST under. Is my point clear to all of you? They have gone ahead and told over here, sir, employee stock option plan, restricted stock unit, ESPPs are part of employees remuneration in terms of employment covered under Schedule 3, paragraph number 1. Arey Baba, everyone, is my point clear to all of you? It is employee to employer services, no GST. But reimbursement for the transfer done by the Indian company to the foreign company on cost to cost basis is not treated as importation of service and not liable to GST. Now, Indian company told foreign stock exchange me your share is listed at $100. I will go ahead and reimburse you the $100. Then there is no importation of service. Do you guys agree with me? But if foreign company charges an extra fees or commission from the for issuing the ESOP, ESPP or ISU, then it's a service of facilitating the transaction. GST must be paid by domestic company under RCM. Is my point clear to all of you? Everyone, for example, I reimbursed 110 instead of 100, which is a stock price. I reimbursed 110. How much did I pay extra? $10. So on that, the Indian company has to pay GST under RCM. Is my point clear to all of you? The next one over here now. People, 7 and 7 are done. Services by court or tribunal which are established under law. Remember one thing, if a court is there and tribunal is there and it is giving a service. For an example, Pawan, Vijay went ahead and told, I want divorce. He went to the court. Court went ahead and told, okay, we'll give you the service. Service ke liye court went ahead and charged him a fees. Court told, if we go ahead and charge him GST on the fees, justice will become expensive. And hence, court goes ahead and says, on our fees, we'll never go ahead and charge any GST. Here, court or tribunal which is established under law, there is no GST. Remember, tribunal which is established under law or court or tribunal which is established under law, their services pay there is no GST. One point I've gone ahead and told over here, 8 point, which is basically going ahead and talking about CDRCs, Consumer Dispute Redressal Commission. You know, these consumer courts are there. Arey Baba, these are called CDRCs. Remember one thing, CDRCs, Consumer Dispute Redressal Commission. If they are going ahead and giving services and going ahead and charging an amount, they are also like tribunal only. They are not literally tribunal, but they are like tribunal only. And they are also giving justice to the customer. And whatever fees they are charging, CDRC ka fees pay also there is no GST. The next one over here is services performed by MPs, MLA, MLCs, etc. Remember one thing, MP, MLA ka services pe there is no GST. Duties performed by constitutional post holder like the Prime Minister of India, President of India, Vice President of India, Controller and Auditor General of India. They are holding a post under the Constitution. Constitution is paying them and they are giving the services to the Constitution. Their services pay, there is no GST. Do you think Prime Minister of India will go ahead and is giving the service to the Constitution? Yes. Whatever amount is being paid by the Constitution, they will not have to pay any GST. So duties performed by chairperson, member or director. Chairperson, member or director of a body which is established by the where he is not an employee. If he is an employee and giving service, employer-employee relationship, no GST. But if chairperson, CMD of a government body is giving services to the government body and receiving an amount, there is no GST even if he is not a employee. If he is an employee, covered under paragraph number 1. If he is not an employee, covered under paragraph number 3. Services of mortuary, burial, funeral, including transportation of deceased. Government goes ahead and says all these mortuary ka services, burial ka services, cremation ka services, all these services which are given when a person has died and the services are given to him, whatever amount is collected from the family member, don't go ahead and collect GST. The person has gone, let him go in peace. Can we go ahead, everyone? And including any kind of transportation done of that employee, transportation by air, road, rail, etc. Remember, transportation of a deceased person, there is no GST. Remember, transportation of a person in an ambulance also there is no GST. In healthcare it is told, after he reached the hospital, supposing the person passed away and the transportation is done, then also there is no GST. Can we go ahead, everyone? Everyone over here, sale of land and building. Remember one thing, land ka sale pe there is no GST. Land ka sale pe there is no building GST. Building ka sale pe, you have to remember, if it is under construction building, it says what? Subject to schedule 2, paragraph number 5. They have gone ahead and told, it means it should not be construction. Everyone remember one thing. Everyone over here. There are two dates which is there. One is completion certificate and one is first occupancy. People, one is completion certificate and one is first occupancy. What is completion certificate? A completion certificate is certificate which goes in and says the building is complete. First occupancy, for an example, the local authority say you could not get a completion certificate. But as per RERA, if you have promised that I will give you the occupancy of a building, you have not got the completion certificate from the local authority, but you have completed the building. Then that occupancy has to be given to the person who has bought the building saying, okay, sir, you can occupy. Now you tell me one thing, when is the building complete? When you get the certificate? If you don't get the certificate from the local authority and you have given occupancy of the building, for example, Vijay over here, I told Vijay, you have bought a flat with me. I am giving you the occupancy of this flat on 1st January. You tell me one thing, only when the flat is complete, I'll give him the occupancy, no? Or he'll climb with a rope and go. No, right? So either it is completion certificate or first occupancy, the building will be deemed to be complete. Remember one thing, whichever is earlier is always taken as a deadline. I am a real estate developer. If I sell a building after completion certificate or first occupancy, whichever is earlier, it's a sale of completed building. Sale of completed building pe stamp duty will come. There is no GST applicability. But if I receive 10 lakh rupees over here, 20 lakh rupees over here, then I made the building for you. It means I'm taking money and making the building for you. Yes or no, everyone? And remaining 70 lakh rupees I took over here. Then remember one thing, in this scenario, entire amount will be treated as what, everyone? Construction service and GST will come. People, remember, there are two dates, which is completion certificate and first occupancy, whichever is earlier. Now, here you have to take whichever is earlier. If entire amount received before, GST will come. If entire amount received after, no GST. If half amount here, full amount GST. Can I go ahead, everyone? They have gone ahead and told, see, if consideration is received before completion certificate or first occupancy, whichever is earlier, then it's always consideration, construction, and GST will come. But if it is sale of building, which is a completed building, when is the building deemed to be completed? When the completion certificate or first occupancy, whichever is earlier. Here building is deemed to be complete. If you receive any amount after this, entire amount after this, no GST. 1 rupee received before this, it means I took the money and then did the construction for you. Do you guys agree with me? And construction is always the supply of service. Is my point clear to all of you? The next one over here is actionable claim. Baba, remember, actionable claims are goods. Actionable claims are goods. But all actionable claims are not supply of goods. Only those actionable claims which are specified actionable claim, only on that GST will come. What are they telling over here? Specified actionable claims means what, everyone? Specified actionable claim means what? Specified actionable claim means betting, casino, gambling, horse racing, lottery, and online money gaming. Only on this actionable claim GST will come. You tell me one thing. I received one insurance claim, actionable claim, but insurance claim etc. pe GST will not come. Only on which actionable claim ka supply pe GST will come. If I am selling lottery, betting, gambling, everyone with me, horse racing, online money gaming, or lottery. Is my point clear to all of you? People, the next one, merchant trading. Merchant trading means what, everyone? Merchant trading means, for example, I got one order. Everyone listen to me very carefully. I am in India. I got one order from a person in US. I am in India over here. China say, I told one person, okay, put the goods in a ship and directly send the ship over here. The goods never entered India. Remember one thing, in this scenario, this is called merchant trading. Out of out trading. Out of out means from outside India to outside India, I send the goods. He will send the bill to me. I will send the bill to him. Do you guys agree with me? When I bill it to him, I should not charge any GST because the goods never entered India. It is called merchant trading, out of out trading. So they have gone ahead and told supply of goods from non-taxable territory to another non-taxable territory without goods entering into India. There is no GST. Then they have gone ahead and told high seas sale. What is high seas sale, everyone? For example, I told one US guy, I want some goods in India. He went ahead and put the goods in a ship. Okay, everyone. Now this guy who is there, the shipping company will give him bill of lading, saying, sir, here is your bill of lading that you have loaded the goods. This guy will go ahead and send the bill of lading to me in India. Bill of lading. Now when my goods are coming in the sea, when my goods are coming in the sea, on the way, when the goods have come, or the goods have reached the port, but I have not cleared yet. One of my friend went ahead and told me, I want to buy the goods. I went ahead and told my friend, okay, fine, I will go ahead and give you the bill of lading. Bill of lading with the document of title. Now what you will do, you will go to the custom port, you will pay custom duty, and along with that, you have to pay GST. Do you guys agree with me, everyone? Now, in this scenario, when I sold the goods to this person, this is called high seas sale. You don't have to pay any GST over here because you just gave the document of title. Giving the document of title is a sale. You have actually sold the goods to him. But government goes ahead and says when he or she will go to the custom port, we will go ahead and collect GST from him. So under GST Act, there is no GST. But under Customs Act, you will learn this, that you have to pay IGST under Customs Act. But under GST Act, there is no GST. Is my point clear to all of you? What is high sea sale? When the goods are in the sea or the goods have reached the port, but you have not yet cleared the goods. Can I go ahead, everyone? The next one over here. I went ahead and got one order from, I told one person to send the goods from outside India. He has sent the goods from outside India. I went ahead, filed one bill of entry. Bill of entry is a document which you file to clear your goods from the custom port. Are we clear? Bill of entry के साथ you went ahead and told, sir, I will give a bond that I don't want to clear the goods now, plus shift my goods to the custom warehouse. So they will shift your goods to the custom warehouse. Are we all clear till here? Now what will happen? Your friend came. He told, do you have 100 shares? You told, yes, I have 100 shares, but I have not yet cleared them. They are with the custom authorities. He told, okay, fine. You sell the bill of lading to me. I will now go ahead. So when I sell to him, I will not go ahead and charge any GST. Why? Because when he or she will go to the custom authorities to clear the goods, no, they will charge him custom duty also. They will charge him IGST also. Are you guys able to understand? And this sale is called bond to bond transfer. Because I had given a bond and kept my goods in the warehouse. When I will transfer the goods to him, he has to give a new bond if he wants to further continue the goods to be in the warehouse. And this is also called bond to bond transfer or sale of warehouse goods in the custom warehouse. Remember, under GST Act, there is no GST on this. But when this person will go under the Custom Act, you will learn this. They have to pay custom duty also and they have to pay IGST. But under the GST Act, there is no GST on bond to bond transfer or high seas sale. High seas sale is when the goods are in the custom port or in the sea. Bond to bond transfer is when the goods are in the custom warehouse. The next one over here is 9 and 10, which we'll go ahead and understand, which is an amendment part. Everyone listen to me very carefully. After this, we'll take a small break. Okay, everyone? Now, tell me one thing, everyone. What is the next one? Activity of apportionment of co-insurance premium by the lead insurer to the co-insurer for insurance services jointly supplied. Condition being the LLL. Okay, you understand. Everyone over here now. This is an amendment part. Listen. What they're telling over here? They're telling activity of apportionment of co-insurance premium by the lead insurer to the co-insurer. I'll tell you. For an example, Mukesh Ambani is there over here. Mukesh Ambani went ahead and told, I want to go ahead and insure myself. Okay? Now he went ahead and approached one person, HDFC Argo. HDFC Argo went ahead and told, okay, sir, I will insure you. Mukesh Ambani told, I want 1,000 crore ka insurance on me. For an example, they went ahead and told, okay, sir, we'll insure you, but HDFC is going ahead and telling so much risk, I can't go ahead and take alone. He's the main insurer. What he will do, or he's called the lead insurer. He will go ahead and approach Axis Bank and he'll tell Axis Bank, let's do one thing. I am also going ahead and insuring him. You also come and we'll insure him together. 600 crore ka insurance I will take care, 400 crore ka insurance you take care. One agreement will be made where main insurer will be there, co-insurer will be there in the agreement. Mukesh Ambani knows about it. Are we clear? Now what Mukesh Ambani did, Mukesh Ambani went ahead and paid him 10 crore rupees premium per annum. On this premium, will GST come? Are yes or no? Have you given insurance services? On the insurance services, have you collected 10 crore rupees? On 10 crore ka premium, Baba, 1,000 crore ka insurance means per annum you will take 10 crore ka premium. On 10 crore, will you have to collect GST? Yes, and the main insurance pays the GST to the government. Now what will happen? Main insurer took 10 crore. Out of this 10 crore, how much belongs to the co-insurer? So he will go ahead and give 4 crore to him. So when he gives 4 crore to him, do you think the co-insurer again has to pay GST on this 4 crore? That's what they went ahead and told. On this 4 crore, GST is not payable by the co-insurer again, provided the main insurer has already paid the GST on the entire amount. So on this apportionment of 4 crore rupees, there is no GST which is payable. Can I go ahead? The service which was given by both of them was 10 crore rupees ka service. On 10 crore, the main insurer has already paid the GST and hence apportionment pay, there is no GST which is payable. That's what they have gone ahead and told over here. They have told activity of what? Apportionment of co-insurance premium by the lead insurer to the co-insurer. He has apportioned the premium. Do you guys agree with me? And apportionment pay, there is no GST which is payable. What is it telling? Activity of apportionment of co-insurance premium by the lead insurer to the co-insurer for insurance services jointly supplied by them. Condition being insurer pays GST on the entire premium. Lead insurer has paid GST on the entire premium paid by the insured. Is my point clear to all of you? Now, can you tell me on which amount he has already paid the GST? 10 crore. On which amount GST is not payable? 4 crore. Is the story over, everyone? That's all they've gone ahead and told. Now, I'll go ahead and tell you the next one. People, over here. Services by insurer to reinsurer. For which ceding or reinsurance commission is deducted from reinsurance premium paid by the insurer to reinsurer. Condition being GST is paid by the reinsurer on gross reinsurance premium payable by reinsurer to insurer to reinsurer. Sir, what is this? Can we go ahead and understand? Everyone over here. For an example, people, here there is HDFC. Okay? HDFC Ergo, and here, Baba, amendments, I'm going ahead and explaining in detail only because amendments are very important again. Here, Mukesh Ambani is there. Mukesh Ambani went ahead and told, I want my insurance. HDFC Ergo went ahead and told, okay, sir, they got the business. They went ahead and told, okay, sir, we'll go ahead and give you the insurance. We are insuring you for 1,000 crore rupees. We will charge you 20 crore rupees premium. That, is this a service? On this, is GST payable? HDFC Ergo will pay. Now HDFC told, oh no, what have I done? 1,000 crore insurance. What if something happens? So he went ahead and told Axis Bank, Axis Bank, do you want business? Axis told, yes. Give me the whole business. He told, okay, I will reinsure this. Reinsurance. He did reinsurance of Mukesh Ambani ka insurance. He told, sir, anything happens, I will pay you. You pay him. Give me this 20 crore rupees. Done, everyone? My question, has he given reinsurance service? Yes or no? Has he collected 20 crore? On this 20 crore, will he pay GST? Yes. Please tell me, are we all clear till here? 100%? You know what happens? Now this HDFC Ergo will tell him, hey, have I ceded my business? Have I given off my business to you? It means I have given you a service. Array, my whole business only I gave to you. Do you guys agree? For this, I want from you 2 crore rupees. Commission. That's called a ceding commission or that's called a reinsurance commission. Now, my question to all of you, tell me one thing. Is it not that HDFC Ergo will do like this? HDFC Ergo will not pay 20 crore to him. HDFC Ergo will say 20 crore say 2 crore is my commission. I'll pay you 18 crore rupees only. Array, yes or no, everyone? People, did you guys understand? Tell me one thing. He collected 20 crore. He paid him 20 crore rupees. But out of this 20 crore, will he deduct his commission of 2 crore rupees? Yes. On this 2 crore, there is no GST payable by HDFC Ergo. Because on 20 crore, the reinsurer is already paying the GST. Are you guys able to understand? Might be. He is going ahead and paying only 18 crore. He is paying only 18 crore. 2 crore he is keeping commission. But GST has to be paid on entire 20 crore rupees. Is my point clear? And there they are telling, because he has gone ahead and given a service to him, whatever amount he is collecting from him, on that, actually he does not collect, he deducts it. On that, there is no GST which is payable. Listen again, see here. They are telling services by insurer to the reinsurer for which ceding commission is deducted from the reinsurance premium. Services by insurer to the reinsurer for which he has gone ahead and deducted commission, which is called ceding commission or reinsurance commission, paid by the insurer to the reinsurer. When I am paying the amount to this guy, I am deducting my commission. Then they are telling over here, condition being the GST by the reinsurer is paid on the gross premium payable by the insurer to the reinsurer. You tell me what is the gross amount? So if he has paid GST on 20 crore, on this 2 crore which was deducted with by this guy, is GST payable or not GST? You tell me one thing, entire amount pay 20 crore pay GST game. On 20, this 2 is out of that 20 only, no? So government told on this 2 crore which was deducted out of that 20, GST is not payable, but that guy should pay GST on 18 or 20. He has collected from me 18 might be, but he has to pay GST on 20. Gross amount, then I don't have to pay any GST on this 2 crore rupees. Is my point clear to all of you, everyone? Tell me one thing, everyone. We went in and understood section number 7, 3 over here. Section 7, subsection 2. People, section number 7, subsection 2 went in and told what, everyone? Schedule 3. Yes or no, everyone? Schedule 3 talks about bench flag. BENCHFLAG. Listen to me very carefully. B for bond-to-bond transfer. People, B for bond-to-bond transfer. E for employee to employer. H for E for employee to employer. 1 minute. I will go ahead and show you over here. Here. B for one-to-one transfer. E for employee to employer services. N for entity to non-taxable territory to another non-taxable territory without the goods entering to India. C for court or tribunal ka service. H for IC sale. F for funeral burial ka services including transportation, land and completed building. A for actionable claim other than specified actionable claim. G for government official ka service like MP, MLA, MLC, constitutional post holder, CMD of a government body. Plus, you have to remember the insurance and insurance wala point which I have told you. This was before amendment. Plus the insurance wala points which I have gone ahead and told you now. You have to go ahead and remember bench. Is my point clear to all of you, everyone? Sir, chalo, let's go ahead. Everyone over here now. We are done with section number 7.2a. Section number 7.2b is also there. People, please come to section number 7.2b. Now comes section number 7.2b. Everyone, section number 7.2b goes ahead and says there are some notified activities which are undertaken by whom? Central government, state government, local authority as public authority. Basically, central government, state government or the local authority, when they are doing this activity for the public, those activities which they are doing for the public will be neither supply of goods nor supply of service, provided those activities are notified. Not all activities done by the government for the public are neither supply of goods nor supply of service. Nahi, Baba. Only those activities which are notified. And there are two activities. One is activities in relation to function entrusted to panchayat under 243G and municipality under 243W. Baba, in Gaon means village, there is panchayat. So it is 243G. W ka reverse is M, so it is municipality. 243G is relating to panchayat, 243W is relating to municipality. Remember, panchayat and municipality has to do those functions which are told under the Constitution of India, article number 243G and W. Basically, maintaining the road, maintaining the street light, cleaning the road, maintaining water supply is done. All these are work done by whom? Panchayat and municipality. And this work is told by the Constitution of India. If municipality is doing sewage cleaning, might be called the municipality for coming and cleaning, picking the garbage at your home, and they're collecting an amount, they will not charge you GST because their service is neither supply of goods nor supply of service. Secondly, if they are going ahead and supplying alcoholic liquor license against license fees or application fees, means state government is going ahead and supplying what? Alcoholic liquor license, and you are paying any license fees or application fees. This service by the government is also neither supply of goods nor supply of service. Here one circular is there, circular number 10, which goes ahead and says, sir, tell me one thing. If supposingly any other licenses is given by the government, will GST come? Means government giving alcoholic liquor license, it is neither supply of goods nor supply of service, there is no GST. What about other licenses? So government went ahead and clarified, any other licenses also given by the government, no, GST will come. Only on alcoholic liquor license given by the government, there is no GST. All other licenses given by the government, all other privileges given by the government, GST is applicable. Only on alcoholic liquor license, there is no GST. Is my point clear? Grant of other privileges, etc., against which government is charging a fees or royalty, GST will be applicable. Now here, people listen to very carefully. We are done with section number 7. In section number 7, I went and told you section number 7.1a, AA, B, C. If you're following here, your activity is a supply. Then we learned section number 7.1, capital A, which I went and told supply of goods or supply of service. Then we will learn section number 7.2a, schedule 3 item, which are neither supply of goods nor supply of service. B went and told central government, state government, local authority activities. When they are acting as public authority, their activity will be neither supply of goods nor supply of service. 2 activities. One is when panchayat is doing which activity? 243G ka activity, and municipality is doing 243W ka activity. That activity will be neither supply of goods nor supply of service. Is my point clear to all of you? Everyone listen to me very carefully. Beside this, section number 7.3 is there, which is just the power with the government, that government can go ahead and notify something a supply of goods, and then that item will be never supply of service. Or if government wants to say that this will be supply of service and it will never be supply of goods, government can go ahead and say that. That power is there in that under section number 7.3, which is total bakwas. Can we go ahead, everyone? Here we are done with section number 7. Now we'll go ahead and move to section number 8. Section number 8 goes ahead and says taxability of composite supply and mixed supply. How composite supply will be taxed? How mixed supply will be taxed? Now listen to me very carefully. If I go ahead and tell what is composite supply, people listen to me very carefully. Mobile phone and a charger. What is a composite supply? Mobile phone and a charger comes together. It's a natural bundle. So 2 or more taxable supplies which are naturally bundled, supplied together in the ordinary course, and one is principal. In mobile phone and the charger, which is principal? Mobile, and hence it's a composite supply. Now section number 8 goes ahead and says composite supply will be taxed how? Section number 8 is a composite supply, please treat as supply of principal supply. It means what was the principal supply in mobile and charger? Mobile phone. Now, second, what is a mixed supply? Mixed supply means 2 or more individual supply. Mobile phone and this remote. You clubbed it together. You told mobile phone is 10,000, this is 2,000, 12,000, give me 11 and take it. So you clubbed 2 different items which are not natural item, unnatural item. You clubbed it together and you sold it for a single price. That is called what, everyone? Mixed supply. Mixed supply means what is supplied together for a single price, and it is not a composite supply. Then it's a mixed supply. Mixed supply, how it will be taxed? That is told by section number 8b, which says please treat it as a supply of that supply which attracts highest rate. And that's what is being told over here. Please treat that bundle which is being supplied together as a supply of that supply which attracts what, everyone? Highest rate. Are we all clear till here? So we learned section number 7, we learned section number 8. First this chart is done. Then here all the circulars we have gone ahead and clarified. Now we'll move to the last one where we have some circulars left. Everyone over here. Now land ka sale. Everyone listen to me very carefully. One land is there which you have gone ahead and sold. Now land which is sold without labeling. Normally on mountains, etc., something is there, you sold it off. That is also sale of land, neither supply of goods nor supply of service, no GST. Now what happened? One land was there, you entered and divided it into plots. Small plots you did it, and then you sold plot of land. After labeling, lying down or pipeline, you sold plots of land. Plot number 1, plot number 2, plot number 3. Is it still sale of land only? So remember, sale of land or sale of plot of land, after putting the lines, labeling it, still it is sale of land and there is no GST. Preferential location charges. Everyone listen to very carefully. For example, you went to buy an apartment. Now tell me one thing, if any apartment is sold under construction, will GST come? Under construction, before completion certificate or first occupancy, whichever is earlier, will GST come? Yes. After completion, no GST. Now what happened? Builder go ahead and tell you, sir, if you want to buy an apartment, if you want north or you want east facing, then we want preferential location charges. Sir, you want second floor, third floor, fourth floor, the more top you go, the more we will charge preferential location charges. Now when preferential location charges are being taken, will GST come on the preferential location charges? Now you tell me, if it's an under construction apartment, preferential location charges also becomes part of the consideration. It's a composite supply taxable at the rate of principal supply. But if after completion certificate a preferential location charges are taken and the apartment was sold after completion certificate, there is no GST on apartment, preferential location charges also no GST. That's all they've gone ahead and told. They have told over here, PLC, preferential location charges. What is preferential location charges? If you want top floor, up floor, north facing, east facing, they charge you more. So preferential location charges paid along with consideration for construction service forms part of composite supply, where supply of construction is the main supply and preferential location charges is naturally bundled with it and are eligible for same treatment as main supply. But tell me one thing, what if preferential location charges are charged and the entire consideration is received after completion certificate or first occupancy, whichever is earlier? No GST on main supply, no GST on preferential location charges also. Is my point clear to all of you? We are done with section number 7. We are done with section number 8. Now, we will be going ahead and moving. People, you can see over here, there are 3 circular, 11, 12, 13. Let's go ahead and clear those circulars also. Everyone over here. Now, you tell me one thing. Everyone, tell me one thing. You went to one shop. You picked up chips ka 1 packet. You picked up one water bottle. You picked up one milk ka packet. Milk ka packet pe there is no GST. Bottle pe there is 18% GST. And you went ahead and picked up one laptop also. Laptop pe 28% GST. Is it composite supply, mixed supply, or what? It is individual, separate supply. Baba, when separates, mixed supply is when single price is given. Composite supply is natural bundle. Mixed supply is single price. If it is separate supply, separate rate will be taken. Everyone, it is not mandatory that always it is composite or mixed. It can be separate supply also. Single bill is given does not mean it's a composite or mixed supply. You went to repair your shop, you repair your car. He went in and told you for parts will charge you separately. Whatever is the actual part ka price will charge you. For labor will charge you 2000 rupees. My question over here, is it composite supply, mixed supply or separate supply? They told if we are repairing the car, 2000 rupees is the repair charges. Any parts to be replaced, for part we will go ahead and charge parts ka rate separately. My question over here, is it composite, mixed or separate supply? Separate. So the clarification also came, servicing of car involving supply of goods, which is parts, and labor, which is supply of service, and value of goods and services shown separately. Remember, it is liable to GST at the rate as applicable to such a goods and service separately. Means goods pe goods ka rate will apply and service pe service ka rate will apply. It is neither composite nor mixed. The next one over here, taxability of printing contract. You tell me one thing. Everyone, I'm going in and telling you quickly. Now, what they are telling you. For example, I told my printer, I will send you the IPR, the books. I will go ahead and send you the content. You print and give it to me. So when he's going ahead and printing and giving it to me, printing is a supply of service. Do you guys agree with me? But he went ahead and gave me paper, ink, etc. also, which is supply of goods. Principally, did I ask him paper, ink, etc. or I asked him printing service? And hence it will be a supply of service and printing a rate will apply because it's a supply of service. But if I go ahead and tell one person, I want tissue papers, you supply me tissue papers. When you supply me tissue paper, print my logo also and give it to me. Now logo printing is supply of service, but principally I asked him tissue papers. Logo printing is ancillary and hence will you call it supply of goods or supply of service, which is logo printing? Goods. And that's what is being told over here. In case of printing of books where content is supplied by the person, I have supplied the content, who owns the IPR. While physical input, paper, ink, etc. belongs to printer, it's a printing service which is supply of service. However, if printed envelope, tissue papers are supplied with logo of the recipient, then it will always be supply of goods. The next one over here, supply of food and beverages in cinema hall. In cinema hall, if they have gone ahead and you have booked a ticket where they have gone ahead and told you, sir, exhibition of cinema, that is movie ka ticket, along with that popcorn you have gone ahead and bought and they have gone ahead and charged you 400 rupees. It's a composite supply taxable at the rate of movie. which is exhibition of cinema. But you went to a theater, movie ka ticket you bought separately, food and beverages you bought separately, then separate rate will apply. Do you guys agree with me, everyone? And that's what they have told. If it is provided independently, it is food and service is restaurant service. But if bundled together and satisfies the test of composite supply, then it is taxable at the rate of principal supply, which is exhibition of cinema. People, the next circular which came. Now, all the other small circulars which are there, I'm going to talk about, which are there in this chapter. Now, people over here, you are holding shares in your subsidiary company. Just because you are holding shares in your subsidiary company doesn't mean that you have gone ahead and provided service to them, unless actually you have provided some service. My question, just because you are holding shares of the subsidiary company, can I go ahead and say you have provided services to the subsidiary company? Yes or no? No. The clarification which came was, if it cannot be treated as supply of service by holding company to subsidiary company, just because you are holding the shares of the subsidiary company, there is no GST on holding the shares, because shares pay anyways, there is no GST. Unless I actually go ahead and provide some services to my subsidiary company, there is no services which are deemed to be supplied, saying just because you are holding the share, it is deemed that you have provided some services to your subsidiary company. The next one, cost petroleum, profit petroleum. Everyone listen to me very carefully. For an example, everyone over here, people watching at home, are you guys there? Is everyone clear till here? People over here, for an example, this is the central government. People over here, central government is over here. This is Reliance over here. Reliance ko central government went ahead and told, I will go ahead and give you the license to explore oil. Okay, everyone? Crude oil, etc. Now, whenever government goes ahead and gives the license, government enters into a production sharing contract with Reliance. Government says, see, whomever, government says, see, do one thing, put one oil ke liye, this is the C, put one pipeline. He put 100 crore rupees spent, oil did not come out. Again, Reliance put one more pipeline, oil came out this time. Are we clear? Whenever government enters into a contract that I'm giving you the license to explore oil, government enters into a production sharing contract. Government says, see, now that oil has come out, how much is the oil you are going to produce annually? 1000 crore rupees ka supposingly mineral oil or production petroleum you are going to produce. How much crore? 1000 crore. So whenever production sharing contract is entered, no, government says, first of all, you can deduct your cost. What was the Reliance ka cost to explore the oil? That is called cost petroleum. The amount of petroleum which the person can keep, to explore, what is his cost? To recover his cost is called as what, everyone? Cost petroleum. So Reliance can keep 200 crore rupees ka petroleum to recover his cost. Remaining 800 crore ka petroleum which is remaining, out of this is called profit petroleum. Profit petroleum. Out of profit petroleum ka share, profit petroleum, government says production sharing contract mein whatever we have discussed, you have to pay it to me. So if production sharing contract goes ahead and says that you have to pay 50% to the government, then out of this 800 crore, you have to pay how much crore ka petroleum to the government? 400 crore. Are we all clear? Now here, the question which comes first of all is, government went ahead and told you, people, did you understand the contract? Government went ahead and told you, keep cost petroleum of 200 crore. Is 200 crore which I have gone ahead and kept with me a consideration because I have given any service to the government, or I am doing exploration of oil on my own behalf and 200 crore is just a cost apportionment? It's a cost apportionment. Am I giving any service to the government for which government gave me 200 crore? Yes or no? No. And hence 200 crore is never taxable, because it's just to recover your cost that you are doing oil exploration for yourself. You are doing oil exploration and production for yourself, and 200 crore is just to recover your cost. It is never any service ka consideration. So 200 crore is never a consideration and never taxable. Now this 800 crore say you have paid 400 crore to the government, which is a part of the profit petroleum. Is it taxable? Now here government went ahead and told, government is the licensor, you are the licensee. Government gave you the license to explore oil, and in return you are paying the consideration, which is 400 crore, and 400 crore should have been taxable. Yes or no? And I hope you guys remember, whenever government goes ahead and gives you any service, where government has given you the license now, right? You being the business entity, whenever government gives you the service, you being the business entity, you should pay GST under RCM. It means in this scenario, Reliance has to pay on this profit petroleum. Profit petroleum is always taxable, but then you have to pay GST under RCM. So Reliance went to the government and told, sir, government, you gave me the license. For that, I am going ahead and paying you profit petroleum. Please, sir, we don't want to pay GST under RCM. And hence government went ahead and told it was taxable. But then government went ahead and exempted it. And hence, tell me one thing, everyone, the part of profit petroleum, which you go ahead and pay it to the government, is it taxable or exempted? Exempted. Cost petroleum, is it because I have given services to the government, or it is just a cost apportionment? Cost apportionment. And profit petroleum, is it taxable or exempted? Exempted. Government is the licensor, you are the licensee. License given by the government, you are paying 400 crore for giving the license, but that 400 crore is a part of the profit petroleum and it has been exempted. That's all government have gone ahead and told. What I've written over here? See, remember, in production sharing contract, government grants a license to explore or mine petroleum crude or natural gas in consideration of what? Profit petroleum, which is exempted from GST. Although profit petroleum is a consideration, but it has been exempted. And the next one over here is cost petroleum is never a consideration which is received by the contractor for providing the services to the government, and hence it is not taxable. Everyone, are we all clear with this point? Now tell me, one point is clear. Now tell me one thing. The next one, sales promotion scheme. Treatment of sales promotion scheme under GST. It goes ahead and says, everyone listen to me very carefully. Sir, I went ahead and bought supposingly one mobile phone, and I went ahead and gave this mobile phone for free. I've gone ahead and taken the input tax credit, and I've gone ahead and given this mobile phone for free. It's a permanent transfer of business asset. I have taken the ITC and hence it's a supply. Do you guys agree with me? If I buy raw material and I convert it into finished goods and then I give it for free, it is not permanent transfer of that business asset in which I have taken the ITC, and hence it is not a supply. If it is not a supply, ITC is blocked. The same thing they have gone ahead and told over here. The next one over here, buy one, get one free. Tell me one thing, everyone. I gave 1 + 1 free. It is what? It is either composite supply, mobile phone plus charger. Is the charger actually free? It is a composite supply, taxable at the rate of principal supply. If I give one soap plus one soap free, is the other soap actually free? No, it is two supplies at the price of one. It's a mixed supply, taxable at the rate of highest rate. So they are telling buy one, get one. It's not an individual supply of free goods, but two or more individual supplies supplied at the price of one. It can be either a composite supply or a mixed supply. Is my point clear to all? Laptop charger given along. Is the other one free? Or it's a composite supply, principal supply ka rate will apply. Principal supply. I gave one soap plus another soap free. Is it composite supply and mixed supply? Two supplies at the price of one is a mixed supply and it will be taxable at the rate of highest rate. Can I go ahead, everyone? The next one over here, GST on replacement. This one point which is there, no, when we are revising ITC chapter, along with ITC chapter, we'll understand ITC and then I'll come back and connect this, because once you have understood the ITC ka chapter, then when you read this, you will understand it very easily. So this has to be learned in connection with what, everyone? ITC ka chapter. The next one over here is GST on display of name plate of the donor. For an example, everyone listen to me very carefully. I went ahead and donated to one charitable institution in the memory of my grandfather, late grandfather. I went ahead and donated 10,000 rupees. They have gone ahead and put my nameplate in the temple. Charitable institution had put my nameplate saying donated by Mr. Ramesh in the memory of his grandfather. They put my name over there as a gratitude. Now you tell me, have they advertised my business over there? So what I have paid them, have they given me any advertisement service, or there is no service? So what I have paid to them is pure donation. Nothing has been given in return. There is no quid pro quo. There is no service given. There is no taxability. But supposingly, Vijit went ahead and donated 10,000 rupees to one temple and told, I want you to write on the nameplate saying donated by Vijit and Co, Chartered Accountants, Bangalore. Have they advertised his business? Yes. In that scenario, they have given him advertisement service, and whatever amount is taken will be taxable. Is my point clear to all of you? Three tests. Donation is made to a charitable organization. If you have donated to a charitable organization, payment has the characteristic of gift or donation. Gift or donation means you are not expecting anything in return, and the purpose is philanthropic, and you are not asking for any advertisement. Then there is no GST. But tell me one thing: you donated and you went ahead and told, I have to go ahead and advertise your business. Then in that scenario, is it taxable? Yes or no, everyone? Yes. The next one over here, taxability. Taxable services. Everyone, the next one talks about what? Taxable services provided by the members of joint venture to the joint venture and vice versa. Sir, what is this talking about? Everyone listen to me very carefully. One joint venture will be there. Okay, everyone? Joint venture ka one will be an operating member. Operating member means who will take care of the operation, and others will be the other members who are there. For example, A is there, B is there, and C is there. And this is D over here. D called everyone. He told, hey, everyone, contribute 100 crore rupees in the joint venture. Everyone put. This is called cash call. When he is calling everyone and telling, please give 100 crore rupees. Everyone gave 100 crore rupees, 100 crore rupees, 100 crore rupees, 100 crore rupees capital contribution. My question to all of you, on capital contribution, is there any GST? Array, they have all put capital in the business. Do you guys agree with me? Now, this joint venture ka member is an operating member. He went ahead and bought a machine. Out of the machine, he did oil exploration. Okay. Out of the oil exploration, whatever profits were there, profit was being distributed by this joint venture ka member to all the members. You tell me one thing in this scenario. Is there any service which is provided by the operating member to the other members? No. It is very simple. All of them gave capital. Capital was being machine was being bought. Machines oil exploration done. Profit was being distributed. There is no service given by this member to the other joint venture members. But you tell me one thing. For example, one operating member is there. A is there over here, or D is there. There is A, B, and C. This person went in and told all of them, see, I have a machine which is already there with me. With the machine, I am going to do oil exploration. I am going to make profit. If you guys want me to do oil exploration on your behalf and so that you can earn some profit, you have to give me 100 crore rupees. So he told, on your behalf, I will go ahead and do what? Oil exploration. You give me 100 crore rupees, each one of you. And machine say, once the oil exploration is done, whatever profit is there, I will go ahead and distribute to each one of you in the ratio of your contribution. My question over here, in this contract, what did I do? I told I will do oil exploration on your behalf. You guys go ahead and give me money. So I am providing a service to all the members and from them I am collecting money. My question to all of you, have I provided a service to all of them now? And I am collecting money from them. Array, it's a activity for a consideration in the course of business and it will be taxable. It's not a capital contribution. Here it is service ke liye, it's a service ke liye consideration. That's what they are going ahead and telling. Sir, if the cash call which are raised by operating member are generally transaction in money, no supply, no GST. But if cash calls are received as consideration for a service, which is the second example, then Baba, it is a supply of service and it will always be taxable. Now here, one voucher related one circular has come. Your ICI has gone ahead and given, everyone, one ICI has gone ahead and given this circular in the chapter of time of supply. Are we clear? So when I go ahead and talk about the chapter of time of supply, we'll go ahead and talk about the circular again. So basically when I come to time of supply chapter, we'll come back and connect this again. Done everyone? Here we are done with your first chapter, power A graded chapter. You can't leave this chapter from any point. You have to do everything in this chapter and go. Done. In this A graded chapter also, I will go ahead and tell you what are the most important points. This C, I like it. Okay. Secondly, I also go ahead and like schedule 3 ka, these 2 points which are newly inserted. You might go ahead and see one question in your exam, your September attempt. Okay, everyone, or January attempt. September or January attempt, the revisions are same. Why, sir? Because for September, February amendments are applicable. For January till April end amendments are applicable. April, May, June end. But Baba, after February, there is no amendment which will actually go ahead and impact. So if you are writing in September or January, for both of you, the revisions are same. Can I go ahead, everyone? Now, so people tell me one thing. In this, what do you like it, sir? I like this liquidated damage wala circular. Very good. Good circular. I like this applicability of GST on this real estate regulated entity wala amendment which is there. It's a good one. People, I like it does not mean the examiner will also like it. He can have any opinion. You getting my point? These 2 paragraphs which I have not taught you, I like both of them. But these 2 I'll go ahead and teach you. One I will go ahead and teach you when we learn ITC ka revision. This we'll go ahead and learn when we learn time of supply. See Baba, we are revising so that we can connect. So we'll have to connect at the appropriate place. Are we all done, everyone? This chapter, you can't leave anything and go. Anything and everything can come from this chapter. Right, everyone? Chalo Baba, we are done with the revision over here. I'll go ahead. Baba, I'm telling you again, A graded chapter, everything, each and everything we have covered, you have to cover everything from this chapter, right, everyone? Closing my revision on the chapter of supply, everyone. Done. People, now the next chapter which we are going to revise is the chapter of nature of supply. Chapter number 2. Nature of supply. Listen to me very carefully. We started learning GST with goods or service. Goods or service has to be supplied. Now, supply can be either interstate supply or supply can be either intrastate. Yes, everyone? Do you guys agree with me? So, whenever goods or service will be supplied, we learned about goods or service, we learned about supply. Supply, we learned section number 7 and section number 8 told about composite supply and mixed supply. Now comes, sir, whenever goods will be supplied interstate, IGST will get imposed. Do you guys agree with me? Whenever it is intrastate, CGST and SGST will get imposed. Levied. Do you guys agree with me, everyone? Now, sir, whenever it is inter or intra, the nature of supply chapter goes ahead and says us what is inter and what is intra. And in nature of supply chapter, we learned section number 7 of the IGST Act. and intra is section number 8 of the IGST Act. So now we are going to learn section number 7 and section number 8, but here it is section number 7 and 8 of the IGST Act, which says what is intra and what is inter. What is inter, everyone? Whenever transaction is between two different state, two different UT, one state, one UT, it is always inter, right, everyone? But here we are going to quickly go ahead and talk about the nature of supply. IGST Act, section number 7. What is interstate supply? What is intrastate? Basically, formally, it is going to tell us what is inter and what is intra. Then we have section number 9 over here also, which we are going to talk about. Everyone over here now. First of all, what do you mean by interstate supply? Sir, whenever first of all, you have to find out place of supply by applying section number 10 and section number 12. Baba, remember one thing, section number 10, 11, 12 and 13 of the IGST Act tells you how to find out place of supply. So what they are telling, first you find out place of supply by applying section number 10 and section number 12. In case of goods, section number 10, and in case of service, section number 12, you apply and find out place of supply. If location of supplier and place of supply, if location of supplier and place of supply are in two different states, two different UT, one state and one UT, it will always be what, everyone? Interstate supply. Two different state, two different UT, one state and one UT, it will always be what, everyone? Interstate supply. Then it says importation of goods. When you are getting the goods from outside India till they cross the custom border. See, Baba, when the goods have come from outside India till they cross the custom border, it means you have imported the goods. Importation of goods will always be what, everyone? Interstate supply. Remember, importation of goods till they cross the custom frontiers, the custom borders of India, it is always interstate. Importation of service is also interstate. So for people, import is what, everyone? Again, interstate supply. And sir, supply of goods or service. See, people, tell me one thing. Section number 7, subsection 1 and 3 is done. 2 and 4 is done. 1, 5 is over here, which goes ahead and says whenever location of supply is in India and place of supply is outside India, supply is in India, place of supply is outside India, then it will always be what, everyone? Interstate supply. Don't you think it is like export only? Everyone, supply is in India, place of supply, I am supplying outside India, it is export, but they have not gone ahead and told it export, because export in GST goes ahead and carries a definition. Export in GST always carries a definition. For GST, for it to come under export ka definition, you have to fall under the export ka. For it to be called as export, it has to first fall in the export ka definition. But otherwise, location of supply is in India, place of supply is outside India, it will be called as what, everyone? Interstate. Then it says if you are supplying to, or if it's a supply by an SEZ unit. Remember one thing, supplying to an SEZ unit and supplying by an SEZ unit, even though you are in Karnataka, supplying to an SEZ in Karnataka, it will never be intra, it will always be what, everyone? Interstate supply. And then it says if any transaction happens in the taxable territory, which is India, and it is not intra-state and not covered elsewhere, what is not intra will always be interstate. People, can you tell me what is interstate? Section number 7, 1 and 3 went ahead and told whenever location of supplier and place of supplier in two different state, two different UT, one state, one UT, it is always interstate. Importation of goods and importation of services is always interstate. Location of supplies in India, place of supplies outside India, interstate. Supplying to an SEZ or supply by an SEZ unit or developer is always what, everyone? Interstate. And what is not intra will always be interstate. Now, what is intrastate? Intra means they are telling first find out the place of supply by applying section number 10. Now, if your location of supplier and the place of supply which you have found out are in the same state or UT, Baba, what is intra? Supplier and the place where the supply is done. Don't see location of recipient, see the place of supply. If they are in the same state, same UT, it will always be what, everyone? Intrastate. And first find out place of supply by applying section number 12 in case of services. Now, if location of supplier and place of supply in the same state, it will always be what, everyone? Intrastate supply of service. Now, they are going in and telling exception, the following will never be intra. Supplying to an SEZ unit or developer, supply of service to an SEZ unit or developer, it will never be intra, because they have already gone ahead and told for these 2 points, they have already gone ahead and connected over here that supplying to an SEZ unit or developer is always what, everyone? Interstate, it is never intra. And then they have gone ahead and told importation of goods. Baba, importation of goods is always inter, it is never intra. And supply of goods or service, not service, supply of goods made to a tourist, always remember, tourist ko whenever you are going in and supplying, it will always be what, everyone? Intrastate. Service supplied to a tourist, he is going to use the service, forget in India, so it will always be intra. Intra or inter doesn't matter. But goods, when you supply to a tourist, no, he's going to take the goods outside India. So government of India goes ahead and says the tax should never go to a state, it should always go to whom, everyone? Central government, and it will always be interstate whenever you are supplying goods to a tourist. Are we all clear till here, everyone? So here it is section number 7 and section number 8. Now listen to me very carefully. Now they are going ahead and telling, sir, tell me one thing. Location of supplies in India, place of supplies outside India, it is what? Supplies in India, place of supplies outside India, it is inter. But If it qualifies as export, it will get zero rated supply ka benefit. Now for something to fall in the export ka definition in 2 subsection 5 and 2 clause 6, 2 clause 5 and 2 clause 6 goes ahead and says export of goods means taking of goods from India outside India. India say if you take the goods outside India, it is export of goods. That's all. Take the goods from India outside India, it is export of goods. But export of service says location of supplies in India. Everyone sees, see, location of supplies in India, place of supplies outside India. If these two conditions are met, it is inter. But then they are telling recipient also should be outside India. Payment should be received by you in foreign convertible currency, or wherever RBI is permitted, it can be INR also. And you both should not be mere establishment of distinct person, means you should be actual different person. So what government of India is going ahead and telling, I will go ahead and give benefits to an exporter. If you are exporting goods, take goods from India outside India, you get a lot of benefits from the government of India. If service is there, location of suppliers, people, what is location, what is export of service? With me, everyone. Suppliers in India, recipient is outside India. The place of supply is outside India. What I am receiving is foreign convertible currency. And we both are not mere establishment of distinct person, head office, branch office. No. It should be actual different person from whom you are earning foreign currency. Government of India will become very happy, because if you get foreign currency from outside India, you tell me one thing. If I am selling goods within my home only, I am selling to my wife is selling to my son is selling to me, will we ever become rich? We have to sell to outsider. In the same way, government of India says you are selling goods within India, you will never become rich. You have to sell goods or service to outside India and get foreign currency. Only then India will become rich. And rich person is always, whatever he says, it's always a powerful statement. And hence government of India says, I want export to happen, and I'll give you a lot of benefit, which is zero rated supply ka benefit, which we'll talk about. Tell me one thing. If location of supply is in India, place of supply is outside India, it is inter. To become export of service, it has to be further. Location of recipient is also outside India. What you are receiving is foreign convertible currency, and you both are not mere establishment of distinct person. You have earned from actual different person, not from your branch office or head office outside India. No, you should have earned from actual different person. Are we all clear? And what they are trying to say, if a person has one establishment in India and other establishment outside India, then they are just distinct person ka establishment. For example, I have one head office in India, branch office outside India. That's my distinct person. Now, when they are telling, what do you mean by establishment outside India? They told person carrying on business through a branch office, agency office, representational office in any territory outside India shall be treated as having establishment in that territory. So, for an example, State Bank of India, India branch. State Bank of India has one branch outside India. It is just mere establishment of distinct person. From them, if I get foreign currency, will it be export of service? No, because export of service ke liye you should get foreign currency from actual different person, not from your branch office or your head office. Then they are gone and told, if you have one establishment in one state and other establishment outside the state, that will also be distinct person. One establishment in one state, other establishment outside the state, and both are registered. Sorry, one establishment in one state, other establishment also within one state only, and both are registered within the state, then they will also be treated as what establishment? Establishment of distinct person. Is my point clear to all of you? Now they have gone ahead and told, you tell me one thing. Section number 7 done, section number 8 done. Now, in this chapter comes section number 9. Section number 9 goes ahead and says, if you are going ahead, tell me one thing, everyone. First of all, I quickly ask you, what do you mean by India? India actually carries a definition. If you see, India means the territory of India. Baba, this is the territory of India. Do you guys agree with me? Now, from here, if you go 12 nautical mile, that is territorial waters of India. India ka definition number 1 includes territory of India. Number 2 includes territorial waters of India also. So, from the baseline, if I go 12 nautical miles, that is also India. After that, if you go third one, exclusive economic zone, which is 188 nautical mile, that is also India. Below that, the land surface which is there is also India. Below the territorial waters of India, the land surface which is there is also India. So can I go ahead and tell you, India means the territory of India. After that, the territorial water. Number 3, under the territorial water, the seabed and subsoil which is there is also India. After that, the continental shelf is also India. Continental shelf means the water below, the land mass below the exclusive economic zone, and the exclusive economic zone, which is the 5th part over here, is also India. Can I go ahead and tell you again, everyone? Tell me one thing. Number 1, territory of India. Did you understand territory of India? After that, the 12 nautical mile is India. Under that, the seabed and subsoil is also India. After that, 188 nautical mile. In land, we measure kilometer mein. In water, we say nautical mile. So 188 nautical mile is also India. Below that, the land which is there is also India. That's called continental shelf. Is my point clear to all of you? 5 things I told you. Number 1, territory of India. Number 2, territorial water. Number 3, seabed and subsoil. After that, 188 nautical mile. 4th one, exclusive economic zone. 5th one, continental shelf. And remember one thing, the airspace above the territorial water and above the territory of India is also India. But airspace above this is not India. After 200 nautical mile, it is not India. It is a foreign country. It is a international water. It is not India. Is my point clear to all of you? Now, you tell me one thing, everyone. India means what? You think territory of India, territorial waters of India. Below that, the seabed and subsoil. After that, the exclusive economic zone. Below that, the continental shelf. Above me, the airspace, and above the territorial water, whatever is the airspace, is also what, everyone? India. Is my point clear to all of you? Now, you tell me one thing. If I am going ahead, everyone, over here now. Now, what they are going ahead and telling, supposingly, one person is there in the water. He is over here. Okay? And you are over here, supposingly in Delhi. And you are going ahead. Location of supplier is Delhi. And you are supplying to a ship which is in the territorial waters of India. Now, what is the place of supply? Water. If the place of supply is in the territorial waters of India, no, you have to assume the place of supply is nearest coastal state. Supposingly, they told you Kerala is 5 nautical miles from the point here, and Goa is 7 nautical mile. Can you tell me which is the nearest coastal state? Kerala. So it will be assumed the place of supply is Kerala. Delhi ka person supplying to Kerala, intra or inter? Inter. Can we go ahead, everyone? Are we all clear till here? Now, you tell me one thing. If I am supplying the territorial waters of India, place of supplying the territorial water, it will be assumed to be nearest coastal state. Now, you tell me one thing. For an example, everyone, supplier is over here. Location of supplier is in the territorial waters of India. And he is supplying from here to, supposingly, West Bengal. Place of supply is West Bengal. My question, what is his location? Nearest coastal state. Is my point clear? So what they have gone ahead and told over here, in section number 9, they have gone ahead and told location of supplier is in the territorial waters of India, then location of the supplier will be nearest coastal state. If the place where I am going and supplying, that is in the territorial water, place of supply will be in the nearest coastal state. Exam, they go ahead and ask a small question, so please be very careful. If you supply in the territorial water, place of supply will be in the nearest coastal state. If supply is in the water and he is supplying from there, his location will be in the nearest coastal state. And you know what, everyone? When we go to the registration chapter, you will see if you are in the territorial waters of India, registration should be taken in the nearest coastal state or union territory. Are we all clear till here, everyone? Now, I want to go ahead and ask you one question, everyone. Tell me one thing. This too you understood. If I am going in and supplying in the territorial waters of India, his location is the nearest coastal state. Now, my question to all of you, if I go ahead and supply from supposingly Delhi to a person in the exclusive economic zone. Exclusive economic zone mein oil fields etc. will be there. Why is it called exclusive economic zone? Because this zone ka exclusive economies can be generated by India. The oil generating capacities etc. can be exclusively used by India. Anyone else can't come over here and generate oil. Are we clear? That's why it is called exclusive economic zones. Now, exclusive economic zone, if I'm going in and supplying to a person in the exclusive economic zone, what is his location deemed to be? Nearest coastal state. Baba, 200 nautical mile means so far. How will you find out nearest coastal state? So government goes ahead and says exclusive economic zone is a separate union territory altogether. Are we clear? And this is termed as a other territory. Other territory means, Baba, in India we have states and union territories. So it is termed as a separate union territory only. From Delhi, if I am going in and supplying to an union territory, the name of this union territory is other territory. Other territory means it belongs to the central government. From Delhi, if I am supplying to other union territory, one state to one UT, what will I charge everyone? Interstate IGST. Now you tell me, for an example, one more oil field is over here. This oil field is in the exclusive economic zone, and this oil field is also in the economic zone, exclusive economic zone. If from here to here, if I am supplying, this completely is a separate union territory. The name of this union territory is other territory. My question, within the union territory, if you are going in and supplying inter or intra? Intra, no. Within the union territory is always intra. So what they are going ahead and telling, supply to or fro an exclusive economic zone, which is other territory under the union territory. Supply to or fro in EZ. It always everyone, what everyone? Interstate supply. Supply, tell me one thing, from here if I am supplying there, or from there if somebody is supplying here, it is always interstate, IGST will come. But if I am going ahead and supplying within the union territory, then it will always be what everyone? Intra-state supply. Because it is intra-UT, within the union territory. Is my point clear to all of you? The next one over here, tell me one thing. Now, Government of India, people tell me one thing. See, in IGST Act, we learned section number 7, which goes in and talks about interstate supply. Section number 8, which talks about intra-state supply. Section number 9 says if you are supplying to territorial water or supply is done from the territorial waters of India. Everyone, supply to territorial water, then place of supply nearest coastal state, supply from the territorial water, then supplier location in the nearest coastal state. Section number 10, 11, 12 and 13 always talks about how to determine place of supply, which you will learn in place of supply chapter. 14 talks about OIDAR. Do you remember OIDR? OIDR giving services to an NTOR. OIDR should take registration in India and charge GST under forward charge mechanism that is told by 14. 15 of the IGST Act talks about tourist, that whenever you are supplying goods to a tourist, it is always interstate because it is never intra. Can I go ahead, everyone? And then we have section number 16, which talks about zero rated supply. What is zero rated supply? Zero rated supply means government is going ahead and telling you are buying to selling ka chain. You are buying to selling ka chain pay, entire chain pay. There will be zero tax ka impact. That is what is called zero rated supply. Zero rated supply means from buying to selling, no tax ka impact at all on your whole buying to selling. If any tax has been paid, that will be either refunded or they will, whenever you are supplying, they will not tell you to charge any tax. That is called zero rated supply. In GST, zero rated supply, which is there, is 2. Section number 16, subsection 1 says export of goods, services, or both. Whenever you are going ahead and exporting the goods, government says, Ramesh, export the goods. Don't export taxes from India, because if you go ahead and export the goods ke saath taxes, then Indian goods internationally will become expensive, and hence export pay, there is no tax burden. It is termed as zero rated supply. And secondly, if you are supplying goods or service for authorized operation, means for use in an SEZ, because to an SEZ, if you are going in and supplying, everyone tell me one thing, if I am going in and supplying to an SEZ, ultimate work of SEZ is to supply outside India. So government is telling when you are supplying to an SEZ, don't charge any tax. It's termed as what, everyone? Zero rated supply. So people, what are two zero rated supplies? Exports, and one is when you are supplying to an SEZ. Now, they are going in and telling, Baba, subject to this one, it's okay, you leave it, block credit they are talking about. It says ITC can be availed for making zero rated supply. You know what, everyone? Listen to me very carefully. For an example, everyone over here. If I buy plastic in India, no, and plastic pe supposedly I paid 18% GST, out of this plastic, if I make plastic bangles, no, when you are selling in India, it is exempt supply. Exempt supply means the tax has been exempted. There is no tax at all. People, plastic bangles pe there is tax or no tax? No output tax liability, it is exempted. When no output tax, no, when it is exempted, you don't get ITC also. You don't get any input tax credit. But what they are trying to say is, sir, if you go ahead and buy plastic, and on this plastic you are paid 18% GST, out of this plastic, if you are making bangles, and bangles you are not selling in India, you are making zero rated supply, which means you are sending outside India. Now you tell me one thing, if I buy 1000 rupees ka bangles and I paid 100 rupees ka GST, and if I don't get this input tax credit, what will I do? It will become part of my cost. Can you tell me what will be my cost of making the bangles? 100, 1000 plus 100. Do you guys agree with me? It means the cost of making my bangles will be 1100. Ultimately, when I will sell outside India, 1100 pay, I will go ahead and add my profit and I'll go ahead and export. Do you guys agree with me? It means Indian tax ka burden is gone outside India, and hence government goes ahead and says, if you are selling that item in India, then you don't get credit. But if you are going ahead and exempt supply, which is exempted in India, if you go ahead and export it, government says, beta, it will still be termed as zero rated supply. Whatever this GST you have paid 100 rupees, no, we will go ahead and give it as a refund to you. Don't worry about it. Don't go ahead and charge 1100. Don't make Indian goods expensive in the international market. If you make it expensive in the international market, no one will buy. How will India earn foreign currency? That is what they are telling. Even if an item is exempt supply in India, still you can go ahead and take the ITC, and whatever tax has been paid, you will get the refund, even though that item was exempt in India. If you export it, it's a zero rated supply, you will get the ITC ka refund, etc. The next one over here is, sir, if I go ahead and make supply, if I go ahead and make zero rated supply, can you tell me what is zero rated supply? Two things. If you go ahead and export, or you are supplying to an SEZ, then remember one thing. So for an example, if I am going ahead and exporting, if I go ahead and export, what government of India is going ahead and telling, Ramesh, export may do one thing. Whenever you are exporting, so location of supply is in India, place of supply is outside India, it's an interstate supply. Do you guys agree with me, everyone? IGST should come. But then government says you don't pay, it is a zero rated supply. How zero rated? Government says give one LUT, letter of undertaking, or a bond on a stamp paper. Letter of undertaking is on your letterhead, bond is on a stamp paper. Letter of undertaking or a bond, you go ahead and give that, sir, I will go ahead and export the goods. If you go ahead and give that letter of undertaking, no, then government says to make this item, whatever items you had bought. So for example, I had gone ahead and bought raw material and I had paid GST, whatever ITC is there, no, government is telling, I will go ahead and give you a refund. So tell me one thing, is this chain pay any tax there? While exporting, I did not go ahead and pay any GST. Government told just give an LUT or bond. And while purchasing, whatever the GST was there has been refunded. My question, buying pay, no tax. Selling pay, no tax. Buying pay tax paid has been refunded. So is this zero rated? Buying to selling ka chain pay, there is no GST. So what government is trying to tell over here, a person making zero rated supply is eligible to claim a refund of the unutilized ITC without making payment of what, everyone? Payment of any IGST, and you can supply on under LUT or bond. Are we all clear till here? But remember one thing,
It says registered person who is making zero rated supply. If you don't realize foreign proceeds, what they are telling everyone, registered person in case of non-realization of sale proceed, foreign currency you did not get, gone. We will be liable to deposit the refund. Whatever ITC was refunded, no. Whatever ITC was refunded, you have to give it back to the government after the expiry of 30 days, after the time limit of FEMA. Basically, once the FEMA ka time limit to get the money from outside India, export of goods ka case mein, if you have not got the money from outside India, see, government went ahead and gave you so much benefit. What? Buying ka chain pe ITC refund, supplying pe no GST, give LUT or bond. Why government gave you so much benefit? Government told, beta, you will get foreign currency. If you don't get foreign currency within the time limit of FEMA, within the next 30 days, whatever refund was given, give it back to the government. That fund, you give it back to the government within the next 30 days. If you don't do it, you'll hang you upside down and recover the amount. Can we go ahead, everyone? Everyone over here now. Now tell me one thing. First case, did you understand how to make zero rated supply? Export pay don't pay any GST, ITC will be refunded. The second way to go ahead and make zero rated supply is government goes ahead and says, Ramesh, listen, when you are going ahead and supplying, when you are going ahead and exporting, or you are making a zero rated supply, it is interstate, right? Arey everyone, you have to pay IGST, right? Do one thing. For an example, you went ahead and made a interstate supply of 1 lakh rupees. The GST payable is 18,000 rupees. Listen, you would have bought the raw material. On the raw material, supposingly, your input tax rate is 9,000 rupees. Ramesh, use this 9,000 over here. Okay? Remaining amount pay in cash. Can you tell me, everyone, how much did I actually pay on this whole supply? Buying to selling, how much did I pay tax? 9,000, no? You tell me one thing. You came to my class. I told you today, whatever is your cab fare, I will refund you. Cab ka fare came 500. 250 you used your Uber credit. Remaining 250 you paid by your cash. How much will you take refund from me? 500 or 250? 500 only, no? So you tell me one thing. How much was your total tax burden on this chain? 9 was on the input. 9 you paid on the output. Total was 18, right? So you have to take a refund of this amount. Now you tell me one thing. I did not give LUT, letter of undertaking, or I did not give a bond. Then what is the second method to go ahead and make zero rated supply? Whatever the IGST, no, pay it. How will you pay? Use your credit. Remaining amount pay in cash. Total you paid 9 plus 9. Total amount is 18, right? Take a refund of this total GST paid. That is also a way to make zero rated supply. What is the first way to make zero rated supply, everyone? LUT or bond, don't pay any GST. ITC will be refunded. Second way to make zero rated supply, everyone. Don't give LUT or bond. Pay the IGST. How will you pay? Use your credit. Pay remaining in cash. Cash paid, ITC used. Total amount is your IGST, correct? Take a full IGST refund. The second method over here is saying, sir, government may on recommendation by notification specify a class of person who may make zero rated supply on payment of IGST and a class of goods and service which may be exported on payment of IGST, and the refund of IGST paid can be claimed and as a refund in accordance with section number 54. Baba, nothing. They are going ahead and telling pay the IGST and claim a refund of IGST. We will go ahead and say who is allowed to do that. And Baba, everyone is allowed. Other than some specific goods, they have allowed everyone to go ahead and export on payment of IGST. Are you all clear till here? And see, all notified, all goods and service except some specified goods are class of goods and service which are notified, and all suppliers to SEZ unit or developer undertaking authorized operation. Basically, if you are supplying to an SEZ unit, then also you can go ahead and supply on payment of IGST. Is my point clear to all? Tell me one thing. Did you understand the two ways to make zero rated supply? Clear? And always remember one thing, no refund of this point which is there is a new point which is added. They saying, sir, see, if you go ahead and export on payment of IGST, or if you are asking for ITC refund, given LUT or bond and you are asking ITC refund, or you have paid IGST and exported, refund will not be given of the IGST or ITC unutilized ITC refund if those goods which you have exported are already subject to export duty. See, Baba, under Custom Act, if government is going ahead and charging export duty on an item, it means government is discouraging that item to be exported. Baba, generally export duty is not there on any item. But if government is going ahead and charging IGST on any item, if government is charging export duty on any item, means that item has been discouraged by the government from export. Do you guys agree with me, everyone? Yes or no? Now, if government in under Custom Act is discouraging an item, and in GST Act they are telling ITC refund we will give, IGST paid ka refund will give, it means GST Act mein they are encouraging that item, and hence they are going in and telling no refund of unutilized ITC also, means any ITC which you have or any IGST paid on account of zero rated supply shall be allowed if the goods are subject to export duty. Means under the Custom Act, if your goods are subject to export duty, then under GST Act also ITC refund also will not be given. And IGST, if you have paid anything, that refund also will not be given. Is my point clear to all of you? I want to ask you, what are the two zero rated supply? Exports and supply to an SEZ. Are we clear, everyone? How to go ahead and make zero rated supply? Give value to your bond, ITC refund. Pay IGST, take this IGST refund. My point clear to all of you. Everyone, now listen to me very carefully. I want to go ahead and ask you one thing. You know what? When we go ahead and read place of supply, place of supply में one section number 12 subsection 3 comes, which is with respect to place of supply for immovable property related services. Now, for example, I am in the state of Karnataka. Everyone listen to very carefully. I am in the state of Karnataka. I am running a hotel. Location of supply is Karnataka. And you know what? Place of supply in case of immovable property like accommodation, services, etc. If you go ahead and give accommodation, banqueting, conference ke liye, if you are giving a hotel mein room, etc., then always the place of supply is where the hotel is located. Do you guys agree with me? Where the immovable property is located, and hence the place of supply will be Karnataka. It will always be what, everyone? Intra, and I should charge what? CGST. Do you guys agree with me, everyone? For example, one SEZ unit came to me, and SEZ unit went in and told, hey, sir, we want to use your banquet hall, or we want to use your conference hall. So I gave services to whom, everyone? SEZ, by allowing them to use my banquet hall. Now, whenever you are giving services or goods to an SEZ, it is always section number 7(5)(b), which we learned. It always says it is what, everyone? Inter and IGST should come. Now, general rule says section number 12(3), which is a general rule. It says it will be intra and CGST, SGST should come, because if you are in Karnataka and property is in Karnataka, it is always intra and you should charge CGST, SGST. But specific rule with respect to SEZ, which is section number 7(5)(b) over here, told whenever you are supplying to an SEZ unit, it is always inter and IGST should come. And it is a settled thing that whenever general and specific provisions are there, always specific provision is applicable. Do you guys agree with me, everyone? And circular, short-term accommodation, banquet, conferencing service, if it is given to an SEZ, section number 12(3) of the IGST Act, which is a general rule, which says, sir, place of supply is, section number 12(3) says place of supply is where the immovable property is located, and hence you will charge what? CGST and SGST. But section number 7(5)(b) always says it is interstate supply. Specific provision will always prevail over the general provision. Is my point clear to all of you, everyone? Done? Will you remember this? I want you guys to remember, Baba, this is a C graded chart. It's a linking ka chapter. It is not a chapter where you get specific question in the exam. However, you should remember export of service ka definition. It will help you in a lot of places to write notes. Sir, any export ka question comes to you should write export of service ka definition. What is export of service? Supply is in India. Recipient is outside India. Place of supply is outside India. You are receiving foreign convertible currency, and you both are not mere establishment of distinct person. You are actual different distinct person. Then it is export of service. Okay? You should remember what is zero rated supply. Two things. Export and supplying to an SEZ is always what, everyone? Zero rated. What are the two ways to make zero rated? Give value to your bond and take unutilized ITC refund. Second, pay IGST and take IGST refund. Clear, everyone? These are the two ways. Other than this, the small circular is there, which I have already gone ahead and told. Nothing very important from this chapter, but this chapter should be known so that you can link. Are we clear, everyone? I'll close my revision on the chapter of nature of supply. Done. All right, people, let's go ahead and now move to the next chapter. The next chapter in our revision is charge of GST. Please come to a chapter of charge of GST. Everyone, tell me one thing. We go ahead and learn GST with what, everyone? Chapter number 3, first of all, is charge of GST. We started learning GST with goods or service. Goods or service has to be supplied. Now listen to me very carefully. Then we went ahead and understood supply can be either interstate supply or supply can be either intrastate. Interstate supply, if it is there, then what gets imposed? IGST gets levied. Do you guys agree with me, everyone? What will get levied? IGST. If it is intrastate, CGST and SGST will get levied. Do you guys agree with me, everyone? Now, once GST gets levied, what will you do? Once GST gets imposed, what will you do? You have to collect GST and pay GST to the government. Do you guys agree with me, everyone? See, goods and service has to be supplied. Supply can be either interstate or intra. Interstate, IGST gets levied. Intrastate, CGST and SGST gets levied. Once GST gets levied, levied means imposed. You have to. There are two stages. One is imposition. Second is collection. Now you will go ahead and collect GST. You have to collect and pay if you are a taxable person. Only if you are a registered person, you will collect and pay. Now, when you have to collect and pay, you have to calculate GST is equal to value of your supply multiplied by the rate of tax. For example, your value of supply was 10,000, rate of tax is 18%. You have to pay 1,800 rupees to the government. Is my point clear to all of you? Now, this thing that whenever goods and service will be supplied by you, you have to collect GST and you have to pay GST to the government. This is not told by me. It is told by that, sir, whenever goods and service will be supplied, GST will get levied. This is told by IGST का section number 5 of the IGST Act. And in CGST, the section number is section number 9. And this is what we are going to talk about now. Sir, charge of GST talks about two sections, section number 9 and section number 5 of the IGST Act, 9 of the CGST and 5 of the IGST. That, sir, see, section number 9.1 is very, very simple. Section number 9.1, they have gone ahead and made one small amendment. We'll go ahead and talk about it. It says, section number 9.1 says, CGST shall be levied on what? See, whenever goods, services or both will be supplied, where? Intrastate, CGST will get levied. Did I tell you the same thing? Whenever goods and service will be supplied, intrastate, CGST will get levied. Once GST gets levied, GST will not be imposed only on what? Alcoholic liquor for human consumption. AL for HC means what, everyone? Alcoholic liquor for human consumption. And this is the amendment now. They have gone ahead and told. And undenatured extra neutral alcohol or rectified spirit which is used to manufacture alcoholic liquor for human consumption. See, Baba, first of all, GST will not be levied, imposed only on what, everyone? Alcoholic liquor for human consumption. And whatever that spirit is being used, rectified spirit or undenatured. Sir, undenatured means highest quality, good quality of alcohol which is being used to make alcoholic liquor basically. The alcohol which is used to make alcoholic liquor, on that also they are going ahead and telling GST will not be levied. First of all, it will not be levied on alcoholic liquor for human consumption. Secondly, what, everyone? Undenatured. Undenatured, what is? Extra neutral alcohol. What is undenatured? Denatured means which quality has been reduced. Undenatured means which quality is supreme. Undenatured extra neutral alcohol or rectified spirit, basically in that what they are telling is alcohol, basically this is used in making of alcohol. Here now the alcohol ka content, when you buy alcoholic liquor, now alcoholic liquor might be the content is 30-40% alcohol, but actually the alcohol, this alcohol, undenatured extra neutral alcohol which is there, the alcohol, it is purely alcohol. You getting my point? Which will be used to make what, everyone? Alcoholic liquor for human consumption. And sir, once GST gets levied, GST has to be calculated on the value multiplied by the rate of tax. See, everyone, it will be calculated on the value multiplied by the rate. The rates of CGST can be maximum 20%, but this rate will be notified by the government on recommendation of council. You have to collect and pay if you are a taxable person. Did I tell you the same thing, everyone? I have gone ahead and told whenever goods or service will be supplied, intrastate, then CGST will get levied. You have to collect and pay. How will you collect and pay? On the value multiplied by the rate of tax. Baba, it's the levy section which says when the levy will come. The next one is section number 9.2. Section number 9.2 says HP man. What is HP man, everyone? High speed diesel, petroleum crude, motor spirit, aviation turbine fuel and natural gas. What are the 5 items? HP man, high speed diesel, petroleum crude, motor spirit, aviation turbine fuel and natural gas. This 5 item pay, as of now they are going ahead and telling GST is not there, but it will come from the date which is notified by the government on the recommendation of the GST council. So what they are telling, HP man pay, as of now GST is not there, but GST will come. From which date, everyone? From the date which is notified by the government on the recommendation of GST council. The next one over here is section number 9.3 which talks about RCM. See, Baba, what government is trying to say in 9.1 and 9.2, you know, 9.2 may also GST will come, supplier will collect and pay. 9.1 may also government told supplier will collect and pay. As of now, 9.1 may government is telling supplier will collect and pay the GST to the government. 9.2 may government went ahead and told as of now GST is not there, but it will come in future. When GST will come in future, supplier will collect and pay. So these two basically talks about forward charge mechanism. When who will collect, everyone? Supplier will collect and pay. 9.3 talks about reverse charge mechanism, that whenever supplier say government is selling it is not easy to collect, we'll go ahead and make the recipient liable and recipient has to pay the GST under RCM. Now, RCM of notified services. So we are going to talk about the notified services which government have gone ahead and notified, on which RCM is applicable. There are notified goods also and there are notified services also. Under section number 9.3, notified goods as well as notified services both are there. First, let's go ahead and talk about the notified goods which are there, on which government is going ahead and telling RCM shall be applicable. Everyone listen to me very carefully. RCM on notified goods. What are the goods on which RCM is applicable? It says number 1, see Baba, cashew nut, not shelled or peeled, means unpeeled cashews which are there, raw cashews basically, tobacco, BD wrapping leaves, Baba, which is called tendu leaves or cotton. Baba, I have gone ahead and put all 4 together because generally in this situation what is happening, whenever agriculture is, see Baba, agriculture is not liable for registration. So agriculture will never collect GST and pay, but government wants GST on this. Government is selling, agriculture will ultimately sell it to a person, no, the registered person should pay GST under RCM. Because agriculturists will not pay, government went ahead and told the recipient, who is the registered person, should pay GST under RCM. Whether it is cashew nut, whether it is tobacco, whether it is BDK leaves which are there, whether it is raw cotton. I've told you all the four entries together only. Agriculture is going ahead and selling to a registered person will pay GST under RCM. The second one over here, they have told there are essential oils which are there, oils which are being extracted, essential oil pay, RCM is applicable. But they told except those of citrus fruit. Don't take citrus fruit wala essential oil. Other than that, sir, which essential oil? Bergamot, Menthena arvenes, water mint, spearmint, horse mint, peppermint, BMW shop, you can remember. Bergamot, Menthena arvenes, water mint, spearmint, horse mint, HO is horse mint, and P for peppermint. They have gone ahead into, oh, and also remember one thing, metal scrap. I've added metal scrap also over here because this both ka case mein, whether it is essential oil or it is metal scrap, whenever unregistered person, people you have to remember, unregistered person is selling to registered person, this registered person has to pay GST under RCM. The next one over here now. The next one is silk yarn. Baba, you know silk yarn? Silka thread. Whenever one manufacturer of silk yarn who will go ahead and make it from raw silk or silk yarn cocoon, he will sell it to a registered person. Registered person has to pay GST under RCM. The next is lottery. Lottery ka case mein what happens? Government goes ahead and sells the lottery to a distributor. Distributor ultimately goes ahead and sells to consumers who are there. Now this distributor should pay whenever central government, union territory or local authority, Baba, always lotteries are being run by whom? Everyone, state government over here. Whenever government is selling the lottery to a lottery distributor should pay GST under RCM. Used vehicle, seized vehicle, confiscated good. Baba, all these rates, etc. government will go ahead and do, and government will confiscate vehicles, etc. Or any old and used goods, waste and scrap, and central government is selling, or state government or local authority or union territory is going in and selling to whom? Registered person should pay GST under RCM. Remember here excluding Indian Railway, because Indian Railways ka all services comes under forward charge mechanism. Indian Railways ka all services come under forward charge mechanism. The last one over here, priority sector lending certificate. I had already gone ahead and told you in the first chart that priority sector lending certificates are goods and RCM is applicable. One bank selling to the other bank, the recipient bank has to go ahead and pay the GST under RCM. Is my point clear to all of you, everyone? So whenever one registered person sells to the another registered person, means one bank is selling to another bank, registered person to another registered person, then GST will come under RCM. Is my point clear to all of you? These are the various goods on which RCM is applicable. Mind it for your exam, everyone, that who is the supplier and who is the recipient is very, very important. If agriculture is sell to unregistered person, then RCM is not applicable. Agriculture is selling to whom? Registered person. You have to be very careful who is the supplier and who is the supplier, who is the recipient, and what is the item. Can we go ahead, everyone? People, I believe it will come. One small point will come out of this. Please mark and keep. It's a very important part of this chapter. The next one over here now. 9.3. Baba, 9.3 goods and services. You will see question in the exam. It is the most important part which is there. Now 9.3 RCM on notified services which are there. Let's go ahead and talk about it. Everyone over here now, listen. Now the next one over here is 9.3 on notified services which are there. Very, very important from exam point of view. You'll get it, might be a direct question or it will be a part of the big question. So you will have to be very careful in the exam. Everyone over here now, listen. Just give me a second. Take it. Now the next one over here is, Madam, on time from tomorrow. Everyone over here now. The next one over here is GTA, Goods Transport Agency. What are they telling over here? Goods Transport Agency. Basically, GTA has two options which are there. GTA has two options. GTA are of two types. One GTA is GTA, Goods Transport Agency. One is a GTA which is opting for forward charge mechanism. One is a GTA which is opting for reverse charge mechanism. Everyone listen to me very carefully. Either if the GTA is under forward charge mechanism also it can go for two options. GTA can go ahead and charge GST under forward charge mechanism at the rate of 12%. 12% forward charge mechanism, but when they are charging GST at the rate 12%, they will get all the input tax credit. ITCs are available to the GTA. Basically, they will buy the truck, they will go ahead and buy diesel pay, there is no GST. They will go ahead and buy engine oil, etc. Whatever they go ahead and pay on that, whatever GST is paid, they can go ahead and take the input tax credit. Means ITCs are available to whom, everyone? To GTA. If they are going ahead and charging 12%, whatever GTA has paid GST on their inward supplies, they can go ahead and take. Sir, the forward charge mechanism, GTA can also go for 5% forward charge mechanism. This is an option which is given to GTA. But if they go for 5% forward charge mechanism, ITC is not available to GTA. Are we all clear, everyone? Means whatever office they took on rent, truck they bought, they will not get any ITC. And GTA, it can be unregistered GTA also. Or GTA can go ahead and say, I am not opting for forward charge. In that scenario, reverse charge mechanism will be applicable where the recipients have to pay GST under RCM. Is my point clear to all of you? And recipient will pay GST at the rate of 5%. In this scenario also, ITC is not available to GTA. Is my point clear to all of you? Tell me one thing. I am a GTA who's opted for forward charge mechanism. I'll charge 12%. If I'm charging 12, can I take ITCs? Yes. If I'm going and charging 5% forward charge, I'll not get credits. If I'm going ahead and not charging anything, or I'm unregistered, or I'm not opting for forward charge mechanism, then recipient should pay GST under RCM at the rate of 5%. My question is, if recipients are paying GST under RCM, do I get any input tax credit? No. Now, my question to all of you, in either of these scenarios, if the recipient is there, whom I have charged 12%, whom I have charged 5%, or who is paying under reverse charge, can recipients take their credit of the GTA services ka GST which is paid? Yes, recipients can take the credit of whatever GST has been paid by them, whether forward charge or reverse charge. There is no restriction over here. Now we are going to talk about those GTAs who have not opted for what? Forward charge mechanism. In that scenario, reverse charge mechanism is applicable and the recipient should pay GST under RCM. Everyone over here now. Listen to me very carefully. They are going in and telling GTA who's opted for what, everyone? 5% reverse charge mechanism, or basically it's an unregistered GTA, then the recipient has to pay GST under RCM. Everyone over here now, listen to me very carefully. In the recipient also, when GTA is going ahead and providing the service, GTA can go ahead, GTA is with GTA, forward charge or reverse charge? Now GTA can go ahead and give services to a registered person under GST. Yes or no? And it can give services to an unregistered person under GST. If GTA is going ahead and giving services to a registered person under GST, in registered person you have to go ahead and see if the registered person is a TDS deductor, or if the registered person is other registered persons which are there. Other registered person. Sir, can you tell me other registered person means what? TCS collector, normal registered person, NRTP, composition dealer. Okay, everyone? All this, etc. All these are other registered person who are there. In TDS deductors also, if you know, there are 4 category of TDS deductors which is there. One is a department of central government, state government. Number 2, local authority. C, governmental agencies which are there. And the last one is D category. Baba, if you guys don't remember, I'll just show you the TDS deductors which are there. Always remember there are 4 categories of TDS deductors. One is the everyone over here. There are 4 categories of TDS deductors we are there. TDS deductor mein 1 comes Department of Central Government, State Government. Number 2 comes local authorities. Number 3 comes governmental agency. And number 4 comes person or category of person who are notified. They are not gone ahead and told for this. They are told only in this scenario. Only this first 3 scenario, not for notified category. They have told only for the first 3 scenario. They have gone ahead and told whenever the TDS deductor is there, everyone, and the last is the notified category. Is my point clear to all of you? And here now, in unregistered person, we have whom, everyone? Unregistered person, if you have FB scoop, you have to remember FB scoop, who is unregistered also. What do you mean by FB scoop? I've gone ahead and told over here. If it is a factory which is registered under the Factories Act, if it is a body corporate which is established under the law, body corporate means a company basically, or if it is a society which is registered under the Societies Act, if it is a cooperative society, or it's a partnership firm, whether registered or unregistered, Partnership Act may registered, unregistered, doesn't matter. It can be an association of person plus a LLP. What they have gone ahead and told, if you are FB scope, everyone, what is FB scope? Factory, body corporate, society, cooperative society, partnership firm. Partnership firm can be registered or unregistered, including AOP and LLP. Remember one thing, in reverse charge, whenever you are going ahead and dating, LLP is always included in partnership firm. Can I go ahead, everyone? Now, what they are going ahead and telling, if it is FB scope, or it can be unregistered casual taxable person. Can you tell me who are the casual taxable person? Unregistered handicraft wala. Handicraft wala people whose turnover has not gone ahead and exceeded 20 lakh rupees or 10 lakh are exempted from compulsory registration. Do you remember, everyone? Unregistered casual taxable person, or it can be other unregistered people. Other unregistered people under GST. Okay, everyone. See, first of all, they went ahead and told RCM at the rate of 5% is applicable. Do you guys agree with me? Everything they went ahead and told RCM at the rate of 5%, RCM at the rate of 5%, RCM at the rate of 5%, and RCM at the rate of 5%. But then TDS deductors went ahead and told, we are government department, we have gone ahead and taken registration for the purpose of deducting TDS, we will not go ahead and pay GST under RCM, and hence government told, okay, fine, don't pay. If they don't pay GST under RCM, GTA has to pay. GTA told, I am so unorganized, I am not going to pay GST. Then government went ahead and told it is exempted. So if TDS deductor is notified category, they have to pay GST under RCM. If you are other registered person, you have to pay GST under RCM. If it is FB scoop, they have to pay GST under RCM. Casual taxable person told, sir, if you have to pay GST under RCM, you have to take compulsory registration. And hence government told, okay, fine, you also don't pay GST under RCM, you are also exempted. Because handicraft people went ahead and told, sir, if you have to go ahead and pay GST under RCM, you have to take compulsory registration. Government told, okay, fine, I'll exempt you. And government went ahead and told, you are exempted from compulsory registration. So you don't have to pay GST under RCM. And the last category which is there, you guys, you are all unregistered. Will you pay GST under RCM? And hence government went ahead and told, you are also exempted. Is my point 100% clear to all of you? Remember one thing, everyone, this is the final thing which is for the GTA. If you go ahead and talk about GTA over here, people, GTA providing services to registered person or unregistered. If registered person is TDS deducted, it is exempted. Other registered person, RCM. Baba, this is a shortcut which I've gone ahead and written. Detailed I've gone ahead and told over here. Anyways, can I go ahead, everyone? And the next one over here is, sir, if GTA is providing to unregistered person, which is FB scoop. And what is FB scoop, everyone? Factory, body corporate, society, cooperative society, partnership firm. Can I go ahead, everyone? Partnership firm can be registered, unregistered, LLP plus AOP. RCM is applicable. All other people who are there, unregistered people, unregistered casual taxable person, are being exempted. Can I go ahead, everyone? Now remember one thing, if GTA goes ahead and takes registration and charges the GST under forward charge mechanism, then reverse charge will not be applicable, right? So reverse charge is not applicable if supplier has taken registration, opts to pay GST under forward charge, and supplier has gone ahead and issued a tax invoice charging GST. So if supplier has gone ahead, basically GTA has gone ahead and taken registration and it is telling, I will go ahead and charge GST at the rate of 12% or 5% forward charge mechanism. In that scenario, reverse charge mechanism is not applicable. He also has to go ahead and make a declaration on the invoice that, sir, I am paying the GST under forward charge. You don't pay the GST under RCM. Is my point clear to all of you, everyone? Everyone over here now, the next one. The next one is advocate and arbitral tribunal, which is there. Everyone over here. In advocate and arbitral tribunal, I have gone ahead and drawn one chart which is there over here. Sir, advocate and arbitral tribunal, page number 19. Listen to me very carefully. See, tribunals are of two types. Everyone over here, tribunal are of two types. Tribunal are of two types. One is tribunal which is established under law, like the National Company Law Tribunal, Appellate Tribunal. All these are tribunals which are established under law. Their services are neither supply of goods nor supply of service. Is my point clear to all of you? Their services are neither supply of goods nor supply of service. But if I go ahead and talk about the other tribunal is what, everyone? Arbitral tribunal. Arbitral tribunals are not established under the law. And their services ka case mein, whenever arbitral tribunal is giving the services, you have to pay GST under RCM. Is my point clear to all of you? So what they have gone ahead and told, arbitral tribunal which is there, Baba, tribunal ka services, tribunal which is established under law. You remember, everyone, their services are neither supply of goods nor supply of service. But if there is an arbitral tribunal which is not established under law, it's an arbitral tribunal. Now what happens over here? They are giving services. For an example, one arbitral tribunal is there and it is going ahead and giving services to Vijita. Vijit. Now Vijit and his wife fought. Now they are telling, Vijit is telling, my wife hit me with chappal. His wife is telling that Vijit came drunk in the home, so I hit with chappal. Now what happened over here? Now they are fighting. They told, we don't want to go to the court, and hence out of court they want to settle this, and they went to an arbitral tribunal. Arbitral tribunal went ahead and told, okay, who is right, who is wrong. Now in that scenario, just imagine if arbitral tribunal ka services pe they have to pay GST under RCM. Headache, no. They have to take compulsory registration. Better they will not go to an arbitral tribunal only, and hence government went ahead and told, whenever arbitral tribunal is giving services to person who are not business entities, then it will not be taxable, it will be exempted. Because if you go ahead and say that they have to pay GST under RCM, it becomes a headache to take GST registration, and hence government told exempted. Now if arbitral tribunal is giving services to a small business entity means who is not registered in the last year. You have to go ahead and see their last year ka turnover, their current year nahi, last year ka turnover. If your last year ka turnover is less than equal to registration limit, then you are exempted. Means no, don't see current year turnover, always see last year. Government decides you whether you are a small business entity or a big business entity based on your last year ka turnover. Remember in your exam, last year ka turnover, if it is less than, Baba, why I am telling less than registration limit? Because some state it is 40, some state it is 20, somewhere it is 10, and hence you have to remember, if you are a small business entity, then you are exempted. But if you are a business entity whose last year turnover is more than registration limit, you have to pay GST under RCM. If you are government taking, central government, state government, union territory, local authority, governmental entities, if they are taking services from an arbitral tribunal, it is always exempted. Can I go ahead, everyone? The next one over here is, if advocate or individual as an advocate, excluding a senior advocate, because senior advocate, they have gone ahead and given it separately. What they are going ahead and telling, if advocate gives another advocate co-services, it is always exempted. Advocate to advocate services are exempted. For an example, I got one case where I have to go ahead and help one client, and I took another advocate service. Advocate to advocate services are always exempted. Now again, same thing, advocate giving services. For example, Vijit and his wife went ahead and told, we will go ahead and take divorce only now. Now Vijit and his wife went to the court. To go to the court ka fees पे there is no GST. Who will take him to the court? Advocate. So the advocate ka services which are there, if advocate ka services I take and I have to pay GST under RCM, headache, no, I have to take compulsory registration, and hence government went ahead and told, if you are not a business entity, it will be exempted. If you are a small business entity, it will be exempted. If you are a big business entity whose last year turnover is more than registration limit, it means you are already registered, you have to go ahead and pay GST under RCM. If you are government, advocate giving services to the government is also exempted. The same thing comes for senior advocate also over here. Senior advocate giving to services to person other than business entity is always exempted. Senior advocate giving services to small business entity is exempted. Big business entity. Who is big business entity, everyone? Whose last year turnover is more than registration limit, always RCM. Advocate giving services to the government is always exempted. Now, if you guys go ahead and understand this point, you have to remember only one thing in the whole advocate ka point, that advocate, arbitral tribunal or senior advocate, whatever it is, in your exam, you have to remember this point. This is the only relevant point which is there, important, that whenever they are giving services, when will RCM come? Only if they are giving to a business entity. Business entity means any entity which is doing business. And plus, the aggregate turnover is more than registration limit in the preceding financial year. Don't see current year, don't see voluntary registration, don't see anything. See last year turnover, they have to pay GST under RCM. Is my point clear to all of you, everyone? People, this is the most important point which you have to go ahead and remember. Advocate, arbitral tribunal, senior advocate. If they are going ahead and giving services to a business entity, which business entity, everyone, whose last year turnover is more than registration limit, then that business entity has to pay GST under RCM. That's all I've gone ahead and told over here. Business entity whose last year turnover is more than registration limit. The next one over here is, Baba, fourth one. I like it. It might be a part of this time's exam because September or your January exam, this point might come, everyone. Sir, this is very, very important. Why, sir? Because it has an amendment. Earlier, what used to happen, sponsorship services given by anyone to a body corporate. Body corporate basically means a company, or to a partnership firm. Body corporate or partnership firm recipient has to pay GST under RCM. People, what they are telling, earlier what used to happen, sponsorship services given by whom? Any person. Sponsorship service by any person to body corporate or partnership firm, they used to pay GST under RCM. Now, any person other than body corporate, they have gone ahead and told. Means if I am a body corporate and I am giving sponsorship services, then RCM is not applicable. Only if I am a person other than body corporate. Baba, non-body corporates giving sponsorship service are under RCM. Remember one thing. So for an example, I am going ahead and giving sponsorship services. You have to remember, first of all, I should not be a body corporate. Any person other than body corporate. I should not be a company giving the service. If I am giving sponsorship service to whom? Non-body corporate to body corporate and partnership firm, you remember. Non-body corporate to body corporate and partnership firm. Baba, this is very, very important from this time exam. Can I go ahead, everyone? So if they tell you Ram Limited has gone ahead and provided sponsorship service, Ram Limited has provided, RCM will come or FCM will come? FCM. Remember, because body corporate providing, RCM is not applicable. Can I go ahead, everyone? If non-body corporate is providing to a body corporate, non-body corporate is providing to a body corporate, only then RCM is applicable. Is my point 100% clear to all of you? Yes, everyone. Chalo. Next one. People, very, very important from exam point of view. The fifth one and 5 and 5A, which is there. 5 and 5A. People, 5 and 5A, which goes ahead and talks about government. Can you see central government, state government, central government, state government, local authority? Government wala services. I will go ahead and revise with you guys when I am going ahead and revising the government ka whole chart. Can you guys see this government ka whole chart? This government ka chart mein, I will go ahead and revise the reverse charge also, forward charge also, and exemption also. If I start this government wala chart now, then we will leave RCM and we'll come to government. So I'm going ahead and telling these 2 points which are there, 5 and 5A. Very, very important from exam point of view. We'll go ahead and understand, or we'll go ahead and revise when we are revising government ka chart. Can we go ahead, everyone? The next one over here is 5AA. Any person renting of residential dwelling to a registered person. What they are going ahead and telling, any person, people, any person giving me residential dwelling on rent and I am a registered person. Residential dwelling means residential house, where you dwell, where you stay. Okay, everyone. For example, my landlady who's there, landlady or landlord, has gone ahead and given me the house on rent, and I have gone ahead and taken it as I am a registered person. Then I have to pay GST under RCM. Is my point clear to all of you? But here also, the exception is that you tell me one thing: I am a registered person under GST. I can understand, but don't I have a personal life? For my personal life, if I have gone ahead and taken something on rent, residential property, even though I am registered for my business purpose. But personally, if I have gone ahead and taken something in the business, that amount is shown as a drawings. It is not my business expense. Then do I have to pay GST under RCM or not required? Not required. They are told exemption if renting is on personal capacity for use as own residence and not for the firm, then you don't have to pay GST under RCM. But tell me one thing, I went into one residential property on rent. Any person has given me, whether registered, unregistered, doesn't matter. And he has given me residential property on rent and I am an unregistered person then. Exempted. There is no RCM. If I'm a registered person but taken it for personal purpose, then exempted. If I'm a registered person but I've gone ahead and taken for it for my staff to stay, you would have seen hotels etc. Mein all the staffs ke liye they go ahead and take a house on rent and keep it so that the staff can stay in that home, and they are showing it as a business expense. Then they have to pay GST under RCM. Is my point clear? I've entered into one residential house on rent and I've gone ahead and converted it into my office, and I'm going ahead and using it as my office. Then I have to pay GST under RCM. Is my point clear to all of you, everyone? The next point again becomes very, very important from exam point of view, because there is a small amendment which is there. What they have gone ahead and told, any unregistered person renting any immovable property except residential property. People, residential property, have I already clarified with you guys what is to be done? But the next one, everyone, listen. Any unregistered person. For example, this property which I'm going ahead and currently teaching you, supposedly, this property is being rented out by my landlord. My landlord is an unregistered person, and this is a commercial property. It's not a residential. Residential, I told you what is to be done. Do you guys agree with me, everyone? This is a commercial property. Now you tell me one thing. Renting of any immovable property can be a commercial property. Other than residential property means what, everyone? Commercial property. If it is rented to a registered person, I have to pay GST under RCM. For example, I'll go ahead and tell you, practically talking, my property, my building which is there, where I go ahead and, which is my office over here. Now that is being rented out to me. Commercial property is being rented out by my landlord. My landlord is a registered person under GST. I am a registered person under GST. What to do? I have to pay GST under RCM. But if I'm a composition dealer, I don't have to go ahead and pay GST under RCM, because composition dealer, no, you know what happens on rent. For example, every month I'm paying 1 lakh rupees rent. Rent pay 18% GST means 18,000 rupees I have to pay under RCM. Composition dealer told, sir, I have to pay every month 1%. 18% is a huge amount. Why do I pay GST under RCM 18% and 10? Sir, you getting my point? So government went ahead and told, okay, fine. If you're a composition dealer, then you don't have to pay GST under RCM on this. People, tell me one thing. My landlord is a registered person, and he's given me this commercial property on rent. Will I have to pay under RCM or FCM? Remember, it should be unregistered to registered. Can I go ahead, everyone? And it says any immovable property except residential property. Any immovable property can mean commercial property. Any immovable property can mean anything which is attached to the earth also. Everyone, might be one hoarding is there. Hoarding, which is, hoarding, everyone, hoarding, which is attached to the earth. Is it immovable? I went to, supposingly, madam, your name? Sangeeta. Sangeeta has one hoarding which is there. This is Sangeeta over here. Sangeeta ka home ke bahar, she has one hoarding which is there. I told Sangeeta, madam, please give me the hoarding on rent. She is unregistered person, I'm a registered person. I have to pay GST under RCM. So it is not talking only about commercial property. It's telling any immovable property. Can I go ahead, everyone? Are we all clear till here? Remember, unregistered person to registered person. Registered person should pay GST under RCM. But if I'm a registered person under composition, very, very important from exam point of view, I don't have to pay GST under RCM. Next. Then it says, Baba, this 5B and 5C, I will go ahead and talk about with this. Okay, everyone? We'll talk about this later. Now comes director. Director going in and giving services to a company or a body corporate. Company or body corporate has to pay GST under RCM. Baba, anyone, any doubt with this? Director is there. He is going in and giving services to a company or body corporate. Company or body corporate has to pay GST under RCM. But your directors also, you have to remember, the director ka remuneration pay. Independent director. Baba, directors can be of two types: independent director and whole-time director. Independent director is not an employee of the company. The independent director giving services to the company. Company should always pay GST under RCM. If it's a whole-time director, he can be an employee, or outside his employment also he can give services. If he's an employee and paid salary and TDS has been deducted under section number 192, then Baba, always remember, it's not a supply, neither supply of goods nor supply of service, and there is no GST which is payable under RCM or FCM, nothing. But if a whole-time director outside his employment, after his work gets over, he told, I will go ahead and help you, the company, he told, I will go ahead and help you with your audit work, and he's going ahead and charging some amount, and company has gone ahead and paid him professional fees and TDS under 194J is done, then company has to pay GST under RCM. Remember one thing, tell me one thing. For example, Sangeeta is a director in my company. Sangeeta is going in and providing services as a director also, and Sangeeta is providing other services to the company also. Now you tell me, as a director, whatever services are provided, I just have to pay GST under RCM. Other services other than directorial services, if she is providing, do I have to go ahead and pay GST under RCM or not required? Only directorial services are under RCM. Any other services provided by the director is not under RCM. You understood what I'm trying to say? For example, I'm a director in your company. I'm providing services to your company. I'm not an employee. I'm an independent director providing services to your company, or I'm a whole-time director, but outside my employment, I'm providing services to your company as a director. Then you pay GST under RCM. But might be I'm an independent director. Evening I come and I clean your company. Grooming also I do. Will the company pay GST under RCM on that amount? Then remember one thing: if services supplied by director in his personal or private capacity, night I go and I become security guard, then the company does not have to pay on my services under RCM. But services applied in the capacity of a director is only taxable under RCM. Any other services, there is no RCM. Well, did you understand my feelings which I told you? Can we go ahead, everyone? Everyone over here now, the next one. So director ka services pe two circulars were there, which I wanted and told you. People remember one thing always. Independent director giving services to a company, company has to pay GST under RCM. Whole-time director giving services to a company, it's an employee. TDS under 192 is done, then neither supply of goods nor supply of service. But if whole-time director is giving services to a company not in the capacity of employee as any other capacity, then and company has deducted 194J professional fees ka TDS, then company should pay GST under RCM. Is my point clear to all? Only directorial services are under RCM. Any other services provided by director is not under RCM. The next one over here, insurance agent. Baba, you would have seen your neighbor, etc. They might be insurance agent saying, please buy insurance, buy insurance. Now, you tell me one thing. Insurance company ko they are giving services. Insurance companies are giving them commission. Do you think all these small agents who are there who are giving services to insurance companies will be registered? So who will pay GST? The government went ahead and told whenever these insurance agents help the insurance company, they are providing the services to insurance company. Insurance company is more organized. They should pay GST under RCM. You know recovery agent. Arey recovery, Vasuli, he will come. If you don't pay the loan, bank will send him. So Vasuli is when they come. Bank, go they are giving the services. Baba, do you think Vasuli people will go ahead and pay GST when they are providing services to bank? So government told bank is more organized. Let the bank pay GST under RCM. Bank, financial institution or NBFC who is in the taxable territory should pay GST under RCM. But tell me one thing, if recovery agent is providing services to a car dealer, FCM. Remember, providing to bank, NBFC and NBFC and bank and financial institution, only then RCM. All other case, FCM. The next one, music composer, photographer, artist. You tell me one thing, one music composer is there, one photographer is there, one artist is there. Government went ahead and told all these artists, Baba, what do you mean by artist? For example, you know that music composer, artist, Baba, artist, I have gone ahead and drawn one artwork. Now I am going ahead and giving it to a company or a film director, and I am going ahead and telling you can use my artwork. They are going ahead and telling whenever you are giving someone the right to use your intangible. Here, music composer, he wrote one song. Oh, you know nowadays everyone is a singer. They came on Instagram, sang Kacha Badam. Okay? Yes or no, everyone? And that guy became singer. Now he will earn 2 lakh rupees. Do you think he will ever take a registration? But the music company will make money out of it. So government says, hey, music company or the producer, you pay GST under RCM. Now I am an author. I went in and wrote a book. I gave my book to the publisher. Publisher will give me royalty everywhere. Now publisher is more organized. Publisher should pay GST under RCM. But supposingly I am an author and I want to offer forward charge mechanism. Authors ke liye two options are being given. Government went and told author if he is unregistered or if he is not opting for forward charge, then publisher should pay GST under RCM. But if author wants, author can forward charge is applicable if author has taken registration and also has gone ahead and filed a declaration that sir, I am excising to pay GST under forward charge mechanism. I will collect GST and I will pay it to you. He has to go ahead and take this option. If he takes this option, then the recipient should not pay GST under RCM. Remember one thing, authors have two options. What are the options, everyone? If author is unregistered or he does not opt for forward charge, then what will happen? Recipient will pay GST under RCM, who is the publisher. But if author wants, can he go ahead and opt for forward charge mechanism? They are telling author can go ahead and take registration and he has filed a declaration that he excises to pay GST under forward charge and he will comply with all the provision of the GST Act as they apply to a person liable for paying tax. He is telling all the publishers ka headache will be now my headache. I will go ahead and charge GST and he will not withdraw the said option for a period of how much, everyone? 1 year. At least 1 year he is going to excise the option, and when he gives the invoice to the publisher also, no, in the invoice he will tell, sir, please don't pay GST under RCM. I am charging under forward charge. I will pay, you don't pay GST under RCM. Is the point clear to all of you, everyone? The next one over here is, sir, members of overseeing committee when they are providing services to the RBI. RBI went ahead and formed one members overseeing committee who will oversee the work of the bank, because nowadays all people are taking money and running away. So what RBI did, RBI set up one committee. Committee will go ahead and take care of the banks, etc., so that loans, etc., are provided properly. Now all these are overseeing committee members who are there, they are actually providing services to RBI. All these members get a amount from the RBI which might be 2 lakh, 3 lakh, 4 lakh, 5 lakh per annum. All these members will never come under registration. Who should pay GST? Government told RBI, you pay the GST under RCM. Direct selling agent who is an individual. Baba, this I like it. 11th one, in exam they will go ahead and give you a company. Remember, you have to remember, if I am a direct selling agent of the bank, I am a direct selling agent of the bank or NBFC, then bank or NBFC should pay GST under RCM. I told the bank, I will get loans from you. You want loans, right? Don't worry. I will go ahead and get loans for you. I will get bakras who will take loans for you, from you. You got my point? Who want loan? I will go ahead and get it. Now HDFC Bank ko I provided the service where I got Vijit. He wants a loan. Give him loan. They will give you loan, but I will get commission from them. In that scenario, I am the supplier. Bank is the recipient. Bank should pay GST under RCM. The next one over here is business facilitator and business correspondent. I will go ahead and talk about it. I like 11, 12, 13 also. I will go ahead and talk about the third business facilitator and business correspondent. Everyone listen to me very carefully. Business correspondent and business facilitator. People watching at home, are you guys there? So, Baba, people, 1 minute. One is an agent of a business facilitator. One will be an agent of a business correspondent, and one will be the bank. What happens over here? No, business facilitator and business correspondent. What is the difference between business facilitator and business correspondent? Baba, as the name suggests, they are facilitating the business. What will happen? Bank want to go ahead and give loan. Bank want to go ahead and collect deposit from people. What this business facilitator will do? No, they will go to various people and they will go ahead and tell that, sir, we are coming from this bank. You know, sir, bank can give you loan. If you want, you can pay in EMI. So you know, sir, if you want, you can deposit your money in the bank. They will give you interest. They facilitate the business. They give knowledge to people. Are we clear? They don't touch money. But business correspondent, on the other hand, no, they touch money. Touch money means they will go ahead and tell, sir, you want loan? They will give you the 10,000 rupees ka loan and they take it from the bank. They will collect every month EMI from you and deposit in the bank. So they will touch money also. But here, the only purpose is they give only knowledge. They don't touch money. They don't do any transaction. These people also do small transaction. They will come to your place. They went to one village. They told, sir, you know, bank can go ahead and give you a loan. If you want 10,000 rupees, small loan you want, bank will give you. He will immediately give it and he'll take it from the bank. He will every month collect EMI and deposit in the bank. He will take money from you, go and deposit in the bank. All this work will be done by whom? Business correspondent. Are we clear, everyone? Now, whenever, remember one thing, people, what they have gone ahead and told, they have gone ahead and told business facilitator giving to the bank. Business facilitator giving to the bank, RCM is applicable. RCM means bank will pay GST under RCM. Okay? And then they have gone ahead and told agent of business correspondent giving to business correspondent. Agent giving to business correspondent, RCM is applicable. Do you guys agree with me, everyone? People, what they are telling, business facilitator giving to bank, RCM is applicable. Agent giving to business correspondent, also RCM is applicable. Is my point clear to all of you? If these two cases mein RCM is applicable, what about this point? This point mein forward charge is applicable. It means agent giving to business facilitator, agent will collect GST and pay GST under forward charge mechanism. When business correspondent is giving to the bank, business correspondent will collect GST and pay GST to the government. Do you guys agree with me, everyone? What do you understand by this? Remember one thing, a business facilitator is always free. Can you see on his head, there is no tension. It means when he is giving to the bank, bank pays GST under RCM. When agent is giving to business facilitator, agent will collect and pay. So facilitator has no headache. When he is giving to bank, bank pays GST under RCM. When his agent gives services to him, agents collect and pay. So for him, any tension, no tension. No tension. Can I go ahead, everyone? But correspondent is ulta. You see two horns on his head. When he is giving to the bank, he has to collect GST and pay. When agents give him service, he has to pay GST under RCM. So correspondent ke upar, there are two headaches which are there. When they are giving to bank, they have to collect and pay. When they are taking the services of agent, they have to pay GST under RCM. Is my point clear to all of you? But you have to remember one thing over here. People, no RCM, no FCM, etc. If all these business facilitator or their agent, business correspondent or their agents are giving services with respect to rural area, then Baba, government have gone ahead and told there will be no GST ka implication at all. All GST, whether it is forward charge or reverse charge, it will always be exempted. Can we go ahead, everyone? Remember one thing, people, business facilitator, no tension. He will never collect forward or reverse. Business correspondent, ulta. When he is giving to bank, he will collect and pay. When he is taking the services of agent, he has to pay GST under RCM. You can remember this way, everyone. F for free. Free means no tension. Business correspondent is ulta. But if they have gone ahead and given the services with respect to rural area, all these services pay, GST will be exempted. There will be no GST which is payable. All this will become exempt, and exempt. That's all they have gone ahead and told. Services by business facilitator, business correspondent or their intermediary, their agent, with respect to accounts in rural area branch, then the GST will be exempted. Are we all 100% clear till here? People watching at home, are you guys there? Are we all clear? Quickly give me a heads up. Are we all there till here? The next one over here is security services. Security services means giving security guards. You would have seen down your apartment, one security guard is there. That security guard is being provided by agencies. Now, when the agency who is providing the security guard, it should be any person other than body corporate who is providing what? To a registered person. Then registered person has to pay GST under RCM. Now, you tell me, BIS Securities Private Limited is providing security guards. Will RCM come? No. It should be any person other than body corporate. So, for example, Vijit, tomorrow started, Vijit and Co. Security services, and he is giving security guards. then Baba, in that scenario, the registered person has to pay GST under RCM. He can be registered, unregistered, doesn't matter. But he should be any person other than body corporate. If he's giving to registered person will pay GST under RCM. But they have gone and told it is not applicable. So tell me one thing, everyone. If any person other than body corporate is giving security guards to registered person, correct everyone? In registered person also, it can be TDS deductor. And everyone, it can be composition dealer. It can be other registered person. Correct everyone? They have gone ahead and told if it is TDS deductor, RCM is not applicable. Composition dealer, RCM is not applicable. Other registered person, only RCM is applicable. It means these two scenario may forward charge mechanism will come. Who will collect and pay? This person will collect and pay, provided he is a registered person. Is my point clear to all of you? Everyone over here, remember, see, not applicable if central government, state government, local authority is registered as TDS deductor or composition dealer. In that scenario, reverse is not applicable. Forward charge mechanism will be applicable. My question to all of you, if the supplier is a body corporate, then what will happen? Forward charge. There is no reverse at all. Any scenario forward. And I have not told you any exemption over here. I have told forward charge mechanism. Can we go ahead, everyone? Everyone over here now. People, I like 14 also. They can go ahead and ask you a question. These are quality ones which they can go ahead and trick you. The next one over here is, sir, renting a motor vehicle, which is a passenger vehicle. What are they talking about, everyone? Renting of motor vehicle, which is a passenger vehicle, where fuel cost is included in the consideration. For example, I have Innova car which is there. Sangeeta went ahead and told me, I want to go to Goa. I went ahead and told, okay, Sangeeta madam, we'll charge you 20 rupees per kilometer. I will drop you from Bangalore to Goa, 20 rupees per kilometer. Fuel cost is mine. So I'm into renting a motor vehicle, passenger vehicle, and fuel cost is included. If I am any person other than body corporate, and I'm not issuing invoice charging 12%, because if I'm like GTA only, if I'm charging 12%, then forward charge will come. But if I'm not charging 12%, means I'm unregistered. Or I'm registered, but I'm not charging 12. I'm charging only 5%. People, this also has two options. If I'm charging 12% means I will get all ITCs also. If I'm not charging 12% means I'm charging 5. If I'm charging 5, then it's a scenario. You have to pay GST under RCM and I'll not get ITCs also. Is my point clear to all of you? 12 and 5% both. Now here they are telling if you are any person other than body corporate who does not issue GST charging 12%, then if the recipient is a body corporate, they have to pay GST under RCM. Is my point clear to all of non-body corporate to body corporate? People, can you remember like this? This is non-body corporate to body corporate. But security may it was not there. It was non-body corporate to registered person. Everyone, can we go ahead? People, it says any person other than body corporate who is not issuing invoice 12%. Not issuing invoice 12% means either I'm charging in my invoice 5% or I'm not issuing invoice at all, or I'm a composition dealer. I'm not giving invoice, I'm giving a bill of supply. I should not give invoice at the rate of 12%. Can I give bill of supply? Yes. Can I give an invoice with 5%? Yes. I might not give GST invoice only. I'm giving a commercial bill or commercial invoice. Then in that scenario, the body corporate has to pay GST under RCM. Everyone over here now. The last one over here is services of lending of securities by lender to a borrower. Borrower should pay GST under RCM. So people, always there is a lender, one there is a borrower, one there is an intermediary which is appointed by SEBI. You know what will happen? Lender will go ahead and give the shares to the borrower. Okay? What borrower will do? Borrower has to go ahead and pay fees to the lender. Because he has lent the share, borrower will pay fees to the lender. Now what happens in this whole scenario? No, this transaction does not happen independently. The shares will first go to the intermediary. Intermediary will give the shares to the borrower. Borrower will pay his fees, lending fees, and intermediary will pay the fees to the lender. In this whole scenario, government went ahead and told this borrower who is there, whatever fees he is paying on this, borrower should pay GST under RCM. Is my point clear to all of you? And they have gone ahead and told over here, this intermediary, the broker who is there. My question to all of you, this broker will charge commission to both of them. On his brokerage, is RCM applicable or forward charge only? Forward only. On borrowing fees, the recipient should pay GST under RCM, and that is what is being told over here. Is my point clear to all of you? Everyone, tell me one thing. See, I have gone ahead and told over here, taxability of supply of securities under securities lending scheme. Remember, transaction in securities, which is disposal of securities, is not a supply and there is no GST. If it is sale of securities, there is no GST. But lending of securities is a supply of service and borrower has to pay GST under RCM. Nature of supply, always inter. Why always inter? You know, because lender and borrower don't know each other. Now, borrower told, I have gone ahead and taken the securities. I don't know who is the lender of the shares. If I don't know, I should pay CGST or SGST. So government went ahead and told, please pay IGST. Are we all clear till here? And the activity of intermediary, the broker, is always taxable under forward charge mechanism. Is my point clear to all of you? Everyone over here now, listen. In this renting also, one small point is there, renting a motor vehicle. Tell me one thing, everyone. What do you mean by renting a motor vehicle? Renting a motor vehicle means I have gone ahead and given you a motor vehicle on rent. Use it however you want. Array, renting a motor vehicle can be two-wheeler, four-wheeler, car, correct everyone, or it can be a bus. I have given a motor vehicle on rent. Then you being the recipient, you should pay GST under RCM if you are a body corporate. Array, everyone. Renting a motor vehicle, what did I tell you? Body corporate. Yes, non-body corporate giving to body corporate should pay GST under RCM. Now, for example, one company came to me and it told, sir, you are taking your bus is going from Bangalore to Kerala. I want 5 tickets. I went ahead and gave 5 tickets to you. Will you pay GST under RCM on that tickets? Is it renting a motor vehicle or it is passenger transportation? On passenger transportation service, you don't have to pay GST under RCM. If I give you a motor vehicle on rent, means I am going ahead and giving you a motor vehicle. However you want, you use it. You take from employees from office to home, home to airport, whatever you want, you do it. I am giving it at your disposal. That is called renting a motor vehicle. If I give you passenger transportation, you don't have to pay GST under RCM. That's what they have gone ahead and told over here, that when body corporate hires a motor vehicle for a period for which motor vehicle is at its disposal, then RCM is applicable. But if body corporate takes passenger transportation service for a specified journey and does not take it on rent, there is no RCM. Is my point clear to all of you, everyone? Everyone, tell me one thing. Now, there is this 5B, 5C. I'll go ahead and talk about it. And there is 9.4. What 9.4 is going ahead and telling? Everyone tell me one thing. First, I will go ahead and talk about 5B and 5C. 5B and 5C goes ahead and says, you tell me one thing. If I go ahead and sell you a land ka sell pe there is no GST. Do you guys agree with me? Array, if I sell you a land, there is no GST. But nowadays, what the trend is, people go ahead and give development right of their land. People, any person, for example, Sangeeta had one land in which she had a small hut and she was staying. Now she is going to a developer and telling, please develop one building on this and give me 2-3 apartments. Do developer do this nowadays? So what they are going in and telling over here, any person, for example, this Sangeeta had one land which is there. If she sells the land, there is no GST. Whatever you want. She told one promoter, I will give you this land ka development right, or I will give you the floor space index, or I will go ahead and give you long-term lease of this land, which is more than how many years? 30 years. Remember one thing, whether you give the development right, or you call it floor space index, or you call it long-term lease where you are giving the land for how many years? 30 years. If you are going ahead and giving it to a promoter, you tell me one thing. Do you think, Sangeeta, you look at her face, will she pay GST under forward charge? Will she collect GST and pay? Baba, all these people who are there, they have their land, they go ahead and give it to builder. Builder makes the apartment and gives it. Who is more organized? Builders, and hence the promoters should pay GST under RCM. They've gone ahead and told, whenever any person, registered, unregistered, doesn't matter, any person gives development right, floor space index, long-term lease of 30 years or more to a promoter should pay GST under RCM. Now you tell me one thing, is this point clear to all of you, land wala point? Now on this, they will make a building, the promoter will make a building. To make the building, if the promoter goes ahead, section number 9.4 now goes ahead and says, if the promoter needs supposedly capital goods, and from one unregistered person, he has gone ahead and bought some capital goods, then he should pay GST under RCM on those capital goods also. If promoter goes ahead and buys from an unregistered person cement, then promoter should pay GST under RCM. To make this building, promoter will buy other input and input services also. People, can you tell me other input and input services can be what to make the building? Stone, sand, iron, steel, correct? The government went ahead and told to make the whole building, if supposing the expense was 1 crore rupees, to make the whole building, the expense was how much? 1 crore. On input and input services, the expense was 1 crore. At least 80% should be from registered person. All this sand, stones, etc. 80% means what? 80 lakh rupees ka item he should have gone ahead and bought from registered person. It means 20 lakh can I buy from unregistered? Yes, no problem. Supposingly to make this building he has spent 1 crore rupees, out of which only 70 lakh he bought from registered person. How much he should have bought? 80. What is the shortfall? On 10 lakh, he should pay RCM at the rate of 18%. That's all they've wanted to do. Input and input services, if it is shortfall below what, everyone? 80%, then whatever is below 80%, then he has on that item, on that amount, he has to pay GST under RCM. Is my point clear to all of you? But cement and capital goods, whatever he is buying, if he is buying from unregistered person, he has to pay GST under RCM. Input and input services, he has to pay GST under RCM only if it is below 80%. 20% he can buy from unregistered because all these sand, stones, etc. might be supplied by a person who is unregistered only. 20% is okay, but more than 20 if he buys from unregistered, then he has to pay GST under RCM only on the shortfall. See, that is what is being told by 9.4. Input services, shortfall below 80%, Cement and capital goods, when he's buying from unregistered person, and registered person is whom? Promoter. He should pay GST under RCM. Is my point clear to all of you, everyone? Tell me one thing, everyone. I've gone ahead and explained to you RCM. What are the various services on which RCM is applicable? You have to go ahead and remember. People, what are the various services on which RCM is applicable? Remember diagrams. Diagrams. D for, now, number one, first service I went ahead and told you was GTA. G for GTA. Do you guys agree with me? Second services I went ahead and told you arbitral tribunal or advocate. Do you guys agree with me, everyone? Third service I went ahead and told you sponsorship service. Fourth service I went ahead and told you is government. But as of now, I am not taught you government. Government I'll teach you under exemption chapter. Then which is the service I went ahead and told you, everyone? Residential property. Can you see, everyone? Renting of residential property. R for renting of residential property or any other property also. Do you guys agree with me, everyone? Any other immovable property. The next one, sir, development right, floor space index, long term lease. Do you guys agree with me? D for development right, floor space index or long term lease of greater than equal to 30 years. People, here I wrote greater than equal to. Okay, everyone. Next, director, insurance agent. D for director, I for insurance agent. Then music composer, photographer, I'll write here only. Artist. Correct? A for author. R for recovery. Done? Have you covered all of them? Here it is RBI. R for RBI ka overseeing committee. Do you remember, everyone? You can write RBI also, or you can write over here members of OC. Done? What is the next one? Business facilitator, business correspondent. What you can do is you can write A for agent or business correspondent. When you write this, you have to remember business facilitator also. The next one, everyone, security services. S for sponsorship, S for security, S for securities lending. Everyone, and R for renting of motor vehicle. Have I covered all of them? That's all. You have to remember diagrams over here and you will be able to remember all of them. Done, everyone? I've gone ahead and written it quickly, but you will be able to remember. Write it down properly and paste it somewhere. When you're brushing your tooth, you watch it every day. You'll remember all the RCMs which are there. Can we go ahead, everyone? Everyone, over here, we are done with the RCM which is there. Government related RCM. I'll go ahead and talk about it later. Can you see 5A, 5 and 5A? And here there is a Delhi Development Authority wala point which is there. 5 and 5A ke saath. When I'll go ahead and talk about 5 and 5A, I'll talk about this point also. Okay, everyone, body corporate one definition is there just for the purpose of reading. You can go ahead and read. You have to remember one thing, everyone. Tell me one thing. We went ahead and learned section number 9. Section number 9, I went ahead and told you 9.1, 9.2, 9.3, 9.4 and section number 9.5. 9.1 says when the supplier will be liable, he has to collect and pay. 9.2 says HP man. HP man pay as of now no GST, but it will come from a date notified by government on recommendation of council. Section number 9.3 talks about diagrams. Which I told you, diagrams pe RCM. 9.4 input service, cement and capital goods. Promoter should pay GST under RCM if he buys from unregistered person and he is a registered person. Seller should be unregistered, he should be registered. But for input service, only if shortfall is below 80%. 9.5 is relating to e-commerce operator. People, don't you think these two are RCM? These two are basically talking about forward. These two are talking about reverse. Forward and reverse, when it is not possible, then government catches the neck of the between wala e-commerce, and e-commerce wala will go ahead and talk in the chapter of e-commerce transaction. Can we go ahead, everyone? Same way, whenever it is intra-state transaction, section number 9.1, 9.2, 9.3, 9.4, 9.5 is applicable. But whenever it is interstate transaction and recipient has to go ahead and recipient or supplier has to pay IGST, then section number 5 is applicable. People, section number 5 has section number 5. IGST ka section number 5 has 5.1. Can you see, everyone? 5. Sir, why is it green? It is green because in 5.1 also they have added this word. Baba, tell me one thing. In section number 5.1, what will be there? Instead of intra, it will be inter. Same, this thing will be there. I added. Instead of 20, it will be maximum how many percent? 40%. Section number 5.1 may one proviso is there that whenever you import goods from outside India, it is interstate. Importation pay, you have to pay IGST, and that IGST will be collected under Customs Act. When other custom duties are collected, that time it will be collected. Can I go ahead, everyone? But they went ahead and told, see, you know online money gaming? Arey OMG,
online money gaming is actionable claim. Actionable claims are goods. But do you think online money gaming will come in a boat? Shipment will come. And custom act under when custom duties are collected, IGST also will be collected. But online money gaming is goods. But they went ahead and told on in case of online money gaming coming from outside India. Everyone, tell me one thing. IGST on importation of goods will be levied and collected as per Custom Tariff Act on the value under Custom Act and when custom duties are paid by you. And everyone, when you pay custom duty, you have to pay IGST also. Do you guys agree with me? But it is not applicable on notified goods, which is online money gaming. And online money gaming, if you go in your chart of import of goods, I'll go ahead and show you over here. Just give me a minute. See, online money gaming, page number 65. See, supplier is in the non-taxable territory outside India. He is providing online money gaming to a person in the recipient in the taxable territory. In this scenario, forward charge mechanism is applicable. Supplier has to collect. Supplier has to collect means this guy from outside India who has gone ahead and provided the services of online money gaming in India. He has to come to India, take a simplified registration, and he has to go ahead and pay the GST under forward charge mechanism. Is my point clear to all of you? Do you think online money gaming will come in both? That custom duty along with that IGST will be collected? No. Online money gaming is goods, but on that forward charge mechanism is applicable. And who will pay the GST? Hey Baba, everyone. The supplier, the online money gaming company from outside India has to take simplified registration in India and has to pay GST under forward charge mechanism. And Baba, section number 5.3, I've gone ahead and told you importation of service, you have to pay GST under RCM. Do you remember everyone? But it is not applicable in case of NTOR because I told you OIDR going ahead and providing services to an NTOR, basically an unregistered person, forward charge mechanism is applicable, reverse charge is not applicable. 5.4 and 5.5 is same here. 9.4 and 9.5 when we learn. 9.5 we have not learned here. Intra just becomes inter in 5.4 and 5.5. Is my point clear to all of you? People, we are done with your reverse charge mechanism over here. Very, very important from exam point of view. 9.3. Very, very important. It will come in your exam. You have to be very careful. 9.3 and 9.3 only. Can we go ahead? And whatever services I have told you over here, some of the important ones I have told you, but you can't leave anything and go for your exam. Anything and everything is important in 9.3. Done, everyone. Closing my revision on this chapter. One point which is important, amendment which I have already told you, undenatured alcohol also now comes under non-leviability. There is no GST leviable. Sponsorship service, I told you the amendment point. This unregistered person wala point I told you, there is an amendment over here. Delhi Development Authority wala amendment, we will go ahead and talk when we go ahead and talk about the government related service. Right, everyone? I'll go ahead and close my revision on the chapter of charge of GST. Closed. Now, let's go ahead and move to the next chapter, everyone. Composition levy. Everyone, tell me one thing. The previous chapter which you had gone ahead and learned, sir, what kind of a chapter it is? It is a A-graded chapter. You will mandatorily get a question out of this. Okay, everyone? A-graded. Now, I'll go ahead and move to the next chapter. The next chapter is composition scheme, everyone. Please come to composition scheme. Sir, composition scheme B-graded. See, Baba. A, B and C may. A means mandatorily you get a question from that chapter. B means 50-50% chance. C means 1/3 chances. Means 33% chances. Did you guys understand what I'm telling? A means it will come from that chapter. B means 50-50 and C means 1/3. Let's go ahead and start composition scheme. Composition scheme, it happens that in a year you will see now 3 attempt, no. Alternate attempt, you will be able to see a question from this chapter. Now, composition scheme. People listen to very carefully. Let's go ahead and link this chapter. Composition scheme ka chapter. Notebook. Chapter number 4. Composition levy. Chapter number 4. Composition. Sir, please give me a linking of the chapter. Yes, Baba. See, we started learning GST with what, everyone? We started learning GST with goods or service. If goods and service is there, goods or service has to be supplied. Now, supply can be either interstate supply or supply can be either intrastate supply. Interstate supply, IGST gets levied. Intrastate, CGST gets levied. Now, once GST gets levied, you have to collect and pay GST. Do you guys agree with me? Only if you are a taxable person. Now, when GST got levied, no, some GST levy, normal levy is section number 9. What is section number 9 telling you? Sir, whenever GST will get levied, you should collect GST and you should pay GST. Now, some people went to the government and told, sir, we are very small people, sir. Collecting GST, taking input, setting or paying to the government, sir, so much headache we don't want. We want simple scheme, sir. And hence government went ahead and told, instead of normal scheme, if you want, you can go for section number 10, which is composition scheme. Composition scheme, or we call it composition levy also, where government went ahead and gave a simple scheme for simple people. Are we all clear? And hence we are going to talk about composition scheme. See, sir, first of all, composition scheme. Everyone remember one thing. Who are the people who are eligible for composition scheme? That we'll talk later. But sir, you should be a small person, only then you can go ahead and take composition scheme. Who are small according to the government? Whose previous year ka turnover? You have to remember what, everyone? Your previous year ka aggregate turnover should be less than equal to how much, everyone? 1.5 crore or 75 lakh. 50 lakh I'll talk later. 1.5 crore or 75 lakh. Sir, if my preceding financial year ka aggregate turnover is up to how much, everyone? 1.5 crore or 75 lakh. You will tell me, sir, 1.5 crore is for whom and 75 lakh is for whom? 1.5 crore is for Hoja, 75 lakh is for Mentas. Sir, can you tell me what you mean by mental? No, not mental, Mentas. What is Mentas? M for Meghalaya, Manipur, Mizoram. A for Arunachal Pradesh. N for Nagaland. T for Tripura. U for Uttarakhand. And S for Sikkim. Remember one thing, these are the special category states for which government have gone ahead and told the limit will be how much, everyone? 75 lakh. Who are the special category states, everyone, for whom 75 lakh is there? Mantas. M for Meghalaya, Manipur, Mizoram. A for Arunachal, N for Nagaland, T for Tripura, U for Uttarakhand, and S for Sikkim. And Mantas, Hoja. Hoja. Baba, it is like mental Hoja. No, it is Mantas. Mantas Hoja. H for Himachal Pradesh. O for any other state. J for Jammu and Kashmir, and A for Assam. You will now go ahead and tell me, sir, you could have written all other states only over here. But Baba, these three states are actually special category state for which the limit is 1.5 crore. Actually, these are also the special category states only which are under GST, but for them the limit is how much? 1.5 crore. That's why I go ahead and write them separately. All other states, including this three state, and that is why it is called Hoja, and for them limit is 1.5 crore. Is my point clear to all of you? So remember one thing, if my preceding financial year turnover is how much, everyone? Don't cut anything in the chart unless I tell you. If my turnover in the preceding financial year is 1.5 crore and 75 lakh. Sir, when you are taking last year turnover, see, generally when you calculate aggregate turnover, you go ahead and include your taxable supplies, you include interest income also because it is exempt income. Do you guys agree with me? But when you are checking aggregate turnover for your composition scheme, in your last year turnover, don't include interest income at all. So it says, in the last year, to check eligibility, always exclude your interest or discount. This is bill discount equal a discount, always that is also interest only. So they have gone ahead and told when you check aggregate turnover, your last year turnover should be up to 1.5 crore or 75 lakh. Then what will happen, everyone? In the current financial year, up to a turnover of 1.5 crore or 75 lakh, 50 lakh, I'll talk later, you will get an option. What is the option? Either you can go for normal scheme or you can go for composition scheme. If you are going for composition scheme, remember one thing. For an example, under my PAN number, I have 3 places of business in 3 states. It can't happen that one place I am taking composition levy, other place I am taking normal levy. No, it will not happen. If you are going for composition scheme, all have to go under composition scheme together. So what they are going ahead and telling, PAN wise all India basis has to opt in together. So people tell me, what did I tell you till now? I went ahead and told, if in the preceding financial year your turnover is up to how much, everyone? 1.5 crore or 75 lakh. Excluding aggregate turnover, so you should always exclude interest income which is there. Then in the current financial year, you will become eligible for which scheme? Composition scheme. If you are going for composition scheme, always remember PAN wise all India basis has to go in together. If under your PAN number in India you have 3 places of business, all have to come under composition scheme together. Or if you are getting out, get out of composition, all the place of business together. So if you come under composition scheme, now who are the people who are eligible for composition scheme? You have to remember. Sir, who are the people who are eligible for composition scheme? I call them section number 10(1) में MTR. Who are the people eligible for composition scheme, everyone? MTR, manufacturer, trader and restaurant. Who are the people eligible, everyone? MTR, manufacturer, trader, restaurant or catering services. Now, sir, if I am a person under composition scheme, I will not go ahead and take any input. I will not go ahead and charge any GST. Yes, everyone? I will not take any input. I will not charge any GST. So, if you are going ahead and buying from a registered person, you should not take any ITC. Whenever you are going ahead and selling, you should not issue a tax invoice because you are not charging any tax. You can't give a tax invoice. Tax invoice is GST invoice. You can't give a GST invoice. You have to issue a bill of supply. For your supply, just you have to issue a bill which is called a bill of supply. And when you're not charging any tax, recipient will not get any input tax credit also. And you know what, everyone? If you go ahead and take those services which we had learned under section number 9.3 and 9.4 over here, 9.3 and 9.4, on which you have to pay GST under RCM, you have to go ahead and pay GST under
RCM. That is what is being told. 93 and 94 wala supplies pay. You have to pay GST under RCM and you will not get credit also. And you know what? Under RCM, you have to pay the actual rate which is applicable. For an example, advocate ka services taken by you have to pay the GST at the rate of 18%, which is there. GTA services taken by you have to pay GST at the rate of 5%, not 1%, 1%. Actual rates are applicable, and remember, you will never get any input tax credit also. Now you tell me one thing: if you are a person who is a manufacturer, sir, I will not go ahead and take any input, I will not go ahead and charge any GST to my customer. From my own pocket, I will go ahead and pay GST. How much do you have to pay GST on your turnover? Remember one thing: you have to go ahead and pay 0.5% CGST and 0.5% SGST of your turnover. So you have to pay 0.5%, 0.5% of your turnover. Trader will pay 0.5% and 0.5% of their taxable supplies, only taxable supplies, and catering will pay 2.5% and 2.5% of their turnover. Remember, it is your own obligation. You cannot collect it from the customer. So for an example, if I go ahead and tell you, you have taxable supplies 10 lakh and you have exempt supplies 20 lakh rupees, which is there. If you are a manufacturer, no, you have to pay 0.5% and 0.5% SGST of how much, everyone? 30 lakh rupees, full turnover. Are we clear, everyone? But if you are a trader, you will have to pay 0.5% and 0.5% only of what, everyone? The N lakh, which is your taxable supply. Restaurant also will pay on 30 only. But traders, there is an exemption. Traders should pay only of their taxable turnover. Is my point clear to all of you? Now, everyone listen to me very carefully. I went ahead and what did I went ahead and tell you? I went ahead and told in the preceding financial year. In the preceding financial year, if your turnover is up to 1.5 crore or 75 lakh, then in the current financial year, you get an option. What is the option? You can go for composition scheme. It's an optional scheme. It is not mandatory. If you want, you can go for it. Pan-wise, all India basis has to go in together. If you go for this scheme, then remember one thing: who are the people eligible for this scheme? MTR, manufacturer, trader, restaurant. MTR, manufacturer, trader, and restaurant. Manufacturer pays 0.5, 0.5, trader pays 0.5, 0.5, restaurant pays 2.5 and 2.5. It's your own obligation. You cannot go ahead and collect it from the customer. Don't take any ITC. Don't charge any GST. Are we all clear till here? Now, if you are going for section number 10.1 ka scheme, if you are going for section number 10.1 ka scheme, then always remember section number 10.2 goes ahead and says, if you are under section number 10.1, you will become ineligible if you go ahead and do all this thing. It means once you have gone ahead and taken this scheme, you should not go ahead and do all this thing. What they are telling, section number 10.2, ineligible under section number 10.1 means all the MTR who are there, they'll become ineligible if they are falling anywhere in mines. What is mines, everyone? They are going ahead and telling, if you are a manufacturer of, I will go ahead and call it A tip bet. A tip bet. What is A tip bet? A for aerated water. Aerated water means all this carbonized water. T for tobacco. Tobacco. Done, everyone? If you are manufacturer of what? Tobacco and tobacco items which are there. I for ice cream and other edible ice. P for pan masala. B for bricks. Now bricks are of various kinds which are there. They are telling whether you are manufacturer of fly ash bricks, blocks or aggregates, or you are making bricks of fossil, meal or similar siliceous earth. Baba, all these are made out of cutting mountains, etc. Building bricks or ET is earthen and roofing tile. Tell me one thing, everyone, who are the people who are ineligible for composition scheme? Under 10.1, manufacturers are eligible, but which manufacturers are ineligible? Manufacturers of A Tibet. A for aerated water, T for tobacco, ice cream, pan masala. B for bricks. Which kind of bricks? Fossil meal ka bricks, siliceous earth ka brick, fly ash ka bricks, or building bricks. Bricks wala person who is manufacturer are ineligible. ET for earthen and roofing tiles. Is my point clear to all of you? Tiles, the roof pe tiles you will see made out of earth. Not these tiles, the earthen and roofing tiles which are made used in the roofs. Are we all clear till here? If you are see, all the manufacturers are eligible, but manufacturers of A Tibet is not eligible. Tell me one thing: are traders eligible? Yes. Manufacturers are ineligible, but traders of A Tibet are eligible. Done. Then, sir, if you are an interstate outward supplier of goods or service, interstate, it means you can't go ahead and supply from one state to another. Can I buy from outside the state? Yes, buying is okay. Can I buy from outside the country? Yes, but from one state, another state, you can't go ahead and supply. If you are under composition scheme, you can buy from outside the state, you can buy from outside the country, but you can't supply to other state. The next one, supplier of non-taxable goods and services. What is non-taxable under GST, everyone? Currently, HP man and alcoholic liquor for human consumption. Array and denatured alcohol. Undenatured. Undenatured alcohol. Can I go ahead, everyone? And if you are an NRTP or CTP, M for manufacturer, I for interstate, N for NRTP, CTP or non-taxable goods and services. Are we all clear till here? E for if you are supplying through an e-commerce, what? Services. And e-commerce is liable to deduct what? TCS, then also you'll become ineligible. My question over here, I am a supplier of goods through e-commerce. I'm a trader who is supplying goods through e-commerce. Is it okay? Yes. You can't supply what, everyone? Services through e-commerce, where e-commerce will go ahead and deduct your TCS. And the last one is, if you are a service provider, you are ineligible. But tell me one thing, everyone. Only which service provider is eligible? Restaurant and catering wala. So they have gone ahead and told, except restaurant and catering. Now you tell me one thing. I went ahead and told to the government, sir, tell me one thing. I went ahead and gave money to use to someone and I'm receiving interest. People tell me one thing. I'm a manufacturer. You can't go ahead and provide any service. Do you guys agree with me? MTR, can they provide only restaurant wala service? If you are under composition scheme, you can provide only restaurant wala service, then you are eligible. If you are a service provider other than restaurant, you are ineligible for composition scheme. Do you guys agree with me, everyone? Now you tell me one thing. I gave money to use to the bank. I put money in the bank and I'm receiving interest. It means I'm a service provider. Giving money to the bank and receiving interest is a service. Putting money in the bank and receiving interest is a service. It means none of the people in the country can take composition scheme, because if you take composition scheme, you can't be a service provider. And hence government went ahead and told, wherever you see interest in composition, no, you close your eyes and say, I did not see only. And that is why you will go ahead and see whether it is aggregate turnover. Here also you should exclude interest. Whether it is turnover for paying the tax. Remember one thing, always exclude what? Interest. Now I went ahead and told the government, sir, okay, fine. Interest I will exclude. Even if I am having interest income, still I will be considered what, everyone? Under composition scheme, I can still be eligible. Do you guys agree with me, everyone? Then, sir, tell me one thing. I am a seller of mobile phone, but I also repair little mobile phone. I am a seller of television, but any problem comes in the television, I repair it also. I am a seller of specs, but any problem comes, I go ahead and repair the specs also. I am a seller of laptop, goods, trader, eligible. But sir, any problem comes, I repair and give it and charge a small amount also. It means I'll become ineligible because all service providers are ineligible. Then government went ahead and told, okay, you can provide little services along with your manufacturing, along with your trading, along with your restaurant, along with your manufacturing, along with your restaurant, along with your trading. You can go ahead and provide little services. I went ahead and told how much little services I can provide. See, service providers are ineligible. But if you are a MTR, manufacturer, trader, restaurant, along with your manufacturing, along with your trading, along with your restaurant, you can provide other services also little. How much little I can provide? Government told, if you are you can provide 10% of your turnover or 5 lakh, whichever is higher. Now you tell me, sir, how do I go ahead and calculate? So they have gone ahead and told over here, MTR is allowed to provide services. How much? 10% of the turnover of the last year. Always exclude interest and discount everywhere. In the preceding financial year of 5 lakh, whichever is higher. So if I go ahead and tell you, for an example, this is my preceding financial year, this is my current financial year. Preceding financial year, I am in the state of Karnataka. My taxable supplies over there was 10 lakh rupees. My interest income, 70 lakh rupees, and my interest income in the preceding financial year was 10 lakh rupees. Can you tell me, everyone, what is my aggregate turnover in the last year? Hey, 70 plus 10, 80, no. But for the purpose of composition, you will not go ahead and include interest. You will say 70 lakh rupees only. Do you guys agree with me? My first question to all of you, am I eligible? In the current year, am I eligible? Tell no. Yes or no, everyone? Yes. In the current year, I am eligible. If I am eligible up to 1.5 crore, I am eligible. Do you guys agree with me? In 1.5 crore, how much can be services? Last year, whatever turnover was there, of that 10%. 10% means what? 7 lakh or 5 lakh, which is higher. That's all. Last year turnover you can go ahead and provide how much services, everyone? 10% or 5 lakh, whichever is higher. So 7 lakh can be services out of 1.5 crore. It means other things you can go ahead and supply, which is manufacturing, trading and restaurant wala turnover can be 1.43. But remember, it should not go ahead and cross 1.5 crore. Everyone over here now, listen to me very carefully. They have gone ahead and told, after calculating 10% of 5 lakh, whichever is higher, tell me in the current year, I can provide 7 lakh services. In this 7 lakh also, will interest be included in the current year? Current year also, this can be purely any other service other than interest income. Interest income in the current year also to be excluded. Can I go ahead, everyone? Tell me one thing. What did I tell you till now? I went ahead and told you in the preceding financial year. People watching at home, are we all 100% clear till here? In the preceding financial year, if my turnover is 1.5 crore or 75 lakh, then in the current financial year, I'll get an option. What is the option, everyone? I can go for composition scheme. Do you guys agree with me? I can go for composition scheme. Pan-wise, all India basis has to go in together. Who are the people eligible, everyone? MTR, manufacturer, trader, restaurant. 1%, 1%, 5%. And this is out of your own pocket. You can't go ahead and collect it from your customer. Do you guys agree with me? Who are the people ineligible? Mines. Manufacturer of AT bed, interstate, outward supplier, N for NRTP, CTP, N for non-taxable goods, E for e-commerce ke through if you are providing services, and if you are a service provider other than restaurant and catering, or if you are providing little service, then it's okay. Other than that, people will be ineligible. Can I go ahead? I told sir, I am a pure service provider. I am a doctor. I am a chartered accountant. Or I'm providing not little service, I'm providing goods also and I'm providing more services also, more than that 10% which you're talking about. Means I'm going in and providing equally goods, equally services. In one state, I'm going in and selling goods. In one state, I'm having a coaching institute. Then I can't go for composition scheme, or purely I'm a service provider. Then what to do? They have gone ahead and told if you are ineligible under section number 10.1, read with 10.2. If you are ineligible under 10.1 and 10.2, government went ahead and introduced one scheme. Government told you can come for 10.2A. It's an option to a registered person whose aggregate turnover in the last year was up to 50 lakh, excluding interest and income. Last year turnover should always exclude interest and income, plus ineligible under section number 10.1 and 10.2. Then you can come for this scheme where you have to pay 3% CGST and 3% SGST of your turnover excluding interest. Baba, always remember in composition scheme, last year turnover exclude interest, current year turnover exclude interest. But what is the condition, everyone? Here, can you tell me 10.2 is a scheme for mainly for whom? Service provider. They can't write no. Ineligible are MINES. So they wrote who are ineligible under 10.2A? Mine. The scheme is made for service provider. They can't say service providers are ineligible, and hence they went ahead and told what is the condition? You should not be falling in mine. What is mine, everyone? You should not be manufacturing goods and services which are notified. Which is notified, everyone? A, tip, bet. You should not be engaged in making interstate outward supply. You should not be supplying non-taxable goods and service. You should not be an RTP or CTP. You should not be supplying services through e-commerce, where e-commerce is going to deduct your TCS. Are we all clear till here? Tell me one thing, everyone. What did we learn till now? We went in and learned in your preceding financial year, if your turnover is up to 1.5 crore or 75 lakh, 10 to A ke liye 50 lakh. Then in the current financial year, up to a turnover of 1.5 crore, 75 lakh or 50 lakh, you will be eligible for composition scheme. Eligible is MTR, ineligible is mines. If MTR and mines you are not eligible, then you can come over here to 10 to A, which goes ahead and says you have to pay 3% plus 3%. Is my point clear till here? Then they go ahead and say over here, if you are a person under composition scheme, remember one thing, every quarterly you have to go ahead and make the tax payment. Once the quarter gets over, by next month you have to go ahead and file. See, you have to make quarterly payment and you have to file one intimation. It's not a return, it's an intimation CMP 08. Every quarter gets over. After the quarter gets over, you have to make the tax payment and you have to file what, everyone? CMP 08. Can you tell me how many quarters in a year? 4. Arey Baba, one full has how many quarter? 4. April, May, June, July, August, September, October, November, December, Jan, Feb, and March. Remember, in GST, quarter is always fixed. There is no concept of half quarter. April, May, June, July, August, September, October, November, December, Jan, Feb, and March. And it says, and full year gets over, then you have to file one return, which is GSTR 4 by 30th of June. And for the whole year, Baba, this is a normal return. And then any adjustment, etc., to be done, you can do that adjustment and file one annual return once the year gets over by 31st of December, which is GSTR 9A. Can you tell me what is the normal return by composition dealer? GSTR 4. What is the annual return by composition dealer? 9A. Everyone over here now, always remember a composition dealer, whenever he is going ahead and issuing a bill, bill of supply, he should always write, I am a composition dealer, I can't collect tax on my supply. On his head, he should write, head means the notice board, shop ka head, he should write on his notice board at the principal place and additional place of business that he is a composition taxable person, so that people who want input tax credit will never come to him, because he is not going to charge any GST. And then always remember one thing, if you want to come under composition, can you tell me, everyone, if I want to go ahead and take composition scheme, how do I go ahead and take composition scheme, everyone? If you are taking a new registration, when you are filing the REC01, the form to take registration, in that part B, one option will come, tick, I want composition scheme, and your registration will come under composition scheme. But sir, I am already under normal scheme, I want to switch to composition scheme. If you want to switch to composition scheme, then Baba, remember one thing, you have to file one intimation prior to the starting of the year, which is CMP 02. If you have 3 places of business in a country, you don't have to file 3 CMP 02. To get inside composition scheme, people, I am already under normal scheme. Now I want to get into composition scheme. I have to go online and file one form which is CMP 02. And one intimation pan wise is required, and not every state. And remember one thing, Baba, this point which is there, you will go ahead and learn in ITC chapter, which says once you get inside composition scheme, see, earlier you were normal. You have taken the input tax rate. Now in composition, you can't take the input tax rate. So whatever credits you have taken, you have to reverse it. Earlier normal scheme, you have taken credit. Composition scheme, you can't take credit. Now you have come under composition scheme. So whatever stock is there, on that you have to reverse the credit. And that is what is told, that file a declaration GST ITC 03. Within how many days? 60 days. And section number 18.4 read with rule number 44, which is in your ITC chapter, says that you have to reverse the input tax rate on the input and capital goods which you had gone ahead and taken. When you are a normal person, you had already taken the credit. Now you are under composition. So whatever credit was taken, you have to go ahead and reverse it. And that is told by section number 18.4 in your ITC chapter. Can I go ahead, everyone? You tell me one thing, everyone. Now, if you are over here and you cross the threshold limit, remember, if you want to come inside composition scheme, tell me one thing, if you want to come inside class, you have to come on time. Getting out, get out anytime. So composition scheme, when you want to come inside composition scheme, new registration, then you can come anytime. Arey, new student took admission. I'll tell, okay, fine, come, no problem. But every day, if you guys are coming late, what will I tell? Hey, come on time. So composition scheme, if he's switching to composition scheme, he has to do it at the beginning of the year. But getting out from composition scheme, you became ineligible. Or you want to get out, Baba, anytime you can get out. It says what, everyone? If you cross threshold limit or voluntarily, if you want to withdraw or violate the condition, then remember, you will now become a normal person, take ITC and charge GST. And it says, Baba, to get out also, you have to go online and file CMP04 within 7 days of the event. If you cross the threshold within 7 days, you have to go online and file what? CMP04. Immediately you are out. But you have to file CMP04. And sir, if you are self-withdrawing, then there is no event which happened. So the day of self-withdrawal, say before only you should go ahead and file CMP04. And then they are going ahead and telling you, tell me one thing, I was under composition. I never took credit of my stock. Now I am coming in the normal scheme. So whatever stock is lying with me, I never took the credit. But when I will sell now, I'll charge GST. So whatever stock, capital goods, I have not taken the credit, I can go ahead and take it now. See, normal person switching to composition, reverse the credit. Composition person switching to normal, take the credit. And that is told over here. File ITC01. Details of the input in stock, semi-finished good and finished good. 18(1)(c) says that you can go ahead and file within 30 days and you can go ahead and take the credit. Are we all clear till here, everyone? Now you tell me one thing. To get inside composition, you have to file CMP02, right? Pan-wise or state-wise? Pan-wise. And do you have to go ahead and file it every year? No, not required. To be filed every year to continue under composition scheme. Once you file, you will come under composition, continue under composition unless you become ineligible. Then it goes ahead and says, if you want to check eligibility, tell me one thing. If I want to check whether I am eligible for composition scheme or not, I will have to check last year turnover of states, or I have to check aggregate turnover. Aggregate. And Baba, whenever you are making payment, you have to pay CGST and SGST. CGST and SGST of that state, right? So you have to make payment state-wise turnover. Compliances, returns, etc. is also state-wise. Now, this point I want to go ahead and tell you. Always remember one thing. Tell me one thing over here, everyone over here. For an example, this is 1st of April. I started my business. Okay, everyone, 1st of April, I started my business. Till now, I am not registered. Okay? For example, the registration limit is 40 lakh. To take Karnataka, the registration limit is 40 lakh. Okay? 2024 and this is 31st March 2025. Okay, everyone? Till here, my turnover is taxable supplies is 40 lakh rupees. Here, my taxable supplies is 60 lakh rupees. Here, my interest income is 30 lakh rupees. Can you tell me, everyone, on what amount should I pay tax? This is my first year. Up to this limit, I was not liable to register only. Once I go ahead and cross this 40 lakh rupees, I'll become liable to register. And then my taxable supplies is 60 lakh and my interest income is 30 lakh. Can you tell me, to pay tax, on which amount should I pay tax? Turnover. From 1st April up to the date of becoming liable, do I have to pay any GST? No, because I was not liable to register only. Interest, I don't have to pay any GST. So can you tell me the turnover for the purpose of paying tax? Baba, talk no. 60 lakh. People have become so used to video classes. They're telling I don't have to talk. Baba, you're in a classroom. Can we go ahead, everyone? Everyone over here. So 60 lakh, you have to go ahead and pay tax, which is 0.5%, 0.5%, whatever. Can I go ahead, everyone? Now, can you tell me, if in the next year, 25-26, I want to check if I'm eligible for composition scheme or not, I need last year ka what? Aggregate turnover. Can you tell me what is my last year ka aggregate turnover? 60 lakh. So I will take only 1st April up to the date of becoming liable to register. Will I include this also? Yes, but interest anyways I have to exclude. So it will be 100 lakh. Is my point clear to all? And in the current year, I am eligible? Yes. So people, when you are calculating the amount to pay tax, 1st April up to the date of becoming liable excluded, interest excluded. But if you are checking last year aggregate turnover, 1st April up to the date of becoming liable also has to be included, but only interest has to be excluded. Do you guys agree with me, everyone? And that is what I have gone ahead and told. For determining tax payable, the turnover when you take, it should always exclude 1st April up to the date of becoming liable, and in turnover or aggregate turnover always exclude interest or discount. Whenever you are checking eligibility, 1st April up to the date of becoming liable should be included. But whether it is turnover or aggregate turnover, interest should always be excluded. Is my point clear to all of you? That's all I've gone ahead and written. Now you tell me one thing. For example, you took composition scheme in spite of being not eligible. You are paying only 1.1111%. But you are actually liable to pay 18%. You are doing interstate supply, but you tell, hey, who will come to know? If officer comes to know, he'll send you a notice, love letter. You have to go ahead and reply. He likes your reply, then he will allow you. If he does not like your reply, he will deny you composition scheme from the date you have gone ahead and taken the option or from the day you have done the contravention. Now you have paid 1%. Actually, on your goods, 18% is payable. Then he will recover 70% differential from you along with interest and penalty. For that, he will go ahead and give you a love letter, which is demand order. And that is what is told. If composition is denied, you have to pay the differential tax along with penalty, and interest also will come. Of course, interest is by default. And remember, for that recovery, he will go ahead and give you demand order under 73, 74, or one new section has been introduced, 74. A will apply mutatis mutandis, means he will go ahead and give you a demand order. If demand order you don't pay, he'll hang you upside down and recover. Are you all clear till here, everyone? People, now tell me one thing. This chapter is a big graded chapter. The most important, people, this is just for a reading, the difference between normal scheme and composition scheme. Reading purpose. Everyone, tell me one thing. What is the most important point? You have to remember section number 10.1. B graded chapter, but you have to remember 10.1. Who are the people eligible? Section number 10.2. Who are the people not eligible? You have to remember 10.2A, which I have gone ahead and told you. Okay? You have to remember this aggregate turnovers, which I have gone ahead and told you. 10.1 May, it is 1.5 crore and 75 lakh. 10.2A May, 50 lakhs is my for all the state. And Baba, then you have to go ahead and also remember this too. When you are checking the turnovers, always remember one thing. Aggregate turnover only exclude interest. Turnover, when you are taking, if you have just now taken registration, then first not taken registration till now. 1st April up to the date of becoming liable should be always excluded. After that, it will be included in the turnover, and interest should always be excluded. Is my point clear? These 2 points are important. Most likely, these 4-5 points which are there are only going to come in the exam. Others also can come, but I'm telling these are the most important points of this big graded chapter. Right, everyone? Closing my revision. People, remember, MTR allowed to pay 10%. This point is also important. MTR, manufacturer, trade and restaurant. Other than manufacturing turnover, trading turnover and restaurant ka turnover, he is allowed to pay how much? 10% of the turnover of which year? Preceding financial year ka 10 turnover. And preceding financial year ka turnover, when you take, exclude interest. Of that, you have to take 10% or 5 lakh, whichever is higher. Is my point clear to all? I'll close my revision on the chapter of compositions levy. Done. Done. Now, the next chapter which you are going to revise is the chapter of registration, everyone. Please come to your chart books. Registration. Everyone over here, listen. Chapter number 5 is registration. Tell me one thing, everyone. We started learning GST with goods or service. Goods or service has to be supplied. Now, supply can be either interstate supply or supply can be either intrastate supply. Interstate supply, IGST will get levied. Intrastate, what will get levied, everyone? CGST will get levied. Some people ask for what levy, everyone? Composition levy, which government gave as an optional scheme, that if you want composition levy, you can go for composition scheme. Once GST gets levied, GST should be collected and paid by a taxable person. And that is where we are going to learn now. What do you mean by taxable person? Baba, a taxable person means a person who is registered. Everyone, a taxable person means a person who is registered or a person who is liable to register. So, sir, what is the difference between a person who is liable to register and a person who is registered? See, I crossed my turnover of 20 lakh rupees or 40 lakh, which is applicable for registration, and I did not take registration. I am liable. If I am liable, means I am a taxable person. If I don't take registration, no, I can't collect and pay. I have to pay out of my own pocket. But a taxable person who takes registration becomes a taxable person is also there. Plus, he also becomes a registered person, and a registered person ka benefit is he can collect GST from the customer because he has a registration number. He can collect and he can pay it to the government. So, a taxable person who is there can be a registered person. But if he is not registered also, a taxable person who is liable to pay GST, a taxable person is a person who is liable to register or who is registered. If you are registered, then you can collect and pay. If you are not registered, you have to pay it out of your own pocket. Are we all clear till here? And now in this chapter, we are going to learn who are the people who are liable to register. In this chapter, we have section number 22, 23, 24. First section 22, 23 and 24. Section number 22 says who are the people who are liable to register. 23 says who are the people not liable to register. And 24 talks about compulsory registration. And then the 25 to 30 wala sections which are there are procedural sections which are there. Please come to your registration ka first chart, A graded chart. You will see one question out of 22, 23 and 24. Everyone listen now. Section number 22 goes ahead and talks about person who are liable. Who are the person who are liable to register? 23 says who are the person who are not liable to register, and 24 talks about those people who are required to take compulsory registration. Section number 21, when you go ahead and read, no, it goes ahead and says who is liable to register. Everyone tell me one thing. If I am a supplier, you are a recipient, who will be liable? Supplier will be liable or recipient? It says supplier will be liable to register. When am I liable? I am supplying from Karnataka to Tamil Nadu. I should take registration in Karnataka or Tamil Nadu? Karnataka. You are liable in the state from where? From where you are making which supply, everyone? Taxable supply. Only when your aggregate turnover crosses how much, everyone? 20 lakh rupees. So what they are going in and telling, a person will be liable to register. Who will be the person who is liable to register, everyone? Supplier. When is he liable? When his aggregate turnover crosses 20 lakh rupees. Now you will tell me, sir, what is an aggregate turnover? So I have gone ahead and written over here. Aggregate turnover means there are two words. One is aggregate and one is turnover. So people, first let's understand what do you mean by turnover. Turnover means tie to. TIE square. What is tie to, everyone? Taxable supplies. Whatever. What do you mean by taxable supplies? On which tax is there? 3%, 5%, 12%, 18%. All these are called taxable supplies. On which tax is there? So what, you know what? If your turnover crosses 20 lakh rupees, you will be liable to register, and then you have to collect tax and pay to the government. So what government is trying to do is, government is trying to include everything in your turnover so that your turnover crosses 20 lakh rupees and then you become liable to register. Once you become liable to register, so for example, I am liable to register now. So government told Ramesh, your all turnover will be included to see whether you are liable to register. Government will make me registered. Once I have registered, government will say, Ramesh, I am selling early morning milk. Milk pay I don't have to collect and pay, even though I am registered. But that came in my aggregate turnover ka calculation, because government is trying to say is, once your aggregate turnover crosses, you're gone. You will be liable to register. Now, once you are liable to register, you will take registration. Now, you have to collect and pay tax only on the taxable supply. But to make you register, government has gone ahead and told to include everything in your turnover. Are we all clear, everyone? So what they are trying to say is, you should include your taxable supplies. You should include interstate supplies of same person having the same PAN. Under my PAN number only, from one state to another state, if I have gone ahead and supplied, and to my own branch, which is outside the state, that also will be included in my turnover. Is my point clear? Then they are going ahead and telling any exempt supplies, if you are going ahead and doing. Exempt means, exempt supply can be of three types. Exempt supplies are of three types. What are the exempt supply? One is nil rated. One is nil rated, which is 0% tax. One is wholly exempt supply. Wholly exempt means which is exempted by notification. Government issued notification and exempted, that is called wholly exempt. For example, rate of GST on renting is 18, but government went ahead and told, when you are renting a residential property to unregistered person, don't collect. So that is called exempted by notification. And one is called non-taxable supplies. What is non-taxable? Alcoholic liquor, HP man, undenatured alcohol. See, exempt supply includes three types of supply. One is nil rated, on which rate of GST is only nil. So what will you collect and pay? Nothing. Secondly, rate is there, but government has exempted by a notification. That's called wholly exempt. And the last one is non-taxable supply, which is HP man, which is not taxable only under GST, and alcoholic liquor for human, and undenatured alcohol. Do you remember, everyone? All these are non-taxable because that way tax only can't be charged. Can I go ahead, everyone? And the next one over here is, if you are going ahead and doing any export, that is also included in your turnover. Can you go ahead and tell me, everyone, aggregate turnover? When I go ahead and say in aggregate turnover, you include tie to taxable supplies, interstate supplies to person under the same PAN, exempt supplies and export supplies, you will go ahead and include. Now, sir, always remember one thing. If you are going ahead and including in your turnover, please remember, and turnover should always be taken PAN wise. All India basis turnover has to be included. So whatever, if you have gone ahead and done supplies from three states, for example, you are doing from Karnataka also, you are doing from Tamil Nadu also, here you take taxable interstate exempt export, taxable interstate exempt export. Done, everyone? You take this turnover also, this turnover. This is turnover in the state. In composition, we pay tax on turnover in the state. Whatever state ka turnover is there, of that you pay 0.5, 0.5, 0.5, 0.5. What is aggregate? These two put together is called what, everyone? Aggregate. So under your PAN number, all India basis pay whatever is the turnover, that's called aggregate turnover. Are we all clear till here? Now you tell me one thing, everyone. I am a company. I have taken directors as services. Just because I am paying the GST under RCM, does it become my turnover? What is turnover? Turnover means your sales. Now, for example, one director has gone ahead and given me some services, and I am paying the GST under RCM. Just because I am paying the GST under RCM, does it become my turnover? No. So remember one thing, any inward supplies under RCM is never your turnover. Because you paid the GST under RCM, it never becomes your turnover, and GST is never your turnover. CGST, SGST, etc. never to be included in your turnover. Then it goes ahead and says, always include supplies made on behalf of principal. Now you tell me one thing. For example, I am an agent. Supplying on behalf of principal means I am issuing the invoice in my name. It will come in my turnover. If principal issues the invoice, it will come in principal ka turnover. Everyone, I am an agent. I am supplying on behalf of principal. It means I am going ahead and issuing the invoice. It will come in my turnover. If principal issues the invoice, it will come in principal ka turnover. Then they are going ahead and telling supply of goods by registered job worker is always to be included in principal ka turnover. I am a job worker. Principal send me some goods. I made the goods ready, and from my premises only the goods were sold. Now they are going ahead and telling just because the goods were sold from your premises does not become the turnover of the job worker. It is the turnover of the principal whose goods it was. The next one, you tell me one thing, everyone. I am a director. I went ahead and did one outward supply on which the company is paying the GST. Company's turnover? No. But my turnover, is it my turnover? Array. For example, I am a director in a company. For my, if I ask you my turnover, classes I give 10 lakh rupees. And I have gone ahead and also given services to a company. Company is paying me 2 lakh rupees. For which the company is paying GST under RCM. For you, when I am giving classes, I am collecting and paying. When I am giving to the company, company is paying under RCM. That 2 lakh, will it come in my turnover? Yes. My turnover, so that will come. But company ka turnover mein, will it come? No. Is my point clear to all of you? Outward supplies on which recipient is paying the tax, that is my turnover. But inward supplies is never my. Inward, Baba, inward means purchases, outward means sales. Outward include or do not include? Include. Inward? No. Everyone, are we all clear till here? Tell me one thing, everyone. If I go ahead and tell you aggregate turnover, what are the things you are going to include? Taxable supplies, interstate supply, exempt and export. Inward supplies? No. Outward? Yes. If I'm a job worker, is it my turnover or principal? Principal. Agent supplying on behalf of principal. Agent is issuing the invoice. Agent's turnover. Can I go ahead, everyone? If principal is issuing the invoice, principal's turnover. Can I go ahead, everyone? Remember one thing, you will be liable to register when your aggregate turnover crosses how much, everyone? 20 lakh rupees. And proviso, if you are making taxable supplies from special category state, what are the special category state? There are only 4 special category state which you have to remember over here. In registration chapter, they have gone ahead and told people, you don't remember special category state as any special category state. In composition, I went in and told you Mantas and Hoja. You remember like that only. Here you have to remember only 4 states are there for whom the turnover is how much, everyone? 10 lakh rupees. M square NT means Manipur, Mizoram, Nagaland, Tripura. I have written here, everyone. There are 4 states which are there here left hand side. M square NT, Manipur, Mizoram, Nagaland and Tripura. But now you know what happened. Government went in and told people, listen carefully. You will be liable when your turnover crosses how much? 20 lakh. If you are in special category state, the limit will be how much? 10 lakh. But then people went and told the government, sir, we want 40 lakh. We are exclusive supplier of goods. Give us 40 lakh rupees. And hence government went ahead under section number 23, no? Section number 23(2) may one power is there with the government that government can notify some category of person who will be exempted from registration. And government went ahead and told if you are exclusive supplier of goods up to 40 lakh rupees, you are exempted from registration. See, first government told 20 lakh rupees, then government told 10 lakh rupees, then government went ahead and told 40 lakh rupees also. So people, can you tell me, everyone, for whom is this 10 lakh applicable, for whom is this 20 lakh applicable, and for whom is this 40 lakh rupees applicable? Very simple, you can remember like this. You have to remember registration limit are of 3 types. One is 10 lakh rupees. Whether you are a supplier of goods or supplier of service or supplying goods and service both. If you are from the state of M square NT, which is Manipur, Mizoram, Nagaland, Tripura. What is it, everyone? Manipur, Mizoram, Nagaland and Tripura. The limit will be 10 lakh rupees. For you, the registration limit is 10 lakh rupees. If you are from the state of Pumas of Telangana, Baba, Telangana, if they have a T20 ka team, the team name will be out, everyone. Pumas of Telangana. P for Puducherry, U for Uttarakhand, M for Meghalaya, A for Arunachal, S for Sikkim and Telangana. Whether you are supplier of goods from there or you are supplier of service, the limit will be how much, everyone? 20 lakh. Now remains the all other states which are there. All the other state, Oak of Himachal Pradesh, Oak of Himachal Pradesh, Baba, O, other state. You could have written other states only, but this actually Assam, Jammu and Kashmir and Himachal are special category states. For whom also the limit is how much, everyone? See, this was also 20 lakh only. People listen carefully. Actually, it was 10 lakh for this. For all others, it was how much, everyone? 20. But then government made 40, right? So with 40, what change government brought? Government told, if you are from this state, which state, everyone? These 4 states. Not 4 states. Any other state, Assam, Jammu and Kashmir and Himachal, the 20, I will make it how much, everyone? 40. Is my point clear to all of you? But this 40 lakh is also not applicable if you are a person who is required compulsory registration. If by chance you fall anywhere in section number 24, compulsory, then what 20, what 40, what 10? You are required compulsory registration. Can I go ahead, everyone? So 40 lakh is not applicable if you are falling anywhere in compulsory registration. And then they are going in and telling 40 lakh is not applicable if you are a supplier of Tibet, not a Tibet. And everyone, here they are telling what if you are a supplier of what? Tibet, not a manufacturer. It can be a manufacturer, supplier, it can be a trader also. Supplier means you are manufacturing and supplying, or you are buying and supplying. Trader is who buys and supplies. Manufacturer is who buys raw material, manufactures and supplies. So it can be a supplier of Tibet. You remember Tibet, everyone? Tobacco, ice cream, pan masala, brakes, earthen and roofing tile. Then Baba, for you also 40 lakh is not applicable. You will get how much limit? 20 lakh rupees. If you are exercising voluntary registration or intend to continue with registration, you are telling voluntarily, sir, I don't want 40. If you don't want 40, who is giving you 40? You are telling at 1 rupee also, I want registration. Take it. No problem. Can I go ahead, everyone? The next one, if you are an intrastate supplier in M Square, NT and Pumas of Telangana, I already told you, in these two places, you are not given 40 lakh rupees ka limit. For you, the limit is 20 lakh and 10 lakh rupees. Is my point clear to all of you? Can you tell me, everyone, registration limits? Registration limit is M Square, NT. Arey, how much? 10 lakh rupees. Do you guys agree? Pumas of Telangana, how much, everyone? 20 lakhs. And Oak of Himachal Pradesh, supplier of goods, it was 20. Supplier of service, also it was 20 only. But then government made it how much? 40. But government told 40 may also have put a star. It is not applicable if you are falling anywhere in compulsory registration, then take compulsory. If you are a supplier of A, not A, only Tibet, then you will not get 40. You will get how much, everyone? 20. And sir, if you are taking voluntary registration, then what voluntary? If anyone can take registration. And sir, if I am falling anywhere in M Square, NT and Pumas of Telangana, then anyways I will not get what limit, everyone? 40 lakh rupees. For me, the limit will be how much? 20 lakh. Is my point clear to all of you? Everyone tell me one thing now. Now what they are going ahead and telling? That's all they have gone ahead and told over here. Now you tell me one thing. Who is liable first of all? Supply is liable. When his aggregate turnover crosses how much, everyone? 20 lakhs. When his aggregate turnover crosses 20 lakh rupees, 10 lakh rupees and 40 lakh also I have gone ahead and told you. Tell me one thing. If giving money to use to someone and receiving interest, interest is what, everyone? Exempt supply. Arey Baba, giving money to someone and receiving interest. Interest is exempt supply of service. Giving money to someone, deposit or advances and receiving interest is exempt supply. In composition scheme, I told interest will not come in your aggregate turnover or in the turnover. But normal scheme may, in interest will come in your turnover. Do you guys agree with me? Now you tell me one thing. If I'm an exclusive supplier of goods, I will get how much limit? 40 lakh. You know what I did? I put money in the bank account and I received interest. If you receive interest, you will become supplier of service. Giving money to the bank and receiving interest is the supplier of service. It means none of the people in the country should get 40 lakh because no one will be exclusive supplier of goods. Everyone will be receiving little bit of interest. And hence government went ahead and told in your aggregate turnover, interest will come. It means everyone is the supplier of service. It means no one should get 40 lakh. So government went ahead and told to remove this problem. I will go ahead and do one thing. You include interest in your aggregate turnover. But even if you have interest income, still I will consider you as an exclusive supplier of goods and give you 40 lakh rupees ka higher limit. Did you guys understand what I am telling? I will go ahead and tell you one example. For an example, I am a supplier of goods in the state of Assam. People in the state of Assam, I am a supplier of goods. My turnover is 38 lakh rupees. Everyone listen carefully. I am a supplier of service which is interest income. Interest income is 1 lakh rupees. Can you tell me my aggregate turnover? This is taxable supply. This is exempt supply. Do you guys agree with me? My turnover will be 39 lakh rupees. If I am a supplier of goods exclusively, only then I get 40. But if I supply services, my limit becomes how much? It means I will be liable to register. Yes or no, everyone? But government went ahead and told, even if you have interest income, still I will consider you as a supplier of goods and I'll give you a higher limit of 40 lakh. It means interest will come in your turnover. Interest will come in your turnover, but you will get a higher limit of 40 lakh rupees even if you have interest income which is there. Is my point clear? In composition scheme, don't consider interest at all in the calculation. But in normal registration, they are going in and telling you have to consider interest in your turnover. But because of interest, your limit will not fall from 40 to 20. It will still be 40 lakh rupees. Is my point clear to all of you? Everyone over here, see. What are they telling over here? Person will be deemed exclusive supplier of goods even if he is engaged in supplying of service by way of extending loans and advances so far as the consideration is represented by interest or discount. Is my point clear to all of you? Everyone tell me one thing. Are we all done with this point? The next one over here is section number 22.2 which is there is total bakwas. 22.3 is going ahead and telling if I am a transferor, everyone, I am a transferor. I went ahead and transferred the business to you as going concern. If I transfer the business to you as going concern, you are the transferee. I'm a transferor, you are a transferee. You will have to take registration mandatorily because when you sell, you should collect GST and pay to the government. So when transferor is a registered person and he has transferred the business as going concern, the transferee will become liable from the date of transfer or succession. Now, supposingly there is A Limited and B Limited company. Everyone listen to very carefully. A Limited and B Limited company. 1st of January, Board of Directors decided that they want to merge together AB Limited. Now, what will they do? They will go to NCLT. NCLT ka order will come, then they will go to ROC, Registrar of Companies, and ROC will issue certificate of incorporation. You know what, everyone? Once you become liable to register, you should go ahead and apply for registration within how many days? 30 days. Correct, everyone? So, can you tell me, everyone, when do you become liable to register? Is it when your board of directors decided? Is it when NCLT ko you went? Is it when the NCLT gave the order? Or is it when you went to the ROC or the ROC gave you a certificate of incorporation that from today you are AB Limited? The day you get certificate of incorporation, run Baba run, you can apply within how many days? 30 days. And that is why they go ahead and say, if it's a case wherein you are the transferee, who is liable, everyone? Transferor or transferee? Transferee, in case of amalgamation or demerger pursuant to a court or tribunal order. Pursuant to what order, everyone? Court or tribunal order. Then remember one thing, you will become liable from which date? From the date on which ROC issues you certificate of incorporation. Tell me one thing, everyone. Section number 22 may we went ahead and learn. Section number 22 may we went ahead and learn. Section number 21. We told who is liable? Supplier is liable. 22 is not there. 23 went ahead and told who is liable? Transferor or transferee? Transferee is liable. 24 went ahead and told again transferor or transferee? Who is liable is told over here. When do they become liable? Why is it very important to know when do they become liable? Because the day you become liable, you have to apply for registration within how many days? 30 days. So supplier becomes liable when his aggregate turnover crosses how much, everyone? 40, 20 or 10. Is my point clear to all of you? Transferee becomes liable on which date? See, date of transfer or succession. Date of transfer or succession. For example, son has succeeded the father's business. For everyone. So it will be the date of transfer or succession. The next is again transferee will become liable from which date? Date of certificate of incorporation. Why is it very important to know who is liable? Yes, because that person has to take registration. When do they become liable? Because the day you become liable, remember one thing, from that day, section number 25 says you should apply for registration within how many days? 30 days. That is why the who and the when is very important. Are we clear with section number 22, everyone? Everyone, now comes section number 23, everyone. Section number 23 says these people are not liable to register at all. Who are the people who are not liable to register at all? It says any person exclusively engaged in supplying of goods, services or both that are not liable to tax or wholly exempt. Tell me one thing, I am only into supplying of milk on which there is no GST at all. Everyone, am I liable to register or not liable to register at all? If I'm not going to collect anything and pay to the government, government is selling useless fellow, why are you taking registration? I'm only selling alcohol. I'm not going to collect anything and pay to the government. I'm only selling petrol exclusively. Then government is telling, Baba, you're not required to take registration. If you are exclusively supplying those goods on which there is no tax or which are wholly exempted from tax, don't take any registration. If you're not liable to pay anything, for government you are useless. So government is telling, hey, don't register with us. Can we go ahead, everyone? Or if you are a agriculturist, government again has gone ahead and supported over here. Income tax may no income tax. In GST, government is telling if you are an agriculturist who is growing, I also have agricultural land. Am I agriculturist? Agriculturist has to put sweat in his land, grow things and sell. Are you guys able to understand? So what they are telling, an agriculturist to the extent of supply of produce out of cultivation of land. Now you will tell me, sir, who is an agriculturist? An agriculturist definition is the red one. It means an individual or HUF who is doing cultivation of land because basically he's putting sweat in the land. Either his own labor or he told, hey, wife and kids, come, we'll work together. By family labor, or they and family are standing and watching and people are working. So it says by servant on wages or hired laborers under personal or family supervision. Who is an agriculturist, everyone? Individual or HUF? Who is putting his own labor in cultivation, or he is getting his family into cultivation, or he and family are watching and people are working, then I am an agriculturist. Can I go to everyone? Agriculturist ke liye, it is not important that you have to own your land. It is important that you have to sweat, either yourself or your family, or you and family are standing in the sun and watching and people are working. Then you become an agriculturist. And agriculturist, whatever he grows, you grow whatever out of the land, there is no GST at all. Is my point clear to all of you? Can we go ahead, everyone? GST is there, but agriculturist is not required to take registration. That is why you will see most of the things may government have put agriculturist ke liye RCM applicable. Agriculture is supplying to registered person raw cotton which is there. All this item, but do you remember RCM is there? Everyone, why RCM is there? PD leaves, 10 leaves. Because agriculturist will never take registration. He is cultivating and selling. So recipient should pay GST under RCM. And agriculture is anyways not required registration. Can I go ahead, everyone? People, the next one is 23.2, which went ahead and told there are some notified category of people who are exempted from registration. Government has the power under section number 23.2 to go ahead and notify those category of people who are exempted from registration, and government have exempted one person, which I have already told you, up to 40 lakh rupees if you are exclusive supplier of goods. There are many other people who are exempted from registration, but that I have gone ahead and put over here. When we are going to learn section number 24, 23.2 ka exemptions, I put it over here only. You guys able to understand? See, section number 22 is the power with the government, that government can go ahead and grant exemption. Section number 22 may one place where government have granted exemption, we have already studied with this. Exclusive supplier of goods up to 40 lakh. 22 may more exemptions are granted, that I will be going ahead and studying with section number 24. Are we all clear till here? Tell me one thing, everyone. Section number 22, I went ahead and told you about supply is liable, transfer is liable, transfer is liable. Story over. Section number 20, I went ahead and told you if you are not liable to pay any tax or you are supplying wholly exempted supplies, then you are not required to take registration. Do you guys agree? Then I went to section number agriculture. 21 ka B. Agriculture is not required to take registration. 23.2 is thus the power with the government to go ahead and grant exemption. And first exemption, which I already told you, supplier of goods are exempted up to 40 lakh rupees. Right, everyone? Now we have section number 24, which goes ahead and talks about what, everyone? Compulsory. It means whatever is told in section number 21, no, 20 lakh, 10 lakh rupees, etc. Put it in the dustbin. Forget it. They are telling these people are required compulsory registration. Number one, if you are making interstate taxable supply, interstate, one state to another state, if you are going ahead and making taxable supply, you have to take compulsory registration. Whether you are a supplier of goods or you are a supplier of service, they are going ahead and telling interstate suppliers are required compulsory registration. Do you guys agree with me? But then people went ahead and cried, sir, give exemption. And government went ahead and told if you are an interstate supplier of goods or you are an interstate supplier of service, you have to go ahead and see. In services, government granted exemption up to 20 lakh or 10 lakh rupees. 20 lakh for the rest of India, 10 lakh for M square NT. So if you are an interstate supplier of services, supplying from one state to another state also up to 20 lakh and 10 lakh, 22 ka power government used it and exempted. Please tell me, is this point clear to all of you? First, they told interstate supplier 1 rupee also compulsory. Then they went ahead and granted one exemption. So my question to all of you, if I am a supplier of service from one state to another state, or I am supplying within the state, what is the limit applicable to me? 20 or 10. Goods ke liye they went ahead and told, if you are a supplier of handicraft goods or craftsman goods, handicraft goods means which machine etc. is not used, or craftsman goods are those goods in which little machine is used, but they have gone ahead and told it should be predominantly made by hand. Predominantly made by hand means maximum should be made by hand. Only then you are exempted up to 20 lakh or 10 lakh. Remember, 10 lakh in M square, NT, 20 lakh in the rest of India. Sir, rest of India ke liye to 40 lakh limit is also there, but the exemption is not up to 40 lakh. Exemption is up to 10 lakh if you are in the state of M square NT, 20 lakh if you are in other state. Everyone, for example, I am in the state of Karnataka. I am going ahead and supplying from one state to another state handicraft goods. Up to 20 lakh I am exempted. The time I cross 20 lakh rupees, Karnataka mein normal registration limit is 40, right? But still, the time I cross 20 lakh rupees, I have to take compulsory registration. Is my point clear to all? But remember, the exemption is only given to those people who are making handicraft goods or craftsman goods predominantly by hand. If they tell you equally by hand, equally by machine, compulsory. If they tell you more by machine, less by hand, compulsory. If they tell you predominantly, means more than 50% should be by hand and less by machine, then only the exemption is there. Is my point clear? All other cases, can I go ahead and write over here? All other goods, it is always compulsory registration. I am supplying mobile phone from one state to another state, compulsory registration. People, what they have gone ahead and told, person making interstate supply are compulsory required to take registration. But then the exemption was given, handicraft or craftsman goods supplier up to whatever everyone, 20 lakh or 10 lakh, provided the goods are predominantly made by hand. And if you are an interstate supplier of taxable service up to 20 lakh or 10 lakh, also you are exempted. Is my point clear to all? Supplier of service is also exempted, and handicraft goods wala is also exempted up to 20 lakh or 10 lakh. Then they went ahead and told, see Baba, interstate taxable supply means you are sitting in one state and selling to other state. If you go to other state temporarily and sell and come back, for an example, in Delhi, one trade fair is there. I took all my items, went to the trade fair and sold and came back. Government is telling, for example, Delhi, I am a dealer of sari. In Karnataka, one trade fair is there. I thought I will go sell my saris and come back. If you go to any other state, casually, see Baba, if you sit in that state and sell to other state, then also compulsory. If you go to other state also, then also it is compulsory. See, if I am sitting in this state and sell to other state, compulsory registration. Do you guys agree with me? Interstate supplier, handicraft wala one exemption is there, supplier of service exemption is there. But goods, if you are selling to other state, compulsory registration. If you go to other state also and sell, Still compulsory. And who is it going to other state? That person is called casual taxable person. Naveen? Casual taxable person. It says what? Casual taxable person. He'll casually go to other state, sell the goods and come back. Government is telling if you're casually going to other state where you don't have a fixed establishment, where you don't have a fixed shop, if you go to other state, sell your goods and come back, in that other state you have to take compulsory registration. And that is what is telling casual taxable person making taxable supply. Now again, handicraft goods wala started crying and hence government went and told if you are going to other state and making interstate taxable supply of handicraft goods, you are exempted up to 20 lakh or 10 lakh. So, for example, I am from the state of Rajasthan and one trade fair is there in the state of Karnataka. I went to Karnataka for a trade fair. Then government went in and told, in Karnataka, you are not required to take compulsory registration if you are a supplier of which goods? Handicraft goods. Can I go ahead, everyone? The third one is over here. People, did you understand the difference between the first one and the second one? First one, you are sitting in this state and selling to other state. Second one, you are going to other state where you don't have a fixed establishment and you are selling in that state. Then also you are required compulsory registration. But in the first one, interstate supply may supplier of service as well as handicraft goods was exempted. In the second one, only interstate supplier of handicraft goods has been exempted up to 20 lakh or 10 lakh rupees. Is my point clear to all of you, everyone? Can I go ahead? The next one over here is, if you are required to pay tax under RCM, Are Baba, in here, you have gone ahead and learned these people are required to pay tax under RCM. Whenever you are required to pay tax under RCM to the government, how will you pay if you don't have registration? And hence government have gone ahead and told, if you are required. So for example, I have gone ahead and taken GTS services. And I'm a factory which is not registered under GST, but I have to pay GST under RCM. So I have to take compulsory registration. They have gone ahead and told, if you are a person who is required to pay tax under RCM, you have to take compulsory registration. Now you tell me one thing. Director is giving services to the company. Company has to pay GST under RCM. So company has to take compulsory. So I will go ahead and tell you, for example, one director is there. One director is there. Director is going ahead and giving services to the company. So company has to pay GST under RCM. Who will take compulsory registration? Company has to take compulsory registration under section number 24. Do you guys agree with me? Now, directors went to the government and told, sir, we are providing services to the company and company is always paying my GST under RCM. I am not giving any other service. I am giving only company ko services and company is paying GST under RCM. Sir, tell me one thing. What if this company is always paying, no? Sir, what if my turnover crossed 20 lakh rupees? Do I still need required registration? So government went ahead and told, when the company is anyways going to pay GST under RCM, company will take compulsory. Even if your turnover crosses registration limit, which is 20 lakh rupees and 10 lakh in M square NT, still you are not required. You are exempted under section number 22. Government issued one notification and told you, being the supplier, you are exempted because recipient is always going to pay GST under RCM. Is the point clear to all of you? Tell me one thing, everyone. Do you remember metal scrap ke liye I went ahead and told you, whenever one unregistered person, metal scrap ke liye unregistered person supplying to registered person. So people, if metal scrap ka case mein, if there is an unregistered person who is supplying what? Metal scrap to a registered person should pay GST under. Do you guys agree with me? Now you tell me one thing. If metal scrap wala ka turnover crosses 40 lakh, 20 lakh or 10 lakh, then he will have to take registration. Are yes or no? So for him, this is not applicable. That sir, if your amount pay always recipient is paying the GST under RCM, then you don't have to take registration. This provision is not applicable for whom? Metal scrap wala. People generally tell me one thing. If I am going ahead and giving services, always recipient pays GST under RCM. If recipient is paying GST under RCM, for example, director services, I gave you one example. I'm a recovery agent. My recovery agent ka services, bank is always paying GST under RCM. Bank will take compulsory registration. Me, I don't have to take even if my turnover crosses 20 lakh rupees or 10 lakh rupees. Do you guys agree? But this point is not applicable for whom? Metal scrap. Metal scrap ka case mein, whenever unregistered person is there giving to registered person pays GST under RCM. But if metal scrap wala ka turnover crosses registration limit, he will become registered person. And registered person giving to another registered person, forward charge is applicable, reverse charge will not be applicable anymore. Sir, if it's a registered person and he is giving to unregistered person, doesn't matter. Again, forward charge mechanism will be applicable. Only if it is unregistered person giving to registered, reverse is there. But the day this turnover exceeds, then he will take registration. In that scenario, always forward charge mechanism will come. Is my point clear to all of you, everyone? Now, everyone, that's what they have gone ahead and told over here. See, they have told, sir, if you are a supplier, exemption is person making the supply will be exempted. But this exemption is not applicable in case of supplier of metal scrap. It means if I am a supplier of metal scrap, the day my turnover crosses registration limit, I have to take registration and I'll start charging GST under forward charge mechanism. Is this point clear to all of you? Everyone, the next one. If you are required to pay tax under section number 9.5, Baba, 9.5 goes ahead and talks about e-commerce operator like Ola, Uber. Everyone, section number 9.5, do you remember? Section number 9.5, e-commerce. Which one? Section number 9.5. I'll go ahead and just show it to you once. We'll go ahead and discuss this when we reach to the respective chapter. People, here. I'm going to on page number 46. Page number 46 mein 9.5 is there. Everyone, you guys can see over here, section number 9.5 is there over here. Section number 9.5 actually goes ahead and says about those people when supplier will not be paying, recipient will not be paying, and government has made whom liable? E-commerce operator. Whenever government makes e-commerce operator liable, it means e-commerce operator ka whatever is the turnover, they have to take compulsory registration under section number 24. Is my point clear to all of you? I'm not teaching this now, but remember, e-commerce operators have to take compulsory registration under section number 24. Is my point clear to all of you? This, when we reach to the chapter, we'll go ahead and talk about it. Everyone, please come back. The next one, they went ahead and told, if you're an NRTP, Baba, a casual taxable person is coming from other state to my state, he has to take compulsory registration. NRTP is not coming from other state, he is coming from other country. Wherein in our country, he does not have a fixed shop also, he does not have a residence also. Then that guy will be called as what, everyone? Non-resident taxable person. And he always has to take compulsory registration in India. Government of India is going in and telling if a person is coming from outside India to India and he does not have a fixed establishment or he does not have a fixed residence in India, it means that person might run away anytime. He has to take compulsory registration. Turnover limit not applicable. TDS deductors under section number 51. Baba, TDS deductor, Department of Central Government, State Government, Local Authority, Governmental Agencies, all these people who are required to deduct TDS. We'll learn in TDS chapter again. TDS, they are required to take compulsory registration. The next is, if you are a person who is making taxable supply on behalf of other taxable person as an agent or otherwise. People, tell me one thing. One principal is there, one agent is there, and one customer is there. You have to always remember one thing, everyone over here. What government is trying to say is, government is trying to say, if you are a person who is going ahead and supplying, invoice is in the name of the agent and your boss is a registered person. People, your boss is a registered person, you are an agent of this person and this guy is a registered person. He will go ahead and issue you invoice and invoice will be in the name of the principal. He'll charge you GST. Government is telling I want full chain pay GST and hence this guy is also required compulsory registration. So if my boss is a registered person, I'll also be required to take compulsory registration if I am issuing invoice on behalf of my principal. Government is telling Ramesh, when you are issuing invoice on his behalf, when you are supplying on his behalf, invoice, Baba, I am supplying on his behalf. Invoice is in my name, but supplying on his behalf, government told when he will go ahead and supply to you, in GST is there, other chain pay also I want GST, entire chain pay I want GST, and hence government told if your boss is registered, you have to take compulsory registration. My question to all of you, if my boss is not registered person, do I require compulsory or not required? Not required. In that scenario, I will take only when my registration turnover crosses 20 lakh rupees. Is my point clear to all of you? Tell me one thing, if my boss is directly issuing the invoice to the customer, am I required compulsory registration or not required? Not required. When will I take registration? Only when my commission income crosses 20 lakh rupees or 10 lakh rupees. Can we go ahead, everyone? The next one over here. People, are we all clear till here? The next one over here is Input Service Distributor, ISD. When we go to ISD, again, I'll talk about it. Input Service Distributor who wants to distribute the credit to the branches, they also have to take compulsory registration. This talk will come in the ISD ka chapter again. E-commerce operator, again TCS collector. TCS collector ka chapter we will go ahead and talk about it. If you are a TCS collector who has to collect TCS, e-commerce operators who have to collect TCS also have to take compulsory registration. If you are a OIDR who is supplying from outside India to an unregistered person in India, people, 1 minute. I would like to connect you guys over here to an OIDR ka special provision which I have gone ahead and told in chapter of imports under GST. I have gone ahead and told over here. Everyone listen. In page number 65, one imports under GST, this point is there. Listen. Special provision for OIDR. If one supplier is there, for example, Netflix is from outside India and Netflix is going in and providing OIDR services to registered person, then Baba, reverse charge mechanism recipient will pay. Do you guys agree with me? But if it is providing to an NTOR who is an unregistered person, then OIDR has to take what, everyone? Compulsory registration. It has to collect the GST and pay the GST under forward charge mechanism. Is my point clear to all of you? And for collecting GST, OIDR should take compulsory registration. The next one over here, online money gaming. Arey Baba, anyone is providing online money gaming to one person in India? Baba, you think you will take online money gaming for for business purpose? It's always whenever online money gaming is given from outside India, the online money gaming wala OMG wala person has to take compulsory registration in India. Such other person or notified class of person as may be notified by the government or recommendation of council also has to take compulsory registration. Now, one point which I want to go ahead and talk over here, the ninth point, but I will not talk now. Sir, why do you don't want to talk now? Listen, this ninth point, this e-commerce wala point, and this e-commerce wala point, when we move to the respective e-commerce wala chapter, no, that time it will come. Can I go ahead, everyone? That time I'll link it back and I'll make you revise it. Can we go ahead, everyone? Everyone over here now, please come back. Come to the next one. See, if I go ahead and teach you this one now, no. If I teach you this one now, you'll not enjoy the connection. So once we go to the e-commerce ka chapter and the TCS ka chapter, that time I'll connect it back and you'll remember this. Can we go ahead, everyone? Everyone over here now, listen. Tell me one thing. Who are the people who are required compulsory registration? See, registration limit, first registration, I went ahead and told you section number 22. Who are the people who are liable? 23 people who are not liable. Section number 24, I told you about compulsory registration. In compulsory registration, you have to remember creations. These people, government have gone ahead and told are required compulsory registration. C for casual taxable person. R for if you are required to pay tax under RCM. E for e-commerce operator under section number 95. This I am yet to teach you when we reach to the e-commerce. A for agent of taxable person. If my boss is registered, I have to take compulsory registration. T for TDS deductor and TCS collector. TCS collector, TDS deductor, one chapter will come where we'll go ahead and revise this. TCS collector. I for input service distributor. O for OIDAR from outside India. Correct, everyone? Who is supplying services, and OMG, online money gaming, who is supplying from outside India. Do you guys agree with me? N for NRTP. S for such other person notified by government on recommendation of council, and I may interstate also will come. Interstate suppliers are also required compulsory registration. Is my point clear to all of you? But I am not written the exemptions over here. I am just telling for you to quickly remember. Creations is required compulsory registration. Are we all clear till here, everyone? Now tell me one thing, everyone. Well, can I go ahead? Everyone over here now, listen. Here, one small point is there, which is a circular which goes in and talks about commission agent. Tell me one thing, everyone. For an example, one agriculturist is there. He's an agriculturist. I am APMC agent. I am going ahead and buying from the agriculturist and selling to the customers. Invoice I am giving in my name. My question over here, am I required compulsory registration? Why no? Because here agriculturist is not a registered person. If agriculturist is not a taxable person, if I am supplying on behalf of agriculturist, I am not required compulsory registration. Do you guys agree with me? Now, sir, when will you be required registration? Only when my commission income. Now when I check my commission income which is earned is an exempt supply. Why, sir? Because they have gone in and told agricultural produce marketing committee ka agent, whenever he is earning commission, that commission is agricultural produce marketing committee ka agent. When he is selling and purchasing agricultural produce, on that the commission amount which is there is already exempt. So when he is selling agricultural produce, anyways it is exempted. Everyone. And secondly, his commission is also exempted, so he'll never be required to take registration. Is my point clear to all of you? And that's what they've gone ahead and told over here in APMC agent wala point, saying, sir, commission agents under APMC Act making supplies on behalf of agriculture is not a taxable person, and hence they are not liable for compulsory. If I am selling on behalf of an agriculturist, am I required compulsory or not required? Not required. And secondly, their services are also exempt from GST. Hence, they are not liable to be registered in accordance with section number 21A, which goes ahead and says, if you are supplying those services on which there is no GST, you are not required registration if goods, services and supplied by them are exempt. Now, you tell me one thing. For an example, I am an APMC agent, but what items I am going ahead and supplying is not an exempt item. Then you'll have to see my turnover. Yes or no? If my turnover exceeds, then whatever taxable supplies I am doing, I have to go ahead and charge tax. Is my point clear to all of you? People, are we done? We are done with section number 22, 23 and section number 24. Now you tell me one thing. Once you become liable to register, you have to go ahead and take registration. Section number 22 and 24 may, once you become liable, section number 25 goes ahead and says the procedure for registration. What will be the procedure to go ahead and take registration? Section number 25 goes ahead and says, section number 25 has section number 25, 1, 2, up to 12 it is there, but I have gone ahead and told only up to 9, which are the most important points which are there. Everyone over here now. Section number 25, 1 goes ahead and says, everyone listen. Section number 25(1) goes ahead and says, if you are a person who is liable to register, you should always apply for registration within how many days, everyone? 30 days. Remember one thing, everyone, section number 25(1) says, if you are liable to register, you should apply for registration within how many days? 30 days. If you are a CTP or an RTP, Baba, casual taxable person came for a exhibition. 30 days to exhibition only will get over. So he should apply prior to starting his business. He should apply how many days prior? 5 days prior to the starting of his business. If I have one SEZ unit, or I am an SEZ developer, remember one thing, if I have an SEZ unit in a state, see, generally in one state you are required one registration only. For all your businesses, you can have one registration, so one place as principal, other as additional place of business. But if you have an SEZ unit ka separate registration is mandatory. Because when one person is supplying to normal unit, it will be intra. When it's supplying to SEZ unit, it is zero rated supply. For everyone. The next one. If I am in the territorial waters of India, I should take registration in the nearest coastal state. So section number 25(1) went ahead and told you. Section number 25(1) went ahead and told you, sir, everyone, you should take registration within how many days? 30 days. CTP and RTP how many days prior? 5 days. SEZ, separate registration. And TWI, you should take registration in the nearest coastal state. Section number 25 went ahead and told, whenever you have to take registration, what is the procedure to be followed to take registration? What is the procedure to be followed to take registration? It has rule number 8, which goes ahead and says, first you go ahead and apply for registration. Rule number 9 goes ahead and says, officer will do the verification. And then rule number 10 goes ahead and says, officer will issue the registration certificate. I'll talk about it, but first I want to go ahead and read the next one. Section number 25(2) goes ahead and says, person having multiple place of business. People, sir, why are you not reading this? I will read, but first you need this knowledge. Section number 25(2) goes ahead and says, if you have multiple place of business, you can take multiple registration. Arey, can I take multiple registration? Yes. Section number 25(2) says, if you have multiple place of business, one place you can show principal place of business. If you take one registration, no. Under this will be principal, all other will be additional place. But if I want, can I go ahead and take separate registration for separate place of business? Yes. They are going ahead and telling, if person has multiple place of business, he may be granted separate registration for each place of business, but for all of them, separate application will go, separate verification will happen, and separate registration certificate will be issued. Is my point clear to all of you? They are going ahead and telling, rule number 11, separate application, separate verification will apply. Mutatis mutandis. Next, section number 25(3). People, if you want to become, people, I'm just explaining you quickly what is there. Section number 25(3) goes ahead and says, if you want to become Bakra, voluntary registration, can you go ahead and take? Sir, even if you are not liable under 22 and 24, you may be granted voluntary registration. Who allows you? Section number 25(3) allows you. But remember one thing, what is the effect of taking voluntary registration? If you take voluntary registration, you become a registered person. If you become a registered person, you can't say, I will only take credit, I will not charge GST. No, Baba. All provision of a registered person will apply on you. You should take ITC, you should charge GST, you should set off, you should pay balance, you should file return. Everything is applicable to you. Can I go ahead, everyone? Section number 25(4) and 25(5) talks about distinct person. What is distinct person, everyone? Same state. Separate registration is always what? Distinct person. One state registered, another state registered is also what? Distinct person. One state I have a coaching center, one state I have an alcohol shop, which is not registered, still it is distinct person, and that is what is being told by 25(4) and 25(5). People, can you tell me what did I tell you in section number 25 till now? Section number 25, I went ahead and told you section number 25(1). We told we should take registration within 30 days. CTP and RTP 5 days prior. SEZ separate. TWI, you should take registration in the nearest coastal state. Do you guys agree with me? Section number 25(2) went ahead and told you, if you have multiple place of business, you can take multiple registration. 25(3) went ahead and told voluntary, if you want to take registration, you can go ahead and take registration voluntarily also. People, are we all done till here? Section number 25(4) and 5 went ahead and told about distinct person. 25(6), which is there, no, it says PAN is mandatory. When you are going in and taking registration, your registration number is PAN based. In the center of your registration number, PAN number is there. Correct, everyone? So they are telling PAN number is mandatory for registration. But if you are a TDS deductor, no, you don't need PAN number. You can use your TAN number. TDS deductor may have TAN in order to be eligible for grant of registration. For them, rule number 12 is applicable. Not rule number 8, 9 is not applicable for TDS deductor. Rule number what is applicable? 12. And rule number 12 just goes ahead and says, TDS deductor and TCS collector should go ahead and apply for registration in GST REC 07. Verification will be done within 3 days and registration certificate will be granted. Are we all clear till here? People, can we go ahead? Nothing very important in this. The next one over here is 6A, 6B, 6C and 6D, which I want to go ahead and talk about it now. Listen to me very carefully. People, you know what happened? Government went ahead and gave registration. When government gave registration, people started issuing bogus invoice. Hey, you want credit? I will give you bogus invoice. I will give you duplicate one invoice. You can go ahead and take the credit. People started issuing bogus invoice, taking registration and issuing what, everyone? Bogus. They will buy one invoice from one person and they will issue the invoice to another person, issuing what, everyone? bogus invoices. And hence, to go ahead and stop these people from issuing bogus invoice, government went ahead and told, I will go ahead and introduce Aadhaar authentication. You know what they used to do? They used to go ahead and buy one invoice from one person. For example, one person has extra credit lying with him. I will tell that person, give me one 10 crore rupees ka invoice and charge me 2 crore rupees GST. What will happen? You will have output, you will have input, you can set it off and the credit will come to me. I will issue one bogus invoice to one person and pass on the credit to him. I will buy credit, I will sell credit. And people started this as business. So government went in and told, I will close your shop. And government introduced Aadhaar authentication. Government told now to get registration, you have to do what everyone? Aadhaar authentication. Now, who are the people who are required Aadhaar authentication and who are the people not required Aadhaar authentication? That has been told over here in 6A, 6B, 6A and 6D. Everyone listen to very carefully. Now we are going to talk about what? Aadhaar authentication. Listen to me very carefully. Aadhaar authentication 6A, 6B, 6C and 6D. Aadhaar authentication, government went ahead and told, see, Aadhaar authentication was introduced from 1/4/2020. When was it introduced, everyone? 1/4/2020. So government went ahead and told, if you are a person who had taken GST registration from 1/7/2017 to 1/4/2020, in between this date, was Aadhaar authentication there or not there? Not there. So government told, you are already a registered person, correct? You will be required Aadhaar authentication, but from date to be notified. Government told whoever has taken registration, let them be. We will not disturb. But now on, from 1/4/2020, 6B may they went, Baba, are already registered person required Aadhaar authentication or they will be required when government notifies? When government notifies. But then government went ahead and told in 6B that from 1/4/2020, from which date everyone? 1/4/2020, government went ahead and told, if you are a person who is an individual, who is this everyone? Individual, you will be required Aadhaar authentication if you are taking registration. It means when you are taking registration, no, you just have to put your, you have to say that, sir, I will go ahead and do Aadhaar authentication. You have to say, yes, I would like to do Aadhaar authentication. Okay, everyone? When you say, see, this is your form. When you are applying for registration, you have to say what, everyone? Yes, I would like to do Aadhaar authentication. One OTP will come in your mobile phone. Basically, what will happen? The time you say yes and you submit this form, this is your registration form. You have to say Aadhaar authentication mein, yes, I would like to do Aadhaar authentication, and you should submit your form. This form, when you submit, one mail will come in your email ID. Click on the mail. Everyone listen carefully. Click on the mail. One OTP will come in your mobile phone. Put the OTP and your Aadhaar is verified. This process has to be done by whom? Every individual who is taking registration from which date? 1/4/2020. Then government told in section number 25(6)(c), other than individual, any other person who is taking registration also has to do Aadhaar authentication. Other than individual, also any other person who is doing registration has to do Aadhaar authentication. But government told, I will notify who are the other people, and government went ahead and told, if you are an authorized signatory, if you are a authorized signatory, if you are a managing and authorized partner in a partnership firm, you are a managing and authorized partner, or you are karta, then you have to do Aadhaar authentication. Can you tell me, everyone, who are the people who are required Aadhaar authentication now? Individual is required Aadhaar authentication, authorized signatories are required Aadhaar authentication, managing and authorized partner is required Aadhaar authentication, and kartas are required Aadhaar authentication. So can you tell me who are the people who are required Aadhaar authentication? I am the karta. Individual, authorized signatory, managing and authorized partner, and karta. Remember one thing, these are the 4 people who are required Aadhaar authentication. Individual has been told under 6B, remaining people are told under 6C. 6D went ahead and told who are the people who are not required Aadhaar authentication. And I have told this over here, who are the people who are not required Aadhaar authentication? I go ahead and call them New Delhi PSU. Who are the people not required Aadhaar authentication, everyone? And for not a citizen of India. You tell me one thing, everyone, if you are not a citizen of India, will you have Aadhaar number with you? Then how will you do Aadhaar authentication? Not required. Then, sir, if you are a department or establishment of what? Central government, state government, or people, government is telling my people are not fraud. Our departments are not required to do Aadhaar authentication. If you are a local authority, you are also not required to do Aadhaar authentication. Public sector undertaking, not required. Statutory body, not required. If you are a UIN holder, I'll talk about UIN holder little later, like consulates, embassies, etc., who are under section number 25(9) are also not required Aadhaar authentication. 6A went ahead and told already registered people. 6B told about individual. 6C told about A, M, K are required Aadhaar authentication. 6D told who are not required Aadhaar authentication. Who are not required, everyone? New Delhi PSU. N for not a citizen of India. D for Department of Central Government, State Government. L for local authority. P for public sector undertaking. S for statutory body, and U for UIN holder. Can I go ahead, everyone? The next one, seventh one, I am not talking now. Why, sir? Seventh one, I'll go ahead and talk about when I read section number 25.7 along with that. Section number 25.8 says, if you fail to obtain registration, sir, for an example, you are liable, but you did not go ahead and take registration. If you fail to obtain registration, they are going ahead and telling proper officer will go ahead and register you suo motu. On his own, proper officer will go ahead and register you. So, sir, I am liable, but I did not take registration. Proper officer caught me. He will register me on his own. And that is told under rule number 16, how the registration will happen. Rule number 16 says, you are liable under 22 and 24, but you did not take registration. One day in your premises, there was investigation or any search happened and proper officer came to know that you are liable to register. Then proper officer will go ahead and he will register you and issue one order REG 12 saying from today you are a registered person. Are we clear? But you tell me one thing, if proper officer has issued REG 12 and told you are a registered person, have you gone online and uploaded all your documents, etc., and taken formal registration till now? Tell now. No. So you are given 90 days. Within 90 days, what you can do? No. See, proper officer caught you. Proper officer gave you an REG 12 order and told, hey, from today you are registered. Now what will you do? Go online. If you want, you can file an appeal against the order. Appeal should go within how many days? 90 days. Appellate authority sets aside the AA means appellate authority. They put the order side. It told, hey, Ramesh, not required registration. Side. Then I will not have to register. But appellate authority told Ramesh, you have to take registration. Then within the next 30 days, I should take registration once their order comes. But if I did not go for an appeal, then within 90 days, I should go ahead, submit my application, verification will happen and registration certificate will be granted. Are we clear? But if within 90 days I went for an appeal ka order came in my favor, then I don't have to take. If it came against me, then within the next 30 days, I should go ahead and submit my application. Rule number 8, 9, 10. Application, verification and registration certificate. Remember one thing, whenever registration certificate will be granted, you know, it will be given retrospective effect with the date. Means you will be deemed to be a registered person the day REG 12 was issued to you. Is my point clear to all of you? Can I go ahead, everyone? Now the next one comes section number 25.9. First, tell me one thing, everyone. Section number 25, I started with you guys. In section number 25, what did I tell you? Section number 25.1, everyone. If you become liable, you should apply within how many days? CTP and RTP, 5 days. SEZ, separate. TWI, nearest coastal state, you should take registration. Section number 25.2, multiple place of business is there. Can I take multiple registration? 25.3, voluntary registration. Section number 25.4 and 5. Distinct person. Section number 25.6, PAN number is mandatory. TDS deductor can use 10. Section number 25.7, NRTP. I will talk later about it. Baba, here 6A, 6B, 6C and 6D also came. Who are the people required Aadhaar authentication? Individual, authorized signatory, managing and authorized partner and Karta. I am the Karta. Who are the people not required? New Delhi, PSU. You will remember New Delhi PSU. You have to remember the content. N for not a citizen of India. D for Department of Central Government, State Government. L for local authority. P for public sector undertaking. S for statutory body. And U for UIN holder. Everyone, eighth one told about suo motu. If you don't take registration, proper officer will register you on his own. And ninth one talks about UIN holder. Do you know this? All these consulates, embassies, etc. Array, US embassy in India, consulate office in India, all these people, they don't take GST registration. They take what, everyone? UIN number, unique identification number. You know what happens? For an example, there is an embassy in India, US embassy in India. US embassy, whenever they are buying anything from any person, no, what they will do, no, they will give this person their UIN number. This person, when he is giving the tax to the government, no, he will say, government, this UIN number, unique identification number, person had come and he has deposited 10 lakh rupees GST. So government will go ahead and give a refund to this embassy guy. You know what happens? As an international parity, our embassy in their country, they don't take any tax. Their embassy in our country, we should not take any tax. And that's why these people are given what? Unique identification number. So that whenever they buy anything to the person, they will give UIN number. They will give the GST also. This GST goes to the government and government gives a refund to them. For refund of taxes, they are given what, everyone? UIN. Is my point clear to all of you? Ninth one is just reading category, but still I've gone ahead and told you about all these consulates, embassies are given what, everyone? UIN number. Now you tell me one thing, whenever a person becomes liable, he should take registration within how many days, everyone? 30 days. Correct, everyone? Whenever a person will become liable, he should take registration within 30 days. How to take registration? That is told by rule number 8, rule number 9, and then rule number 10. I'll go ahead and talk about it, but first I'll give you a 15 minutes break so that you are fresh to understand this remaining point. Right, everyone? Let's take a quick 5 minutes break, everyone. Let's continue. Everyone, listen. Section number 25, 1 went ahead and told you should take registration within how many days? 30 days. CTP and RTP, how many days prior? 5 days prior. SEZ, separate registration. TWI, nearest coastal state. But how to take registration? That is told by rule number 8. Rule number 8 goes ahead and says, first file your application. Baba, tell me one thing. Once you go ahead and file your application, once you file your application online, what will happen? Proper officer will do the verification. Once he does the verification, if everything is fine, he'll grant you the registration. If he finds some problem is there, he will tell you, please go ahead and give me the detail. You provide the detail, he likes it, he'll grant registration. If he does not like it, he'll reject the registration. That's all, everyone. So now what they are trying to tell over here is, whenever you are applying for registration, every person who is liable under section number 25, basically who has to apply within 30 days, 5 days prior, etc., those people should accept NTO, NRTP, TDS deductor, TCS collector, and OIDR. Accept these people. Why accept these people? Because for these people, separate form is applicable. Separate form and separate rule number is applicable. Are you guys able to understand what they are telling? For OIDR, it is rule number 14 which is applicable. For these people, REG 09. For these people, REG registration form number 7. All these are applicable. Papa, in your college also, when one foreign candidate will come, for him the form is different. For you, the form is different. So these people, the form is different. So what they are telling over here, every person has to go online and file one form. That form ka name is GST REG01. What is the form name? REG01. REG01, know how many parts are there? You know, there are 2 parts in REG01. One is part A and one is part B. Part A is nothing other than your basic detail. You fill the basic detail, then they will give you a detailed form. Fill all the detailed form, everything is fine. They'll give you the registration within how many days? 7 working days. Some problem is there, then they will ask you the detail. You provide the detail and they will grant you registration within the next 7 working days. That's all. Can I go ahead, everyone? So we are going to talk about rule number 8, which says first you have to file your application. Declare in part A of GST REG01. Form number 1 ka part A mein you should declare your PAN number. The PAN number will be validated with the CBDT database. When you declare your PAN number in the registration form number 1, they will go ahead and verify the detail which what, everyone? Central Board of Direct Tax ka database se they will verify. After they have gone ahead and done the verification, they will send one OTP, and OTP will be sent to the mobile number and email address which is linked to your PAN number. Are we clear, everyone? Then you have to mention the state. Part A is done. Once you fill the part A, then one temporary reference number will be generated. Now you have to go online, put this temporary reference number, and you will get part B. You will get part B. Part B is like this. This is the second part of the form, where you have to put your business detail, promoter, authorized signatory, principal place of business, additional place of business, goods and service tax, Aadhaar authentication. Listen to me very carefully. Now, if you say, everyone listen to me very carefully. Who are the people required Aadhaar authentication, everyone? Individual, authorized signatory, managing and authorized partner, and Karta. Listen to me very carefully, everyone. If you have gone ahead and told a yes over here that I will do Aadhaar authentication and you submit this part B, is your part B completed or something is still pending? Pending. What is pending? One mail will come in your email ID. Click on the mail, put your Aadhaar number, put the OTP which comes in your mobile, and your Aadhaar is verified. If your Aadhaar is verified, no, you get registration only within 7 working days. Story over. But if you are individual, authorized signatory, managing and authorized partner, and Karta, if you have gone ahead and told, yes, I will go ahead and do the Aadhaar authentication. You have told, yes, I will go ahead and do the Aadhaar authentication, but you did not do it. You told yes, and then when the mail came, you did not click on the mail, you did not go ahead and do your Aadhaar authentication, or you told, no, I will not do Aadhaar authentication. Then remember one thing, your registration now will not come in 7 working days. Now, people, you told a no, and you submitted your form. Is there anything pending from your end, or everything is done? Done. I am not going to do Aadhaar authentication, I told. In this scenario, the officer will come to your premises. He will check whether physically are you doing business from here, and only then registration will be granted, and hence the time limit of 7 days will become 30 days. That's all. Can I go ahead, everyone? See what they are trying to say over here. They are trying to say when you fill part B, you should sign and submit with document. But here one Aadhaar authentication they will ask you. If you tell this Aadhaar authentication go yes, then they are going in and telling yes. Then the date of submission of application will be what? The day you go online and do your Aadhaar authentication. The day you go online means the mail has come. See, you will say yes and you will submit this form. But submitting this form does not mean your Aadhaar is verified. Correct, everyone? Something is pending. So, for example, Part B was submitted by you on 1st of January. Is this Part B submission date your date of submission of form? No. They are going in and telling, now we will give you 15 days ka time. Means till 15th of January, the mail will be there in your link. The link will be there in your mail. Click on the link, put your Aadhaar number, put the OTP, and your Aadhaar is verified. If your Aadhaar is verified, means you are a verified person, will give you registration within 7 working days. You went online on 10th of January in your mail and you did your Aadhaar authentication. What is the date of submission of application? Which day officer will start verification of your application? Tell na. Will he start verification the day you gave Part B, or will he do the verification the day you did your Aadhaar authentication? The day you did your Aadhaar authentication. Are we clear? So they are going in and telling, if you tell a yes that I want to do Aadhaar authentication, then the day you do the Aadhaar authentication, or 15 days from the submission of part B. 15 days means once 15 days gets over, the very next day, 16th of January, will be the date of submission. If you did not do this. Can I go ahead, everyone? And here they are telling one acknowledgement will be given that your registration has been submitted. But sir, if you don't go ahead, if you go ahead and say, here, no, I will not do Aadhaar authentication, then will the officer wait for any Aadhaar authentication, etc.? No, nothing. He will start the verification immediately. From your point, the form is submitted, and from here, he will go ahead and take 30 days to go ahead and give you the registration. What they are telling over here, if you tell a no, the actual date of submission of part B is the date of submission and you will get acknowledgement. People, tell me one thing. If you don't do Aadhaar authentication, what is the problem? He will come for physical verification. You will not get registration within 7 working days. Is my point clear to all of you? Now, what they are going ahead and telling over here, one star has been put. You have done your Aadhaar authentication. You submitted your part B. People, listen to me very carefully. You submitted part B. You will get how many days? 15 days to go ahead and do Aadhaar authentication. You told a yes, I will do Aadhaar authentication. Mail came on your mail. 10th of January, you did the Aadhaar authentication. You went to the mail, click on the mail, put your Aadhaar number, put the OTP, Aadhaar is verified. What is the date of submission? Tell now, what is the date of submission? The 10th of January, when you did your Aadhaar authentication, that is the date of submission. But you know what? Portal told, beep, 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 beep. Ramesh ka some issue is there. Don't go ahead and give within 7 working days. Go for physical, call him for biometric. Then they will call you for biometric. Listen to me very carefully. You did your Aadhaar authentication. But still, they are going ahead and telling, I put 1 star over here on the top. See, a person is required for Aadhaar authentication, opted also, did also, but you are identified by the common portal based on data analysis and risk parameter. The portal ka AI system identified you that this guy is a fraudster. He has done fraud sometime. Then they will go ahead and call you, hey, come here. Your documents which you submitted, no, when you're taking registration, come. Give your biometric based Aadhaar authentication. You will be called to one center where you have to give your biometric and photograph will be taken, plus verification of original document will be done which were uploaded at the time of registration, and it will be done at one facilitation center which is notified by the government, and your application will be completed only when you have gone in and done this process. Only once you have completed this process, your application will be deemed to be completed. Remember one thing, this point is clear to all of you. You are required to do Aadhaar authentication. You did Aadhaar authentication, but still, can they call you for biometric? See, if the portal does not do any bip bip, this is the date of submission, your registration will be given 7 days. But if the portal did beep, 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 then Baba, you have to go to the biometric center. Supposing you went to the biometric center on 30th of January. That day, when you did the biometric, no, that day will be deemed as the date of submission. Now, officer will go ahead and give you registration within next 7 working days. Is my point clear to all of you? But if portal did not do any beep, 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 no doubt on you, then from here only within 7 working days, registration will be granted. Can I go ahead, everyone? It means they are telling when you submit your form, no. If you tell Aadhaar authentication, I will do, but you did also. But still, if the portal has a doubt on you, they are telling Aadhaar, so anyone can verify nowadays. You please come with your original document and give us biometric. Only then we will say that is the date of submission. Can I go ahead, everyone? Now you tell me one thing. You are required Aadhaar authentication. You did not opt only. Now you know what they have gone ahead and told. If a person is required Aadhaar authentication but did not opt, here you told no, no. You are required Aadhaar authentication but you told a no, no. They are telling now beep, 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 not required by the system. You have to mandatorily go. See, it shall be followed by taking photograph. They are not asking you for biometric. You told no, I will not do Aadhaar authentication. It means you don't have biometric. You don't have Aadhaar card only, but no problem. Come, we'll take your photograph. We will do verification of original document uploaded with the application at the facilitation center, and the application shall be deemed to be completed only after completion of this process, and rules are applicable to all the state. This is the amendment point this time. Listen to me very carefully. Earlier, when you used to go ahead and fill your application, if you have told a yes and you have done your Aadhaar authentication, portal did not catch you, then no problem. But if portal catches you, and then you have to go for biometric. Once biometric is done, that is the date of submission. Now, if you tell a no, I will not do Aadhaar authentication. Earlier, there was no problem. But now, if you tell a no, that's a very big point of problem, and they are telling portal will not catch you. You have to by default go for biometric, not biometric. You have to go. Your photograph will be taken and document will be given. Only then your form will be deemed to be submitted. Is my point clear? Now, once your form is submitted, everyone listen. Now, form submission done. Now we are talking from officer's point of view. Now officer will start the verification. He will examine the application and he will examine the document. If application is found in order, people, application is fine. Aadhaar authentication, person is not required Aadhaar authentication. He is New Delhi PSU. then what will happen? Within 7 working days, approval will be given and registration certificate will be given to him. Do you guys agree with me? Sir, if application is in order, Aadhaar authenticity required, opted successful also. Portal did not do any beep, beep, beep. You will get your registration within how many days? 7 working days. If portal did beep, 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 do biometric, and then within 7 working days, application will be given. Registration certificate will be given. Can I go ahead, everyone? Everyone. Applicant is required Aadhaar authentication. Opted also. Okay, everyone? Required means who is required? New Delhi PSU. No. I am the Karta. Required also, opted also. You told yes also. But they are telling you did not do it. You told yes, but you did not do. Or you directly told a no. First of all, photograph, etc. If you tell a no. Correct, everyone? Secondly, they are going in and telling, or you know what? You have done everything. Aadhaar authentication, everything done. But portal is telling, beep, 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 officer. Biometric nahi. Now, application is submitted. After application submitted, also portal can do beep, beep. Go to the Ramesh ka place of business. Now, officer will come. See, first stage mein you went. Now, officer will come. They are telling, you have not done Aadhaar authentication, or you did not opt for Aadhaar authentication, or a person has undergone Aadhaar authentication, but portal has identified you based on data analysis for carrying out your physical verification, or proper officer deems it necessary to carry out for physical verification, then they are telling everything is fine. But still, if officer wants to do your, can you tell me what are the 4 cases physical verification can happen? Number 1, failed Aadhaar authentication. Number 2, did not opt for Aadhaar authentication. Number 3, portal identified you for physical verification, or officer identified you for physical verification. Then first they will come for physical verification, and that time they can verify any other document. Might be they will ask your passport, and then within 30 days the registration will be approved and registration certificate will be given. Are we all clear till here, sir? Next, people, tell me one thing. Application problem, what will happen? Okay, tell me one thing. Aadhaar problem, what will happen? If Aadhaar authentication is not done, failed, or you did not opt only, or officer identified you for physical verification, or portal identify you for physical verification, then first they will come for physical verification, and registration instead of 7 days will become how many days? 30 days. Now they are going ahead and telling, sir, application also problem. Till now the Aadhaar was a problem. Application also problem. Aadhaar is required, opted successful. Aadhaar no problem. Then they are telling application ka problem ke liye, instead of your photo, you have put your dog's photo. They'll call you, they'll send you a notice. Within how many days? 7 working days. See, either within 7 working days they will grant you, or they'll send you a love letter. And they will ask you to give clarification, information and document. CID means what, everyone? Clarification, information and documents. Are we all clear? You have to give the clarification, information, document within 7 working days. He is satisfied, within the next 7 working days, he'll approve. He is not satisfied, or you did not reply, then he will reject your application in REC 05. You don't have to remember the form numbers. It's just for your knowledge. Can I go ahead, everyone? Tell me one thing. Application is a problem. Aadhaar is fine. Application problem ke liye notice will come within 7 working days. You have to reply within 7 working days. Then within next 7 working days, he will either grant you or reject. People, tell me one thing. Application also problem. Aadhaar authentication required, but you did not opt. Or Aadhaar authentication failed. OTP went to some other number which you don't have only. Or you are identified by the portal for physical verification, or proper officer is telling I will do physical verification. Then in that scenario, see, application problem, notice. Aadhaar problem, physical verification. Do you guys agree? So first he will do physical verification, and then no notice now will come within 30 working days. 30 days, not 30 working days, 30 days. First physical verification because of Aadhaar problem. Do you guys agree with me? And for application problem, notice will come, but now the notice ka period will not be 7 working days. It will be 30 days, and then you have to reply within 7 working days. If officer is satisfied, he'll grant within 7 working days. If he is not satisfied, he will reject. Is my point clear to all of you? Tell me one thing. If officer does not take action within 7 working days, or 30 days, or I replied and he is not taking action, then remember one thing, officer does not go ahead and take action within that time, then application will be deemed to be approved and automatic approval will be given to you. An auto registration certificate officer has to sign and give it to you. So if officer does not do his work within time, 7 days, 30 days, etc., then portal will give you auto approval, and officer has to give you the registration certificate within the next 3 days after the 7 days, 30 days, 7 days, etc. has expired. Is my point clear to all of you? Tell me one thing, everyone. For application problem, notice. For Aadhaar problem, physical verification. Is my point clear to all of you? Remember one thing, once the registration certificate is granted, in that the principal place, additional place, etc. will be mentioned, and you will get your GSTN number. Once you get your GSTN number, now put it on the notice board. Your notice, your head mein shop ka head, write your GST number and in your shop, take 1 2 rupees ka printout and put it your GST certificate. Can we go ahead, everyone? And that is told by rule number 18. Remember one thing here, when you became liable, you are a taxable person. Then you applied and took registration. Now you're a registered person. Can I go ahead, everyone? Once you are granted registration, now you have to go online and fill your bank account detail. You have to go ahead and furnish your bank account detail within how many days? 30 days from the grant of registration or before furnishing your GSTR1 or using the invoice furnishing facility, whichever is earlier. Before filling your first GSTR1 or within 30 days, you should go ahead and do what, everyone, whichever is earlier, you have to put your bank account details online. Is my point clear to all of you? One thing which I want to tell you, if you don't go ahead and fill your bank account detail on time, then your registration will be cancelled. Can I go ahead, everyone? Here, the most important point which I want you guys to understand is this point. Listen to me very carefully. What is this point going ahead and telling people here? I became liable. Once you become liable, you should apply for registration within how many days, everyone? You should apply for registration within 30 days. If you apply for registration over here and you are granted registration over here, you applied over here within 30 days. Did you apply within 30 days? Yes. And registration certificate is granted. Registration certificate is valid from the date you become liable. It means it is given always retrospective validity. Do you guys recall this point, everyone? Once you are given retrospective validity from there till the date of grant of RC, whatever supplies you have done, you did not go ahead and charge them tax because you did not have registration number. Do you guys agree with me, everyone? Now, for all the supply, you can go ahead because your registration certificate has been given retrospective validity. For all the supplies, you can go ahead and issue revised tax invoice within the next 1 month of your registration certificate. Is my point clear to all of you? But remember one thing, if you don't go ahead and apply within 30 days, you applied over here from the date of becoming liable. If you don't apply within 30 days, you applied over here and RC is granted over here. RC will not be given retrospective validity. No. RC will be valid from the date of grant. But tell me one thing. So from the date of becoming liable till the date of grant of RC, whatever supplies I have done, do I have to pay GST? Yes. But you can't issue revised tax invoice, can't collect and pay. You have to pay it out of your own pocket. Is my point clear to all of you? Tell me one thing. I became liable over here. I should apply within 30 days. If I apply within 30 days and RC is granted, RC is valid from the date of becoming liable. But if I don't apply within 30 days, I applied over here and RC granted, RC is valid from the date of grant. Is my point clear to all of you? They have gone ahead and told over here. See, if application is submitted within how many days? 30 days. If application is submitted within 30 days, then Baba, remember one thing. Registration is effective from the date of becoming liable. Otherwise, the registration is effective from the date of grant. The next one over here, one small point I have gone ahead and told, rule number 10B. See, Baba, government have gone ahead and told there are 3 things. RRR. For RRR, whether you took registration without Aadhaar by getting physical verification done, or you are already registered under GST before 1/4/2020 and you got your registration without Aadhaar authentication, but government told now onwards, for RRR, 3 things. If you do your Aadhaar authentication, then only you can do these 3 RRR. What are the 3 RRR? If you want to file revocation application, if you want to file R for refund application under rule number 89, or you want to file refund application under rule number 96, revocation, refund under 89 and refund under rule number 96. For these 3 things, your Aadhaar authentication has been made mandatory. So tell me one thing, whether you are already registered or you took registration after 1/4/2020, if you have not gone ahead and done your Aadhaar authentication, can you do RRR or you can't do? Can't do. And that is why they have gone ahead and told, see, rule number 10B now introduced. So basically, if you are an existing registered person also, for you also Aadhaar authentication made mandatory if you want to do 3 things in life. What are the 3 things? I told you RRR. So what they are telling, if you are a registered person, and you are already issued a registration certificate, you shall mandatorily undergo Aadhaar authentication of whom? Proprietor in case of proprietorship firm, partner in case of partnership firm, HUF में करता, managing director or whole-time director in case of company, sir, member of managing committee of association of person, body of individual, society, trustees of the board of trustees in case of trust, and of the authorized signatory for doing what things, everyone? Revocation application, refund application, and for refund application. Sir, I don't have Aadhaar. How do I file refund application? No problem, Baba. As of now, apply for Aadhaar. Aadhaar enrollment ID slip is there. Along with that, bank passbook, you attach it, or voter ID, you attach it, or passport, you attach it and apply. But once you get your Aadhaar number, no, within next 30 days, do your Aadhaar authentication. What they are telling, if Aadhaar is not there, then you can put your Aadhaar enrollment ID slip, go online, apply, plus bank passbook with photograph or voter ID or passport or driving license can be attached and your application will be taken. Which application, everyone? Revocation, refund or refund application which is there. But they are telling, once you are given Aadhaar number, then within the next 30 days, you have to go ahead and do what, everyone? Aadhaar authentication once you are given the next Once you are given the Aadhaar number, within the next 30 days, please go ahead and do your Aadhaar authentication. Rule number 25 is just the power with the officer that once you are granted the registration, after granting also, officer can come for physical verification, and before granting also, officer can anyways come for physical verification if you have not done Aadhaar authentication. Do you remember, everyone? This is just the power. Tell me one thing, everyone. Now, please come to the next chart, which is section number 27. Section number 27 goes ahead and says if you are a CTP or a NRTP, Baba, this NRTP wala point I am going to cover over here only. CTP or NRTP. Listen to me very carefully. Section number 27 talks about special provision for CTP and NRTP. Once you go ahead and commence your business, how many days prior you should apply, everyone? 5 days prior you should apply. CTP applies in normal form REG01, NRTP REG09. They should attach along with it self-attested copy of the passport. Because they don't have any other document, they can go ahead and attach self-attested copy of the passport. You know what? These people, what if they run away? That's why government say whenever you take registration, you have to pay your tax, estimated tax liability in advance, and that amount will put in your e-cash ledger. So every month, whatever liability will be there, no, you use your e-cash ledger and pay your liability every month. But you have to deposit your net estimated tax liability in advance. So estimate your gross liability, estimate your input, and estimate your net liability and pay in advance. So you have to estimate that 2 months have come, what will be my gross liability, what will be my input tax rate, and net estimated liability you have to pay in advance. And that amount will go in your e-cash ledger. Once you deposit, only then your registration certificate will be granted. Remember one thing, you should always apply how many days prior? 5 days prior to your commencement of business. Once you go ahead and commence your business, remember one thing, you can't make taxable supply unless your registration certificate has come. Once your registration certificate has come, registration certificate is valid only for how many days, everyone? What period asked? If you ask for 15 days or 90 days, whichever is earlier. If you ask 15 days, it is valid only for 15 days. If you ask for 1 month, it is valid only for 1 month. If you ask for 100 days, it is valid only for 90 days. So they will go ahead and give you the registration only for 90 days. So 90 days got over. Can I ask for more? Before the original expires, if you want, you can take an extension of further 90 days. Can you tell me, everyone, how many days prior they have to apply for registration? 5 days. How many days are they given registration? Period you asked for or 90 days, whichever is earlier. Can I extend it? Yes. So maximum period, can you tell me how many everyone? 90 plus 90. If you are asking 90 plus 90, remember one thing, if you are asking for additional period additional liability has to be paid in advance. Sir, more than 180 days, government told shameless. After 180 days, you are not more casual in this state. After that, if you want to still continue in that state, please take a normal registration. When you are going out of the state, cancel and get lost. People, so can a casual taxable person registration be granted for more than 90 days? 90 plus 90, 180 days? No. For more than 180 days, you can take normal registration. When you're leaving the state and going, just cancel and get lost. Is my point clear to all of you, everyone? People, we are done with rule number, section number 27. Now comes section number 28. Please tell me, everyone, what did we learn till now? We went in and started with registration. Registration, I told you 22 person who are liable. 23, I told you person who are not liable. 24, I told you compulsory registration. 25, I told you procedure. Procedure may we went ahead and learned 1, 2, 3, 4. Correct, everyone? Then we learned 26. I did not tell you. 26 is here hiding. 26 says, see, when you go online and apply for registration, you apply in a particular state. When you apply under the state, you get registered under the SGST Act. Karnataka SGST Act, for an example. So they will deem you registered under CGST. See, to collect SGST, you should be registered under SGST Act. To collect CGST, you should be registered under CGST also. So when you take registration under SGST, they deem you to be registered under CGST. If registration is rejected under SGST, registration rejected under CGST. Rejected by daughter, rejected by father-in-law. Accepted by daughter, accepted by father-in-law. The same story they are telling. They are telling deemed registration. Registration certificate or UIN granted or rejected under SGST or UTGST, deemed granted or rejected under CGST. Total bakwas. Everyone, section number 27 went ahead and told about special procedure for CTP and NRTP. People, 26 told about what? Deemed registration. 27 told about CTP and NRTP. Can we go ahead, everyone? The next one comes is your registration is already granted, but you want amendment in your registration. Amendment can be of 3 types. One is PAN change. For an example, I transferred my business to you, or proprietorship became partnership. PAN has changed. You are telling officer, cut the center wala pen, put the new PAN number. That is not possible, Baba. Your registration number may, he can't remove your PAN number, put other PAN number. That is not possible. You cancel your registration and take a new registration. Amendment is not possible. Whenever PAN changes, always remember you have to take fresh registration only. What are they telling, everyone? PAN changes, then please apply for fresh registration. Amendment is not possible. But sir, any small change or big change, there are 2 types of changes which are there. One is called core field. Core field means the important fields of your business have changed. Non-core field means, sir, I've changed my phone number, I've changed my mobile number, I've changed my authorized signatory. What will the officer verify? When there is nothing for the officer to verify, that's called what, everyone? Non-core field amendment. Listen to me very carefully. When you apply for registration, you fill all these details, right? If all these detail may say any detail changes, there are three fields which are called core field. Others are all what everyone? Non-core field. Non-core means what details do not impact the GST officer or does not have the GST officer to check anything. In that scenario that they are telling, just go online, apply. Once you apply, your registration certificate will be amended. But there are three core field of amendment. I want you guys to remember this. They can go ahead and tell you in the exam, C graded question, what are the various core field amendment. Remember one thing, if the legal name of your business has changed or address of the principal place or additional place of business has changed, officer will check for the new address proof. Then, or there is an addition, deletion, retirement of partner, director, Karta, managing committee, board of trustees, CEO, who are responsible for day-to-day affairs of the business, which does not need what? Cancellation. Any amendment in all these three things, you can go ahead and apply online. Remember one thing, whenever the change will happen, apply within how many days? 15 days, provide the supporting document. Officer will do the verification. If officer is of the opinion that what amendment you are asking is documents are complete, amendment is right, I should give you, then amendment will be given to you within how many days? 15 working days, and he'll issue an order. But if officer feels that amendment is not required or your documents are not complete, incomplete document, then he will go ahead and give you a show cause notice. Within 15 days, either approve or he'll give you show cause notice. You have to reply within how many days, everyone? 7 working days. He likes your reply, he will go ahead and approve. He does not like a reply, he will reject the application. Tell me one thing, what are the three fields of amendment, everyone? PAN change, fresh application. Cancel old one, take new registration. Amendment, non-core. Baba, other than core, everything is non-core. Non-core means any change which happens which does not have officer to verify anything, just apply an amendment will happen. Core field amendment 3. Legal name, address change, and whoever is the main person responsible has changed, then in that scenario you have to apply. Officer will do verification and officer will grant you the registration ka amendment. Remember one thing, any change in the PAN number or mobile number which is there, so not PAN number, mobile number, email address, etc., which is there, will be done only after verification through OTP. People, tell me one thing, what did we learn till now? Section number 22% were liable, 23% were not liable, 24 compulsory registration. Then we went ahead and learned section number 25 procedure, 26 deemed registration, 27 CTP and RTP, 28 is amendment. Done. Now comes section number 29, which goes ahead and says your registration will be cancelled if you go ahead and do these things. So section number 29 goes ahead and talks about cancellation of registration. Please come to section number 29, everyone. Everyone over here now, section number 29 goes ahead and talks about cancellation of registration. It goes, people, cancellation of registration or suspension of registration. Suspension is over here. I'm not talking about suspension now. I first want to go ahead and talk about cancellation. People, remember one thing. In cancellation of registration, the only important point which is there is when can the GST officer cancel your registration. Section number 29 actually has section number 29.1, section number 29.2, section number 29.3, 4, 5. Done, everyone? Section number 29.1 says when can proper officer on his own cancel, or you can go ahead and apply, or legal hire can go ahead and cancel that. Apply and Baba, supposingly proper officer came to know that one person has died. Can proper officer cancel his registration? Yes. Or if that person has died, he will not apply. His legal hire will come and apply. So can the registration be cancelled? Or you close your business. Can you apply for registration? Yes. Registration cancellation. So what they are telling over here, when business is discontinued or you transferred your business, I transferred my business to you. You will go ahead and take fresh registration. What about me? Cancel. Change in constitution of business. Earlier it was proprietorship. Now became partnership. PAN change. Fresh registration to be taken. Taxable person no longer liable under 22 or 24. Last year I did interstate. Now on, I am never going to do interstate supply. Can I cancel my registration? Yes. Or I had taken voluntary registration. I became Bakra. Voluntarily I took. Then I realized, oh no, I don't need it. Can I cancel? Yes. So these are the three scenarios when a person can cancel his registration on his own. But the most important part is when can the registration be cancelled by the proper officer? When can the registration be cancelled by the proper officer? It says, people, very, very important. They can go and ask you, what are the scenarios when registration of a person can be cancelled? Proper officer may cancel your registration when A, can you see everyone? A, B, C, D, and E. There are 5 cases which are there. Which if you go ahead and do, means Baba, if you do violation, only then you will cancel, right? So they have gone ahead and told A may, if registered person has contravened such provision of the act and rule. You tell me any provision of the act, if you violate, they will cancel your registration? No, they are telling only if you violate such provision, means only some important provision they have gone ahead and told. And such means they have told in rule number 21, no business from declared place of business. You know what happened? You went ahead and told this premises as your premises where you are going to do business. When officer came to this place, no, he went ahead and saw this one. What is this, everyone? Cow. He saw one cow is there. It is going here and there. Officer will tell, well, is Ramesh doing business? Here one cow is there. Ramesh is not doing business only. He will cancel my registration. Are you guys able to understand? No business from the declared place of business. Secondly, you are issuing invoice or bill without supply of goods services, violating the provision. I told, hey, you want credit? I'll give you bogus bill. Officer is telling, beta, you're not selling goods. Sell goods and give invoice. No, I am giving bogus bill. Registration will be cancelled. Secondly, if I violate the provision of section number 171 of the act or rules made thereunder. Section number 171 talks about profiteering, which is told in your miscellaneous provision ka chapter. Section number 171 talks about what? Profiteering. If you are going ahead and doing profiteering, then also your registration will be cancelled. The next one over here, Bibel, do you remember you have to give your bank account detail? Everyone, if you don't give your bank account detail within the next 30 days or first GSTR1, your registration will be cancelled. Or you take ITC in violation of section number 16. Baba, when we learn ITC ka chapter, I'll go ahead and talk about this. That section number 16 is there, which goes ahead and says, what are the conditions to be fulfilled to take credit? You should have invoice. You should have gone ahead and the supplier should have paid the tax to the government. Now, without invoice, you took the credit. They're telling your registration will be cancelled. What they're telling, if you avail ITC in violation of section number 16, section number 16 comes in your ITC ka chapter, which says the condition to take the credit. You should have received the goods. You should have got the invoice. Without invoice only you are taking credit, your registration will be cancelled. If you furnish the details of outward supply in GSTR1, Baba, GSTR1 to amend, you can use GSTR1A. So everywhere in the act, you will see GSTR1 and 1A. In any mistake or anything missed in GSTR1 can be corrected to 1A. So if GSTR1 may, everyone listen to me very carefully. In my GSTR1, I told my sale is 1 crore and my liability is 18 lakh. Front person ka GSTR2B mein how much credit went? 18 lakh. Do you guys agree? When I have to file 3B, no, I am telling, oh, no, my sale was not 1 crore, my sale is 1 lakh. And my tax payable is 18,000. Government is telling if you do all this cheating, when you have to pay the tax, you are paying less. But when you have to pass on the credit, you are passing on more. It means your sales, when there is a difference, your registration will be cancelled. What they are telling over here, if you show GSTR1 may more sales than your outward supply, which you have declared in your valid return under section number 39. Basically, in your GSTR3B, you are showing less sale. In GSTR1, you are showing more sale, then your registration will be cancelled. If you are violating the provision of rule number 86B, Baba, rule number 86B in your payment of taxes chapter goes ahead and says at least 1% of the tax should be paid in cash. If you are violating rule number 86B, which will come in payment of taxes chapter, then they are going in and telling your registration will be cancelled. Then they are telling if you violate the third and fourth proviso to rule number 23. Rule number 23, the third and fourth proviso is here. I will talk about it. The next one is, if you are a registered person and you are required to file monthly return, Baba, GSTR 3B you are required to file every month. You did not file your GSTR 3B for 6 months. Gone. Registration will be cancelled. If you are filing GSTR 3B quarterly, you are filing your return, not monthly. Baba, a person whose turnover is less than or up to 5 crore can go ahead and file their monthly return, what? Quarterly. If you did not file your quarterly return, for how many quarter? 2 quarter, which is 6 months is 2 quarter, no. Then also your registration will be cancelled. Can I go ahead, everyone? Now you tell me one thing. Composition dealer, when I went ahead and told you about composition dealer is required to file his return GSTR 4 by 30th June. Yes or no, everyone? I am a composition dealer. GSTR 4 has to be filed by 30th June. If after 30th June, within the next 3 months, I don't file it, delayed more than 3 months, then my registration will be cancelled. What they are telling, if you are a composition dealer and you have not filed your return beyond how many months? 3 months, then registration will be cancelled. If you are a person other than composition, means normal person, how many months can return? 6 months or 2 quarters. Do you remember, everyone? If normal person has not filed a return for continuous period as may be prescribed, prescribed, so I have already told you here only. Can I go ahead, everyone? Next one. Sir, voluntary registration. You told, I want registration. Voluntarily you took registration. If you take voluntary registration and you have not commenced your business within how many months? Then also your registration will be cancelled. And then they are going ahead and telling, registration was taken by fraud, willful misstatement, suppression of fact. You took your friend ka rental agreement, you did clean date, you put your number and you took registration by fraud. Then they are going in and telling, we will go ahead and cancel your registration. Very, very important from exam point of view. Tell me one thing, everyone. Are we all clear till here? 25, 3, 4 and 5 is total bakwas. Just for reading, you can read it at home. Now tell me one thing, everyone. Here. See, how do you go ahead and cancel your registration? Nothing, Baba. If you want to cancel your registration, whenever the event will happen, no. Within 30 days, you have to go online and apply in GST REC 16. Whatever is your stock, semi-finished goods, finished goods and capital goods. Now you are going to take it home, right? You are going to cancel your registration and take it home. So you should pay the tax on that. Everyone, see, now you are going to take everything home. You are gone ahead and taken the input tax credit. So government is telling when you are taking it home, it will be deemed as supply. So do one thing. First, whenever the event will happen, this is the rule. I'm teaching you how to apply for cancellation. You have to apply within how many days? 30 days. Once you apply, you have to include the details of your stock, etc. Then you have to go ahead and tell the date from which you want registration cancellation, and you have to pay your liability which is there. Once you go ahead and pay, officer will start the verification. Everything is correct or not correct. He has paid the tax correctly or not. Once you apply in GST IC 16, officer will do the verification. Once he has done the verification, he'll give you the cancellation order and he'll tell you, hey, whatever is your remaining liability, tax, interest, penalty, please pay. Might be you would have paid over here, but you have paid less. Then he can ask you to pay the remaining liability, and within the next 3 months, pay your liability and tell a bye-bye to GST, file your final return after making payment of the dues. This is when you want to cancel. You have to go online and apply. If officer wants to cancel your registration, what will he do? Officer will go ahead. Rule number 22 he'll follow. Which says officer will go ahead and issue you a so cause notice, love letter, saying, hey, tell me, why should I not cancel your registration? You reply him within how many days? 7 working days. He likes your reply. Now, when you reply to him, people, all these form numbers are just for your knowledge. When you reply him, if reply is not satisfactory, he will decide one date. From that day, he'll start your cancellation proceedings and he will go ahead and issue a cancellation order. Are we all clear till here? But sir, if your reply is satisfactory, then he will go ahead and drop the proceedings. Are we all clear? So people, officer will first issue show cause notice. You have to reply. He likes your reply, no problem. He does not like your reply, he'll go ahead and cancel your registration. Is my point clear to all of you? Or instead of replying, you have not filed your return. You have not filed your return. You went online, filed your return, close the chapter. No problem. They are telling instead of replying, go ahead, file your return, pay all the tax, interest, late fee, etc. Then also proceedings will be dropped. Once the registration is cancelled, no. If your registration is cancelled within the next 3 months, whatever is your liability, please pay and file your bye-bye return, which is your final return. Is my point clear to all of you? People, tell me one thing. If you want to apply for registration, go online, apply within 30 days. Once you apply, officer will do the proceeding, give you cancellation order. Whatever pending amount is there, please pay within the next 3 months and get lost. Can I go ahead, everyone? Now, if officer wants to cancel your registration, he'll give you a love letter. You reply within 7 working days. He likes your reply, no problem. He does not like your reply, he'll cancel your registration. Once he cancels your registration, within 3 months, you have to go ahead and tell a bye-bye to GST by paying all your tax, etc., which is there. Please pay all that, because now business closed. You are taking everything home. You have to pay all the tax, interest, penalty, everything, and tell a bye-bye to GST by filing what return, everyone? Is my point clear to all of you, everyone? Now, everyone, listen to me very carefully. I am not teaching you suspension. This is just for your reading purpose. You guys can read at home. What are the cases when your registration will be suspended? I'll tell you one thing. During this period, no, when you have gone ahead and applied for cancellation, and till the cancellation order, during this period, your registration will be suspended. You don't have to file return also. You cannot make any taxable supply also. Or if officer has gone ahead and given you a show cause notice and you have gone ahead and replied, he does not like a reply, no, he will decide one date. From that day, he will start cancellation proceeding, no, till this date. During this period, your registration will be suspended. Whenever your registration is suspended, no, you should not make any taxable supply and you should not file your return also. That is what is being told over here in your suspension. This is just for your reading purpose. You guys can read it at home. Done, everyone? Now, listen to me very carefully. Sir, my registration is cancelled. Please, sir, don't cancel my registration. If you cancel my registration, how will I do business? Baba, run. Section number 30 says, apply for revocation. What are they going ahead and telling everyone? Revocation of cancellation, read with rule number 23. Whenever your registration is cancelled, go online, apply within how many days? 90 days. For your revocation, one application has to be given. If you don't apply within 90 days, you can ask for extension. Extension can be given further by how many days? Do you remember, for applying for revocation, Aadhaar authentication is mandatory. Revocation. Now, once you go ahead and apply for revocation, officer will go ahead and revoke the cancellation. If he is satisfied, he will revoke the cancellation and issue an order. If he is not satisfied, he will issue a show cause notice. Within 7 working days, you have to reply in GST RG 24. Arey Baba, he is not satisfied. He will give you a show cause notice saying, I will not cancel, I will not revoke. You reply within how many days, everyone? He is satisfied, he'll revoke. He is not satisfied, he'll reject. Baba, tell me one thing. You are applying for revocation. Sir, please revoke, don't cancel. He'll tell you, pending return, file. Then apply for revocation. Do you guys agree with me? Yes or no, everyone? Now, what happened over here? I have gone ahead and returned. For example, 6 months you did not file your return. What will happen? Show cause notice will come. You will reply, and then cancellation order came. So, Baba, when you are going ahead, within 90 days, you have to file for revocation. Do you guys agree with me? So, when you are filing for revocation, first file all the returns which are pending till your cancellation order. Whatever pending returns are there, you have to file. Are we all clear? File your pending return, pay all the tax, interest, penalty, late fee, everything. and then only revocation application will go. Do you guys agree with me? Now tell me one thing. Once revocation order will come saying, okay, we are cancelling. What is revocation order? Cancelling the cancellation order is called what, everyone? Revocation. Do you guys agree with me? Everyone. Now, once your revocation order comes, no, from the cancellation order till the revocation order, also pending return will be there. November ka return was pending, December ka return was pending. You have to file within the next 30 days. From the cancellation order till the revocation order, returns to be filed within the next 30 days. Can I go ahead? But supposingly 6 months ka you did not file your return, officer issued show cause notice, he gave you cancellation order retrospectively, and he cancelled your registration from here. If your registration is cancelled from 1st of April, it means after April ka returns you can't file. So do one thing. First, apply for revocation without filing any return. He will give you a revocation order. Now, can you tell me how many returns are pending from here till here? No. All the pending returns should be filed within the next 30 days. Are we all clear till here? Remember one thing. If you don't file all the pending returns within the next 30 days, no, you are violating the provisions of third and fourth proviso to rule number 23. Baba, this is rule number 23 ka first and third and fourth proviso, which says, oh, once the revocation order comes, all the pending returns should be filed within next 30 days. If you don't file all your pending returns within the next 30 days of revocation order, your registration will be cancelled. If you want, you can write it and keep over here. This one is what, everyone? If pending returns are not filed within how many days? Within 30 days of revocation order, what will happen? Registration cancelled. You don't have to write so much third proviso, fourth proviso. You can say once the revocation order has come, all the pending returns which are there, I should file within the next 30 days. If I don't file, then my registration will be cancelled again. Are we all clear till here, everyone? People, please mark. What are the important points of this chapter? This is an A-graded chapter, everyone. This is an A-graded chapter. Section number 22, 23, and 24. This chart is A-graded. You will get one question out of this first chart which is there. In the second one, I've already told you amendment. If you don't opt for Aadhaar authentication at the time of applying, if you are required and you don't opt, then you now mandatorily have to go for what? Photograph and original document verification. And it is applicable to across India now. Yes or no, everyone? This I have told you the amendment ka point. This point is important. If you don't apply within 30 days, what will happen? If you apply within 30 days, registration granted, registration is given retrospective validity. If you don't apply within 30 days, prospective validity from the date of grant. This point is important. Rule number 10B also. Remember, what is rule number 10B, everyone? RRR. Aadhaar authentication is mandatory. Revocation, refund and refund. Refund under rule number 89 and refund under rule number 96. Rule number 10B, I went in and already told you. Rule number 10A. Bank account details should be furnished within how many days? 30 days or first GSTR1 or invoice furnishing facility when you use it, whichever is earlier. Done? Here you can remember who are the people required Aadhaar authentication and who are the people not required Aadhaar authentication. I am the Karta is required. Who is not required? New Delhi PSU. In this you can remember 5 days prior you have to apply. 90 plus 90 days ke liye you are given registration. Done? In this you can remember what are the core field amendment. Done? In this you can remember what are the cases when your registration can be cancelled by the proper officer. Done, everyone? C graded question might be they can go ahead and talk about suspension. So just read once and go. Can I go ahead, everyone? I'll close my revision on the chapter of registration. Congratulations, people. Done. All right, people. Let's go ahead and move to the next chapter. The next chapter is exemption. Chapter number 6. Exemptions, everyone. Very, very important chapter. I call this chapter as A graded because if you don't know this chapter, in exam, either a direct question might come or it will be a part of the big questions. Now, big question means if exemption is there and you don't know about the exemption, then that big question is gone. Is my point clear to all of you? So we have to remember exemptions. Very, very important from exam point of view. 2, 3 amendments are there, small things. We'll go ahead and talk about it. Everyone tell me one thing. Now here, exemption from GST. Can you give us a linking, sir? Yes, let's take a linking. We started learning GST with goods or service. Goods or service has to be supplied. Supply can be either interstate supply or supply can be either interstate supply. GST gets levied. Intra what gets levied? GST. Once GST gets levied, GST should be collected and paid by a taxable person. Now listen to me very carefully. In between, government grants exemption by issuing a notification. Exemption by issuing what, everyone? Notification. And if government goes ahead and grants exemption, even though GST gets levied on an item, but still, if that item ke liye exemption has been granted, you don't have to collect and pay because the item has been exempted. For example, renting pay rate of GST is there. GST gets levied, but then you will not collect and pay because government has gone ahead and issued an exemption for renting to unregistered person. There is no GST. Is my point clear to all of you? And hence we have to go ahead and understand now about the exemption. Sir, the exemption ka power which is there, government uses the power under section number 11 to go ahead and grant the exemption, and under the IGST Act. But when I say 11, it is CGST Act. And whenever I don't say anything, it is always CGST Act. And section number 6 of the IGST Act gives the government to exempt the GST with respect to IGST. Can I go ahead, everyone? And now we will go ahead and start understanding exemption. Everyone over here now, exemptions from GST. Exemption ka power is section number 11, which gives the power to the government to grant exemption. Section number 11 is general power that government can go ahead and grant exemption in public interest for everyone. 11.2 is special exemption. In special case-to-case basis, government can grant exemption. That is what, everyone? 11.2 special exemption. Only in case-to-case basis. 11.3 which is there. No, if government has issued an exemption and government later feels that people are little confused about the exemption, then government can issue clarification within 1 year, and that power is given 11.3. Can I quote, everyone? To give the exemption, general power 11.1. For public interest, everyone के लिए exemption can be given. Special case के लिए exemption 11.2 का power government will use. 11.3, whenever government wants to go ahead and clarify anything, government will use the power under section number 11.3. Can we go ahead, everyone? Now comes section number 11A, which is over here, the new amendment wala point, which is there, where government have gone ahead and told power not to recover GST not levied, short levied as a general practice. Baba, I'll go ahead and summarize this for you. So, for an example, a group of community is there or a group of traders is there who are dealing with a specific item, and all the traders are, instead of 18%, are charging only 5%. As a general practice, always they believe that it is 5% and they have been charging 5% only since inception when GST has come, for an example. Now government officer came and told, hey, the rate of GST on your item is 18, but they told, sir, as a general practice, the whole industry is following 5% only. So government can go ahead and issue an exemption and say that we will not recover anything which was excess of that 5% to 13% is there. No, government is saying we will issue an exemption notification and say from the day you have been following this practice till date, whatever extra GST you have not paid, we will not go ahead and recover it from you because it was a general practice being followed by all. Is my point clear to all of you? And that is what is being told. If the government is satisfied that a practice was or is generally relevant regarding levy of central tax, including non-levy, means might be people are not charging only or people are charging but might be charging less on supply of goods, services, or both, and such supplies were or are liable, might be it was liable to higher rate, or you are not charging at all GST, but the goods and services were actually liable to GST, liable to central tax in a case where, according to the said practice, central tax was not levied or is not levied, or a higher amount of central tax. 1 minute. In case where, according to the said practice, central tax was not. 1 minute. There's something which is there. I'll just check from the book. Give me a second. Central tax was not levied or is not being levied. Okay, everyone, no problem. This is fine. Central tax was not levied at all, or it is not being levied, or a higher amount of central tax was or is being levied as per the said practice. Might be you are levying higher amount of tax, or you're not levying tax at all. They are telling because of the said practice, you might be levying less tax or not levying any tax. Now, what government is telling? The government, on the recommendation of council can say, hey, government, listen, this whole group of people, no, they have levied only 5% or they have not levied the tax. It is not their mistake. As a general practice, they were following this. So the central government can issue a notification and direct that the whole of central tax or the central tax in excess of that is payable. But for the said practice, shall not be required to be paid. Government can go ahead and say, you are paying only 5%, you should have actually paid 18%, or you are paying 0%, you should have actually paid 18%. But as a practice, you guys did not know, so okay, fine. We will go ahead and say that tax which you have not paid is not to be paid, no problem at all. Because they will say, sir, since 5-7 years, we have never recovered it from the customer. How do we pay? And hence government can go ahead and issue a notification and say, okay, fine, it will not be recovered from you. Is my point clear to all of you? Total bakwas. Everyone over here now. Now, listen, in exemption chapter, now what I've gone ahead and done, all the exemptions which are there, I have gone ahead and divided the exemption into areas. And we'll be going ahead and learning each area wise. Can we go ahead, everyone? The first area of exemption is charitable and religious activity. Charitable and religious activity. Everyone, listen. The exemption notification is notification number 12 by 2017 and notification number 9 by 2017 in integrated tax rate ka notification. Okay, everyone, rate related notification it is. And these two notification we are going to learn now. Charitable and religious activities related exemption which is there. Everyone over here. Entity registered under 12AA or AB of the Income Tax Act. Listen to me very carefully. In this whole exemption chapter, whatever I'm saying, you must do it and go. You can't leave. You can't say, sir, entity registered. You know what? This chart is a big graded chart. Might come, might not come. But if it comes, you'll not be able to do your question only. The big question which is there, it comes as a part of that gone. Can we go ahead, everyone? Everyone over here now. Entity registered under 12A or AB of the Income Tax Act. So if you are an entity registered under 12A or AB of the Income Tax Act and you are going ahead and doing which activities, everyone? Charitable activity. Charitable activity. Now I am going ahead and telling, sir, I am teaching the students. It's a charitable activity, sir. No, Baba. Government is going ahead and telling, according to me, what is charitable activity? That is charitable. And government went ahead and told charitable activity means charitable activity should be relating to what? Public health. Means you are doing something for the public by way of care and counseling of terminally ill people. You are doing care or counseling of terminally ill people. One person is there about to go. Their family members have got them and put them in your place, saying you take care of him. We can't take care. Now you are going in and charging a small amount to them. Don't charge any GST. Anyways, the person who is terminally ill, for them they are paying an amount. Don't charge anything extra. Otherwise, they will feel overburdened. Is my point clear to all of you? And hence, care or counseling of terminally ill people, severely physical, mentally disabled person, HIV or AIDS infected, drug addict, alcohol addict, then what they are going in and telling, if you are going in and taking care of all these people who are there, terminally ill people, severely physical, mentally disabled person, or HIV AIDS infected, drug addict, alcohol addict, again about to go, drug addict, alcohol, only everything told in class is only for classroom understanding. Okay, everyone. Now what they are telling over here, that if you are doing care or counseling of these people, whatever amount you charge, don't charge any GST. If you are doing public awareness so that they don't become about to go, what it means, you are going ahead and telling them about preventive health, how to prevent your health. You are telling them about family planning. You are telling them how to prevent HIV infection. You are doing seminars. You are doing awareness programs. Remember one thing, whatever amount you charge for doing all those awareness programs, don't charge any GST. If you are going ahead and doing anything for the advancement of religion, what is religion? Hinduism, Buddhism, all these are religion. Spirituality, if you are doing anything, or yoga, if you are doing anything to promote all these things, spirituality, yoga, Baba Ramdev, he is promoting yoga. If you are an entity registered under 12A or AB and you are teaching people yoga, you are doing advancement of yoga, whatever amount you charge, don't charge any GST. Next, if you are doing advancement of educational program and skill development program relating to what? Abandoned, orphan, homeless children. You are doing what, everyone? Educational program, skill development program for what? For any abandoned children, orphan children. Just imagine you are charging a very small amount from them, or abandoned children, orphan children. Why will you charge GST? Government is telling don't charge any GST. If you are going ahead and teaching whom, everyone? Educational program you are giving to physically, mentally abused, traumatized person. Again, you are doing a good deed. Don't charge any GST. If you are teaching prisoners, Baba, you are being very courageous. Teaching prisoners. If you charge them GST, what if they make your chutney over there? Correct? And hence government is telling don't charge any GST. The next is, if you are going ahead and giving educational program, skill development program for person greater than, remember, greater than 65 and residing in which area? Rural area. Rural area. In exam, once they had gone ahead and asked, I always told the student they will change it to urban area. They went ahead and told once in the exam, inter or final, I don't remember, they went ahead and gave urban area. So urban area, it is taxable. Rural area, then it is exempted. Is my point clear to all of you? Or if you are doing anything to preserve the environment, water bodies, forest and wildlife, then also what you are going ahead and doing is a charitable activity. Now what they are going ahead and telling, first of all, you have to be an entity registered under 12A or AB of the Income Tax Act. Under Income Tax Act 12A or AB, you are registered, means you are a charitable institution doing charitable activity. Now you will tell me, sir, what is charitable activity? Remember PAPI activities. P for public health related activities. A for advancement of religion, spirituality, and yoga. P for preservation of environment, watershed, etc. E for educational program and skill development program. If you are going ahead and doing, then remember one thing: you are doing PAPI activities, and PAPI activities ke liye there is no GST. Is my point clear to all of you? Now here one small question came that, sir, I went for a yoga class, and in yoga class they gave me residents also. They went ahead and told you can stay also, you will give you food also, and then you can do the yoga. So for an example, I went for a residential program for spirituality. I went for a residential program for yoga. Now they will not tell me sleep in the road. They went ahead and told me we'll give you food also, stay also, and you can do yoga. But tell me one thing: I went to eat and sleep, or I went for primarily for yoga? Yoga, all this staying, food, etc. becomes ancillary, and hence the total amount becomes exempted. What they are going ahead and telling: if primary and predominant objective or purpose is advancement of religion, spirituality, and yoga, then all the amount will go exempt in case of residential programs or camps. And then they are telling if charitable institution or religious trust merely provides accommodation and food. Supposingly one charitable institution is there and they have started running only what, everyone? Hotel, or they are running a restaurant, then it is taxable. But if they are giving what? Yoga, along with yoga, if they are going ahead and giving what? Food, stay, or they are giving spiritual program, food, stay, then it is completely exempted. Now what they are telling, activities such as holding fitness camp, classes, aerobics, dance, music, etc. Always GST will pay. Baba, religion, spirituality, and yoga is exempted, not any other thing. Can we quite everyone? The next one over here is if you are running an old age home. Baba, you have switched off all the ACs, no? Please switch on the AC, no? Backside. It's become very hot over here. Quickly. Hey Vijay, get up, Baba, get up. No, this is on only. Backside. Oh, okay. Quick. Huh. Everyone over here. Running old age home for residents greater than equal to what, everyone? 60 years. Are we all clear till here? I can also get up and go and turn on the AC, but we are wired everywhere. Correct, everyone? So it becomes very difficult. Everyone over here now. See, earlier life of teacher was roam about, go here, there, and nowadays teacher first stuck to the camera. Secondly, wire from here, wire from here. So we can't get up and go anywhere unless we remove everything. Correct, everyone? Chalo, let's go ahead. Vijit, you are start being active in the class. Can we go ahead, everyone? Everyone over here now. What they are telling, running an old age home. So if there is a charitable institution which is registered under 12A or AB and it is running what, everyone? Old age home. Old age home means what? It is an old age home for residents. First of all, it should be for resident. In exam, they will tell you non-resident. Remember one thing, it should be for resident. Greater than equal to 60 years, and consideration is up to 25,000 per month per member. Tell me one thing, an old age home is going in and giving residence for old people, and they have gone in and charged 50,000 rupees over here. Taxable or exempt? Gone. 25,000 per member. 25 into 2 is 50,000. So it will be exempted. Arey Baba, 50,000 for two of them. No. Please be careful. They'll tell you 50 and you'll tell taxable. No. 25,000 per member per month. Husband and wife both, then 25 will be exempted. Can we go ahead, everyone? Next, and it is consideration is basically for boarding, lodging, and maintenance. Remember one thing: if an old age home is run by the government also, then also 25,000 up to 25,000 per month per member will be exempted. Or it is run by charitable institution, then also exempted. If it is run by the government also, then also it is exempted. The next one over here is if a charitable institution is going ahead and renting the precincts of a religious place. Remember one thing: it can be a charitable institution which is doing it, or it can be any trust, institution, body, or an authority which is registered under section number 10 of the Income Tax Act. Baba, I'll go ahead and tell you. Any temple ka trust is there, temple is there, or any body, any authority you go ahead and call, who is basically running a religious place. Religious place means temple, gurudwara, all these are what, everyone? Religious place. Now here they are going ahead and telling if the room charges are up to how much, everyone? 9999 per day, then it shall be always exempted. Baba, actually, in the book it is told less than 1,000 it is exempted. So, for an example, Naveen is getting married. Naveen went ahead and told, I want first of all Kalyan Mandapam. They went ahead and told 10,000. Do one thing, in the temple hundi is there, put 1 rupee, 9999 will become exempted. Are we all clear? Next, so Kalyan Mandapam they gave 9999 per day is exempted. Do you guys agree? When Naveen is getting married in the temple, Kalyan Mandapam 9999 is exempt. He told my family members will be coming. I want rooms also. They told 1,000 rupees taxable. To put 1 rupee in the hundi, give them 9999, not 9999. Give them 999. It shall be always exempted. So in the exam, you have to write less than 1,000, less than 10,000. Can I go ahead, everyone? And after Naveen got married, now honey is there, money is also required. So for that, he will ask for temple ko shop. Let me open one shop. Temple went ahead and told for the shop we'll charge 10,000. 10,000 means taxable. Do one thing, put 1 rupee in the hundi again, 9999 per month. If the shop rent is there, it will be always exempt. In exam, always write it's exempt when the amount is below 1,000 or 10,000. Are we all clear till here? So if the charitable institution or there is any trust, body, etc., which is running what? Religious place like a temple, gurudwara, etc., then that religious place, if it is renting room, 999 is exempt. If it is renting what? Kalyan Mandapam, 9999 is exempt. If that is renting shop, 9999 per month is exempted. 2 marks, intermediate, they went ahead and asked one question. Can I go ahead and run MCQ? Next, if anyone is conducting religious ceremony means from birth till that, whatever ceremonies happen, you were born, your naming ceremony was there. All these are religious ceremonies which are there. Death ceremony is there. All those ceremonies which are there. Married, then all that ceremonies which will happen. Baba Panditji will come and charge an amount. Panditji ka charges pe there is no GST. Remember one thing. All this religious ceremony, if they are done by any person, not necessarily by charitable institution, it will always be exempted. Now the next one over here is if there is an entity which is registered under 12A or AB and it is going ahead and giving training in sports and training or coaching in sports. Remember one thing, only if entity registered under 12A or AB is going in and giving what? Training or coaching in sports, it will always be exempted. Tell me one thing, I started giving training or coaching in sports, exempt or taxable? Taxable. Now, if I start giving training or coaching in recreational activity relating to art and culture by an individual is always exempt. Baba, I started giving sculpture classes, art related classes. Then if I'm an individual, it will always be exempt. But this is not applicable to entity under 12A. Entity under 12A or AB के लिए sports is exempt. Individual के लिए art and culture related classes is exempt. Can I go ahead, everyone? Are we all clear with this point? The next is government have gone ahead and told two religious pilgrimage is always exempted. KMVNL, Kumao Mandal Vikas Nigam Limited, takes people for Kailash Mansarovar Yatra. Hajj committee takes for Hajj. Whatever amount you pay them, they will not go ahead and charge any GST. So for example, Kumao Mandal Vikas Nigam Limited took you for Manali Yatra. That is taxable. Remember, if they tell you for take for what everyone? Kailash Mansarovar Yatra, then there will be no GST. Hajj committee taking you for Hajj Yatra is only accepted. Can I go ahead, everyone? Next. Now, if again, this is also connected over here only to an entity registered under 12 or AB. What they are going ahead and telling, you know, these rehab professionals will be there. For example, Vijit became drug addict, alcohol addict. He'll be put in a rehab. In rehab, these rehabilitation professionals will be there. They are not doctors. Doctors' ka services we learn in healthcare is exempt. They went and told, sir, what wrong we have done? We also want exemption, and hence government went and told, okay, rehab professionals, when they are giving their services in an institution, so rehabilitation professional, if they are giving services by way of rehabilitation, therapy and counseling at what? Medical establishment, at an educational institution, or at a rehabilitation center which is set up by central government, state government, union territory, not by local authority. Or if they are giving their services at an entity registered under 12A or AB, then rehabilitation professional services will be always accepted. Are we all clear till here? This chart, from exam point of view, is B graded. But the points which I like is, first of all, this charitable activity wala point, PAPI activities you should read once before the exam and go. Secondly, remember this point, one good day it will come. Running an old age home. Thirdly, this 999 and 9999 wala point which I have told you, this is very, very important. And lastly, you know what? These two they can confuse you. Training or coaching in sports by entity under 12A or AB is exempt. And training in art and culture by an individual is exempt. Remember this 4 point. Are we all clear? I think this is the max they can ask. PAPI activities, this which I told you, and these 2 points which I told you. Are we all clear, everyone? I'll close my revision on the first chart of exemption, which is religious and charitable activities. Done. The next one which we are going to revise now is the government related services. Please come to government related services, everyone. Everyone over here now. What is it government related services talking over here? Central government, state government. People watching at home, are you guys there? Quickly give me a heads up. Are we all there? Now, the next one over here is government related service. Government related service, I'll classify as A graded because you will see one small question of 2 marks coming from this. Everyone over here now. 2 marks, 4 marks, 5 marks, you don't know. Everyone over here now. Central government, state government, local authority or union territory. Government related services, they are going ahead and talking about. They are going ahead and telling the first thing over here is, you know, Department of Post Office. If Post Office is going ahead and giving PIBO services, postcard, inland letter card, book post, and ordinary post, where the envelopes, which is less than how many, everyone? 10 gram, then it is always accepted. What is it? Postcard, inland letter card, book post, and ordinary post. Envelopes going less than 10 gram is always exempted. If other than that, any service is given, for example, speed post, agency services, life insurance and express parcel, etc. Any other services given by the post office will always be taxable under forward charge mechanism. People, government ka some services are forward, some are reverse, and some are exempted. So we are learning everything. Tell me one thing. First of all, post office ka services PIBO exempt. Other than PIBO, forward charge mechanism. Done. Again, government ka services in relation to an aircraft or vessel inside or outside a airport or port. Baba, whenever government is going ahead and running a port or an airport, and one ship is coming to that port or one plane is coming to that airport, and God, see, if private entity is running, they will charge GST. If government ka port or airport pay no GST, nowadays Adani Group runs all the port and airport. So Adani Group is charging GST for all the port related service which they are giving to aircraft, etc. One aircraft will land, it will need parking service, it will need a lot of services. When private airport pit will launch, they will charge GST. If it is coming to government airport, no GST, then they will always come to government airport. To maintain parity, they went ahead and told whenever any service is given in relation to by whom everyone, government, to an aircraft or vessel inside or outside any port or airport, always GST will come under forward charge mechanism. Remember one thing, port or airport related service, government port also, government will charge GST under forward charge mechanism. The next one over here now is Indian Railway. Again, government ka department is Indian Railway, Ministry of Railways, everyone. Remember, Indian Railways ka all services are under forward charge mechanism. All services by Indian Railways are under forward charge mechanism, or either it is exempt. So Indian Railways, GST is always under forward charge mechanism, or it is exempted. Sir, what are the services which are exempted? Sale of platform ticket. People, platform ticket, no GST. Retiring room or waiting room. If you are going to a retiring room is go and sleep. Retiring room. Waiting room means you can sit and wait. For that also, if any charges are taken, no GST. Clock room where you can store your goods, no GST. Battery operated car services which are given in a platform, they will not go ahead and charge any GST. 20 rupees they take for the battery operated car to leave you from one platform to another. They will not charge any GST. Then services by one zone division to another zone or division under the Ministry of Railway. Baba, see, southern zone is there. Northern zone is there. Northern zone going ahead and providing any service. Indian Railway ka northern zone, southern zone, western zone is there. All the zonal officers providing services to each other. There is no GST. And then they are going ahead and telling services by SPV, special purpose vehicles, to Indian Railway or vice versa. Sir, what do you mean by SPV? Special purpose vehicle are companies which are created by government. And for example, Adani Port. See, what happens in an SPV, no? For example, this is Gujarat over here. Here, Adani Group has one port which is there. Indian Railways is coming like this, rail network is there. Now, Adani Group is telling, I want the railway to be extended over here. So, what will happen here? Adani Group, Government of Gujarat, and central government, they will enter into a contract. They will make one separate company, and they will that company will be called as a special purpose vehicle, who will go ahead and make this route, so that from the port the items can be loaded and it can be connected. Are you guys able to understand? So these services which are given by whom? Special purpose vehicle is going ahead and giving the service to whom? Indian Railways, and telling, okay, you can use our railway lines over here. We have created it. All these three people put together have created it. They are telling Indian Railways you can use it. And Indian Railways is telling, okay, I am using, but I am also maintaining it though. So your railway line, I am maintaining and I am giving you service. So Indian Railway giving service is also exempt. They are allowing Indian Railways to use these lines is also exempted. So what they are telling over here, services by special purpose vehicle to Indian Railway and vice versa will be always exempt. They are making this rail line and giving it to Indian Railway, that is exempt. Indian Railway is going ahead and maintaining that line, that service given to them is also exempted. People, are we done, everyone? Indian Railways wala point, I like it. Remember, in your exam, Indian Railways ka point pe, there is no reverse charge, always either forward or exempt. The next one over here, people, the next one is transport service. If government is going ahead and giving any transportation service, remember one thing, it is always taxable under forward charge mechanism. You tell me, private buses GST, government ka transportation pe no GST, then you will always go in government services. So government went ahead and told transportation pe always GST will come under forward charge mechanism. But here also some exemptions are given to local buses, etc., which we will go ahead and learn in the next chart, which is transportation ka chart. Arey Baba, see, always transportation service given by government is exempted, not exempted, forward charge. But there are some exemptions which we'll be going ahead and learning in the next chart. Everyone over here now, again, government related services may, if government is renting immovable property, for example, one building is there, which is non-governmental building, GST is there. If government ka building, no GST. Where will you go? You will always go government ka building, and hence government told, I am renting or anyone is renting, always GST will come. But here one trick is, if government is renting the immovable property to a registered person, RCM, Unregistered person will be FCM. Government will go ahead and charge. Is my point clear to all of you? And this chart where I am telling about RCM, I'll go ahead and link it over here to our chapter number 3, where I've gone ahead and told you people 5A and 5AA. Do you remember? I told 5A and 5. I'll teach you later. See, central government excluding Indian Railway. Indian Railway, I told always forward charge. Correct, everyone? Central government excluding Indian Railway. Baba, Indian Railway is renting immovable property. They will only charge. Always. Registered person, unregistered, they will always charge. Can I go ahead, everyone? But other than central government ka department, other than Indian Railways ka department, central government ka department is Indian Railway, leave that. Any other department of the central government, state government, union territory or local authority, if they are renting an immovable property to a registered person, always GST will come under RCM. Can I go ahead, everyone? Everyone over here now, the next one is going ahead and talking about which one? Now, you know what? Other than this, post, airport or port related services, Indian Railway, immovable property and transportation. Remember, what are the services I told you? Post, airport, Indian Railway, transport services. Other than these services, if any services are given by the government, everyone, all other services given by the government, business entity should pay GST under RCM. People, government is giving you licenses, government is giving you any service. Remember one thing, you have to pay GST under RCM. So you will tell me, sir, if it is provided to business entity, RCM, non-business entity, then exempted. Any other services, remember one thing, if it is provided by the government, it is always under RCM. If it is business entity, government went ahead and gave Z level security. For example, Visit told I want Z level security. Government went ahead and gave him Z level security over here. Visit is an individual over here. He is paying 50,000 rupees to the government every month. Government ka police officer is there. He told I want one police wala so that they can take care of me. Okay? I'm very scared of some goons. So they went ahead and gave him one security guard. Government gave him one police wala who will take care of him. Now in this scenario, he is paying every month, but he does not have to pay any GST under RCM because he's not a business entity. Shah Rukh Khan went ahead and told, oh, okay, Mukesh Ambani told, I want Z level security. Mukesh Ambani ka company is paying 15-20 lakh rupees every month. Might be more. So business entity should pay GST under RCM. But you tell me one thing, for an example, Vijit is running a pan shop. He's also a business entity. He told every day gundas are coming and eating one pan and going. Goons are coming, eating one pan and going. I want one police wala. So government told, okay, we'll give you one police who will come and stand outside your shop, who will take care. Now he's a business entity. But do you think Vijit will pay GST under RCM? He's also a business entity. So government told you have to pay GST. If he has to pay GST under RCM, he has to take compulsory registration. And hence government told if business entity is small business entity, it is exempted. No RCM. But if it is big business entity, then RCM will come. Do you guys agree with me? But big business entity also, if the amount paid is more than 5,000, then RCM. If the amount is up to 5,000, then it will be exempted. And you know what, everyone? This 5,000 wala exemption is also applicable in case of renting of immovable property. That is why I told over here only for PAIIT. Baba, post. Post ka case mein, even if the amount is less than 5,000 or whatever, doesn't matter. For post, airport or port, Indian Railway, and transportation. What I have told you, you do that only. For this renting also, you have to remember if it is 5,000 rupees per annum, then it is exempted. Even if government has gone ahead, people see I have connected over here. Even if government has gone ahead and given you a place or rent, you are registered person, unregistered person, doesn't matter. If the amount is up to 5,000 per annum, means per month is 200-300 rupees ka rent, then you don't have to pay any GST, whether forward or reverse. Other than this, people remember one thing, any other services given by the government to a business entity, small or big, big means whose turnover is last year is more than registration limit plus the amount is more than 5,000, then the GST has to be paid under RCM. And I will connect this to your RCM now. Everyone see here. Central government, state government, excluding what? Post, aircraft, immovable property, Indian Railway and transportation. I have written over here. Given to a business entity whose turnover is more than registration limit plus the amount is more than, then only GST will come under RCM. And immovable property ke liye also I have gone ahead and told you, if it is given immovable property to a registered person, RCM, unregistered person, FCM. Now immovable property also you have to remember that $5,000 provision is there. I have taught you in your exemption chapter. Can I go ahead, everyone? Everyone over here now, let's go ahead. People, please come back. Now I've gone ahead and written some services of the government which are always exempted. Some services of the government which are always exempted. I've gone ahead and written here. Guaranteeing loans of their undertaking or PSU. If government is giving guaranteeing services, government is telling bank, hey bank, give this loan to the PSU. I am giving guarantee. So PSU will pay an amount to the government for giving a guarantee. The guaranteeing services are always exempted if guaranteeing services are given to whom? Bank or financial institution. Government is issuing your passport, visa, driving license, birth certificate, death certificate, always exempted. Government is providing you any registration which is required under law. Companies Act mein registration is required. Software establishment registration is required. Government is giving you any registration which is required under law. It is always exempted, including what? Testing, calibration, safety checks, certification relating to protection of worker, consumer, public at large, including file license, any kind of licenses which government is going ahead and issuing. There is no GST if the license is required under law. File license, label license, shops and establishment license, all this pay government will not charge any GST. These are always exempt. But remember one thing, registration when it is provided by the government, it is always exempted. If it is renewal, it is not exempted. Business entity has to pay GST under RCM. Only registration is exempted. Renewal pay. If you pay any renewal fees every year, that renewal fees pay you have to pay GST under RCM. Is my point clear to all of you? Sir, in case of renting of immovable property to registered person by government, still we have to check 5,000. Yes, Baba. Remember one thing, this 5,000 wala point is also applicable in case of renting, when the renting is to registered or unregistered. Can we go ahead, everyone? But it is 5,000 rupees per annum. Everyone over here now. The next one, merchant overtime charges. What is merchant overtime charges? Merchant overtime charges means when your ship comes to the port after the working hours and you want to clear the goods, or on a holiday if you want to clear the goods from the port, then you have to go ahead and pay merchant overtime charges, because the custom officer, in custom merchant overtime charges come when the custom officer comes after his working hours to get your goods cleared. You have to pay merchant overtime charges at the custom port. And merchant overtime charges pay. There is no GST. The next is insurance services, where the premium is paid by the government. Insurance company is giving insurance for the government employees, and government is paying the entire premium. Then remember one thing, government is paying the entire premium, then there is no GST. People, I am a life insurance company. I went and did insurance of government employees, and I am collecting premium from the government. Just imagine I will collect premium, I'll collect GST, and I'll pay back the GST to the government. And hence government says if entire premium is paid by the government, don't charge any GST. Do you remember profit petroleum in supply chapter? We had already learned profit petroleum is anyways exempt from GST. The next is tolerating non-performance of a contract against fine or liquidated damage. Baba, this is an old entry. Anyways, after that CBSE circular has come, which says liquidated damages are not liquidated damages are not taxable. Do you remember? So this entry only becomes irrelevant, because liquidated damages, if I charge also exempted, if government charges also exempted. Next, assignment of right to use natural resource to individual farmer for cultivation of plant and rearing of life form of animal except horses. Government has gone ahead and allotted supposingly one mountain to you, and government have told, okay, you can go ahead and use it for all your cows, buffaloes to go and do grazing. Government is allowing you to use the natural resources, then whatever amount you are paying to the government, there is no GST payable. But if you are using it for horses, then taxable. Can we go ahead, everyone? Everyone over here now. Services by fair price shop to central government, state government under public distribution system. You know this ration shop. Ration shop ka owner is distributing ration for whom? For the government. So he will charge one commission to the government for all the ration which is distributed. His commission pay, there is no GST. The next is training program for which, Baba, I like this entry. Training program for which 75% or more is borne by the government. So I went ahead and gave training program to government employees, and government is paying 75% or more of the expenditure, then I should not charge any GST. What if government is paying only 70% of the expense? Then the entire service will become taxable. For example, I told government I'll go ahead and give training to your employee, 70% you pay, 30% your employees will pay. Remember one thing, entire amount we have to go ahead and charge GST. But if government is going ahead and paying more than 75% of the expenditure, then entire amount will become exempted. Can we go ahead, everyone? Everyone over here now. Next one. People, tell me one thing. If government is going ahead and giving, Baba, if you're feeling cold, you can reduce it. Switching off is not a good idea. Everyone over here now. Naveen is telling, I was so sleepy. Now it is like Kashmir. How to sleep, sir? So everyone over here now, listen. The next is accommodation services provided by Air Force. You know, this Air Force, Army, Navy, paramilitary, police force, mess will be there. They will go ahead and allow you, they will allow their personnel to stay, or any other person other than business entity. People, what happened? All this Army, Air Force, Navy, etc. mess will be there. You can go and stay over there. They are giving you accommodation service. So people, these are all other services which is provided to you, not business entity, then it is exempted. If they go ahead and give accommodation services to a business entity, RCM will come, provided You are a big business entity whose turnover is more than registration limit and amount is more than 5,000, then the business entity pays GST under RCM. The next one over here, the EMT I'll teach you. We'll talk about entry number 65. Everyone listen to me very carefully. Entry number 65, I like this entry, please listen. Everyone over here. It says assignment of right to collect royalty to excess royalty collection contractor, on behalf of what everyone? State government on mineral dispatch by mining leaseholder. Everyone listen to me very carefully. I hope you guys know it, but still I'll tell you quickly. State government went ahead and gave you mining license. You are a miner, MINOR, who is doing mining. Government told you have to pay lump sum amount of 1 crore rupees. Tell me one thing, if government gives you any licenses, alcoholic liquor license, no GST. Other than that, any license you have to pay GST under RCM, provided you are a business entity, big business entity whose turnover is more than registration limit in the last year. Array, you have to pay GST under. So on this 1 crore, you will pay 18 lakh rupees GST. 18%, 18 lakh rupees GST you will pay under RCM. Do you guys agree with me? Now, government went ahead and told up to 1 lakh ton you can go ahead and do the mining. If you do more mining, you have to pay more money. You went ahead and did 2 lakh ton ka mining. It means you did 1 lakh ton more. Per ton, they told I want 100 rupees. It means 1 crore rupees you have to pay to the government. On 1 crore rupees, 18% GST you will pay under RCM. Do you guys agree with me? GST is payable under RCM on fixed amount which you have paid, plus on the excess royalty. Excess royalty which you are paying to the government is 1 crore. Array everyone, on that how much is the GST? So you have to pay 18 lakh rupees under. Now you tell me one thing. Do you think government will come to you and government will check with you? How much did you do the mining? How much is the excess royalty payable? No. Is my point clear to all of you? And hence, in between what government appoints, government appoints one person who is known as excess royalty collection contractor. And government gives him the right to collect the excess royalty. Giving the right to someone is again a supply of service. So when government gave him, people see only this much, okay? Government gave him what everyone? Right to collect excess royalty. Is it a supply of service by the government? Is he a business entity? Yes. He told government, I will go ahead and pay you 1 crore rupees per annum. How much is he paying to the government? 1 crore. So 1 crore pay, has government first of all given him a service, right, to collect. For that, he is paying 1 crore to the government. Do you guys agree with me? For that 1 crore, is he required to pay GST under RCM? Yes, business entity should pay GST under 18 lakh rupees. Do you guys agree with me? But government is selling, he is doing nothing other than what? Collecting the royalty from here. People say he will collect. Array everyone. And he is giving me this 1 crore rupees. Is my point clear to all of you? And on this 1 crore is already GST paid. Because these are excess royalty collected from here and given to the government. Do you guys agree with me? So is this 1 crore pay already GST paid under RCM? So this guy need not pay the GST under RCM. That's all is the exception. Is my point clear? Now you tell me one thing. For an example, in the same example, this excess royalty was 50 lakh rupees only. But this guy has already done the bid and he has told the government, I'll pay you 1 crore rupees. On 50 lakh, 18% means these miners have paid only 9 lakh under RCM. Do you guys agree with me? But he is paying to the government how much? 1 crore. Businessman loss can happen. So 1 crore pay, how much was the GST payable by him? But already paid is 9 lakh. Array, don't see the fixed amount. Only the excess royalty, because this is excess royalty collection contractor. Are we clear? Because 9 lakh is already paid, he will get exemption only up to 9 lakh. Remaining 9 lakh, excess royalty collection contractor has to pay GST under RCM. Can I explain again or got it? Supposingly, in the same scenario, the excess royalty which came out was 2 crore rupees. On this, how much is GST? 36 lakh. This guy did the bidding and he told I will pay only 1 crore rupees. 1 crore pay, how much is the GST? 18 lakh. Will this 18 lakh be taxable or exempt? Why exempt? Because already 36 lakh has been paid by them. So this amount will become totally exempt. Is my point clear to all of you? Remember one thing, if excess royalty collection contractor has done a contract with the government where he is paying 1 crore and on that 1 crore the miners have already paid the GST, then he is not required to pay the GST under RCM. But if miners have paid GST on less amount, that difference pay he has to pay GST under. Is my point clear to all of you? Sometimes it can happen, no, he's collected excess royalty, he might make a loss also. He collected only 50 lakh, but he has to pay to the government 1 crore. He collected 2 crore, but the bidding was only for 1 crore, then he's making a profit. Can we go ahead, everyone? Are we all clear till here? People watching at home, are we clear with this point? I have gone ahead and written the same example over here. Everyone over here now, let's go ahead. People, now I'll go ahead and talk from the beginning. On the top, central government, state government, local authority or union territory. If government is giving government co-services, remember one thing, government to government services are always exempted, but this is not applicable in case of post, airport or port, immobile, Indian Railways and transportation. Remember, for this case, government to government service is also taxable. It is not exempted. For example, post office department is there. Police department went to the post office and told, I want to do a post. There is no exemption. They have to pay GST. Can we go ahead, everyone? But otherwise, government to government services are always exempted. The next is supply of service where the consideration is less than or equal to rupees 5,000. Baba, this I have already gone in and told you. Up to 5,000 is always exempted. Are government ka services where the amount is up to 5,000 is always exempted. But this is again not applicable in case of what? Post, airport, Indian Railways and transportation. It is applicable in case of immovable property. Can we go ahead, everyone? The next one. Baba, see, immovable property renting means it's a continuous supply of service. And here they have gone and written, note, in case of continuous supply of service. What is continuous supply of service? When the service is given for more than 90 days. Okay? And when you are renting it to someone, you are renting immovable property for more than 90 days. Exemption is applicable only if amount is less than equal to 5,000 in a financial year. That's why I told this 5,000 wala point is also applicable for what? Renting of immovable property. If the amount which is charged by the government is less than equal to how much? 5,000, then it shall always be exempted. Can we go ahead, everyone? Everyone over here now, listen. People, is this 5,000 wala point clear to all of you? Can post ke liye 5,000 applicable? Not applicable. Not applicable. Airport or port related service, not applicable. Indian Railway, not applicable. Transportation service, not. Arey Baba, government is giving you one ticket of 500 rupees. You are telling less than 5,000 always exempt. PAIT ke liye not applicable. Indian Rail, other services ke liye applicable. Immovable property ke liye also applicable. Can I go ahead, everyone? Now listen to me very carefully. Central government, state government, local authority, union territory. Now, if you are going ahead and giving entry number 3 and 3, I have written over here. Pure service. Pure service means no goods are involved. Only if you are giving pure services. See, tell me one thing, everyone. Local authority, panchayat or municipality should do 240 G and W wala. People, panchayat and municipality should do 240 G and W wala work. Do you guys agree with me? Panchayat and municipality should do 240 G and W wala work. When they do 240 G and W wala work, GST, no GST. It is neither supply of goods nor supply of service. 240 G and W wala activity when it is done by a panchayat. Did I teach you in supply chapter? Panchayat and municipality doing 240 G and W wala work, there is no GST. Do you guys agree with me? To do this work under 240 G and W, they will outsource this work to someone, correct? When they outsource the work to someone, that also no GST. For example, I am the panchayat, I am the municipality, I have to do road ka cleaning. Do you think panchayat ka head will start cleaning the road? Or he will outsource it to someone? When he outsources it to someone, that person who is providing the 240 G and W related services, he will not charge any GST. Or if he is providing pure service or some goods are also involved, then also it is exempt. But goods ka involvement should be only 25%. So, for example, I am charging 10,000 rupees to the panchayat. But if goods are there, goods should be only up to a maximum 2,500 in that item. So, what they are telling over here, you give pure service or you give composite supply of value of goods. How much, everyone? 25% in relation to 240 and GNW. To whom, everyone? Central government, state government, nahi. To whom? Local authority, basically it is. Arey, you tell me one thing. Local authority does 240 GNW wala work. Central government, state government doesn't do. Who does? Local authority. So if local authority is doing 240 GNW wala work, that is neither supply of goods nor supply of service. To do this work, they will take the help of someone. If someone is giving pure service or it is giving composite supply also, where the involvement is how much, everyone? Goods ka involvement is only 25%. Then Baba, that shall also be exempted. The next one over here. Tell me one thing. Who is doing 240 GNW wala work? Panchayat and municipality, which is basically local authority. So if they are doing 243 G and W wala work, it is neither supply of goods nor supply of service. To do this work, whenever they take pure service or composite supply where goods is only up to 25,000 and it is in relation to 240 G and it shall always be exempted. You tell me one thing. Does central government, state government do 240 G and W wala work? Arey, 240 G and W wala work, central government, state government does not do. If they take 240 G and W wala services, taxable or exempt? Central government, state government does not do 240 G and W wala work. If they go ahead, might be for their own work, they went in and took 240 G and W wala services. Might be army is there, Indian army. They went in and told, we want someone to come and do the sanitation related work. Will it be taxable or exempt? Taxable. Remember, if 240 G and W wala services, because panchayat and municipality does that work, if they take 240 G and W wala services from anyone, that is exempted. But supposingly central government, state government, if they never do 240 G and W wala work, no, if they take any 240 G and W related services, it is always taxable. And that is what is being told over here. Sanitation, conservancy services procured by whom? Central government, state government department who are not a local authority, there is no exemption. Is my point clear to all of you? The next is pure services or composite supply made to central public or a PWD. You know PWD, everyone? Local authority, PWD, Public Works Department. A Public Works Department, PWD, if they are going in and taking 240 G and W wala services, they are also a local authority. When they are going in and taking 240 G and W wala services, it is always exempted. Now, MCD, what is MCD? McDonald's? No, no, no. It is, who is MCD, everyone? Here, I'll go ahead and teach you this whole circular only 1 minute. Here. Municipal Corporation of Delhi. Now, what they are telling, clarification in respect of applicability of facility management services provided to whom? MCD headquarters. Now, everyone tell me one thing. What is facilities management services? For upkeeping of the building. Like housekeeping services. All these are being taken by whom? Municipal Corporation of Delhi. So what they are telling, MCD is receiving, Municipal Corporation of Delhi is receiving services such as housekeeping, civil maintenance, furniture maintenance, horticulture for facilities from facilities management agency. What MCD has told, Municipal Corporation of Delhi has gone ahead and done what? To maintain their whole building, they have taken facilities management services like housekeeping service, cleaning service, maintenance of the building services. Now they are going and telling for upkeeping their office. McDonald's, not McDonald's. Municipal Corporation of Delhi has gone ahead and taken what services? All these housekeeping, etc. services for upkeeping of their office. This issue arises whether the consideration for such services received by them, the issue which arose for consideration was whether such services received by them are exempted. Means one person is providing housekeeping services to whom? MCD, Municipal Corporation of Delhi, for their office. Now the question which came was, when that person is giving the service, is it pure service or composite supply in relation to 240 G and W, and whether it should be exempted? What do you think? Is the service which is taken exempted or taxable? Housekeeping service provided to whom? Municipal Corporation of Delhi. Now you tell me, to do 240 G and W wala work, if they take 240 G and W wala work, it is exempted. For their own facilities maintained building, they are taking housekeeping service, cleaning service. Is it exempted or taxable? The clarification which came, these are not linked to functions under 240 G and W. These do not qualify for any exemption, and hence GST is applicable. And that's what I wrote. Facilities management services provided to Municipal Corporation of Delhi headquarters is not exempted under entry number 3A. That is why I went and told entry number 3 talks about pure service, entry number 3A talks about the composite supply, which is in relation to 240 G and W. Everyone tell me one thing. To do 240 G and W, if you take 240 G and W related service, it is exempted. If Municipal Corporation of Delhi is going and taking housekeeping service, maintenance services for upkeeping their building, if anybody is providing, it is not 240 G and W related service, it will always be taxable. Can I go ahead, everyone? Here, I remember that one small point was also there over here in our, here, circular. People in charge of GST, I gone ahead and told you, one small circular came. Delhi Development Authority. Government went ahead, like how we have Bangalore Development Authority, BDS. They, what do BDA go ahead and take? What is the development authority ka work? Basically, they go ahead and take care of the construction, urban planning, etc. Correct, everyone? Urbanization of the place. Now, here, the question which came was Delhi Development Authority or all these development authorities which we have, like Bangalore Development Authority, are they local authorities? Clarification which came, they cannot be treated as what, everyone? Local authority under the GST. Because local authorities basically mean all these panchayat, municipality, etc. They are not municipality, they are not panchayat. They are not a local authority. Just for one clarification, they went in and told Delhi Development Authority or like that any development authorities which is Bangalore Development Authority, all these are not local authority. Now you tell me one thing. Delhi Development Authority went in and took 240 GNW wala activities ke liye, some services from someone, exempt or taxable? Taxable, because they are not local. If local authority is doing 240 GNW wala work and they take 240 GNW wala service, then it is exempt. Is my point clear to all of you? People watching at home, are you all 100% clear with this point? People watching at home, are we clear? People, is this point clear to all of you? Now, you know what happens. Government goes ahead and forms governmental authority and governmental entities. Government goes ahead and forms what, everyone? Governmental authorities and governmental entities. What is the difference between governmental authority and governmental entities? See, Baba, Panchayat will not go ahead and do the cleaning themselves. They will form, Panchayat will form one authority. See, what is the difference between authority and entity? Governmental authorities are formed by the government to do 240 G and W all over. Like cleaning of road, water supply, all this work के लिए government makes what? Governmental authority. It's a board which is being created, like sewage board, water supply board. All these are governmental authorities. Array, the sewage board, water board, all these are what, everyone? Governmental authorities. Governmental authorities are those boards which are basically being created by the government with 90% participation is of the government only. And it is formed to do 240 G and W work. Governmental entity, on the other hand, can do any work which is entrusted by the government. Authorities do only 240 G and W work. Entities does any work which is given by the government. Now listen to very carefully. When government does 240 G and W work, that is neither supply of goods nor supply of service. Do you guys agree with me? When governmental authority does 240 G and W work, that is not neither supply of goods nor supply of service. But when governmental authority will do it, government told accept it. So sewage board, water board, if they are going in and doing 240 G and W work, they are helping the government by doing the 240 G and W work. Their services are also exempt. Now, when entity government is going in and giving any work, and they are giving the service to the government, government will give them grants. That is also exempt. Now, you tell me one thing: governmental authority doing 240 G and W work exempt. Governmental entity doing any work for the government, where government is paying them, grant is also exempted. Now you tell me one thing: governmental authority is going ahead and doing water supply ka work, sanitation ka work, sewage related work. To do this work, they will outsource the work to someone. If somebody is going ahead and giving the government services provided to the government authority by way of water supply, public health related service, sanitation convergency, solid waste management, slum improvement and upgradation, all these services, when they are provided to whom? Governmental authority, because they are also primarily doing 240 G and W work. When they are taking related to this water supply related service, sanitation related service, solid waste management related service, slum improvement related service, that services also will be accepted. But this is not told for governmental entity, huh? This is only told for governmental authority. Now here, one small point came, RERA, real estate regulatory authority. Real estate regulatory authority. What is the real estate regulatory authority ka main work? Urban development. Urban planning. Everyone, and urban planning is one of the point which is told in 240 GAW. Means RERA is a governmental authority, and hence whatever work they do is basically 240 GNW related work. So Baba, if they are collecting any amount from the builders, that will also be exempted. And they have told RERA is a governmental authority and statutory collection by them is also exempted. Now here one more point came. District Mineral Foundation Trust, DMFTs, are set up by the state government, are also governmental authorities. Baba, DMFT, District Mineral Foundation Trust, basically all these areas where mining etc. will happen. There, government goes ahead and forms what? District Mineral Foundation Trust, who goes ahead and takes care of the people in that area. Water etc. being supplied to them, all those things are being done by whom, everyone? DMFTs. Now what they are telling, DMFTs are also governmental authority. Clarification came, they are also authorities. Now you tell me one thing: if they are governmental authority and doing 240 GNW work, exempted. If they are taking water supply related service, solid waste management related services, then also it will be exempted. So they are telling they are also eligible for same exemption as are available to other governmental authorities. So can I tell you, governmental authorities also includes RERA, DMFTs. Is my point clear to all of you? I also want you to remember one thing: MCD. If MCD is going ahead and taking facilities management service, it is not exempted. It is always, it is not exempted. It is taxable. And Delhi Development Authority is not a local authority. Are we all clear till here? So, Baba, local authority taking 240 G and W related service is exempt. Any other person taking 240 G and W related service is not exempt. It is taxable. Is my point clear to all of you? I have gone ahead and told you. I believe this time you will see one small question from this. Please be very careful about it. Have you gone ahead and covered everything, everyone? Chalo Baba, we are done with this chart. I'll close my discussion on government related service. A graded chart, anywhere, any small point you will see in your exam. Let's move to the next chart, everyone. Transportation service. Please come to transportation, everyone. Now, the next chart which you are going to do is transport related services. Transport services. Everyone over here now. People, listen to me very carefully. Transportation can be of passengers also. Transportation can be of goods also. Transportation of passenger, Baba, you might be transported along with your bags also. You might not have a bag with you. For example, you are coming to class, you have a bag with you, then you are transported with a bag. But that is still passenger transportation only. Or transported, Baba, you are going in a flight. You might have a bag with you. Still, it is transportation of passenger only. So passenger might with or without accompanied belongings. So it says transportation of passenger can be by air, road, rail, water. Transportation of passenger also can be by Air, road, rail, and water. Remember one thing, air ka case mein, who are the airline companies giving air transport services? Airline. Indigo, Air India, all these are giving air transportation service. If they are giving air transportation service in economy class, you have to remember in economy class, wherein the flight is starting from, means embarking from, or terminating in, means the flight is going to or the flight is coming from. These places, what are these places? Batmans. 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 Remember one thing, Batmans don't pay GST. Batmans fly free. B for Bagdogra in West Bengal. So if you are going to Bagdogra or coming from Bagdogra, then Arunachal Pradesh, any airport in see West Bengal में only one airport, which is Bagdogra. Arunachal Pradesh, Tripura, any airport, Manipur, Meghalaya, Mizoram, Assam, Nagaland, and Sikkim. If you are going to these places or coming from these places, then government is telling whatever is the airfare is there, there will be no GST. So remember one thing, Batmans, and you should be going in economic class. If you are going in business class, then they will go ahead and charge you GST. The next one over here is if transportation of passenger is done by road. Transportation of passenger is done by road. Road ke through, if it is contract carriage, stage carriage. What is stage carriage, everyone? Arey Baba, you know local buses. They go in stages. Stage 1 to stage 2, stage, stop. They go in stages. That's why they called what, everyone? Stage carriers. Stage carriers, non-AC which is there is always exempted. AC which is there is always GST will be payable. So for example, morning you came in the bus may, there was no AC, then they will not charge you GST. But if you are going in an AC bus, they're telling when you can afford AC, you can afford GST also. The next one is contract carriers. Baba, what is a contract carriers? As the name suggests, it's a carriers, it's a car, etc., which you have gone ahead and taken on contract. Are we all clear till here? Now, what they are telling, contract carrier, for example, contract carriers basically means which is going from one point to another point. I went in and took one car from my home to the airport. That's it, under a contract going from one point to another point. It will not stop everywhere in stages. It will go take me from my home to the airport. Contract carriage can be a contract, can be a carriage which is under a contract for a point to point transportation, or it can be also under a contract for hours or days. Might be I took it under a contract for one day. Are we all clear till here? But for example, you will see outside the bus stand. I went to Srinagar. I went in and saw outside the bus stand one Tata Sumo is standing. People can come and sit in the Tata Sumo. The Tata Sumo ka driver is standing over here. He's like, hey everyone, come. 50 rupees, 50 rupees. We'll go from Srinagar to Jammu, Srinagar to Jammu, Srinagar to Jammu. He's telling 50 rupees. Srinagar to Gulmarg, for example. Srinagar to Gulmarg, 50. People are sitting over here. Is it also public transportation? Yes. If he's doing a non-AC, he'll not charge any GST to them. But if he's doing AC, he'll charge GST to everyone. I went in and told, hey, you tell everyone to get down. Okay? Me and my wife, we only will go in this contract carriage. We are taking you on a contract from here to one place we have to go. You have to take us. In this scenario, he is giving tourism, or he is doing conducted tour, or I've taken it on charter or hire, then always GST will be payable. You booked a airport taxi, radio taxi from your home to the airport, point to point transportation. But it's a radio taxi. Radio taxi means which is connected by GPS system. You can track your taxi. Everyone, Ola, Uber, all these are what? Radio taxis. Always remember GST will always be payable. Is my point clear to all of you? Remember one thing. If this contract carriage is doing what, everyone? Which is under a contract to take you from one point to another point, passenger transportation, it is exempted. Charter, hire, tourism, always. Can I go ahead, everyone? And when I can take one full car on hire, when I can take it on charter, I can also pay GST. Now you tell me one thing. One firm is there, and the firm has taken a non-AC contract carriage. People on hire. Baba, higher pay if you take it. See, Baba, normally if it is doing contract carriage, is doing passenger transportation, it is exempted. AC taxable, radio taxi taxable, tourism, charter, hire, all these are always taxable, whether AC, non-AC, doesn't matter. Can I go ahead, everyone? Tell me one thing. Now I am a firm. We went ahead and told one contract carriage, hey, come from the home, from the office to the home to the office, office to the home. We are taking you on hire. All our employees, you have to drop home, get back to office. Drop home, get back to office. You will have to do this. If we take it on hire only, see, Baba, what is passenger transportation? When anyone can get inside, then they will not go ahead and charge GST. But if a firm has hired it only, then always GST will be payable. Hiring of a non-AC contract carries by a firm for transportation of an employee, always GST will be payable. The next one, meter cab. Arey Baba, meter cab and radio taxi, what is the difference? Meter cab, no, you show the hand, it will stop. Radio taxi, if you show the hand, it will run over you. Correct, everyone? Metered cab. Metered cab means show the hand, it will stop. Auto rickshaw. e-rickshaw, always GST will be exempted. Everyone tell me one thing. Now, wherever the exemption is there, no, if by chance any service is given through a e-commerce operator, then remember e-commerce operator under section number 95 has to pay the GST. It will not be exempted. It says exemption not applicable if the services are supplied through whom, everyone? E-commerce operator. The next is rail ke through, if passenger transportation is done, whether it is metro rail, monorail, tramway, it will always be exempted. If rail ke through, non-AC, then also it is all. Baba, I told you, Indian Railways always forward charge. But sir, what if it is non-AC? Exempted. Can I go ahead, everyone? Then first class and air conditioner, always GST will be payable. The next is water ke through, if transportation is done. Water means, see Baba, the water ka route are two. One is sea transportation and one is river ke through transportation. Can it happen? If Indian rivers are used for transportation, that's called inland waterways. Inland waterways ke through passenger transportation is exempted. If sea ke through public transport is done, Baba, you would have seen coastal areas where people go from here to here in ferry. Remember one thing, public transportation is always exempted. You went ahead, for example, Vijit and his girlfriend, they went ahead and took one boat for tourism. Baba, remember one thing, tourism is always taxable. If you went on a cruise from transportation from India outside India, always GST will be payable. It is not exempted. It is always taxable. Can we go ahead, everyone? Remember one thing, public transport is always exempted. Now here, outside India is taxable, tourism is also taxable. Can I go ahead, everyone? But India may, for an example, everyone tell me one thing. This is Andaman and Nicobar Islands over here. Ferries will be there. These ferries will be taking people from here to here, here to here, here to here, etc. If this ferry is used for public transport, it is always exempt. If you took one ferry and you friends went on a tourism, then Baba, it is always taxable. Remember one thing, ferries are generally used for public transport only. Now, in this scenario, your question will be, sir, what if the ferry is run by a private person or government, or what if the ferry is run by a public sector undertaking? Baba, ferry can be run by anyone. Running is not the problem. Is it used for public transport? Yes, it will always be exempted. Everyone over here now, private ferry ticket for transportation of passenger is also exempted. Whether ferry is owned by whom? Private sector, PSU, or it is owned by government, doesn't matter. Public transportation is always exempted. Is my point clear to all of you? Now, the next one over here is transportation by of goods. Transportation of goods. In transportation of goods, they have told air ke through transportation can be done, water ke through, rail ke through, and road ke through. Everyone, air transportation. Remember, if goods are being transported by air, domestically always GST is payable. Internationally, if goods are being transported from India outside India, always GST will come. From outside India, if one airline of India is getting goods from outside India to India, there will be no GST. It is always exempted. Is my point clear to all of you, everyone? The next one. Water transportation. What is water transportation? Goods transported by water. Are Baba, remember, if goods are transported by water, inland waterways, government said it is always exempted. Baba, you will see, river is there, boat may, they will put the goods and send. Government is telling if you use the river, traffic will be less. So we are encouraging it, will not charge any GST if inland waterways is used for what? Transportation of goods. But if you are using a ship means coastal transportation from here to here if you are transporting. Using a ship, remember one thing, coastal transportation within India is always taxable. But exemption is given for random item. What is random item, everyone? Relief material. Relief material ka transportation, no GST. Agricultural produce, newspaper and magazine, defense and military equipment, organic manure, milk, salt, food grain, rice, flour and pulses. Remember random item ka transportation, coastal transportation by boat also no GST. What is random item, everyone? Relief material, agricultural produce, newspaper and magazine, defense and military equipment, organic manure, milk, salt, food grain, rice, flour, pulses. You took one bowl, you put rice, you put flour, you put milk, you put salt, and you ate. Okay, everyone? Milk, salt, food grain, flour, pulses, and rice. Remember. Can we go ahead, everyone? Next. So, what is this? There's a bowl. You put everything and you eat. Okay. Now listen. International transportation. Baba, government went ahead and told international transportation of goods from India, outside India also I want GST. From outside India to India also I want GST. But in case of air from outside India to India was exempted because generally people don't use air transportation for huge items. For huge transportation, people go ahead and use ship only. And ship may there is no exemption. Always GST is payable. Can we go ahead, everyone? The next one is rail transportation. Remember, if you're transporting goods by rail, always GST will be payable. There is no exemption given. But rail may also random item has been exempted. Road transportation, courier, which is door to door, always GST will come. If it is GTA, do you remember GTA? Who is the GTA who issues consignment? No. If it's giving to registered person, which is TDS deductor, exempt. Other registered person GST, FB scoop GST will come. Array, did I already teach it to you? Sir, unregistered person exempted, unregistered CTP is always exempt. Tell me one thing, only in these two scenarios it is taxable. Did I teach you under RCM? In these two scenarios it is taxable, but if it is random item, it will be exempted. Even GTA will not charge any tax. Remember one thing, random item I did not say in case of air. I never told here. Only in case of road, rail or water it is exempted. Transportation of which item? Random. The next one over here is, if anyone is not issuing a consignment note, one person is there, he is telling, my truck is there, you can put the goods, I will transport it to you. But he is not issuing consignment note, then there is no GST, it is exempted. Tempo operator, bullock cart, horse cart, all these are always exempted. When they are transporting goods for you, they will not charge any GST. Is my point clear to all of you, everyone? Now, we have some small points over here. Tell me one thing. Movement of, okay, 1 minute. I'll go on the right hand side over here. You know, services associated with transit cargo to Nepal and Bhutan is exempted. Can you tell me what is transit cargo, everyone? One Nepalese guy is there. He has gone ahead and ordered something from Dubai. The Dubai ka person will put the goods in a ship. The ship will come to India. From the ship, the goods will be unloaded in India. They will put in a truck. And the goods will be transiting through India. Do you guys agree with me? Array, the goods will be going through India, no? When the goods are going through India, all these companies who are transiting the goods, means they are transporting the goods from here to here, they are giving transit cargo related service. Transit cargo means which is not meant for India, it is just going through India. Are we clear? And transit cargo related service is always exempt. Now this truck wala asks, sir, when we are taking the goods from here to here, whatever amount we are charging to the Nepalese guy, will not charge him any GST. But sir, when our empty truck is coming back, we are charging 10,000 rupees because the truck empty is also coming back, we will charge an amount. To drop the goods, we charge an amount. To come back empty also, we charge an amount. When we are coming back empty, if we are charging any amount, we are not giving transit cargo. But transit cargo related service, it will be calculated. Government told it is also a transit cargo related service only because going, then you have to come back. No, is my point clear? And hence government went ahead and told services, movement of empty container from Nepal and Bhutan after delivery of goods is also transit cargo related service and it will be exempted. Everyone tell me one thing. If I am running one truck, individual truck wala, I told you put your goods, I will transport for you, I will not charge you any GST. I gave you a whole truck on rent. If I give you a whole truck on rent with driver and I told you use however I want, however you want, am I giving you transportation service or I am renting you a truck with driver? I am renting a truck with driver. Renting of truck with driver is taxable. But if I am running a truck, I told you put your goods, I will transport it for you, that is accepted. Is my point clear to all of you? They have gone ahead and told, remember, renting of truck with another vehicle with driver for a period is service of renting with operator and not service of transportation of goods by road. People told, sir, I gave him one truck with driver, I am giving him transportation service. No, Baba, you have rented a truck. That is taxable. If you are transporting goods for someone and not giving him the truck at his disposal, that is exempted. My point clear to all of you. The next one over here on the left hand side we have, you know, airline companies are not going to the northeastern region or small regions which are there. They are telling, sir, if you go to all these regional connectivity, small airports which are there, no, sir, we are incurring losses. But government has to connect India. And government went in and told all these airline companies, you have to give us this transportation service by going to those regional connectivity airports, small airports which we are making everywhere. Baba, nowadays you will see in your village also, small town nearby also, they will go ahead and make one airport. Now government is making airport everywhere, but all these airlines are telling, if we are going over there, it is not viable, sir, it is loss. Government told, I will pay you money. Don't worry, you go. So all this service, when they are providing it to the government and government is giving them viability gap funding, that funding amount pay, there is no GST which is payable. But provided the funding is given only for the first 3 years. More than 3 years, if government is funding you, that amount pay GST will be payable. For the first 3 years, when you start operating, they will not charge any GST. After 3 years, GST will start coming. Everyone over here now, last one, this point over here. I like this one, everyone. I like this one. You will see one small question in your exam. At times it comes. This one. People over here now. I have one motor vehicle which is to carry passenger more than 12. Not a small vehicle which is for carrying passenger more than 12. And I am giving it to Karnataka State Transport Undertaking. Basically, I am giving it to a state transport undertaking. Government ka state transport undertaking is there. To them, I am going ahead and giving a motor vehicle. I am giving a bus. So they went ahead and told, whenever you are giving it to a state transport undertaking, whatever amount you charge, don't charge any GST. Or local authority, you know, our PMTC is there. Local authority who is like running local bus. They don't have money to buy electric vehicle. So government told Ramesh, you buy one electric vehicle, which is to carry passenger more than 12, and you give it to the local authority. Whatever amount you will charge, there is no GST. If you give what local bus, local authority ko electric vehicle to carry passenger more than 12. Remember one thing, state transport undertaking ko, if you are giving motor vehicle to carry more than 12 passenger, bus etc. you are giving on rent, don't charge any GST. Electric vehicle, if you are giving to a local authority, electric vehicle where the passenger can be transported more than 12, then don't charge any GST. You know GTA wanted a truck, you gave them a truck. Don't charge any GST. What government is telling, see everyone, government says to GTA, means of transportation of goods, if you are giving, then also there will be no GST. It says if you give it on hire, hire also includes renting. There was a circular which came that hire means renting only. So I went in and wrote it over there only. People, tell me one thing, you know what, in the exam what they will give you? They'll give you more, less than 12. They will give you electric vehicle given to state transport undertaking is not exempt. All this confusion they will do. Please remember, electric vehicle is to local authority only. Can we go ahead everyone? Next. Here, one small point is there. Satellite launch services. Baba, all this Antrix Limited. SpaceX now, what is SpaceX doing? They are launching satellite. They are sending satellites to the space. That they are also transporting goods only to the space? No. So satellite launch services which are given by anyone in India is always exempted. Now here, one point came. For example, I'm a goods transport agency. Everyone listen to me very carefully. I am a goods transport agency, and what I'm going ahead and doing, no, goods transport agency is going ahead and doing transportation of goods. When I'm doing transportation of goods, I went in packing also, loading, unloading service also for you. Complete will become composite supply and will be taxable at the rate of GTA services. Understood? GTA giving packing, unpacking, loading, unloading ka services. Remember, it will become what everyone? Composite supply, and all these are ancillary, taxable at the rate of principal supply, which is GTA services. But if supposedly I am a goods transport agency, you came to me, I am not giving you transportation services. You told I want only packing service. Then will it be taxable at the rate of GTA service or separate service? Separate. It says ancillary or incidental service provided by GTA along with transportation is composite supply taxable at the rate of GTA service. If ancillary services are in the course of transportation and invoice separately, it are taxable separately. Are not in the course means if their GTA service is not provided, only what is being provided everyone? Ancillary service like packing, unpacking, loading, unloading is provided to you. You went to a GTA and you told, sir, I want only packing of my goods ka service. That will be taxable separately. But if GTA service is also provided, along with that, if they give you packing, unpacking ka service, that is taxable at the rate of GTA services. Is my point clear to all of you? People, you know, goods vehicle ko all India permit is given, or contiguous state ka permit is given. Contiguous state means all these good vehicle can go to the neighboring state. Contiguous state means the state which share a common border. So if all India permit is given to a good vehicle, or contiguous states ka permit is given, you have seen on the truck it will be written all India permit. Government will charge an amount, government will not charge any GST. But the point over here to note is it is only for goods vehicle. If all India permit is given to passenger vehicle, it is always taxable. Can I go ahead, everyone? Sir, which are the points you like in this? See, Baba, although this chart I can go ahead and say as B graded, but what point I love is, Baba, any point can come, okay? But I love GTA wala point. I love this higher wala point. GTA wala point, I like it. Higher wala point, I like it. Random, remember always. Okay, everyone? Don't forget random. Now, anything can come. These 2-3 points, I love it. All other points also, anything can come. Right, everyone? I'll close my revision on the chapter of, on the chart of transportation services. We'll move to the next one, everyone. Admission related service. C graded chart, everyone. C graded chart. Only for the purpose of reading, you can read this chart. What I can tell you, see, all this. Services by way of admission to. Admission means when they are selling you entry ticket. Okay? For museum, national park, wildlife, tiger reserve, zoo, etc. No value limit. Any amount shall always be accepted. If they are going in and giving you entry ticket for protected monuments like Taj Mahal, all these are declared as a protected monument. Then, Baba, whatever amount they are charging you, they will not charge you any GST. Then circuit, dance, theatrical program, drama, ballet, award function, concert, pageant, musical performance, any sporting event other than recognized sporting event or a recognized sporting event. Can you tell me any sporting event other than recognized? The recognized sporting event can be cricket, hockey, etc. What is unrecognized? A local player, you have seen that, Baba? Cow wala. Arey, Jallikattu. Where the cow will run, people will run, cow will run. Have you seen, Baba? That sporting event is not recognized. It is other sporting event. Can we go ahead, everyone? Then planetarium, all these ka fees, if they are going in and charging entry fees up to how much everyone? 500 rupees per person, it will always be exempted. People, all this right side me, this entry which I made, no, this is just for the purpose of reading. I don't like any one of them. Can I go ahead, everyone? Everyone over here now, listen. In this chart, this thing you should remember. This 500 rupees wala point. Circus, drama, ballet, concert, etc. 500 is exempt. More than 500, that's good. Everyone, this also I like it. This one entry, market. Listen. Services by an artist by way of performance in folk or classical art form of music, dance, theatre, exempt if the consideration is up to how much everyone? 1.5 lakh rupees. For example, Bharatnatyam ka artist is there. All these people, they are doing folk and classical art form of music. Government is telling if they are performing in an event and they are charging up to 1,50,000, they should not charge any GST. Can we go ahead, everyone? Now, Shahrukh Khan went, did lungi dance. Arey Baba, lungi dance is not exempt. It is folk and classical art form of music, dance, or theatre. If it is folk and classical art form, it is exempted. If it is performance in Bollywood song, it is always taxable. Remember one thing. Now, you know what, everyone? This madam who was going in and doing Bharatnatyam, they went ahead and became brand ambassador for one toothpaste company. Or you would have seen Fortune Refined Oil, etc. All these Bharatnatyam artists will come. Now, these artists, when they are coming as a brand ambassador for anyone and they are performing for them, then it is always taxable. Brand ambassador ka services are always taxable. Is my point clear to all of you? People, in this whole chart, this is total bakwas over here. All these are all okay. This I have just given one note saying water park, amusement park are always fully taxable. Film city, snow city, theme park always fully taxable. Cinema hall fully taxable. Can we go ahead, everyone? Remember, in this whole chart, this 500 rupees wala point is very important, which you can remember. More than 500 is always taxable. And this one, artist wala point, 1,50,000 tak it is exempted. Bollywood song, etc. is always taxable. Bollywood, Tollywood, everything. And sir, remember, if they have become brand ambassador, then the amount is always fully taxable. That's all with this chart, everyone. C graded chart. I'll close my discussion on admission related services. Please come to the next chart, everyone. Agriculture. Agriculture we'll go ahead and study and then we'll take a break, everyone. Agriculture related services. Please come to agriculture. Tell me one thing, everyone. Agriculture, you tell me one thing. Generally, agriculture services pay no output. Why? Because all these things, when farmer is growing and selling, there's no output tax. Correct? And hence government told whenever the farmer will take services to grow this output, he should not be charged any tax, because when there's no output, he will not get input. If he does not get input, whatever GST he pays, it will become part of his cost. If agriculturist ka cost will go up, agriculturist will cry saying, sir, my cost is going up. And hence government went ahead and told when services are provided to an agriculturist, it should be exempted, and hence lot of services has been exempted. Now tell me one thing, everyone. Agriculture ka case mein what I have done, no, from cultivation till transportation. So please see, first cultivation will be done. After that, agricultural farm processes will be done. Then it will be stored also. After storage, it will be sold also. After that, loading and transportation will be done. All these services pay. What they are going ahead and telling everyone, all these services pay. There are a lot of exemption which has been granted. Can we go ahead, everyone? Everyone over here now, listen. People, can you see the chart for a second? Please see. Done. Everyone, listen. See, first of all, to do agriculture, you need the land. Correct, everyone? See, when you read entry number 54, no, it says services in relation to services relating to what? Cultivation of plant, to grow plant and to grow animals. Baba, growing animal, they call it rearing of life form of animal. So they say if cultivation of plant related you have taken in service and rearing of all life form of animal, including, excluding what? Every horses. Now to grow plant and to grow animal. Sir, for food. Why are you growing animal, everyone? Animal is grown for food, pig. Animal is grown for egg, food. Fiber, Baba, sheep, Baba, black sheep. For what? Fiber. This is again animal. Why do you get? For fuel. Animal again. Why? For food. So they have gone ahead and told if you are doing cultivation of plant and rearing of life form of animal, for what? Food, fiber, fuel, raw material. Oh, see, you are growing animals for food, fiber, fuel, raw material. Baba, silkworm cocoons. Why silkworm is grown? For silk. Silk is a raw material or any other similar product and agricultural produce. Cultivation of plant is done for what? Agricultural produce. Then they are going ahead and telling if you take any services by way of what? Agricultural operation directly relating to production of the agricultural produce, including cultivation, harvesting, threshing, plant protection and testing. What they are going ahead and telling over here? If you take agricultural operation related service directly relating to what? Production of agricultural produce, including cultivation, harvesting, threshing, plant protection and testing. So Baba, for example, to do the agriculture, you took cultivation related service. How to do the cultivation? Might be threshing, harvesting related services, threshing related services, plant protection, might be you took fumigation related services, soil testing related services. All these services will always be exempt. Next one. First one you understood, everyone. A point is clear. To do the agricultural operation, if you are taking the services, it is always exempted. Now, to do the agriculture, you need what, everyone? You took the land on rent. First of all, to do the agriculture, you need on land. If you have the land, no problem. If you are taking the land on rent, they are going and telling renting of agro machine or vacant land. You took the land with or without incident. Might be one small building is there. Doesn't matter. Still, Baba, to keep all the things, etc., one small building is there, hut is there. Still, it is okay. It will still be treated as agricultural land only. You take it on rent, whatever rent you are paying, no GST. You took one tractor on rent, agro machine, no GST payable. To do cultivation, you took any service, no GST. On the tractor, you wanted laborer, anybody is supplying you, whatever amount they are charging, no GST. So tell me one thing, everyone, what did I teach you in this one? I went ahead and told, first of all, you went ahead and took land on rent, no GST. Are we all clear? You took one agro machine on rent, no GST. Then you took one farm laborer, no GST. You took cultivation related services, no GST. Is the cultivation done, everyone? After cultivation, what will happen? There will be a lot of processes which will be done at the agricultural farm. Sir, you tell me one thing. After cultivation, what? You will take the things directly to the market, or you will do cleaning, sorting the wrong, bad ones, cleaning, grading, etc. services. So they are telling at the agricultural farm, you will have a lot of services, including husking, dehusking, trending, pruning, cutting, drying, cleaning, fumigation, curing, sorting, bad ones, good ones, grading, A graded, B graded, all these services you will take. Cooling, bulk packing ka services, all these services if you take and they don't change the essential characteristic but just makes it marketable for the primary market. What is primary market? Mandi. So that the goods can be taken to the market. You told one person come and do the bulk packing. You told one person come and do the cleaning. You told one person come and do the grading of the goods. Come and do the sorting, which are the bad ones, which are the good ones. Whatever services you take. Because of that, if your apple remains apple only, agriculture produce remains agriculture produce only, that service will not be taxable. But you told one person come and do the sir, give me one service where he converted your apple into apple juice. That service is taxable. One person came and did cleaning of tomato, not taxable. Because of that, the essential characteristics should not change. Apple should remain apple, tomato should remain tomato. If tomato became ketchup, then that tax service is taxable. That process is taxable. Is my point clear to all of you? You went and told one person, please come and do the cutting of the sugarcane, not taxable. He came, he converted sugarcane into jaggery, taxable. If any service is taken for paddy, not taxable. Paddy ka, you took one service to convert paddy into rice. Baba, paddy, milling ka services. Paddy converted into rice. This meal ka service will be taxable. It is not exempted. It is taxable. Because paddy is agricultural produce. This is not agricultural produce. Rice is not agricultural produce. Remember one thing, everyone. If any service is taken because of which your agricultural produce remains agricultural produce only, it will be exempted. If any service is taken because of which agricultural produce becomes what? Non-agricultural produce, then that service will always be taxable. You can write over here, any service taken because of which agricultural produce remains agricultural produce only, non-taxable. Any service taken because of which your agricultural produce becomes what? Non-agriculture, it will always be taxable. I've written over here, see, if you take any service for apple and apple remains apple only, then it will be exempt. But any service taken because of which apple becomes apple juice, taxable. Any service taken because of which potato remains potato, exempt. Any service taken because of which potato becomes chips, taxable. Is my point clear to all of you? Now, everyone on the right hand side. First, agriculture operation done. You close your eyes, you remember. Land taken, no GST. On the land, cultivation related service, no GST. Agro machine taken, no GST. Laborers taken, no GST. After that, in the agricultural field, operations done, no GST. After the operations are done, your agricultural goods are ready. Might be in the mandi, you could not sell all of them. You want to store it for some time. You went to one person and you told, please give me warehousing services. Tell me, what is warehousing services? I am running one big warehouse where I have got all the pesticide done, cleaning done, cupboards I've made it, lights are there, cool temperature, everything I've maintained. You just have to keep and store your goods in one place. I'm giving warehousing services. Is my point clear to all? They are telling warehousing services of agricultural produce or rice is always exempt. Warehousing of minor forest produce like tamarind, curry leaf, tendu pata, bamboo, honey, which basically grows in the forest, is also exempted, but only minor forest produce. Sir, what is major? Sandalwood. If you store, it is taxable. Minor forest produce storage is always exempt. Sir, warehousing of cereal, pulses, fruits, and vegetable is also exempted. After you have done the storage, people listen to me very carefully. Here you take fumigation services. People, here if you take fumigation services like plant protection, correct everyone? Tell me one thing. If you take fumigation service here, fumigation, taxable or exempt? Exempt. If you take fumigation service here, exempt. But if you take any fumigation service in warehouse, it is always taxable. It is not exempted. Can I go ahead, everyone? Now, after the storing is done, what you will let the fruits and vegetables and agricultural produce rot there only, or you will sell it? You will sell it. You will take the help of agricultural produce marketing board or agents. When they are selling and buying your agricultural produce and selling it, when they are buying it and selling, whatever commission they are charging from you, that commission is also exempted. After that, loading will happen. Remember one thing: loading, unloading, packing, storage of agricultural produce or rice is also exempted. After the loading is done, it will be transported. I already maintained and told you, transportation of agricultural produce by road, rail, or water is also exempted, but not air. So you can remember over here, sir, after the loading, unloading is done, again, what will happen? Transportation of agricultural produce, rice will happen through GTA rail vessel. It will also be exempted, but not in case of air. Tell me one thing. Do you remember the whole chart? Now see, you close your eyes, you will remember. Land exempted. Agro machine exempted. Cultivation related service, agricultural operation related service exempted. On that, labor exempted. After that, what will happen, everyone? Warehouse, no, second, intermediate process will be carried out at the agricultural farm like cleaning, sorting, etc. exempted, because of which agricultural produce remains agricultural produce, it will be exempted. After that, what will happen? Warehousing service exempted. After that, what will happen? Selling ka services, commission, etc. exempted. After that, loading, unloading, packing, storage also exempted. After that, transportation also exempted. Is this serial order clear to all of you? Now, if any agriculture extension services are given, basically training to the farmers is given, so that farmer can learn hybrid growing, etc. You are giving training to the farmer, don't charge any GST. Services by way of artificial insemination. In human being, we call it IVF. In animals, it is called artificial insemination of livestock is always exempt, but not in case of horses. Horses is always taxable. Services by way of pre-cooling, ripening, waxing, retail packing, labeling of fruits and vegetables. You would have seen on Apple label will be there. All these are labeling services which do not change the essential character. Apple remains Apple only. So if I am giving those labeling, packing, small packing I will make and give for fruits and vegetables, that services are also accepted. Such services by NCCD. NCCD means National Cold Chain Development Authority. What they do know, they go ahead and tell farmers how to take the apples from Kashmir to Kanyakumari. They teach the farmers. They train the farmer how to use the cold chain. That services are always exempted. Now, services by electricity distribution utility. Baba, everyone listen to me very carefully. For example, this is the road. Here, electric line is going. One farmer is over here. His tube well is over here. He wants electricity so that what can happen is on the motor, the water can come out. So he wants electricity. So he told Bescom, electricity distribution utility, can you put one pole over here? Can you give me electricity till here? Bescom told for all the construction of this item, we'll charge you 1 lakh rupees from the farmer. Then Baba, they will not charge any GST. That is what is being told over here. Services by way of electricity distribution utility, by way of construction, erection, commissioning, installation of infrastructure for extending facility up to the network of the farmer or agriculture for agricultural use will not be chargeable to tax. Is my point clear to all of you? These are some examples of cultivation of plant. Just for example, I've given over here. One point I want you to remember. Listen to me very carefully. All this trending, pruning, grading, sorting, bulk packing, all these things, if you get it done through job worker also, whatever job worker will take the charges, he will not charge any GST. They have gone ahead and told all this intermediate process in relation to, if you are getting it done as what, everyone? Job work, which is basically in relation to cultivation of plant and rearing of life form of animal. Hey, animal except horses. No, this horses ke upar cut has gone. Cut. Remember, except horses. So people, if you get all this work done through a job worker also, whatever charges he will take, he will not charge any GST. Is my point clear to all of you, everyone? We are done with the chart over here relating to agriculture. Sir, what kind of chart is this? I think it is C. Not very important. Can I go ahead, everyone? Agriculture is important for the country, but not this chart so much. But still, you should remember this fumigation wala point which I told you. This fumigation wala point which I told you. Please remember this. This point you remember, it should not change the essential characteristic. Agricultural produce remains agricultural produce, only then it is exempted. If any process leads to agricultural produce becoming non-agriculture, always taxable. Right, everyone? Closing my discussion on the chart of agriculture related services. Please come to the next chart, healthcare. Everyone, please come to healthcare. Now, the next service which we are going to study is healthcare services. People, what do you mean by healthcare? First of all, is the question. Healthcare ka meaning has to be understood, because healthcare service given by whom is exempt, we'll talk later. First of all, you have to understand what is healthcare. Healthcare means care of the health. Correct, everyone? Now, healthcare service they went and told it means any service which is by way of diagnosis, treatment, or care. Either you are diagnosing something, or you are treating something, or you are taking care of someone. For example, one person was diagnosed that, sir, he has some problem, COVID is there. Then the treatment was given by the doctor. After the treatment is done, he will not be thrown on the road. After the treatment is done, they will be kept in a room, care will be done, nurse will come, yes or no, everyone? So all the three are covered, whether it is diagnosis, treatment, or care. Diagnose, treatment, and care for what, sir? For pregnancy, abnormality, any illness is there, any injury a person has got, or any deformity. Remember one thing, Baba, if it is diagnosis done, treatment done, or care taken for pregnancy, abnormality, illness, injury, and deformity, in you have to go ahead and understand recognized system of medicine in India. For example, one madam is pregnant over here, diagnosed, done, pregnant. After that, the treatment was done, the baby was born. After that, the madam will be kept in a room where the care will be taken. All the three things are being covered under healthcare. Is my point clear to all of you? Whether it is for pregnancy, abnormality, illness, injury, or any deformity. And remember one thing, but diagnose, treatment, and care for any problem should be done in recognized system of medicine in India. Sir, can you tell me what do you mean by recognized system? In India, they have gone ahead and told this all this treatment, etc., diagnose, treatment, and care should be done in recognized system. Recognized system means Ayushan. A for allopathy, Y for yoga, Unani, Siddha, homeopathy, Ayurveda, and naturopathy. These are only recognized in India. If all this system ke through any diagnosed treatment and care is done, that is called what, everyone? Healthcare. Now remember one thing, acupuncture, Chinese medicine, eat and die, Chinese medicine, correct, everyone? Only for classroom purpose I'm telling. Okay? Reiki treatment, all these are not recognized. So all this ke through, if treatment is done, that will not come under healthcare, and always GST will be payable. Is my point clear to all of you? Now remember, diagnose, treatment, and care for pregnancy, abnormality, illness, injury, and deformity in Ayurveda, allopathy, yoga, Unani, Siddha, homeopathy, Ayurveda, and naturopathy. If all this through treatment is done, then it is recognized system of medicine in India, and it will be healthcare services. Can I go ahead, everyone? Now, the next one over here, healthcare always includes services by way of transportation of patient to and fro a clinical establishment. But transportation of patient is also included in healthcare. Whether it is air transportation, road transportation, any transportation of a patient will always come under healthcare. And there they are telling healthcare does not include hair transplant and cosmetic surgery. If it is done for beautification, it is not healthcare. Then it is cosmetic surgery, etc. That is not healthcare. But sir, supposingly one person met with an accident, one side of the face is completely gone, and because of that one plastic surgery is done, then in that scenario they are telling if anything is to done to restore or restructure anything because of a defect or injury, then that will come under healthcare. So for example, one person met with an accident and he went to the hospital, and then they have gone ahead and done a cosmetic surgery, that will come under healthcare. But one person went to the hospital, for example, Vijit over here, Vijit went and told, I want to become beautiful, I want hairs. Baba, hair transplant, cosmetic surgery, all these are always taxable. Is my point clear to all of you? It is not healthcare. Now, sir, what is healthcare? Healthcare means diagnose, treatment, and care for pregnancy, abnormality, illness, injury, and deformity in Ayushan. Correct, everyone? And also transportation of patient is included in healthcare. Now, you tell me one thing. Healthcare service given by chartered accountant is exempt. Healthcare service given by whom? Healthcare services, if they are given by CAP, it will be exempt. CAP means C for clinical establishment. Healthcare services given by whom? I told you what is healthcare. Correct, everyone? Healthcare service by whom? By clinical establishment, authorized medical practitioner, and paramedics is only exempted. Sir, what is a clinical establishment? A clinical establishment means a hospital, nursing home, sir, clinic, sanatorium, or any other institution which is offering diagnosed treatment and care for what? For pregnancy, abnormality, illness, injury, and deformity in Ayushan will be called as a clinical establishment, or a place to carry out diagnostic or investigation service. Like this, labs will be there, no labs. All these are also covered in clinical establishment, and they are giving healthcare service will be exempted. Sir, authorized medical practitioner who has passed the MBBS exam, if they are going ahead and giving healthcare service, it will be exempt. Sir, paramedics. Paramedics are trained healthcare professional like nurses, staff, technical, physiotherapists. All these people are called what, everyone? Paramedics. And paramedics also giving healthcare service will be always exempt. Tell me one thing, everyone. Are we all clear? Clinic healthcare services given by CAP. CAP means clinical establishment, authorized medical practitioner, and paramedics always will be exempted. Now, they are going ahead and telling healthcare service includes transportation of patient also. So, people, tell me one thing. If all these three are going ahead and giving transportation of patient ka service, that is also exempted. Do you guys agree with me? Array, because that is also healthcare. If supposingly I started one ambulance service, I am not a clinical establishment, I am not a authorized medical practitioner, I am not a paramedic, but in COVID I saw that people want ambulance, so I started running an ambulance. If transportation of patient in ambulance is done by anyone other than A, other than CAP, A means other than CAP, then Baba, then also it will be exempted. Is my point clear to all of you? Remember one thing, hospital may, if they are going in and charging room charges up to 5,000, it is exempted. But nowadays hospitals are like 5-star hotel, 50,000 ka rooms are also available. They are telling if a person can afford 50,000 ka room, he can afford GST also. In clinical establishment providing rooms, having room charges more than 5,000 per day is taxable. Not now. It is already taxable since a long time. It is now taxable. Can I go ahead, everyone? And remember one thing. But ICU. Baba, you tell me one thing. Who goes to ICU by choice? ICCU by choice. Saying, no, 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 no. I want ICU. Baba, when a person is entering ICU, he doesn't even remember anything. Correct, everyone? Now, this is not by choice. ICCU, neonatal intensive care unit, all these, any amount will always be exempted. Are we all clear till here? Whatever, even if it is more than 5,000, it will be exempted. But only if room charges are more than 5,000, it will always be taxable. Now, why should human beings have all the fun? Here they went and told services by veterinary clinic who take care of the health care of what, everyone? Animals also will be exempted. Now the next one over here. Whenever one baby is born, the baby is connected to the mother with an umbilical cord which is there. Yes or no, everyone? Whenever the baby is born, the baby is connected to the mother with an umbilical cord. Now this umbilical cord will be cut and all the stem cells will be extracted and it will be preserved so that in future if baby has any problem, it can be treated. That work is done by a Code Blood Bank who go ahead and charge 1 lakh, 2 lakh rupees. Now, remember one thing, Code Blood Bank services are always taxable. Are you all clear till here? Next, you know these hospitals, may all these bins will be there, green bin, red bin, in which they will keep putting all the waste organ, bloods, syringes, etc. Have you seen anywhere on the road one kidney is lying? You will not see. Why? Because all this waste is being treated by a biomedical waste treatment facility. So I am running a biomedical waste treatment facility. From all the hospital, I'll collect the biomedical waste and I'll treat it so that disease don't spread. My services to the hospital, I will charge an amount. That amount is always taxable. Is my point clear to all of you? Now here there are some circulars which are being given. They have gone ahead and told over here, room rent charged to inpatient is also exempted, but only up to 5,000 per day per person. Doctors and consultants are hired by the hospital. Remember one thing, this is one hospital which is there. Doctors go ahead and give the services to the hospital. Hospital is ultimately giving services to the patient. Do you guys agree with me? And hospitals are paying the doctor. In this scenario, they went ahead and asked, when doctor is giving services to the hospital and hospital is paying them, if the doctor is an employee, employer-employee relationship, neither supply of goods nor supply of service. But if doctor is not an employee, then what will happen? So they went ahead and told, if doctor is giving services to the hospital and hospital is paying them, that amount will also be exempted because ultimately the treatment is done for the patient only. Is my point clear to all of you? So they went ahead and told doctors are hired by the hospital and hospital is paying them, that shall also be exempted. The next one, retention money. For example, one person is admitted in the hospital. One person is admitted in, what did you read, Naveen? One person is admitted in the hospital and hospital has gone in and charged him 10,000 rupees. Out of 10,000 rupees, 7,500 is towards his medical expenses, might be some operation, etc. 2,500, the hospital retained it, saying, sir, blood checkup, then checking of the BP, sir, checking of the health condition. We went ahead and charged 2,500, retained by the hospital. That retention money is also towards healthcare and it will be also exempted. The next is food given to a patient who is admitted in the hospital is called inpatient. Food given to an inpatient is also exempt because it is composite supply, ancillary supply to the healthcare service. The next is food given to outpatient. Baba, when one person is admitted, no, his relatives will come, friends will come. First, they will go to canteen, eat and come to meet you. When they are going to the canteen and eating food, that time it is taxable because they are not admitted in the hospital. It is always taxable. Now, hospital going ahead and giving healthcare service is exempt. What if the hospital is giving room on rent, auditorium on rent? That is always giving shop, auditorium on rent, displaying of advertisement is always taxable. Can I go ahead, everyone? Room rent up to 5,000 is anyways exempt. I'm not talking about room rent. I'm going ahead and talking about everyone. Shop, auditorium, displaying of advertisement. They will put one TV and display advertisement, etc. That is always taxable because that is not healthcare. IVF technology, always remember it is. Please close the door. No. IVF technology is what everyone? IVF technology is a treatment for pregnancy and hence it is also exempted. That's all is the clarification. People, sir, what kind of chart it is? See, if it comes, they'll give you a 4 marker question out of it. If it does not come, it does not come. I can go ahead and classify still this chart as a C graded chart. Sometimes they go ahead and ask about this code, blood bank, biomedical waste treatment facility, which is there. This 5,000 wala point, they can ask a small question. Please remember this. Remember, healthcare mein what is covered is only Ayushan, which is basically recognized system of medicine. Other than this, the circulars are also good. C graded chapter ka C graded points also I've gone ahead and told you. I'll go ahead and close my revision on healthcare services. Done. Let's move to the next one, legal services. Baba, legal services I have already gone ahead and covered. If arbitral tribunal, advocate, firm of advocate or senior advocate is giving services to a business entity which is big. Big means current year or last year turnover. Last year turnover is more than registration limit, then business entity has to pay GST under RCM. This we have already gone ahead and covered. Here I have just given the definition of governmental authority and governmental entity. Governmental authority means any authority which is doing 240 G and W activities, and entity means which is doing any function for the government. Can I go ahead, everyone? The next one, everyone, please come to education. Very, very important. I like it. A graded point. I like it. Very high chances of coming. Please come to education and skill, everyone. Chalo, everyone over here now. The next one is education and skill. Everyone, very, very important from exam point of view is education and skill. Listen. First of all, you have to understand educational institution going ahead and giving services to their student, faculty and staff is exempted. Now, first of all, you tell me one thing. We as a coaching institute, are we educational institution? So first you have to understand who is an educational institution, because only if educational institution is giving the services it is exempt. So government went ahead and told educational institution means 3 of them. Any institution which is providing preschool up to 12th or equivalent. Baba, all these preschools which are there or schools which are there up to 12th are called what, everyone? Educational institution. After 12th, what will come? College. So they are going ahead and telling anyone providing education as a part of a curriculum for obtaining a qualification which is recognized under law. Qualification recognized by law means what, everyone? Degree. Degree colleges which are there, post-graduation degree colleges are being covered over here. The next one, anyone providing education as a part of approved vocational education course. If anyone is providing education as a part of what, everyone? Approved vocational education course. You will tell me, sir, what do you mean by approved vocational education course? Now, everyone listen to me very carefully. If any institution is there which is going ahead and running a course, it is a course which is run by whom? Industrial Training Institute or Industrial Training Center, and it is affiliated to National Council for Vocational Training, offering courses in designated trade. Designated trade means like carpentry, plumbing, beautician course. All these courses are being offered, computer course, all these courses are being offered by ITIs. And it is under the National Council for Vocational Education and Training. National or Skill Council for Vocational Education and Training. And remember one thing, or anyone who is providing modular employable skill course. What do you mean by modular employable skill course? Which will lead to an employment, like plumbing course, electrician course, and it is under the National Council for Vocational Education and Training. Then whatever that person is doing, that person is giving basically skill courses or he is offering vocational training. Are you guys able to understand? Then in that scenario, that institution will be called as approved vocational education course provider. Are we all clear till here? And remember one thing. So people, what is approved vocational education course provider? Basically, they are industrial training centers, or they are basically going ahead and providing skill courses. GST is a skill course they'll provide you so that you get employed, anywhere. Are we clear? For example, in my office, one guy had come. He had an ITI certificate saying, sir, I know computer. So I thought, okay, fine. He knows computer. I can employ him. Are you guys able to understand? So that is what is an approved vocational course provider. They go ahead and give you courses which are vocational courses which basically offer you employment. If you learn those courses, you will be able to be employed somewhere. Can we go ahead, everyone? So, sir, what are the 3 institutions? First of all, we spoke up to 12th. Then we spoke about college or anyone who is offering what? Approved. Why approved? Because they are telling you should be approved under the National Council or you would be approved by the National Council for Vocational Education and Training. Now they are going in and telling, and you are giving what? Vocational education course, then you are an approved vocational educational institution. Now remember one thing, all these 3 institutions, first, second and third, if they are giving any service to their student, faculty and staff, SFS, whether they are giving training to their student, whether they are giving classes to their student, whether they are taking money for going ahead and tuition fees, etc. collected, whatever service given to the student, faculty and staff. Students are taking money for giving classes to student, exempted. Staff training program, staff से collecting money, exempted. Staff, faculty का training is given, faculty से any money is collected, exempted. Then remember, any service given to whom? Student, faculty and staff by them will always be exempted. Now, you tell me one thing, I am not a student of a college yet, but college is going ahead and telling we'll take your entrance exam. Entrance exam, when it is taken for prospective student who are not yet student, how to go ahead and cover that? So they went ahead and inserted one more and told any services by way of conduct of entrance exam against entrance fees of those people who are prospective student, that is also exempted. You tell me one thing, your school went ahead and charge you tuition fees, taxable, exempt. Exempt. Your school went ahead and charge you transportation fees, exempt. Hostel fees, exempt. Food ke liye any amount, exempted. Got my examination fees, exempted. Migration certificate fees, this fees, that fees. Baba, school and colleges and approved vocational education course provider, if they are providing any services to their student, faculty and staff, whatever amount collected will always be exempted. Can I go ahead, everyone? Now, everyone over here. Now, see, providing to everything is exempted. Taking, we are going to talk about. When educational institution is taking the services, see, when output pay there is no tax, input pay if there is tax, then it will become a part of the cost because you will not get input tax credit. It will become a part of the cost, and hence government went ahead and told education institution taking services also will go ahead and exempt. Now, what are the various services government have exempted? Government told 5 services you have to remember. Transportation of student, faculty and staff. You tell me one thing. I am an educational institution. I am giving transportation services to my student. When I am giving transportation services, that is exempted. Now, do you think the school principal will run the transportation service or they will outsource it to someone? When they outsource it to someone that you provide us transportation service, remember, transportation services taken by an educational institution which is up to 12th, I am talking about now, is exempted. Can I go ahead, everyone? If it is catering services, including midday meal services, which are sponsored by the government, remember one thing, if it is provided to an educational institution, that will also be exempted. Educational institution told, in our school one function is there, we want catering services, take catering services, no GST. Security services, Baba, you will see, when boyfriend girlfriend is roaming about in the college, the security guard will say, hey, run. Yes or no? That security guard ka services, security, cleaning ka services, housekeeping services, if they are taken within the campus by an educational institution, that will also be exempted. Sir, what do you mean by outside the campus? Papa, for example, your school building is only very small, but they want a big campus for a sports day. So what they did, they went outside and took one sports day, one ground. Now in this ground, what will happen? For example, this is Vijit ka girlfriend. What they will try to do? They will be like, okay, let's run away. We'll go out. Correct, everyone? So what will the school do? The school will employ security guards over here. Yes or no, everyone? Now, the security guards will be provided by a security agency. But the security guards are not providing the service inside the campus. They are providing outside the campus. So remember one thing, if security service, cleaning service or housekeeping service are provided outside the campus, taxable. Can I go ahead, everyone? Next. Admission or conduct of exam related service. Now, for example, one educational institution is telling for taking the exam, we want question paper printing, admit card printing, exam invigilator ka services, question paper setting wala ka services, checker ka services, all these services when they are given to an educational institution, that will be exempted. We are talking about taking now. Giving is anyways exempted. Taking, we understood transportation, catering, security, admission related services. Are we all clear till here? Now the last one over here, online educational journal or periodical related, newspapers, etc. Online journals, etc. When they are provided to an educational institution up to 12, it is cut over here. It means it is taxable because small kids up to 12 don't read online. You got my point over here? Same thing I've written down for college. College ka case mein transportation is not exempt, catering is not exempt, security, cleaning, housekeeping is not exempt. It is always taxable. But what is exempt? Admission related or conduct of exam related service and online educational journal related service is exempt. Were taken by whom, everyone? College. I want to ask you one question. Up to 12th wala educational institution is providing transportation service to student. Up to 12th wala educational institution is providing services of transportation to student. Exempt. College is providing transportation service to a student. That is exempt. Providing everything is exempt, whether anyone is providing. Arey, taking you have to remember. If transportation service is given by anyone is exempt. Baba, all these three, giving is exempt. Taking me, you have to remember, if it is taken by school, it is exempt. College, which is up after 12, it is always taxable. Giving by college is exempt. Taking by college is taxable. Can I go ahead, everyone? The next one over here. People, is this second one clear to all of you? In the last one, all I have cut. Only one service is exempt when it is taken by approved vocational education course provider, which is which service, everyone? Admission or conduct of exam related services. Are we all clear with this point? Everyone, tell me one thing. Is this point clear to all of you? Now, I have gone ahead and written on the right hand side some small points which are there. Number one, maritime training institutions and their courses are approved by the Director General of Shipping. Baba, maritime training institutions are there. Maritime training institution means who gives ship related courses. Now, all these ship related courses which are being provided are actually approved courses which are approved by the Director General of Shipping. If any maritime institution is providing those courses which are approved by the Director General of Shipping, it means those courses are leading to a degree which is recognized under law and it will always be exempt. The same way, flight training organizations are there. They are also providing courses in flight training and their courses are also approved by the Director General of Civil Aviation and their services are also exempt. So, Baba, if one maritime institution is there or flight training organization is there and they are providing approved courses to students, whatever fees they are charging, it will always be exempted. The next one over here, you tell me one thing, everyone. College or school is providing food and beverages to the student. If they are selling any food to the student, taxable or exempt? Remember, any service given by an educational institution to the student is always exempt because primary is education. All this becomes ancillary. But you tell me one thing. I am the college. I went ahead and gave one shop on rent to Vijit and Vijit is selling food to the student. When he is selling food to the student, he is not an educational institution. He should charge GST. An educational institution giving him shop on rent also should charge GST. Everyone. So remember one thing, everyone. If supplying of food and beverages is done by the educational institution and it is given to student, faculty and staff, it is exempted. But if supplied by any other person based on contractual agreement with the educational institution, always GST will be payable. Tell me one thing, educational institution is charging entrance fees. Fees for issuing eligibility certificate, migration certificate, and it is charging a fees from the student. Any service given to the student is always exempted. And prospective students say entrance fees is also exempted. The next one, people, you know Anganwadi. Anganwadis are set up in small rural areas where basically what will happen? They will the students will come to study. It is basically preschool up to 12th. It's a preschool where kids come, eat, study little, eat little and go. Correct, everyone? Now, in this scenario, one caterer will go ahead and provide the food to the educational institution which is up to 12. So, Anganwadi comes into educational institution up to 12. So, when caterer is giving food to the Anganwadi, is it taxable or exempt? Exempt. Now, the food can be sponsored by government also. The food can be sponsored by a company as a CSR activity also. Doesn't matter. Catering services given to a school is exempt whether the food was sponsored by government or the school food was sponsored by donation from company. Doesn't matter. You know IIM. Where will IIM come? Indian Institute of Management. This one or this one? College and post-graduation college. Do you guys agree? They also offer degree which is recognized under law and their services also will be exempted. Always remember IIMs are educational institutions and all the courses conferring degree or diploma is always exempted. But tell you know what? IIM also offers short-term courses like digital marketing courses, social media courses, all these courses which are 1 month, 2 month, 3 month courses. Those courses don't offer a degree which is recognized under law. It just goes ahead and gives you a certificate of participation. Then you have participated in this course. Is that course a degree recognized under law? So when IIM is giving you that courses, GST will come. Remember, short-term courses like executive development program also always GST will come. Now, tell me one thing. College is going ahead and giving shop on rent. Taxable? Yes. College is going ahead and charging a fees for prospective employers who will come and take interviews of the student. Taxable. Always remember one thing. Fees charged by college from prospective employers like corporate MNCs, always GST will be payable. Now, you tell me one thing. People, your central board, state boards will be there. Are they coming in this? No. Your central board, state board will not come in this also. Your central board, state board will not come in this also. Now you tell me one thing. Your CBSE board. CBSE board is there. ICSE board is there. All these boards will go ahead and take your exam and they'll charge you a fees. Examination fees. Are they taxable or exempt? Taxable, no. So they went ahead and told over here. Explanation. Central board and state board are treated as educational institution only for the purpose of taking entrance conduct of exam. It means when they are taking entrance, when they are taking exam of the student, they are treated as educational institution. Educational institution giving services to the student and charging a fees will be exempted. But you tell me one thing, central board and state board, to take this exam, they will take all this paper printing, etc. service. They are treated as an educational institution. When they are giving services to the student, that is also exempted. When they are taking paper printing, conduct of exam related service, that is also exempted because they are treated as educational institutions for both the purpose to take the services relating to exam and also to conduct the exam. Is my point clear to all of you? Services by way of board, by way of conducting of exam against fees is always exempt. Input services relating to admission or conduct of exam such as result publication, printing of admit card, question paper, etc. received by the board is also exempt. Now one point came over here, affiliation services. You tell me one thing, central board, state board, what they will go ahead and do? Central board, state board, they will give affiliations. Yes or no, everyone? Now they went ahead and told one thing, sir, affiliation given by universities like Bangalore University, they will give affiliation to college, always GST will come. Affiliation service, there is no exemption. Conduct of exam related service, there is an exemption. Yes. Affiliation service, there is no exemption. Affiliation service provided by central board, state board to government school exempt. Affiliation service provided by central board, state board to non-governmental school, always GST will come. This is a new entry which was inserted when government told. Now you tell me one thing, I am a central board, state board. If I am going in and conducting exam of the student and charging a fees, it is exempted. If I am giving affiliation service, it is always taxable. But if affiliation service is given to government school, exempted. Can I go ahead, everyone? You know, Baba, NTA, National Testing Agency, they will take G ka exam, NEET ka exam, JEE ka exams and all will be done by National Testing Agency. Now, this National Testing Agency, is it an educational institution? No, but it will be treated as an educational institution only for going ahead and taking the test of the student. What they are telling over here, any authority, board or body which is set up by the central government, state government, including National Testing Agency for conduct of entrance exam for admission to an educational institution, when they are taking your entrance exam, they shall be treated as educational institution for the purpose of providing services by way of conduct of entrance exam. Now you tell me one thing, I am the National Testing Agency, I am conducting the entrance of test of the student and I am charging a fees, taxable or exempt? Exempt. To do this test, when I take paper printing, etc. service, that is also exempt. Is my point clear to all of you? Everyone, listen to me very carefully. Now come on the left hand side. See, when anyone is providing transportation service to the school, it is exempted, right? So now he's a beggar, he does not have a bus. So he went to a rich guy and told, please give me your bus on rent. That will also be exempted. If anybody is going ahead and giving what, everyone? Giving on hire motor vehicle for transportation of student, faculty and staff to a person who is providing transportation of student, faculty and staff to an educational institution up to 12. Tell me one thing, I am providing transportation service to school. It is exempted. When I take this bus on hire, it will also be exempted. You tell me one thing, I am going ahead and providing transportation service to college. Taxable. If I take a bus on hire, that will also be taxable. Can I go ahead and tell you again or got it? Got it. Everyone over here now, this was about education. Now I want to go ahead and talk about skill. People watching at home, people over here, are we clear with this point? Education is clear? People, is education clear to all of you? Remember, educational institution means up to 12th, college, post-graduation and also approved vocational course provider. If they are providing any services to student, faculty and staff, always exempted. If they are taking the services, you will have to see. In the first one, 4 is exempt. In the second one, only last 2 are exempted. In the last one, only 1 is exempted, which is admission and conduct of exam related service. Are we clear, everyone? Now, everyone over here, skill related services may, skill related service, I have not seen them generally asking in the exam, but your good luck will be very good or bad luck will be very bad. Sometimes they can go ahead and ask. So, listen. Services provided by NSDC, National Skill Development Corporation, NSDC, and National Council for Vocational Education and Training. Everyone remember one thing. One is NSDC, National Skill Development Council, and one is National Council for Vocational Education and Training, and they provide skill related courses. Again, I told you skill related courses means what? Job ready related courses like GST training courses, plumbing courses, electrician courses, all these courses will be provided by them. NSD ka services are always exempted. Sir, awarding body means a body which will be under them. Awarding body, assessment body recognized by NCVT. Under NCVT, awarding body is there. Awarding body means which goes ahead and gives participation certificates to all the participants who came for the skill, learned the skill. Awarding body offers what, everyone? Participation certificate. Under them, one assessment body will also be there. Assessment body will go ahead and do the assessment. They will take the exams of the student. So, Baba, NCVT giving the services exempted. Under NCVT, the person who gives the participation certificate, that body is called awarding body. Their services also will be exempted. One assessment body will be there who will go ahead and take the exam of the student. Their services also will be. So you learn the skill over here. They gave you the participant certificate. They charge you a fees. They took your assessment. They will charge you a fees. All the services will be exempted. Oh, and a training body under the awarding body. Remember, under them, one training body will be also be there. Training body. Basically, who will go ahead and give you the training. Their services also will be exempted. Under NSDC, also one training provider will be there. And the training provider services also will be exempted. Remember, this is an amendment point, training partner under the NSDC. For example, I am a training partner under the NSDC and I go ahead and teach people GST skill. My services always will be exempted because I am a person recognized under whom? NSDC. Are we all clear till here? The next one over here is services by assessing body. Assessing body means who takes assessments, exam, empaneled by the Director General of Training by way of assessment under the skill development initiative. So if there is a person who is going in and taking assessments and he is under whom, everyone? Director General of Training, then his services of taking assessments, exams will also be exempted. Services by way of training provider. Again, training provider. For example, I am providing GST training and I am recognized under the Deen Dayal Upadhyay Gramin Kaushal Yojana. Then my services of offering skill courses, because I am recognized under the Deen Dayal Upadhyay Gramin Kaushal Yojana and I am a training provider offering skill courses to people, whatever fees I charge will be exempted from GST. That's all, everyone. Skill related is okay. You can read once, but all others which were there, we have gone ahead and understood. I'll go ahead and close my revision on education and skill. Remember one thing, the most important part in this is education. You can't leave it and go. But sometimes I feel they will give you skill also, although they don't give generally. But NHDC, NCVT, Deen Dayal Upadhyay Gramin Kushal Yojana, assessing body, please remember this word so that you see in the exam, you remember it. Are we all clear till here? Closing my revision on the chapter of education and skill. Done. Please come to the next one. The next one is insurances. Everyone listen to me very carefully. In insurances, I am not trying to go ahead and explain you about insurance. In insurances, no, I have just gone ahead and drawn so that you remember the various types of insurances which are there are being exempted. Everyone listen to me very carefully. In insurance, there are a lot of insurances which are being exempted by the government. Although I have not seen any question coming on this chart ever, but still, I feel one good day will come when they will ask you a small question. Everyone listen to me very carefully. In insurances, one entry number 35 is there, which goes ahead and says lot of insurances are being exempted. Means general insurances, business under the following scheme. Number one, you see this is a whole village, okay, everyone? Hut insurance scheme, whatever, if a company is selling hut insurance, the premium which will be collected will be very small. So government told under hut insurance, any insurance sold, there will be no GST. In this hut, says one self-employed woman. Self-employed woman ko, what if this cow comes and hit? So self-employed woman ka group personal accident policy is always exempted. Now when this cow will come and hit, the cow might be injured also. So they have told central sector scheme on cattle insurance or cattle insurance scheme may whatever premium is being collected, there will be no GST. You remember, everyone, see, hut is there, no GST. Hut ke beside self-employed women is there, their insurance, no GST. Sir, who hit the self-employed women? Cattle. Cattle insurance pe there is no GST. Now this husband, this women ka husband is this tribal guy. Tribal insurance also there is no GST. He was going on the way. Baba, I am not explaining you what is the content of the insurance because you don't have to be insurance agent. Might be by chance one mark comes, so you should remember what are the various insurances which are being exempted. Now, sir, this guy was going, he fell down on the road. Remember, Janta personal accident policy or Gramin means village accident policy also there is no GST. Sir, now in the village one coconut and palm tree is there. That guy ka, this tribal person ka coconut and palm tree, coconut and palm insurance also there is no GST. This guy became old. When he became old, Jan Arogya Bima health insurance, Rashtriya Swasthya health bima again, Nirmaya health insurance, again all these insurances, if you go ahead and take, whatever premium you pay, there will be no GST. Now you tell me in the village what people do? People go ahead and do agriculture, correct, everyone? So government told Bangla Sastya Bima, so Sastya means crops. Crops insurance, no GST. Modified national agriculture insurance, again no GST. Pradhan Mantri Fasal means crops. Bima means insurance yojana, no GST. Rashtriya Krishi means farmer. Farmer insurance yojana, again there is no GST. All this, whatever premium you pay, if you take any insurance under these schemes, whatever premium you pay, they will not charge you any GST. Baba, here one seed is there. Seed and the crops. One pilot scheme was launched by the government saying seed crop insurance. And if you buy that insurance, whatever premium you will pay, the insurance company is selling you that insurance, whatever premium they charge, they will not charge any GST. Now, to do agriculture, you need whom, everyone? Son, yes or no? Restructure weather-based crop insurance. Weather-based insurance is also there. If you buy that insurance, there is no GST. To do agriculture, you need what? Agriculture pump set, well will be there. If anything happens to the well, anyone stole your pump set, then what? So you can get that insurance also done. Whatever amount you pay as premium, there will be no GST. Now, after the crops are done, you have to export it. If you take export credit ka insurance, then also there will be no GST. Now, you tell me one thing, this whole village is a universe in itself, right? Remember one thing, universal health insurance or Pradhan Mantri Suraksha Bima Yojana. Pradhan Mantri is telling, whatever I am guarding, Suraksha Bima Yojana, there will be no GST. Now you tell me one thing, do you remember this? If you close your eyes, you will remember. Hut was there, no insurance, no GST. Sir, beside the hut, tree was there, coconut and palm, no GST. Sir, Beside this, self-employed women, no GST. Cattle insurance, no GST. Tribal person, no GST. He is going on the way, fall down, sir. Accident policy, no GST. He became old, all the health insurances which are there, no GST. Then he did agriculture, agriculture related exemption, pump set and well related exemption, weather related exemption. So you'll remember the name now. The whole world is a universe related insurance, which is universal health insurance. Also universal health insurance. Also there is no GST. Now you tell me one thing. Indian Army, Navy, etc. will be there. You know what happened? Government ka one group insurance fund is there. Group insurance fund mein their insurance will be done, and one small premium will be taken from the Army, Navy, etc. So government ka group insurance fund is there. Group insurance fund ke under all these people ka insurance will be done, and they will give one small contribution in the fund. Anything happens to anyone, the fund say money will be given to this person's family. Now, whenever if the insurance services are given under the group insurance fund and premium is collected, there is no GST. That's what they have gone ahead and told. Life insurance services given to whom? Army, Navy, Air Force, Coastal Guard, CAPF, Centrally Armed Police Force, under the group insurance scheme of the government. Whatever premium will be collected from the Army, Navy, etc., there will be no GST. Now, again, life insurance businesses under, Baba, these are just names to remember. Janashri Bima Yojana. ठीक है, आम आदमी बीमा योजना, बाबा यू रिमेंबर केजरीवाल, आम आदमी बीमा योजना, this I will talk. Varishta Pension Bima Yojana, Pradhan Mantri Jeevan Jyoti, Jan Dhan, Vaya Vandana Yojana. Also remember one thing, all these life insurances which they have gone and given, if you see the name only, you will understand in the exam that this is exempted. Can I go ahead, everyone? Now listen to me very carefully. One point which they have gone and given, life micro insurance product. What's a micro insurance product? Micro insurance product means small insurance product. Micro insurance product means small insurance product. What they are trying to say over here is, if one insurance company is there and insurance company is insuring the life of a person, and the maximum coverage, if anything happens to this person, the insurance company will pay him only 2 lakh rupees. So the premium will be per annum 2000 or 1000 rupees only. No, it's a small insurance product, life insurance, small product, where the coverage is only up to 2 lakh. Then the amount of premium which is collected from that person will be exempted, because it's a very small amount. And that is why I'm telling you, remember this. I have seen somewhere this question being asked. Can we go ahead, everyone? Everyone over here now, listen. Sir, I am selling insurance services to the government. Total premium is paid by the government. Total ka T is missing. T. Total premium is paid by the government. It will always be exempted. This I already told you in government related chart also. Can we go ahead, everyone? Now listen. If life insurance business is provided by way of annuity under National Pension System, NPS, you know, under NPS also life insurance services are provided. Whatever premium is collected, there will be no GST at all. The next one, people, I told you entry number 35, this whole entry. I told you entry number 36. I told you entry number 40. These services, when you provide, if reinsurance is done, on that also there is no GST. What is reinsurance? Insurance ka insurance, if you get it done, then also there will be no GST. What is it saying? Reinsurance of the schemes under 35, 36 and 40. Also there will be no GST. The next one, which is an amendment ka part, listen to me very carefully. Entry ka E mein E is missing, everyone. Here, E ka center wala part. Okay, everyone listen to me very carefully. What I am trying to say is, you know, government ka one motor vehicle accident fund is there. Okay? Motor vehicle accident fund. Whenever, see, it says services by way of insurance provided by motor vehicle accident fund, motor vehicle accident fund. Okay? Against contributions made by insurers. So if you have taken insurance from any company, no, if you have taken insurance from any company, what they do, no? They go. So for example, I took insurance from HDFC Ergo. You know what will happen? If I take motor vehicle accident policy, whatever premium I will pay, no, a small amount of premium goes to this fund, which is government ka fund called motor vehicle accident fund. Now, if by chance any person who has taken the insurance and he goes and hits someone, that person ko money has to be paid. That money will be paid out of the motor vehicle accident fund. So for example, I paid the money to HDFC. HDFC will put one amount in the motor vehicle accident fund, so that if that person who has taken the insurance, he hits someone, that motor vehicle accident fund say money will be given. Now, is motor vehicle in accident fund providing services? Yes or no? Motor vehicle accident fund is going ahead and providing services, wherein they are going ahead and collecting small amount from me. Now, whatever services are given by the motor vehicle accident fund, whatever amount is being collected by them, there will be no GST. See what they are telling? Services of insurance provided by motor vehicle accident fund. Motor vehicle accident fund against contribution made by whom? Not insurers. Here, actually, who will be there? No, this insurance company. See, this is an insurance company. ठीक है, and you are there. You will give your money to the insurance company. Insurance company will put some amount in the motor vehicle accident fund. Are you guys able to understand? So that if you hit someone, the money will be coming from here and going directly to the third party. What they are telling, see, it says services of insurance provided by motor vehicle accident fund against contribution made by the insurer. Arey, okay, against motor vehicle, against contribution made by whom, everyone? Insurer, out of the premium collected for third party insurance of motor vehicle. For an example, everyone over here now, who is an insurer? Insurance company. For an example, this is HDFC. Okay? And this is supposedly one person who has taken the insurance of his car. Now, what if this car goes and hits one person? If this car goes and hits one person, that is called third party insurance. Now, what happens over here? HDFC went ahead and told me, we are providing service to you. We will go ahead and take from you 1 lakh rupees insurance ka premium every year. Out of this, a small amount is put in the motor vehicle accident fund. So that if anyone ko, this person goes ahead and hits, this person ko money will be paid out of the motor vehicle accident fund. So, Baba, don't you think motor vehicle accident fund is also collecting a money and providing a service to them? On this service, there will be no GST, is what they are trying to say. See, read again. Services of insurance. Are they providing services of insurance? Provided by motor vehicle. Motor vehicle accident fund is providing the service against contribution made by insurer. Who is paying them? Insurers. Who is the insurance companies? Out of the premium, whatever premium they are collecting for third party insurance. Baba, motor vehicle, my motor vehicle ke liye, I took a third party insurance. Anything happens to the third party, the money will be given by the motor vehicle accident fund. But the money comes from where? From the insurer. When they are providing the services and collecting the money, there will be no. Is my point clear to all of you? That's all we have gone ahead and understood. This point, I like it. By chance, they can go ahead and ask. It's an amendment ka point. I'll close my revision on the chapter of chart of insurance. Now, everyone, we have other small exemptions which are there. Please come to the next chart. Now, everyone listen to me very carefully. You know what I have gone ahead and done? Now, this is not sector-specific exemptions which are there. All the miscellaneous exemption I have gone ahead and put in 2 charts. 1 and 2 chart. Out of this, no, Baba, I will teach only the ones which are important. Remaining, you will just read it at home. Reading category. But the ones which I find it, see, I will not go and waste time, which is unnecessary. Correct or not, everyone? Whatever I feel are important that can be asked in the exam, only those points we will cover. Others are only reading category, you will read at home. Done, everyone? Better? Chalo. Everyone listen. Baba, this we have anyways understood. If you transfer your business as going concern, it is always exempted. Have you already understood? If you transfer your whole business only, there is no GST when you transfer all the assets and liabilities. Then this we already know. Not important. The second one is important. Remember one thing, everyone. If you are going ahead, everyone, if you are going ahead and renting a residential property, if you are renting your residential property to a registered person who has used it for his business, RCM. If I have rented it to a registered person who has not used it for his business, personal capacity, it is exempted. If I have rented to an unregistered person, it is exempted. Do you guys agree with me? But here, one more explanation got inserted, which went ahead and told, see, now what PGs went and told, no, sir, we are also giving residential dwelling only, no. Kids are coming to our place, home away from home, stay. Yes or no? We are also giving residence only, and hence PGs went ahead and told our services are also exempted. So government went ahead and told this entry is not applicable to accommodation service for student in student residence or accommodation services provided by hostel, camp, guest house, etc. It means hostel, PGs, etc. ka services are always taxable. But then government went ahead and inserted one more entry and went ahead and told if any accommodation services are provided by those PGs, etc. and they are going ahead and charging up to less than 20,000, not up to, less than 20,000 rupees per person per month. People, I want to check this. Just give me a second. It is less than or up to. 1 minute. Hmm. Having less than or equal to 20,000 rupees. Are we clear, everyone? So this is a wrong point over here. It should be less than or equal to. Can we go ahead, everyone? Everyone listen to me very carefully. What are they telling over here? Now, if accommodation services are given by whom, everyone? where the value of supply is less than equal to 20,000 rupees per month per person, provided that accommodation service is supplied for a minimum period of how many days? 90 days. So I am a PG, hostel, guest house, etc. and I am providing accommodation service, which is minimum for how many days, everyone? 90 days. And I am charging up to 20,000 rupees, then I will not go ahead and charge any GST. Tell me one thing, if I am charging 30,000? Taxable. What if I am going ahead and giving room only for one day? Taxable. If I am giving for 1 month? Taxable. It should be minimum 90 days and up to 20,000. Can I go ahead, everyone? Are we all clear till here? I like this point, everyone. I like the second point and third point. Please remember, they can go ahead and ask you in the exam. The second one and third one. The next one, all are reading, 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 reading. All are reading. People, this interest on loans, anyways, you know, interest on loans and advances. Whenever bank is going ahead and giving loans and advance and receiving interest, taxable or exempted? This you know. Forex conversion between bank and bank, dealers to bank, is also exempted. Whenever forex conversion, any conversion charge is there. But remember one thing, interest in credit card is never exempted. It is always taxable. Okay? This I want to go ahead and talk about it here. Everyone listen to me very carefully. It talks about bank charges on credit card and debit card are exempted up to 2,000 rupees. Everyone listen to me very carefully. What they are telling over here, bank charges on credit card and debit card is exempt up to 2,000 rupees per transaction. So for an example, everyone listen to very carefully. One shopkeeper is there. One customer came to the shopkeeper. He told, sir, I will go ahead and swipe my card. If the shopkeeper is swiping the card, his bank will be there and this customer bank will be there. From his bank, my bank will collect the money if I swipe the card. Do you guys agree with me? If I am swiping the card up to 2,000 rupees, no, my bank will go ahead and charge me, might be 10 rupees charges, because bank is giving me a service of what? Collecting the money from his bank. Do you guys agree with me, everyone? My bank, when it is collecting the money from his bank, whatever charges are being taken for, if the swipe was up to 2,000 rupees, whatever charges will be taken by my bank will not charge me any GST. Is my point clear to all of you? Bank charges for basically collecting the money up to 2,000 rupees, whatever the bank will take charges on that, bank will not charge me any amount. Is my point clear to all of you? Bank will charge bank charges only. Bank charges amount. Transaction pe to anyways, it's a transaction in money. Everyone over here. So if I have swiped your card up to 2,000 rupees, okay, if I have swiped your card up to 10,000 rupees, whatever my bank will charge me charges for swiping the card, that charges with GST will come. If it is swipe up to 2,000 rupees, then GST will not come. Do you guys agree with me? So if my bank is collecting from your bank up to how much? 2,000 rupees, then there is no GST. Do you guys agree with me, everyone? See, this is you. You came to me. I told, okay, Baba, what do you want to buy? She told, I want to buy this book. 1,000 rupees ka book. I sold you. Or 2,000 rupees ka book, I sold you. You gave me a card, I swiped it. When I swipe 2,000 rupees, from where will the money come to me? From your bank, my bank will collect the money. Because from your bank, my bank is collecting the money. Is my bank giving me a service of collecting the money from your bank? For that service, my bank will charge me 10 rupees, 20 rupees. That charges which are there, bank will not charge any GST. For collecting that 2,000 from your bank account, my bank will not charge me any. My bank will charge me bank charges. On now you tell me one thing. First of all, did you understand this 10 rupees pay there will be no GST? What if you bought item worth rupees 5,000 from me? So my bank is charging me charges basically on this 5,000. No, 1% charges will be there. 1% means what? Some 50 rupees. My bank is going in and charging me 50 rupees. On that, bank will charge me GST because the swipe was more than 2,000 rupees. You understood my point? Here, one circular came which I want to go ahead and do with you guys, which is part of the amendment. Everyone over here now. This is the circular. People, tell me one thing. What's a payment gateway and what's a payment aggregator? What is the difference between a payment gateway and what is the difference between a payment aggregator? See, Baba, have you seen a payment gateway? What's a payment gateway and what's a payment aggregator? See, Baba, you know, when you go to any website, for example, you went to my website and you want to buy the classes. You went to my website and you put over there that I want to buy the classes. My website, how do I go ahead and tell you? See, what will happen? One gateway will open. In that gateway, you will be able to see bank you can be used, UPI can be used, this can be used, card can be used, credit card can be used. So they are aggregators. They aggregate. Razor Pay, it will open Razor Pay. Are yes or no? When you are buying something, Razor Pay will open. What Razor Pay will do? Razor Pay aggregates bank, credit card, debit card, UPI. You can use any method and make the payment. So who is Razor Pay? Razor Pay is a payment aggregator. Razor Pay is a payment aggregator. It aggregates all the payment method. You can make the payment through it. Are we clear? And then there is something called a payment gateway. What's a payment gateway? Payment gateway is, for an example. So here, what Razorpay will do? No, Razorpay will collect all my money from my students. So some student use card, some student use this. Razorpay will collect the money. Out of that, Razorpay will deduct its commission, and remaining amount they will transfer to my bank account. Now I am over here. This is my bank called HDFC Bank. HDFC Bank. Okay. What HDFC Bank does? No, HDFC Bank has a payment gateway called Just Pay. For example, HDFC का payment gateway is Pay. HDFC Pay. One gateway is there. What's a gateway? I can put, instead of Razorpay, gateway on my account, gateway on my website also. What will happen in gateway? No, you will come, you will purchase a book, you will make payment through the gateway. The payment will directly come to my bank account. They will not hold the payment. Are you guys able to understand? So that's called a gateway, wherein you come, you make the payment, and payment comes to my bank account. That's called a payment gateway. And your banks will offer you a payment gateway, like HDFC offers HDFC ka payment gateway. So I can use HDFC payment gateway in my website. What will happen? You will make the payment and money will come directly to my bank account, for which HDFC will charge me a commission which is there. Are you guys able to understand? But whereas an aggregator, what happens? In aggregator, no. There will be various payment methods. You can use this bank, that bank, debit card, credit card, this method, that method. That is called aggregator. He aggregates all the various payment methods. You make the payment. They will hold the payment, and after 1 day or 2 days, they will go ahead and deduct their commission and pay the remaining amount to me. That's called a payment aggregator. Now here, one question which came was whether GST exemption under serial number 34, that is 2000 rupees ka. Arey, 2000 rupees wala exemption which I taught you is available to payment aggregators in relation to settlement of amount up to 2000 rupees in a single transaction transacted through credit card, debit card, charges, or any other payment services. For example, you came on my website. You came on my website and you went ahead and bought a book. My website mein I put Razorpay. What you did, you bought a book worth rupees 2000. What happened? The payment went to Razorpay. They will deduct their commission and pay me the balance amount. Do you guys agree? On their commission, because the payment was only up to 2000 rupees, will GST come or GST will not come? Are you guys able to understand what I am telling? On the commission which is being charged by whom? Razorpay over here. Because the payment was only up to 2000, on their commission will GST come? So that is the clarification given everyone over here. Payment aggregator, you understood everyone? See, payment aggregators handle fund. They receive the fund, they pool the fund and transfer the payment after deducting all their commission, etc. Whereas payment gateway only provide technological infrastructure. I told, see, my customers will come on my website and they have to make payment. HDFC will say, we will provide you HDFC Pay method. That is our infrastructure. You can directly take the payment in your account from that. So, Baba, it is for processing transaction without handling the fund. HDFC doesn't touch my fund. The money comes and money comes to my bank account directly. HDFC will charge me a commission. So here, the point is what they are telling, applicable to RBI regulated payment aggregator for payment settlement up to 2000. What is it telling? Exemption is applicable for transaction made via debit card, credit card, or any other payment services. Payment aggregators qualify as acquiring bank under the notification explanation. It means, now you tell me one thing, if Razorpay is collecting 2000 rupees, people, and out of it they are deducting their commission and paying me the balance amount, on their amount which they charge from me, will they charge any GST or no GST? GST or no GST? I tell no, wrong you tell. No GST. Can we go ahead everyone? And that's all they have gone ahead and told over here. Exemption is limited to payment settlement function only and does not apply to payment gateway services. It is applicable only to the payment aggregator wala payment settlement which they are going ahead and doing. People, that's what I have gone ahead and written in the chart only. Payment aggregators qualify as acquiring bank for payment settlement up to 2000 per transaction made via credit card, debit card, or any other charges. Now you tell me one thing. HDFC Bank has given me a payment gateway, the infrastructure where the money comes to my account, and for that payment gateway per month they go ahead and charge me 5000 rupees, 10,000 rupees, 20,000. On that, so GST is normal because they have given me the IT infrastructure. For that, whatever amount they are charging me, that way GST will come. We are talking about whom everyone? Payment aggregators. Payment aggregators do what? They collect the payment, hold the money, deduct their commission and pay me the amount. When they are collecting a payment up to, they will also, whatever charges they take from me, on that there will be no GST. Is my point clear to all of you, everyone? Everyone, so I've written over here, payment aggregators like Razorpay, etc. qualify as acquiring bank, and whenever they also do a transaction up to 2000 rupees for payment settlement up to 2000 per transaction, they are acquiring bank and they will also be exempted. People, whatever charges are they being taken by them, on that charges also there will be no GST. If the amount of swipe is up to, if the amount of payment is up to 2000. Everyone over here now, the next one. People, I have told you only 1, 2, 3, 4 till now. Correct, everyone? And this clarification is a new clarification anyways. Right side, if I go ahead and see, this one. R&D services provided by governmental entity or a research association, university, college which is notified under section number 35 of the Income Tax Act. Either governmental entity, Baba, governmental entity does any function which is entrusted by the government. Do you guys agree with me? Governmental entity, or if it's a research association, university or college which is notified under section number 35. Either it's a governmental entity or it is research association, university, college notified under section number 35. If they are providing R&D services, and they are getting in return what, everyone? Grant, then their R&D services are also exempted. So for example, I'm a governmental entity or university or college and I'm giving R&D services and return me I'm getting what? Grant. So whatever amount I'm collecting, there is no GST. The next one over here, this one also I like it. Services by way of collecting and providing news by an independent journalist or Press Trust of India or United News of India. Baba, all these news, independent journalists who are there, Press Trust of India is there, United News of India is there, all these people provide news. News and views are free of GST. There is no GST on news over here. Can I go ahead, everyone? And this one also I like it. If anyone is organizing a business exhibition outside India, supposingly, I have organized one business exhibition outside India. Vijit came and told me, I also want to put a shop in that exhibition. Whatever amount I'll collect from Vijit, I will not collect any GST. Services by way of by an organizer. If I am providing to any person foreign business exhibition which is held outside India, remember this point. Sometimes they go ahead and ask it. Please come to the next one, everyone. This point is very, very important. Services by foreign diplomat mission. In exam, they will give you services to foreign diplomat mission. To foreign diplomat mission is always taxable. Remember this. For example, I am an embassy. I am a consulate. I am an embassy. People remember one thing. If consulate embassy is providing the service, if I am providing the service, it is exempted. If I am taking any service, I have to pay the GST. They will pay the GST to government. Government will refund it to me. But is it taxable? Yes. So services taken by a consulate embassy, which is a foreign diplomat mission, taken is always taxable. Given, please mark this point and keep. People, this one, next one. Services provided by recognized sports body to another recognized sports body, or one player, umpire, coach is going ahead. Player, referee, umpire, coach, team manager is providing services to a recognized sports body. On one recognized sports body is providing to another recognized sports body the services, then it will always be exempted. But remember one thing, only player, umpire, referee, coach and team manager ka services are exempted. If one selectator is there, commentator is there, curator is there, all their people ka services will always be taxable. Remember one thing, I am a player providing services to recognized sports body. BCCI ko I am providing service, exempted. I am going ahead and providing services. I am a referee providing services to ICC, exempted. Whenever any recognized sports body I am providing services, it will be always exempted. But if I am providing service, I am a selectator, commentator, our services are not exempted. Can we go ahead, everyone? I have given only for example over here. You can write etc. Selectator, commentator, anyone it is, other than these 5 people. I want you to remember the next one. The next one says services by a non-profit entity to its own member by way of reimbursement of charges or share of contribution as a trade union. Baba, trade union, you know, trade unions in India, various types of trade unions are there. Baba, if trade unions are providing services to their members and collecting a fees, there is no GST. Or for carrying out an activity which is exempt. For example, one non-profit entity is there, it is going ahead and carrying out exempt activities. Baba, members are separate, association is separate, members are separate. They are collecting money from the members and doing exempt activities. I'm not talking about exempt activity. Members are separate, association is separate, members are separate. If you are giving any service and collecting an amount, that is taxable. But they went ahead and told if the association is doing that work which is exempted, whatever money collected, that will be exempt from GST. Now, next point is a very, very important point over here. You know, all these resident welfare associations are there. So they are telling over here, if there's a non-profit entity and it is giving services to its own member by way of reimbursement of charges or share of contribution up to 7,500 per month for sourcing goods and service from third person for common use in a housing society. I'll go ahead and explain you. Listen carefully. For an example, one apartment is there. Everyone over here. For an example, one apartment is there. In the apartment, 10 flats are there. Okay? Apartment will always have a resident welfare association. Association will give services to the member and it will collect from the member. If it collecting 7,500, if it is giving services to the members and it is collecting 7,500 per month per member, then remember one thing, it will not go ahead and collect any GST. It will be always accepted. Is my point clear to all of you? Now, there is one circular also which came on this. I'll talk about the circular. Listen to me very carefully. It says supply of service by resident welfare association to member up to 7,500 per month per member is always exempted. Now, the next one, tell me one thing. What if the association is going in and charging 8,000 per month? Sir, how many apartments are there? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 10 apartment into 8,000, correct? 80,000. 80,000 into 12 months is 9.6 lakh. It never crossed the turnover only. Array, even if the amount is more than 7,500, first of all, it has to be a registered person. It has to be registered person means its turnover should have crossed 20 lakh rupees or 10 lakh rupees in special category state and it should be registered, only then GST will come. Do you guys agree with me? Otherwise, there is no GST. So what they are telling over here, RWA is required to pay GST only if subscription is more than 7,500 per month per member and aggregate turnover of the association by way of supply of service and supply of goods is more than equal to 10 lakh or 20 lakh as applicable. Now you tell me one thing, if it is charging 8,000 rupees means it is charging GST. Whatever it will buy, it took services of plumber, it bought generator, whatever it will buy, can it take credit also? If it is charging GST to the members, it can take input tax credit also. What they are telling over here is RWA is entitled to take ITC of the GST paid on capital goods, goods and services. If it is charging GST, it can take ITC also. The next question which was asked was, sir, for an example, I have 2 apartments. Everyone tell me one thing. In this association, in this apartment, I have two flats. 7,500 into 2 means I'm paying 15,000 rupees. Is it crossing 7,500? If I'm paying 15,000 rupees, is it taxable? Separate apartment or person wise you will see. You will see apartment wise. If I'm going in and paying 7,500 for 2 apartments, per apartment is only 7,500, total amount will get exempted. So 15,000 you will not see person wise, you will see apartment wise. So they are telling ceiling limit of 7,500 per month shall be applied separately for each residential apartment. What if the amount is 8,000 rupees? Will GST come only on 500 or GST will come on the entire amount? So they told if amount exceeds 7,500, GST shall be payable on the entire. Is my point clear to all of you? The next one over here, all these are okay. I like this one. This one and the next one. Very, very important to understand. Everyone listen. First of all, tell me one thing. What is pure labor services? Pure services by way of providing pure labor contract. People, can I explain this directly? Everyone understand. I am under Pradhan Mantri Awas Yojana. I am under Pradhan Mantri Awas Yojana. It means I've got support from the government of India to make my own house. To make my own house or to repair my own house or to construct my own house or to renovate my house. Government of India has given me 2 lakh rupees. I went ahead to one person and I told, please provide me laborers. He is providing me pure labor. I am paying him 50,000 rupees. He will not charge me any GST. Because I am under the Pradhan. Just imagine, if he charges me GST, out of the money given by government, again money is going back to the government. I'll tell, why government, why did you give me money if you are charging me GST? So they went ahead and told, whenever anybody is providing you pure labor services and you are paying them the money because you got the contribution from the government only, no? Government is giving people, Pradhan Mantri Awas Yojana mein, government is giving you support to make your own house. And so government will not go ahead and charge any GST. My point clear to all of you. But you can get your original work done. It means new home done. Or you can get repairing done or renovation done. All the case, it will be always accepted. Is my point clear to all of you? Now, everyone listen to me very carefully. I want to make my own home sweet home. I did not get any Pradhan Mantri Awas Yojana, but I want to make one single residential house. Arey Baba, government is selling food, clothing and shelter is very important. If you are making your own house without my support also, if anybody provides you pure labor, only laborers, whatever amount that person will collect. For example, you are paying him 50,000, he will not charge you any GST because you are making your own house. But here, remember, the exemption is only limited to a new house, original work only. But here, it was relating to new house, renovation, alteration, whatever you do, you will be exempted because you are under Pradhan Mantri Awas Yojana. But remember one thing, only laborers, pure labor service is exempted. What if it's a works contract? wherein goods plus service both are provided, then it will be taxable. Was contract is not exempted, Baba. If I take was contract service, I am under Pradhan Mantri Awas Yojana, taxable. I took was contract service, which is goods and labor being provided together. It's always taxable. Works contract is always taxable because they have gone ahead and told pure labor contract, pure labor contract. Here it is the person is under Pradhan Mantri Awas Yojana. Here the person is just making single residential house. He is not under Pradhan Mantri Awas Yojana. Here they have told whether it is construction, erection, completion, fitting out, original work, or you are repairing. Doesn't matter. But here it is only original work. New home. Can I explain again or got it? People, did you understand both the difference? People watching at home, are we all clear with this point? Can we go ahead? Is my point clear to all of you? Yes, sir. Chalo, next. I will go ahead and tell you the next one over here is tour operator service. The last one which I'll tell is tour operator service. Everyone over here now. Tell me one thing. I am a tour operator. Okay? One person from outside India came to India. I am going to give him tour operator service. Tour operator. Okay, 1 minute. I am a tour operator in India. This is Peter from US. I am giving him tour operator service. Tour operator services. Okay? I am giving tour operator service. He paid me 1 lakh rupees. The tour is entirely going to be in India. Fully taxable. The tour is going to be entirely outside India. Fully exempted. The tour is going to be 2 days in India, 3 days in Nepal. Now 1 lakh rupees I have taken. How much will be exempted? 1 lakh into 3 days, 2 days in India. Okay, what if 5 days in India only? Full amount taxable. 5 days outside India only. Full amount exempted. 5 days में 2 days in India. 2 days taxable, 3 days exempt. So 3 days means 3 divided by 5. It means how much exempt? 60,000? No, government told maximum is only 50%. So how much is exempt? Only 50,000 and remaining 50,000 will be taxable. Is my point clear to all of you? Can I explain again or got it? Now tell me one thing. Peter from US came. I went ahead and gave him tour operator services. He is going to pay me 1 lakh rupees for 5 days, 3 days in India, 2 days in Nepal. Can you tell me 1 lakh rupees say how much is the exemption? It is 2 days means 40,000 or 50%. 40,000 or 50,000, which is lower? The exemption is only 40,000. Remaining 50,000 will be taxable. Is my point clear to all of you? The exemption limited only to 40. Is my point clear? Proportionate or 50% is the exemption. Whichever is lower. Are we all clear till here, everyone? This tour operator service covered. This tour operator service covered. When tour is totally outside India, it is exempted. If it is partly in India, partly outside India, proportionate exemption. Can we go ahead, everyone? People, all other services which are there are just for the purpose of reading. Once you can read, there is nothing for me to specifically explain. I have gone ahead and told you here. Remember renting of residential property wala, renting wala point which I have told you. Please remember it. Don't leave it and go. These are all done over here on the right hand side. If I go ahead and see, Baba, remember business facilitator, business correspondent, rural area. I've already told you, correct? This point I've already explained you earlier. Please remember this point. Don't leave it. Other than this, R&D services. These 3 points I've already told you. I've seen this point in the exam. That's why I'm telling you. Here, foreign diplomat mission wala, they will not tell you buy. They will tell you to. Can we go ahead and to means always taxable. To means T, it will start. You remember, to means T. Array, to means taxable. TT. T for to, T for taxable. 5 is exempted. Next, recognize port body wala point, non-profit entity wala point. Pure labor services I told you. Pure labor services I told you. Tour operator services I told you. And the last one, this tour operator services also I told you. Other than this, Baba, anything can come, but still you can just read and go. The other services, just read once and go for exam. Done, everyone. I'll close my revision on the chapter of exemption. If you revise it properly, you're done for your exam. Right, everyone? I'll close my revision on the chapter of exemption. Done. All right, people, let's go ahead and now move to the next chapter. The next chapter which we are going to revise is the chapter of value of supply. Sir, chapter number, everyone? 7. Chapter number 7. Value of supply. See, Baba, where does the chapter come in linking? We started learning GST with goods or service. Goods or service has to be
supplied. Supply can be either interstate supply or supply can be either intrastate. Interstate supply, IGST will get levied. Intra, CGST will get levied and SGST will get levied. Why do I write CGST? Only because SGST is not a part of our syllabus. Correct, everyone? Once GST gets levied, GST should be collected and paid by a taxable person. How will you collect and pay? Now, when I have to collect and pay, I have to go ahead and calculate the GST. And calculation of GST is equal to GST is equal to value of my supply multiplied by rate of tax. For an example, I went ahead and supplied mobile phone for 10,000. Rate of GST which is there is 18%. Then I should just collect 1800 rupees and pay it to the government. Is my point clear to all of you? So this is the chapter which will tell us what is the value. You have to go ahead and pay the GST, and value is explained by section number 15. Rate of tax is notified by the government on recommendation of council. So this will be given by the government, and this we have to go ahead and find it out. Everyone over here now. Value of supply as a chapter is an A graded chapter. You will see one question in the exam. Everyone over here now, listen. Sir, GST is equal to value. How do you find out GST? GST is equal to value into rate of tax. Now this rate, though, it will be notified by the government on recommendation of council. How to find out the value? Now here, value, see, sometime what happens, even without consideration also, your activity will be considered as supply. Do you remember, everyone? In that scenario, without consideration also, section number 7(1)(c), schedule 1, 4 activities without consideration also, your activities are considered as supply. In that scenario, the value is not ascertainable. Correct, everyone? Because it is without consideration. That time you go ahead and apply valuation rule when value cannot be determined. But sir, if generally you go ahead and see, for an example, I went ahead and gave you a class. I went ahead and gave you a class for 5,000 rupees. Then what is the value of my supply, everyone? 5,000 rupees. Is my point clear to all of you? That's what they're going ahead and telling. If you say the value is ascertainable, it means they're going ahead and telling section number 15(1), transaction value will be your value. Transaction value will be your value of supply. So for example, I went ahead and gave you the class for 5,000 rupees. What is the value of my supply? 5,000, because that is the transaction value. Now they are telling, what do you mean by transaction value? Transaction value means what is the price paid by the front party, or the price which is payable, the price which has been paid by you, or the price which has to be, which is payable. Plus, we should be unrelated, and what you are paying me is only money. Price is the sole consideration. You have not paid me anything else. So what do you mean by transaction value, everyone? What is the price paid by you, or whatever is the price payable by you, when we both are not related, and what price is the sole consideration means you are only paying me money and you are not paying me something else. Is my point clear to all of you, everyone? And that's what they're telling. Value of supply is always the transaction value. Now, what are the things to be included in the value of supply? What are the things to be included in the value of supply? The various inclusions in the value of supply, they have gone ahead and told that, sir, you have to go ahead and include this item. Number one is any duties, taxes, cess, any duties, taxes, cess, fees other than GST whenever it is charged separately. So people, if I've gone ahead and charged you entertainment tax, if I've gone ahead and charged you municipal taxes, if I've gone ahead and charged you any taxes other than GST, it also has to be included in the value of supply, and I should go ahead and charge GST on that amount also. So they've gone ahead and told any taxes, any cess, any fees other than GST. But here remember one thing, any TCS which is collected by me under Income Tax Act, TCS which is collected by me under Income Tax Act. For an example, I went ahead and sold you a car worth rupees 11 lakh. 11 lakh by 11,000 rupees I've collected TCS. TCS will not come in the value of my supply. Remember, TCS under income tax is not to be included in value of supply. It's just an interim levy and does not have the characteristic of tax. I went ahead and levied TCS. TCS under income tax, you will get the credit back. So it is not actually a tax only, and hence TCS is not to be included in the value. The next one over here comes to us. Any obligation of the supplier made by the recipient. For an example, you entered and supplied me a machine worth rupees 1 lakh. I went ahead and paid you 80,000. On your behalf, I paid someone 20,000 rupees. So I have actually paid you 80, but on your behalf, I paid someone 20. So what is the value of your supply? The value of the machine will be 80 plus 20 is what they are trying to say. Any obligation of the supplier made by the recipient. I for incidental expenses. Any incidental expenses which you have gone ahead and done for the supply and you have gone ahead and charged me. They are going ahead and telling, including selling commission, packing, any amount charged for anything done by the supplier. You have gone ahead and supplied to me any amount charged, weighment charges, installation charges, designing charges, transportation charges, whatever you have gone ahead and charged me, it with respect to the supply at the time of or before the delivery of the goods or supplying of service, that will be included in the value of supply. Any incidental charges, any amount charged by the supplier for the supply will be included. Are we all clear till here? For an example, supplier went ahead and told me, I'll give you one more example. Supplier went ahead and told me, I will charge you transportation charges, weighment charges, sir, installation charges, erection charges. Sir, all these charges which are there will be included in your value of supply. ठीक है everyone. Now let's go ahead. The next one, IPL, interest, penalty and late fee for delayed payment. Remember one thing, if I go ahead and charge you any interest, penalty and late fee, always IPL will be included in the value of supply. For example, I went ahead and supplied you goods worth rupees 1 lakh. I went ahead and supplied you goods worth rupees 1 lakh over here, and later you did not make me the payment on time, so I went ahead and charged you additionally 10,000 rupees by giving me a debit note. Then remember one thing, this interest which I've gone ahead and charged, it is because of a principal supply, and interest will also become taxable. But here the interest per GST rate which will be applied will be of the principal supply. Now interest, whenever you go ahead and collect, if you collect, you have to pay GST. If you don't collect, you don't have to pay. If you collect separately GST, you have to pay the GST to the government. If you collect an amount and you did not collect the GST separately, whatever amount collected will be inclusive of GST, is what they are trying to say over here. It says IPL always assume to be inclusive of GST. Hence, in your exam, if they have not told anything, always assume interest is inclusive of GST, and hence always do a back calculation, amount divided by 100 plus rate into 100, and you will find out the value. So whatever is the interest rate, interest they have gone ahead and told you interest is 10,000 rupees. Whatever is the 100 rupees plus GST rate is 18% into 100, you go ahead and do, and that amount will be included in your value of supply. Always interest exclude the interest always exclude the GST portion and then include in your value of supply. Is my point clear to all of you? Do you guys recall, everyone? Chalo. The next one over here is, but if rate is not given in the question, then remember the total amount can be taken in the value of supply ka calculation. For example, in your exam, they have not gone ahead and given you interest ka rate only. Then how will you go ahead and multiply over here? You don't have interest ka rate only. So whatever amount of interest, penalty and late fees there, total amount can be included in your value of supply. Everyone over here now listen. Now here there is one small point which is there relating to clarification for interest, penalty and late fee. I'll go ahead and tell you over here. Clarification on GST, clarification of GST on delayed payment of EMI. Again, interest ka portion only. Tell me one thing, everyone. For an example, one shopkeeper is there. Uncle over here. I am over here. I went ahead and told uncle, I want a mobile phone. Uncle went ahead and told, okay, I'll give you a mobile phone. You have to pay me 40,000 rupees. What is the value of supply uncle has done? Tell them about 40,000 rupees. ठीक है everyone. Now I went ahead and told uncle, I want a mobile phone. Uncle told, okay, I will give you a mobile phone. But I told I don't have money. I will go ahead and give you uncle every month 10,000 rupees. 10,000 rupees. I will give you every month 10,000 plus 1,000 interest. I will give you 1,000 rupees. 10,000 rupees plus 1,000 rupees interest. I'll give 10,000 rupees plus 1,000 interest. I'll give 10,000 rupees plus 1,000 interest. I'll give any delay. I'll give you 500 rupees delayed payment charges also for late fee. Or penal interest, I'll go ahead and give it to you. Now, the question which came was, what is the value of supply of mobile phone by the uncle? Is it 40,000 or 44,500 now? Remember one thing, any interest, any penal interest, etc. to be charged, it will be included in the value of supply, and hence his value of supply will be how much, everyone? 44,500. Now, again, I'll go ahead and give you an example. Uncle is over here. I am over here. I told uncle, please give me a mobile phone. Uncle told, okay, I'll give you a mobile phone. Money, I told, I don't have money. Please give me EMI. Uncle told, get lost. I will not give you EMI. So I went to Bajaj Finance and I told Bajaj Finance, please give me a loan of 40,000 rupees. I will go ahead and pay you every month 10,000 rupees plus 1,000 interest, 10,000 rupees plus 1,000 rupees interest, 10,000 rupees plus 1,000 rupees interest, and 10,000 rupees plus 1,000 rupees interest. I'll go ahead and pay it to you. Any delay, I'll pay you penal interest also. Don't worry about it. Now, in this scenario, tell me one thing. He went ahead and gave me a loan. I threw the check on uncle's face, and uncle went ahead and supplied me the mobile phone. Correct, everyone? You tell me what is the value of supply over here? 40,000. But now what happened in this scenario? He went ahead and gave me a loan and I'm paying him interest also. Do you guys agree with me? In this scenario, is the interest taxable or interest is exempted? Exempted. Interest is exempted because this is one independent supply and this is one. This is independent and this is an independent supply. Here the value of supply of mobile phone is 40,000 rupees. Here it's a loan transaction and interest will be exempt. Is my point clear to all of you? Everyone over here now, this was over here. If supplier gives you the EMI, then supplier will include the interest or the penal interest in this value of supply. But if third party finance company goes ahead and gives you a loan, in the second example, when the third example, basically when the Bajaj Finance went ahead and gave you a loan. In that scenario, such penal interest is exempted under entry number 27 of the exemption notification. Now, one more del creditor agent wala point is over here relating to interest only. Let's go ahead and understand about del creditor agent. Everyone, what do you mean by del creditor agent, everyone? What do you mean by del creditor agent, everyone? A del creditor agent is an agent who tells his principal. Everyone listen to me very carefully. I'm a del creditor agent. I will tell my principal, you don't worry about it. If this fellow, the customer does not go ahead and make the payment, I will go ahead and make the payment to you. A del creditor agent is an agent who goes ahead and tells the principal that if customer defaults in making the payment, I will make you the timely payment. Don't worry about it. Are we all clear till here? Now, in this scenario, for an example, I'm a del creditor agent. Here there is a customer. Naveen, get up.
Get up, Baba, get up. Class is going on. Okay? Here, principal went ahead and directly gave the invoice to the customer saying, I want 1 lakh rupees. Take everyone. Now, customer was not making the payment. So, what I did over here, I am the Dell credit agent, right? So, I told the principal, I will make the payment to you. I made the payment to the principal. Now, I will tell the customer, hey, shameless fellow, you did not make the payment. So, I made the payment to him. Now, it is like I have given you a loan. Correct or not, everyone? It is like I have given you a loan by making the payment on your behalf. So, you have to go ahead and pay me interest. My question to all of you, is this interest taxable or is this interest exempted? Because it's an independent loan transaction, this interest will be exempted. It will never become part of the value of supply of the principal. Do you guys agree with me, everyone? Supposingly, this is the principal over here. This is the Dell credit agent, and this is the customer over here. Principal send me the goods. I issued the invoice in my name, agent's name. Now the customer was not making the payment, so I made the payment to the principal. Later I went ahead and told the customer, hey, you now have to pay me 1 lakh rupees, plus because I made the payment on your behalf, you have to go ahead and give me interest also. My question to all of you guys, now in my value of supply, will this interest be included? Yes or no, everyone? Yes. And will this interest be taxable? Yes. At what rate? Principal supply में whatever rate of GST has come. Do you guys agree with me, everyone? And that's what they have gone ahead and told. Scope and ambit of principal agent relationship in the context of Dell credit agent. Remember one thing: if the agent issues the invoice in his name, now he is receiving the amount plus interest. That interest will be taxable at the rate of principal supply. If principal has issued the invoice and agent is receiving the interest, that interest is independent loan transaction and that interest will be exempted. Everyone over here now, it says Dell credit agent, an agent who guarantees payment to the supplier in scenarios when the buyer fails to pay. If the buyer does not pay, I will make the payment to you, sir. Don't worry about it. In order to guarantee timely payment, Dell credit agent resort to paying the supplier himself and later recovering it from the buyer with interest. Now, in this scenario, if the Dell credit agent falls under Schedule 1, if I am falling under Schedule 1, means I have gone ahead and given the invoice in my name. In this scenario, if I am receiving interest, interest will be taxable at the rate of principal supply. It will be included in the value of supply. Do you guys agree with me, everyone? Temporary loan no longer retains its independent supply and it is subsumed in the supply of goods by the Dell credit agent. Interest charged from the recipient to be included in the value of supply. If Dell credit agent does not fall in Schedule 1, paragraph number 3, means principal has directly issued the invoice. My question to all of you, in this scenario, if I am receiving interest, is it taxable or exempted? Tell na baba. Exempted. Temporary loan or to the recipient is an independent transaction not to be included in the value of supply. Is my point clear to all of you, everyone? The next one, everyone over here. Tell me one thing, the last one. Sir, what are the various things which are to be included in the value of supply? Section number 15.2 went ahead and told you what are the various things to be included. Correct, everyone? Section number 15.2 may I have to tell you, you have to remember TOPIICS. Remember TOPIICS. T for any taxes, cess, fees other than GST. Don't include GST. And also remember circular says don't include TCS also under income tax. Can I go ahead, everyone? O for obligation of supplier made by recipient. Correct, everyone? P for packing charges. I for incidental expenses. I for IPL. C for commission. Remember, it is only selling commission. Correct, everyone? In the exam, if they tell you purchase commission, purchase means buying commission. Don't include buying commission. Don't include purchase commission. Can I go ahead, everyone? And S for the last one, which is called subsidy. Everyone, listen to me very carefully. Everyone, over here now. The last one is what, everyone? Subsidy. So this is topics over here, and the last one is subsidy. Subsidy directly linked to the price, excluding central government and state government ka subsidy. Everyone listen to me very carefully now. Sir, can you please explain subsidy wala point? Okay, let's understand subsidy. Everyone, subsidy. Subsidy can be of two types which is there. One is subsidy which is given by government and one can be subsidy which is given by others. Others means it can be NGO who has given you the subsidy. It can be supposingly, hello, CSR company has gone ahead and given you the subsidy. Anyone has given you the subsidy. Always remember one thing, everyone over here now. If you have gone ahead and received the subsidy, and you have already reduced the price, you receive one subsidy and you reduce the price. Government does not want GST on reduced price. Government wants GST on complete price. And hence, government goes ahead and says, please add back the subsidy. Are you clear, everyone? Now listen to me very carefully. If it is governmental subsidy, it will link to price means because of the receipt of subsidy, your price should have fallen down. Subsidy directly linked to the price means because of the receipt of subsidy, your price should be impacted. Now, in the question paper, if they have gone ahead and given you a subsidy, which is received from NGO, which is received from a company as a CSR activity, and they say price is after considering subsidy, or price is net of subsidy, price is after deducting subsidy, price is after considering subsidy, it means price has already been reduced. Government does not want GST on reduced price. You have to add back the subsidy. Is my point clear to all of you? If they go ahead and give you in the exam, sir, price is over here only. They say you, sir, price has not been reduced till now, and they tell you subsidy, will you add it again and make it double? No. You have to remember one thing. If they give you in the exam, price is net of subsidy, price is after reducing subsidy, price may subsidy has been considered, it means price is already reduced. Please add it back, bring it to the current, bring it to the back to the level, and then pay the GST. Is my point clear to all of you? And that is why subsidy should be always added back. But you have to see in the question, have they given you net or have they given you gross? Gross, then don't add it again. If they have given you net after considering, means it is net, so please add it back. But only thing you have to remember, if it is government subsidy, add back should not be done. Here it should be. Can I go ahead, everyone? And that's what they are going in and telling, sir, subsidy directly linked to price should be added back other than government ka subsidy. Now here they have gone ahead and told incentive paid by Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology to banks for promoting RuPay card and low Bhim UPI are also subsidies. They are also subsidies. But tell me one thing, everyone, it is government ka subsidy, yes or no, everyone? And hence, will it be included or not to be included, everyone? Hey, tell na baba. See, exempt means what? Not to be included. Everyone over here, I've gone ahead and told, see, this is, these subsidies are not taxable because all these banks for no, government gives subsidy, which government ka department, Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology will go ahead and give subsidy to all the banks, etc. Okay? Why? Because banks are promoting RuPay card, debit RuPay card, etc. Now, if bank is getting subsidy, it is what, everyone? Incentive is what? Subsidy, and hence not to be included in the value of supply. It is exempted, means not taxable. Can I go ahead, everyone? Everyone over here now. The next one, section number 15.3 goes ahead and says, people tell me one thing. I went in and told you section number 15. Section number 15 may 1 may I told you value of supply is always the transaction value. 15.2 topics to be included. Can you tell me what is topics, everyone? T for taxes, O for obligation of supplier made by the recipient, P for packing, I for incidental, I for interest, C for commission, and S for subsidies. Can I go ahead, everyone? Are we all clear till here? Next. Everyone over here now. The next one is section number 15.3, which goes ahead and talks about what, everyone? Discount. Now remember one thing, discount can be given before or at the time of supply. If discount is given before or at the time of supply and it is recorded in the invoice, means you have gone ahead and recorded in the invoice saying 10,000 rupees ka item, 5,000 rupees ka discount. Then remember, only the GST will come on the remaining amount, which is 5,000 rupees. Any discount by whatever name called, you call it cash discount, trade discount. If the discount has been recorded in the invoice, reduced from the invoice, and then net value pay only GST will be payable. Now they go ahead and say discount can be given after supply also. Means I have gone ahead and already supplied you. I told you if you go ahead and meet the sales target, I'll give you further additional discount. I told you if you go ahead and meet the turnover, I'll give you discount. Year end pay, I'll give you discount. All these discounts are called after supply. If I've gone ahead and given a discount, remember one thing, that discount will be reduced from the value only if three conditions are satisfied. If I have to tell you, see everyone, if discount is given after supply, I went ahead and sold you the goods. I told, hey, meet the sale target. I will go ahead and give you year end pay 10% more discount. Then, Baba, remember, first of all, prior agreement should be there between me and you. Prior agreement. Secondly, I will go ahead and issue you a credit note linking to the invoice saying this invoice ke liye, this is the credit note. Please go ahead and reduce the ITC which you had taken. Because you had taken ITC originally. Now, when I return you the money by giving discount, you should reduce your credit also. So what I am going ahead and telling, discount should be specifically linked to invoice. Invoice ka linking ke saath, I will give you a credit note and you should go ahead and reduce your ITC. Attributable ITC has been reversed by the recipient on the basis of credit note. Then remember one thing, discount will be excluded from my value of supply. For example, I had made a supply of 10,000 rupees. Later, I issued you a credit note. People, 10,000 rupees plus GST, I had gone ahead and issued you 1,000 rupees GST, I had gone ahead and charged you. You had taken the ITC of 1,000 rupees. Now you should go ahead and if I go ahead and issue you a credit note of 1,000 plus GST 100 rupees, then 100 rupees ka GST, you should go ahead and reverse it. Then my value of supply will become how much, everyone? 10,000 rupees. 1,000 rupees I returned. My value of supply will become 9,000 rupees. That's what they're going ahead and told. But what are the conditions to be satisfied for discount to be excluded? Number one, I should have an agreement with you that I'll give you a discount. Secondly, linking to the invoice. L for linking to the invoice, I should go ahead and give you a credit note. And then, Baba, thirdly, the ITC, if I give you a credit note, it means I returned your value, I returned your GST, you should go ahead and reverse the GST and pay it back to the government. Ali condition. Agreement? Link to invoice, I should give you credit note. When I give you credit note, I'm returning money plus GST. You should reverse the credit, and that is why then what will happen? Discount will be excluded. If by chance any of the condition is not satisfied, discount will not be excluded. Are we all clear with this point? Everyone, listen to me very carefully. Remember one thing: there are some notes which I have written. Refundable deposit do not constitute consideration, hence do not include in value of supply. For example, I went ahead and gave you my house on rent, but when I gave you the house on rent, I went ahead and took from you 50,000 rupees deposit. That way I will go ahead and return it to you. That 50,000 is never my value of supply because I have not gone ahead and given you any service in return of that 50,000, and hence whenever you receive any deposit from any person, that deposit is never consideration, never to be included in value of supply because you received the deposit. But have you given any service or goods for that? No. The next one, FOR. Sometimes the question will go ahead and tell you FOR contract. FOR contract means freight on road contract. In this scenario, I am the supplier. If I tell FOR contract means I have gone ahead and told I will take the responsibility of making the goods reach your premises. Now, supposedly in the question they have gone ahead and told it's an FOR contract, but the recipient went ahead and paid the GTA. It means it was supplier's obligation. I told I will make the goods reach your premises and you paid the GTA. It means supplier's obligation made by the recipient. It will be included in my value of supply. That's what that one will tell. Freight on road means transportation is the responsibility of the supplier. Now here one small point came, mechanism. Sir, people went ahead and asked, sir, whether the recipient has reversed the credit or not, how will you come to know? You told only if I issue him a credit note, he should reverse the credit. Only then my value of supply will become from 10,000 to 9,000. Do you guys agree with me, everyone? Sir, how do I know whether he has gone ahead and reduced the credit or not? So government introduced a mechanism over here, mechanism to verify ITC reversal. Government told if the amount is more than 5 lakh rupees, the amount of reversal which is there is more than how much, everyone? 5 lakh rupees. Then remember, supplier to procure a CS certificate from the recipient. I should take a CS certificate from you. CS should certify that you have gone and reversed the credit. But if the amount is less than equal to 5 lakh rupees, then supplier to procure an undertaking or a certificate from the recipient. You should give an undertaking that yes, I have gone and reversed the credit. People, please quickly see and tell me, is section number 15.1, 15.2 and 15.3 clear to all of you? Section number 15.1 told transaction value, 15.2 told about topics to be included, and 15.3 went ahead and told about discount. Now comes section number 15.4. Section number 15.4 goes ahead and says, sir, if the value cannot be determined under subsection 1, it means if your transaction value is not acceptable, might be parties are related. Might be I gave you the class, you gave me money, plus you went ahead and gave me your gold watch, or you gave me your gold chain. Then remember one thing, if value cannot be determined under subsection 1, then you should always go ahead and apply what, everyone? Rule number 27 to rule number 31. What they are going ahead and telling, if value cannot be determined, just give me a second. Sir, if value cannot be determined under subsection 1, then you should always go ahead and apply what, everyone? Rule number 27 to rule number 31. They have gone ahead and told over here, sir, 27, 28, 29. Can we go ahead, everyone? Now, sir, value of supply, if money is not the whole consideration, money is not the whole consideration means, for example, I went ahead and gave you the class. If you go ahead and pay me only in money, then section number 15.1 will apply. I went ahead and gave you the class. You did not go ahead and give me only money. You went ahead and gave me money, plus might be you went ahead and gave me your gold chain. In this scenario, what is my value of supply? They are telling Ramesh, sir, whatever is the open market value of your supply, that if that is available, that is your value of supply. So for an example, I am openly going ahead and providing my classes in the market for 10,000 rupees. You went ahead and gave me 5,000 rupees plus your gold chain. Then what is the value of my supply to you? 10,000 rupees. You will not see what I have got in return. What I have gone ahead and given you is the class ka open market value will be taken. So they have gone ahead and told open market value of supply. Sir, if that is not available, then whatever money you have given me 5,000 rupees plus you have given me additional consideration, which is the gold chain of that market price is 10,000 rupees. So what is my value of supply, everyone? 15,000. Is my point clear to all of you? For an example, what you went ahead and gave me is so precious that I am not able to find out the market value only. Sir, open market value is not available. What I gave is only class to you. And open market value is not available. Sir, open market value is not available. Money plus fair market value of additional consideration not available. What you have additionally given me, I am not able to find out the value. Then what to do? They are telling people, if that is not there, take the value of goods and service, which is of like kind and quality. What class I have given you? Like kind, similar kind, quality. If someone else is given for 8,000 rupees, we will go ahead and apply that as the value of my supply to you. Sir, if like kind and what I am giving, like kind is also not available, then do one thing, Ramesh. If that is also not available, whatever money she has paid you, 5,000 rupees she has gone ahead and paid me, plus whatever is the additional consideration she has paid, I'm not able to find out the fair market value, right? They do one thing, that additional consideration ka value you find out by applying rule number 30, which goes ahead and says, based on cost, 110% of her cost of acquisition, or her cost of production, or her cost of providing the service. You went ahead and gave me something which you had produced yourself. So if you had produced it at 10,000 rupees, 10,000 into 110% means what, everyone? 11,000 rupees will become the additional consideration ka value plus the 5,000 rupees which you gave me, and hence your value of my value of supply will become 16,000. Sir, if rule number 30 also cannot be applied, please apply rule number 31, which says apply your brain, best judgment method. It says value of supply will be reasonable means by applying section number 15 plus the earlier rules. Can we go ahead, everyone? Everyone over here now, tell me one thing. We went ahead and understood rule number 27. Rule number 27 told Ramesh, first apply open market value. If open market value is not available, money plus fair market value of the additional consideration. If that is not available, like kind and quality. If that is not available, what you have gone ahead and given me money plus additional consideration ka value, I'll find out by applying rule number 30 and 31. Can I go ahead, everyone? Now comes 28. 28 has subrule 1 and 28 has subrule 2 also. I am teaching you 28 subrule 1, which goes ahead and says, everyone, very, very important from exam point of view, they can go ahead and ask a question on rule number 28. Everyone over here now. Can we go ahead, everyone? Everyone over here now. Value of supply between related person and distinct person. Baba, do you remember related person? Related person, scope plus family plus sole agent. If I'm going in and supplying to my related person or my distinct person means same PAN, separate registration in the same state, one state registered, another state registered, one state registered, another state not registered, are distinct person. If I'm going in and supplying to my related person or distinct person except agent, so they are going in and telling agent which comes in related person, no? Array, scope plus family plus sole agent. They are telling, please don't consider sole agent over here. Please consider sole agent in rule number 29. Now, there was one old question which had come on rule number 28 where the ICI had gone ahead and given the answer in rule number 28 for agent. So always students tell me, should we apply 28 or 29? In my opinion, it should be 29. And Baba, don't worry about it. Even if you do the question by applying rule number 29, ICI will not go ahead and cut it. Can we go ahead, everyone? You can apply rule number 29 for what? Agents. Is my point clear to all of you? Everyone over here now. If I'm going in and supplying to my related person, for an example, my wife has come to my class and I've gone ahead and given her the class. In that scenario, they're going in and telling, for example, I went ahead and charged you 10,000 and I went ahead and gave the class to my wife also. My wife came to my class. In that scenario, what is the value of my supply? They went ahead and told the value of supply will be open market value. I gave you for 10,000. For her also, the value of supply will be 10,000 rupees. Sir, no. Then second one, this second point is not here. They're telling, so for they're telling over here, if that is not available, open market value is not available, what class I've given her, similar like kind and quality ka value I can go ahead and take. If that is not available, I should apply rule number 30 and then I should apply rule number 31. Remember one thing, in rule number 28, there are two provisos. If goods are further supplied by the recipient as such, I went and supplied to my related person or I went and supplied to my distinct person and they are going to supply as it is without further processing, then Baba, the value at the option of the supplier can be 90% of the price charged for like kind and quality by the recipient to his customer who are not related person. For an example, I went ahead and supplied. I am over here, everyone. I am over here and I went ahead and supplied to my related person or distinct person. Okay, everyone. My related person is going ahead and supplying. He's buying from someone else also and he's going ahead and supplying like kind and quality at 1 lakh rupees. Whatever like kind and quality item is there, no, of that I can go ahead and apply 90%. It means my value of supply to him will become 90,000 rupees. Are you guys able to understand what item I supplied to him? The same item someone else is also supplying to him. And that item he's selling in the market for 1 lakh. Of that item, I can go ahead and take what, everyone? 90%. That's what they have gone ahead and told. 90% of the price chart for like kind and quality. Not my supply ka 90%. No. What I have supplied to him of that 90% nahi. Like kind and quality ka 90% can be applied over here. And that will become my value of supply to my related person or distinct person. Can I go ahead, everyone? Are we all clear till here, everyone? Next. The next one over here is, sir, if recipient is eligible for full ITC, for example, I went in and supplied to my distinct person and my distinct person is eligible for full ITC, then remember one thing, value declared in the invoice will be deemed open market value. For example, I am the factory, you are the showroom, you are my distinct person, I went in and supplied you some item. In that scenario, whatever I declared in the invoice, I declared 1 rupee plus GST, that will only be my value of supply. I don't have to go ahead and do anything because they are going and telling if the front part is eligible for full ITC, only then this scenario can be applied, that you can go ahead and show any amount in the invoice and that will become his open market value. Open market value means that will be the value of supply. Is my point clear to all of you? Tell me one thing, rule number 28. One, I went ahead and told you, please take the open market value. If that is not available, like, kind, and quality. If that is not available, apply rule number 30 and then apply rule number 31. Everyone over here now. Is this point clear to all of you? If that is not available, please apply 30 and 31. And then I went ahead and told you there are two provisos over here. Number one, if I'm going in and supplying to my related person or distinct person and he's supplying it further, then Baba, remember, whatever like, kind, and quality is going in and supplying, of that 90% will be applied. Is my point clear to all of you? If my related person or distinct person is eligible for full ITC, then whatever I show in my invoice, 1 rupee also I showed as the value of my supply, that will only be the open market value and that will become the value of supply. Is my point clear to all of you, everyone? Can we go ahead? The next one over here is rule number 28 sub rule 2. Rule number 28 sub rule 2. It goes ahead and says value of supply by a supplier to the recipient who is a related person located in India. People, I am going in and supplying to my recipient who is also my related person and he is located in India by way of corporate guarantee to banking company or financial institution on behalf of the recipient shall be. People, tell me one thing. I am the holding company. Okay? This is my subsidiary company. For my subsidiary company, I went ahead and gave corporate guarantee to the bank. 1 minute, I went ahead and told the bank. I told, hey bank, this is a bank for an example. I told bank, please go ahead and give loan to my subsidiary company. Okay, bank told, okay, we'll give you the loan plus you give me guarantee. So when I'm giving guarantee to the bank that, okay, please give loan to my subsidiary company, don't you think I'm providing services to my subsidiary company? What is the value of my service to my subsidiary company? They have gone ahead and told, always remember one thing, Ramesh, 1% of the amount of such guarantee offered per annum or the actual consideration, whichever is higher. For example, for going ahead and giving the guarantee, I went ahead and charged my uh, subsidiary company 1 lakh rupees over here. Or supposing the loan was over here 100 crore rupees. 100 crore ka 1% is how much? Loan के लिए guarantee I gave was 100 crore. 100 crore का 1% is 1 crore, no? So my value of supply over here will be 1 crore or 1 lakh, whichever is higher. Is my point clear to all of you? But then they went ahead and told, if your recipient is eligible for full ITC, then the value declared in the invoice will be deemed open market value. Tell me one thing. For example, my subsidiary company is a registered person and it is eligible to take the ITC. Then instead of going ahead and applying all this thing, if I go ahead and show 1 rupee as my value of supply, that will only be the open market value and that will be the value of supply over here. Is my point clear to all of you? Everyone over here now, listen. For this rule number 28.2, they have gone ahead. For this rule number 28.2, they have gone ahead and given some circulars over here. Listen to me very carefully. One is taxability and valuation of personal guarantee by the director and corporate guarantee by related person. Tell me one thing, everyone. If I am the holding company and for my subsidiary company, to the bank I am giving corporate guarantee. What is corporate guarantee? When your holding company is going ahead and giving the guarantee to the bank saying, sir, please go ahead and give the loan to this person. I am giving the guarantee. So when the holding company is giving the guarantee to the bank, what is the value of supply? 1% or the actual consideration, whichever is higher. But if my related person is eligible for full ITC, whatever value I show in the invoice will become the open market value. And that will be the value of supply. Do you guys agree with me, everyone? Everyone. Now what they have gone ahead and told, what is the difference between a personal guarantee and a corporate guarantee? Corporate guarantee is when a company, my holding company guarantees the loan to the bank, guarantees to the bank saying, please give the loan to him. That's a corporate guarantee. Corporate guarantee ke liye the value is 1% of the actual consideration, whichever is higher. Do you guys agree with me, everyone? But personal guarantee means, for example, I am a director of a company and director has given a guarantee to the bank saying, please give the loan to the company. You know what? In this scenario, the company said director cannot charge anything. As per RBI guidelines, the director for giving guarantee to the bank so that the bank can go ahead and give the loan to the company said directors can't charge anything. If I can't charge anything, what is my value of supply? Zero. And that's what has been told over here. Issue whether the activity of providing personal guarantee by the director to bank or financial institution for sanctioning of what? Credit facility without any consideration will be treated as supply of service and will attract GST. Directors and companies are related person. The activity of providing personal guarantee by the director to the bank will be treated as supply of service even without consideration and value will be as per rule number 28. However, as per RBI guideline, no consideration can be paid to the director in lieu of personal guarantee except in any exceptional scenario. Hence, no question of such supply having any open market value. Hence, GST is not payable on supply of service or personal guarantee without any consideration. Whether the activity of providing corporate guarantee, Baba, corporate guarantee to you always know 1% or actual consideration, whichever is higher will be the value of supply of corporate guarantee. Remember one thing, corporate guarantee is when one company is guaranteeing to the bank saying, please give the loan to my subsidiary company. But personal guarantee is what? When director is giving the guarantee to the bank saying, please give the loan, that's a personal guarantee. And personal guarantee value of supply is 0. Corporate guarantee, the value of supply is how much, everyone? 1% or actual consideration, whichever is higher. Everyone over here now, what I've gone ahead and done is, I've gone ahead and given clarifications on various issues pertaining to taxability and valuation of corporate guarantee. Corporate guarantee rated one circular was there. I've gone ahead and given the whole circular over here. I like corporate guarantee. You can go ahead and get one question on corporate guarantee this time. Everyone over here now, determine the value of supply. People, determine the value of supply for a corporate guarantee. For a corporate guarantee, when the loan is partly or fully not availed, and the ITC eligibility before total disbursement. Tell me one thing, everyone. For example, I went in and told the bank, I am giving a corporate guarantee for 1,000 crore. I gave a corporate guarantee to a bank to give loan of how much, everyone? To my subsidiary company of 1,000 crore. My subsidiary company has gone and taken a loan of 100 crore only till now. Guarantees for 1,000, but the loan disbursement has happened only of 100 crore. In that scenario, my what is the value of my corporate guarantee? The value of my corporate guarantee is on the actual amount of loan disbursed or actual amount of guarantee given. 1,000 crore ka 1% or 100 crore ka 1%. So they went in and told over here, value of corporate guarantee is based on the guaranteed amount, not the disbursed amount. I guaranteed for 1,000 crore, 1,000 crore ka 1% or actual consideration, whichever is higher, not the disbursement amount. The recipient of corporate guarantee can avail the ITC irrespective of the loan disbursement and the disbursed amount. For example, now I went ahead and charged him 1% of 1,000 crore or actual consideration, whichever is higher, and on that I went ahead and charged him GST, my subsidiary company. Can my subsidiary company go ahead and take the ITC also, because the loan has yet not been disbursed, service has not been received, but still they can go ahead and take the ITC, no problem at all. The next one over here, tax applicability of GST in case of takeover of existing loan with an assigned corporate guarantee. For example, HDFC Bank had gone ahead and given a corporate guarantee saying, HDFC Bank, I am giving you a guarantee, please give the loan to my subsidiary company. Now HDFC ka loan has been taken over by Axis Bank. In that scenario, will I again have to go ahead and charge my subsidiary company 1% or actual consideration, whichever is higher, pay GST? No, not required. No GST impact unless fresh corporate guarantee is issued or the existing corporate guarantee has been renewed. Unless you go ahead and give a fresh corporate guarantee, there is no need. Whenever one bank loan has been taken over by another bank, in that scenario, the existing corporate guarantee continues. In that scenario, if you are not giving any corporate guarantee, new corporate guarantee, you have already paid the GST 1% or actual consideration, whichever is higher pay, so you don't have to go ahead and pay GST again. The next one over here, amount on which GST is payable when corporate guarantee is provided for multiple entities by multiple entities or co-guarantor. What they're going in and telling. For an example, everyone tell me one thing. This is the bank and this is my subsidiary company. A Limited is there and B Limited is there. Both have gone ahead and given corporate guarantee to the bank saying, please give the loan to the company. Are we all clear till here? In that scenario, I have given a loan ka guarantee of 500 crore. He has given a loan ka guarantee of 500 crore. And so you tell me one thing, what is the value of supply over here? And he has actually gone ahead and given us some amount. Do you guys agree with me? So you do one thing. You first find out 1% of this and the total actual consideration, whichever higher will come, you go ahead and take it. So yes or no, everyone? So what they have gone ahead and told, GST is payable by each co-guarantor proportionately on higher of what? 1% of the guaranteed amount. How much is the guaranteed amount? 1,000 crore. 1,000 crore ka 1% is how much? 10 crore. Or supposedly the actual consideration as 8 crore. Which is higher? 10 crore. So 5 crore pay I will go ahead and charge GST. 5 crore pay he will go ahead and charge GST. Is my point clear to all of you? That's what they have gone ahead and told. Higher of 1% or actual consideration. Total actual consideration. Next. Sir, where intra-group corporate guarantee is issued, whether GST may be paid by the recipient under reverse charge, as in the absence of actual invoice and payment, the recipient entity may not be able to claim ITC of the tax paid by the corporate guarantor. Tell me one thing, everyone, what they are going ahead and telling over here. For an example, everyone, what they are talking. If my, we'll read it again. Where intra-group corporate guarantee is issued. Intra-group means same group. Okay? Whether GST may be paid by recipient under RCM in the absence of actual invoice and payment. So for example, I have gone ahead and given guarantee for my subsidiary company, but actually there is no payment. Actually, there is no invoice which has been issued. So they are telling whether the recipient can pay GST under RCM. Have I taught you anywhere RCM on this? Have I taught you anywhere RCM on this? But if my foreign company is giving domestic company ke liye guarantee, then it's an importation of service. I should pay GST under RCM. Do you guys agree with me? But if domestic or company and subsidiary company is also domestic, then in that scenario RCM is not applicable. So what they and recipient entity may not be able to claim ITC. Okay, everyone over here now. It says domestic corporates ka case. For example, holding company and subsidiary company which is there are domestic corporates. In that scenario, GST is to be paid under forward charge mechanism. There is no reverse charge. The holding company has given subsidiary company के लिए guarantee. The holding company should go ahead and charge the GST, and holding company should pay the GST under forward charge mechanism. The supplier of the corporate guarantee must issue the invoice. To the related person under section number 31. 31 goes ahead and talks about tax invoice. Secondly, if it is a foreign entity, in this scenario, the related entity in India must pay the GST under RCM because it's an importation of service. The next one over here, whether the discharge of tax liability, people they went ahead and told 1% of the guaranteed amount per annum. It means if I have guaranteed 1000 crore rupees ka loan, 1000 crore rupees ka 1% per annum means what? 10 crore or actual consideration, whichever is higher, every year I should go ahead and pay GST on 10 crore. For everyone. Now, if I have gone ahead and given a loan ka guarantee for 5 years, it means 10 crore into GST first year, 10 crore into GST second year, 10 crore into GST third year. Every year that amount I should charge GST. Do you guys agree with me? Everyone. So every year, whatever is the amount on that, I should charge GST. So they are going ahead and telling whether the discharge of tax liability on corporate guarantee, 1% of the amount of guaranteed offered is to be done one time or yearly basis or monthly basis, and when it is for a fixed term, say 5 year or 10 year as per the loan. So people, what they are telling, value of corporate guarantee shall be higher of 1% of the amount of guaranteed offered into the number of years of guarantee offered or the actual consideration. So what they are going ahead and telling, for an example, I went ahead and guaranteed 1000 crore rupees ka loan. 1000 crore into 1% is how much, everyone? 10 crore rupees. I have guaranteed for 5 years. So my value of supply will be 50 crore or actual consideration is supposedly 60 crore, whichever is higher. And they are going in and telling, in case the corporate guarantee was issued for less than a year, say 6 months, then you have to go ahead and take not 1%, it will be 0.5% of the amount of guarantee offered or the actual consideration. 6 months, then 6 months. If it is 1 year, then 1 year. If it is 5 years, then multiplied by 5 years. Can I go ahead, everyone? Everyone over here, people tell me one thing. 6 months means it is 1%, which is divided by 2, it is 0.5%. Can I go ahead, everyone? Next. 3 months, then you have to go ahead and divide it by 4. How much ever is the period? Period के हिसाब से. It is say. Say means example. Everyone over here. If central government, if corporate guarantee is issued, say for a period of 1 year, and it is renewed 5 times for a period of 1 year each. Okay, I gave corporate guarantee only for 1 year. Then 1 year amount or the actual consideration, whichever is higher, then every year I have to keep paying. Because every year we are renewing it. So it is telling higher of 1% of the guaranteed amount or the actual consideration for the first year, and then every renewal pay, again you have to pay 1% of the actual consideration, whichever is higher. Issue whether the valuation in terms of rule number 28(2) will apply to export of service. Baba, it is not export of service means supplies in India, recipient is outside India. You have to remember one thing, the provision of this section is not applicable in case of export of service because they had clearly gone ahead and told over here, value of supply of corporate guarantee when it's supplied to a related person who is located in India. If I'm going ahead and providing corporate guarantee, for a person who is outside India, then this rule is not applicable. In case of export of service, it is not applicable. Everyone over here now, this was the last point which I've gone ahead and told. The provision of the said sub-rule shall not apply to the export of service or providing corporate guarantee between related person. Everyone over here now, please come back. After the class, we can do all the discussion. People over here now. Everyone over here. Let's go ahead. The next one. People, we are done with rule number 15. Section number 15. Section number 15. 1. Transaction value. 15.2. Topics. 15.3. Everyone. Discount. Section number 15.4. Valuation rule. Valuation rule number 27, 28, 29, 30 and 31. You know what? 28 is the most important rule out of all of them. Now come section number 15. 5 over here. Everyone listen to very carefully. Section number 15, 5 went ahead and told value of supply of notified supplies. In case of some notified supplies, they have gone ahead and told it shall be determined in the manner prescribed. So government have gone ahead and told for some things, we will go ahead and tell you how to find out the value, and government have gone ahead and told rule number 31A, rule number 31B and rule number 31C over here. Well, government have gone ahead and told value of supply of lottery, betting, gambling and horse racing. People, value of supply of what, everyone? Lottery, betting, gambling and horse racing. Lottery will be 100 divided by 128 into face value of the lottery or the price notified in the official gazette, whichever is higher. People, there is nothing for me to explain in this. Actually, it is all very theoretical concept over here. What they are telling? बाबा लॉटरी का केस में always imagine lottery is inclusive of GST 28%. Whatever is the face value or the price which is notified in the official gazette. So for example, face value is 100. Price notified in the official gazette is 150. You take whichever is which is higher, 150 multiplied by 100 divided by 28%. It means 100 divided by 128. Correct, everyone? 100 divided by 128. So basically, 150 में 28% is included. You have to take out the 28% and pay it to the government. Next one, betting, gambling, lottery, betting, gambling, and horse racing का case में whatever amount you put in the machine or whatever amount you give it for betting, that is the value of my supply. So for example, I'm allowing betting. I told give money, give. You gave me 1 lakh rupees. What is the value of my supply? 1 lakh. It is not included. It is not inclusive. It is exclusive. Can we go ahead, everyone? The next one. Value of supply of online money gaming, including only online gaming, including online money gaming. Remember one thing. See, I went ahead and told I am pokerhello.com. You went ahead and gave me 1 lakh rupees in money, or you gave me bitcoins. Doesn't matter. Whatever you gave me 1 lakh rupees. So what is my value of supply? They went ahead and clearly told over here the total amount paid by you or the total amount payable or deposited with the supplier by money or money is worth. Sir, proviso, any amount returned or refunded by supplier for any reason will not be deducted. For example, you paid me 1 lakh rupees. You played only game for 60,000 rupees. 40,000 I returned to you. But still GST I will charge you on 1 lakh rupees only. If I return any amount, that will not be excluded from my value of supply. The next one, rule number 31. See over here, value of supply of actionable claim in case of casinos. Remember one thing, again, you came to the casino, you went ahead and bought chips worth rupees 5 lakh from me. I went ahead and gave you casino ka services, betting ka services. What is the value of my supply? Tell na baba, what is the value of my supply, everyone? 5 lakh rupees over here. If by chance you played only for 3 lakh rupees and 2 lakh rupees I returned to you, that will not be deducted from the value of supply. They are going ahead and telling total amount paid or payable for purchase of coin, token, chips, or ticket, or participating in any event, including game, scheme, etc. Any amount returned will not be deducted. So you went and you came and gave me 1 lakh rupees. I gave you chips. Later you went and played, and you went and told me, sir, please return my money. 40,000 rupees I returned to you. I bought the chips back from you and returned 40,000. GST will come on 60 or 1 lakh. Tell now 1 lakh. Everyone over here now. Explanation for rule number 31B and C. Now remember one thing. For example, you went and bought coins from me. Worth rupees 1 lakh. You kept playing. You want 10 lakh rupees. So is my value of supply 10 lakh or only 1 lakh? 1 lakh. Remember, any amount received by the player by winning an event which is used by the said player for further winning without withdrawal shall not be considered in the amount paid or payable. Now you went ahead and withdrew today 10 lakh rupees and went home. Tomorrow you came back and you put 10 lakh rupees. Then what is the value of my supply? 10 lakh rupees. Is my point clear to all of you? The next one over here is rule number 38. Deduction of expenditure as pure agent. Everyone over here, listen. What is pure agent? Pure agent means my heart is pure and I'm acting as a pure agent. For example, you came to my class, you went ahead and told me, Ramesh sir, I want your class. I told I will take 5,000 rupees. Later, you went ahead and told me, sir, tomorrow you are going to the institute ka library. Do one thing, no, sir, can you buy one book for me and get it for me? I told, okay, I will go. When I'm going, see, it is not my work to go ahead and buy book for you, but as an additional service, I will go ahead and do it for you. I went to the institute. The next day, I went ahead and bought one book and gave it to you for 500 rupees. I bought it for 500. I gave it for 500. I did not use it at all. I bought it and gave it to you. In this scenario, my heart is pure. I am acting as pure agent. In my value of supply, this amount will not be included. For example, you told me, sir, can you go to the GST department and get me a GST certificate? I went in and told, okay, you told me shops and establishment certificate. I told, okay, fine, shops and establishment certificate, I'll go ahead and get it to you. I went to the department. I told, sir, the fees is 2,000 rupees, but there is out of pocket expenses of 3,000. I had already gone ahead and told you that I will not go ahead and pay any fees, any expenses which will happen at the department. You have to pay. I went ahead and paid that on your behalf and collected it from you. Then my heart is pure. In my value of supply, that amount will not be included. That's what they are trying to say. Amount. Concept of pure agent. Everyone over here now. Expenditure incurred as pure agent will be always excluded from the value of supply. Supplier should act as a pure agent of the recipient. Payment should separately be indicated in the invoice. And what the condition, everyone? I should act as your pure agent. Payment I should separately show in the invoice. In my invoice, I should show 5,000 rupees I charge for the classes. 500 was for acting as a pure agent. And supplies procured from the third party are in addition. It means what I have done for you is not with respect to my supply. It is in addition to my supply. I have gone ahead and done something for you to the services supplied on own account. Can I tell you one thing? I went ahead and told you I will give you class. For that, I'll charge you 5,000. With respect to my class, if I go ahead and charge you anything additional, that will be coming in my value of supply topics. Mein. But if anything I do outside my purview, which I have not told you that I will go ahead and give my classes. Then you told me, sir, can you buy one book for me and get? I told, okay, I'll get it for you. For the sake of convenience, if I do anything, that will not be included in my value of supply. Everyone over here now, the next one. Okay, pure, this one ke liye, one point is there over here, which I'll go ahead and tell you quickly. Everyone listen to me very carefully. Clarification on passenger service fees and user development fees. Everyone over here. For example, this is one airport. The airports are operated by airport operators. Airport operators means like Kempegoda International Airport Limited. These are companies who run the whole airport. Now there are airport operators and there are airline operators. Airport operators and airline operators. What are the two types of people I'm talking about? Airport operators and airline operators, and there is a passenger who wants to fly. Now you know what? These airport operators provide you a lot of services at the airport. Do you guys agree with me? For all the services which are provided at the airport, these people say airport operators collect passenger service fees and user development fees, but they don't collect it directly. You know what they say? They say the airline, when you are going in and issuing a ticket, for an example, you issued a ticket for 10,000 rupees, plus whatever is the GST, you go ahead and charge for your ticket, you charge it, plus also collect from the customer passenger service fees or user development fees. Why is passenger service fees and user development fees charged? Because these people are providing you lot of services at the airport. For that, from the passenger who is flying in the airport, these passenger service fees and user development fees will be collected by the airport operator. And this passenger service fees and user development fees, for example, is 500 rupees. So these people will pay to you, the airline operator, like Indigo Airline, etc. And Indigo Airline will go ahead and pay to the airport operator the 500 rupees which is there. Are we clear, everyone? My first question to all of you: this 500 rupees pay, is airport operator required to pay GST? Yes or no? Tell na Baba. They have provided a service to the passenger and amount has been collected through the airline. But still, on this 500 is GST payable. Yes, if GST was collected separately from the customer, then 500 plus GST will be paid by the airline operator to this guy, 500 plus GST, and this guy has to pay the GST to the government. Is my point clear to all of you? Tell na Baba. At least tell yes, no. Can we go ahead, everyone? Naveen? Tell yes. Can we go ahead, everyone? Everyone over here now. Listen. Now tell me one thing. For an example, you tell me one thing. What is the value of supply of airline operator? Is it airline operator ka work to collect PSF and UDF? But still they went ahead and did it for the airport operator, and hence this amount will never be included in his value of supply. He will never go ahead and charge GST for his supply was 10,000, for that he will charge GST. But for this 500, he will not charge GST. If he collects 500 plus GST, total amount will go to this airport operator. It is their value of supply. It is not his value of supply. Is my point clear to all of you? Now, to act as a pure agent, might be he'll go ahead and tell, hey, to collect money and give it to you, I'll charge you an amount. Might be he's charging 1,000 rupees plus GST to the airport operator because he's going ahead and giving them a service of acting as a pure agent. That is a supply for which the airport operator can go ahead and take the ITC of the GST which is there. Is my point clear to all of you? That's what they have gone ahead and told. They are levied by airport authorities through airline acting as a pure agent. PSF and UDF is charged by whom, everyone? Airport operators. Through whom? Airlines. They are consideration for services provided by airport authority and leviable to GST. This amount is basically a consideration which is charged by them for the services which they are providing to the passenger. Do you guys agree with me? Now, airlines should separately indicate passenger service fees, user development fees, and applicable GST in the invoice. They should always indicate their service ka GST and this amount ka GST also in the invoice. And you know what? When airline operators will go ahead and show the GST amount over here, no, the customer can go ahead and take this ITC also and this ITC also. Means the passenger who is there, who has gone ahead and paid this amount, he can go ahead and take this amount ka ITC also and this amount ka ITC also on whose invoice? Based on the invoice issued by the airline. They have gone ahead and told passenger we can take based on the invoice, recipient may avail the ITC. Is my point clear to all of you? Everyone over here now. The next one is clarification on availment of applicability of GST on electricity, supply of electricity by real estate companies, malls, etc. Everyone listen to me very carefully. What they are going in and telling over here. For example, I am a mall. For example, I have a mall. In the mall, Vijit came and told, I want a shop. I told Vijit, I will go ahead and charge you 10 lakh rupees inclusive of electricity. I did not go ahead and tell you how much electricity will come every month. I told I'll charge you 10 lakh rupees inclusive of electricity. Now 10 lakh rupees full amount I should charge GST. Do you guys agree with me? I told Vijit I will go ahead and charge you 10 lakh rupees plus whatever electricity will come. No, from everyone I will collect the actual amount and I'll deposit with the electricity department. So when I'm collecting electricity separately from all of you, and I'm not actual amount I'm collecting, so I'm acting as your pure agent, just collecting the electricity and depositing on your behalf. Electricity pay, I will not go ahead and charge any GST. But if I charge a composite amount, then total amount pay GST will come. That's what they have gone ahead and told over here. Electricity supplied bundled with renting of immobile property is a composite supply taxed accordingly. Are we clear, everyone? But electricity supplied by resident welfare association or real estate developers as pure agent will not form part of value of supply. Further, where they were charged on actual basis, they charge the same amount as charged by DISCOM. DISCOM means the electricity distribution utility. From them, they will be deemed to be acting as pure agent for this supply. So, for an example, I went ahead and charged you 10 lakh rupees rent inclusive of GST, inclusive of electricity, then total amount pay GST will come. I charge 10 lakh plus electricity actual amount pay, then electricity pay, I'm just collecting and giving it to the electricity department. I don't have to charge any GST. I will charge GST only on my rent amount. Is my point clear to all of you? Everyone over here, please come back. The next one over here is rule number 32. But rule number 32 se pehle, there is rule number 34 also. Rule number 34 goes ahead and says, if your invoice, people, if your invoice is over here in dollars, pounds, etc., how to go ahead and convert? They are going, so if you imported some service and you have to pay GST under RCM, amount is in dollars, how will you convert? They are telling if it is taxable goods or taxable service. Taxable goods, then you have to convert by applying the rate which is notified under section number 14 of the Custom Act by the CBIC. And if it is service, then you have to apply gap rate. On which day ka rate has to be applied? On the date of time of supply. On the date of time of supply. Time of supply you learn in the time of supply ka chapter. So Baba, remember, goods ke liye apply CBIC ka rate, services ke liye apply gap rate. CBIC and yeah. The next one over here is rule number 32 has come into picture. Everyone listen to very carefully. We went ahead and understood section number 15.1, 15.2, 15.3, 15.4 and 15.5 is also done. Rule number 33 I taught you. Rule number 34 I taught you. Rule number 35 is nothing but total bakwas if the amount is inclusive. How to make it exclusive? Amount divided by 100 plus rate multiplied by 100 will give you the actual value of supply. Amount divided by 100 plus rate into rate will give you the GST amount. Can I go ahead, everyone? Now, here comes rule number 32 over here. Optional valuation method in respect of certain supply. Rule number 31 goes ahead and says that it's an optional valuation method. It is not mandatory. It is optional. Rule number 32 says purchase or sale of foreign currency. If I am a person who is into purchase and sale of foreign currency, I am a money changer. Everyone, I am a money changer. Then, Baba, there is first method which has been given. You have to remember, is the currency involved INR? Means I am going ahead and giving you INR and receiving dollar, or I am giving you dollar and receiving INR. It means INR is involved. Then in that scenario, Baba, simple as that. If I am a money changer, if RBI ka reference rate today is 74 rupees per dollar, and I am selling per dollar at 75, what is my margin? 1 rupee. RBI reference rate is 74. I am selling dollars at 75. You want to buy dollar, right? I'm taking INR from you and giving dollars to you. It means I'm selling dollar. I will sell at 74 ka 75 or 74 ka 73. 74 I will sell at 75. So 1 rupee I made margin multiplied by $1,000 I gave you. So 1,000 is my value of supply. Do you guys agree with me? 74 is the RBI reference rate. I am charging you 73. You are selling me dollar. You came back from a trip. You are selling me dollar. I'll buy it at a lower price. RBI is giving it 74. You give me at 73. I'll buy it. 1 rupee is the difference. You sold me back $5,000. 5,000 into 1 is 5,000 rupees is my value of supply. Do you guys agree with me? And that's what they've gone ahead and told. Foreign currency to INR or INR foreign currency. If RBI reference rate is available, yes sir, then selling rate minus RBI reference rate. 74, 75 is the selling rate. 74 is the RBI reference rate multiplied by currency exchange. Or RBI reference rate minus the buying rate. Buying rate will always be less. Multiplied by currency exchange will be my value of supply. Sir, if RBI reference rate of that currency is not available, then what will you do? They have gone ahead and told Ramesh, simple, do one thing. Whatever is the INR you have received or the INR you have paid. For example, you gave me dollar, I gave you INR. You gave me dollar over here, I gave you INR. Whatever INR I paid, 1% will be my value of supply if the RBI reference rate of a currency is not available. Sir, what if INR is not involved? Foreign currency to foreign currency. I gave you dollar, you gave me pound. Do one thing. Dollar and pound multiply by RBI reference rate. Take whichever is lower, multiply by 1% is your value of supply. It means they are trying to tell margin will always be generally 1%. Everyone over here on the right hand side, second method. Second method means whenever I am going in and trying to find out the value of supply, if a money changer wants, he can go ahead and follow slab method also. If he has gone ahead and exchange currency up to 1 lakh rupees, you gave me 1 lakh rupees and I gave you dollars. What is the value of my supply? They are telling minimum value of your supply should be 250 rupees. Or if you gave me 50,000 rupees over here, 1% of 50,000 is 500, right? whichever is higher. If it is more than 1 lakh up to 10 lakh, listen to me very carefully, everyone. Up to 1 lakh, it is 1%. 1 lakh to 10 lakh, it means 9 lakh rupees ke liye it is 0.5%. More than 10 lakh, for example, here I went in and converted 50 lakh rupees. So 40 lakh rupees, which is the remaining amount, for that it is 0.1%. Is my point clear to all of you? And remember, the total amount should never exceed how much? 60,000. This is very important. The amount should not exceed 60,000. Everyone over here. If I'm an air travel agent, everyone, I'm an air travel agent. What is the value of my supply? For domestic booking, I can pay GST only on 5% of the basic fare. No problem. If I've done an international booking, then the value of my supply will be 10% of the basic fare. If I'm a company into life insurance business, people, I'm giving life insurance business. Whenever I insure the life, risk of your life, and you give me a premium, if I'm giving only life insurance, risk of your life only I'm covering, I'm not doing any saving policy, I'm not giving any saving policy, it is pure life insurance, then Baba, the entire amount of premium which you pay me is my value of my supply. But you went ahead and gave me 10,000 rupees and I invested some amount on your behalf. 4,000 I invested. 10,000 you gave me premium, 4,000 I invested. How much am I charging you for covering the risk of your life? 6,000. Sir, if it's a single annuity policy, then 10% of the premium which you have paid. For example, one shot I went in and told you, pay me 10 lakh rupees. You paid me 10 lakh rupees. Single annuity policy, you paid me how much? 10 lakh rupees. What is the value of my supply? 10 lakh ka 10%, 1 lakh rupees. Any other case, if I'm a life insurance company and I'm going ahead and giving services, any other case, always remember 25% of the premium which I'm charging. For example, I charge you 10,000 rupees in the first year. My value of supply will be 25%, which is 2,500. Second year onwards, it will be 10,000 rupees, which I'm charging you premium of that 12.5%, which is, that will be my value of supply. Everyone over here now, the next one. Rule number 32 says buying and selling of second-hand goods might be after minor repair. I am a second-hand goods ka dealer. What is my value of supply? Always remember, margin is my value of supply. But if I take ITC, then transaction value is my value of supply. But if I am going in and buying second-hand goods and selling after minor repair, I bought for 500, sold for 600. What is my value of supply? 100. That's all. What they are trying to say, everyone? Is ITC taken? If ITC has been taken, then the value of supply will be how much, everyone? Transaction value. But if ITC is not taken, then selling price minus purchase price, whichever is the margin, will become, if margin is negative, then ignore. For example, I am a second-hand goods car dealer. I sold one television for 10,000. The television I bought it for only for 5,000. What is my value of supply? I should charge GST only on 5,000, which is my margin. This scheme is available only for second-hand goods car dealer. Everyone listen to me very carefully. All the other things which are there, no, are total bakwas. Just for a reading purpose, you can go ahead and read. Everyone over here, you know what happens? In rule number 32, no, 2, 3, 4, and 5. 5 also I don't like. 2, 3, and 4. I have gone ahead and seen. Sometimes they give a 2 mark question. 2, 3, and 4 ka, please do numerical question and go for your exam. Everyone, please come to the next chart. Everyone over here now. Discount, I've already gone ahead and told you. Tell me one thing. Big Bazaar is going ahead and giving buy more, save more discount. Buy more, save more means buy 10,000, 10% discount. Buy 20,000, 20% discount. Buy 30,000, 30% discount. Is the discount shown in the invoice? People, is the discount shown in the invoice? Yes. Hey, you went to Big Bazaar, he told 10,000, 10% discount, 20,000, 20% discount, 30,000, 30% discount. Do they show the discount in the invoice? Yes. To be reduced from the value of supply. Can I go ahead, everyone? It is generally shown in the invoice to be excluded from the value of supply. Periodic or year-end or volume discount. What do you mean by periodic, year-end or volume discount? Year-end discount. If it is given early condition to be satisfied. You remember agreement, link to invoice, and ITC reversal by the recipient. If all the three conditions is satisfied, my value of supply will be reduced. If not satisfied, my value of supply will not be reduced. Secondary discount. What is secondary discount? Secondary discounts are those discounts which I give you later, which I don't even have an agreement with. If agreement is not there, it will never be reduced from the value of supply. Next. Clarification on taxability of no claim bonus offered by insurance company. Everyone over here now. I went ahead and bought one insurance for 10,000 rupees. I bought an insurance currently for 10,000 rupees for my car, for example. You know, I got a NCB, no claim bonus of 5,000 rupees and I am paying premium of only 5,000. Can you tell me GST will come on 10 or only 5? 5. What is no claim bonus? Because last year I did not go ahead and avail any claim. They gave me a discount of 5,000. Do you guys agree with me? Yes or no? It's generally what, everyone? It's a discount for not claiming anything. Yes or no? You know what one GST officer told Ramesh? Last year, you did not claim anything. It means last year you refrained from claiming anything. Refraining means you have given a service to the insurance company and they have given you 5,000 rupees. I told, sir, did I ever do an agreement that I refrain? I will refrain. I will not claim anything and you pay me 5. I took insurance to claim only, no? Did I ever do an agreement? I will refrain and you pay me 5,000 rupees. No. And hence, this 5,000 rupees clarified that it's generally a discount. That's all. Everyone over here now, please come to the last circular which is there. Internally generated services where head office is providing services to the branch office for which branch office can take full ITC. For example, I am the head office, you are my branch office. I am giving you the services. Everyone listen to me very carefully. Head office giving branch office ko services. Head office and branch office are related person over here. In this scenario, what is the value of my supply? Internally generated, sir. People, I am the head office, you are my branch office. Internally, I am going in and helping you. Might be in the accounting process. Internally, I am going in and helping you with my employees to go to your premises and help you with some things. So they are going in and telling, in respect of internally generated service, where head office is providing services to the branch office is available, eligible to avail full ITC. Head office may not be issuing invoice or head office may not be including cost of particular components such as salary cost while issuing tax invoice. For example, I am going in and providing some services to my branch office for which I am not giving invoice only. I told, hey, or might be when I'm giving invoice also, but my employee would have gone in and done the work. No, for employee ka salary cost, I'm not including in the invoice. You guys able to understand? I'm giving an invoice, but employee was actually doing that work. So employee ka salary cost I'm not including in the invoice. It means my invoice may employee ka salary cost has not come. So they are going in and telling whether head office is mandatorily required to issue invoice, so, and whether all cost components should be included where full ITC is available to the branch. Where branch office full ITC is available, we have already discussed whatever value you declare in the invoice is deemed as the open market value. Whether you declare 1 rupee, whether you include the salary cost or don't include doesn't matter. Yes or no, everyone? And hence they have gone ahead and told over here the value declared in the invoice by the head office shall be deemed to be the open market value irrespective of the fact whether cost of particular component has been included or not. If tax invoice has not been issued, the value of such service may be deemed to be declared as nil. Value will be declared as what, everyone? Nil. And that will be the open market value. Is my point clear to all of you? It is not necessary to include the cost component. Whatever value is shown, that is the open market value. And if invoice is not issued at all, for my branch office, whatever service I'm giving, that value will be declared as nil, and that is only the open market value. I'm not required to pay any GST. The next issue, in respect of internally generated service where full ITC is not available, whether cost of employee of the head office involved in providing the said service to the branch is mandatorily required to be included while computing the taxable value of supply by the branch to the head office to the branch. So, for example, I am the head office, you are the branch office. You are not eligible for full ITC. Might be you are supplying exempt supplies, so you are not able to take the full ITCs. Now, in that scenario, whether when I am issuing you an invoice, should I include my employee cost also in that? So they went ahead and told in respect of internally generated service where cost of employee is not mandatorily required to be included, even in case where full ITC is not available to the branch office. Sir, in case of foreign affiliate is providing services to the related domestic entity and where full ITC is available to the related domestic entity, how will value of supply be determined? For example, my foreign company is there. I am a subsidiary company in India. Imported services, I have to pay the GST under RCM. What is the value of supply of the foreign affiliate providing the services to the domestic entity? They have gone ahead and told if invoice is issued, value declared in invoice is the open market value and that is the value of supply. Foreign affiliate went ahead and gave me the services. For that, if invoice is issued, whatever value is declared in the invoice, that value will be the value of supply. On that, I can go ahead and pay the GST. Sir, if invoice is not issued, for example, my foreign affiliate is outside India. He is telling, why will I issue the invoice? They did not go ahead and give me any invoice over here. In that scenario, value of supply may be deemed to be the declared as nil and that will be deemed as the open market value. That's all they have gone ahead and clarified. People, this is done and last chart is also done. Okay, people, one small point over here is relating to business correspondent and business facilitator. This is just for the purpose of reading, but still I tell you. So for example, this is a bank over here. I am the business facilitator over here or business correspondent over here and here is the customer. Listen to me very carefully. Bank is providing the services to the customer through the business facilitator. Customer went ahead and paid me, the bank, 100 rupees. What is the value of supply of the bank? 100. Baba, bank is providing the services through the business facilitator and customer is giving the bank 100 rupees. In this scenario, bank is the service provider. Do you guys agree with me? Might be it can happen that customer paid the correspondent 100 rupees, he deducted his 20 rupees and paid the balance to the bank. Still, what is the value of supply of the bank? 100. Are you guys able to understand? Business facilitator का services के लिए he has charged 20 rupees. That is a separate transaction altogether. Is my point clear to all of you? Tell me one thing. I am the bank. I went ahead and gave the service to the customer. Customer paid 100 rupees. It came to the correspondent. He deducted his commission and remaining amount he paid to me. What is the value of my supply? Is it 80 only or total 100? Total 100 because bank is the service provider. Is my point clear to all? And whatever amount is charged by the business facilitator or business correspondent, on that, if it's a business facilitator, bank will pay GST under RCM. If it's a business correspondent, he will charge the GST to the bank and he will pay to the government. Is my point clear to all of you? But on the 100 rupees, who is liable to pay GST? Bank. Because the service provider is the. That's all they have gone ahead and told. In business facilitator, business correspondent, banking company is the service provider who is liable to pay GST on the entire amount which is charged to the customer. People, this chapter is a A-graded chapter. I'll tell you again. It's a A-graded chapter. Please mark it, everyone. It's a A-graded chapter. You will see one question in your exam. Okay? Nowadays, I've seen that topics page, generally, they don't go ahead on this. They don't go ahead and ask question because at intermediate level, they are asking. At final level, this become B-graded. Might come, might not come. But at final level, no. I believe that this valuation rule, which I've told you, is A-graded. They should ask a question from rule number 28. I love rule number 28 because they can go ahead and ask a question. People, I did not tell you about rule number 29. Rule number 29 talks about what, everyone? Value of supply of goods made or received through an agent. I missed it. Remember, open market value or 90% of the price charged for like, kind and quality to the customer. People, whatever is the open market value, if I am principal and this is my agent, what is my value of supply? Open market value, or if agent is supplying like, kind and quality of that 90% value. If that is not available, rule number 30 and rule number 30. Everyone over here now, listen. 28 is very, very important. In agent, you can apply rule number 29 in the exam safely, no problem. I like rule number 28 too because it is corporate guarantee, and corporate guarantee wala circular which is there also is a relevant circular. Okay? In all these other circulars are all okay circular. There is nothing very significant which I have to talk. This may 2, 3 and 4. 2, 3 and 4. Although C graded, but still they can go ahead and ask you. Okay? And this 3. Rule number 31, A, B, C, B graded. Might come, might not come. Please remember pure agent. They might go ahead and give you the concept of pure agent in the exam. Please remember. Done, everyone. These are some of the important points which I feel, which I've gone and told you. Here, 15, 1, 5, 15, 1, 2, 3. Okay. Rule number 28 is very, very important. I like it. Here, 31, A, B, C, I told you. Rule number 32, 33, I told you. Pure agent wala concept. Here, 32, 32, 3, 32, 4. In the next page, all are okay. Nothing very relevant. And corporate guarantee wala circular which is there. Done, everyone. I'll close my revision on the chapter of value of supply. Congratulations, people. Done. Have we covered everything? All right, students, let's go ahead and revise our next chapter now. The next chapter is tax invoice, credit note, and debit note. Everyone, listen to me very carefully. People, tell me one thing. Chapter number 8 is what, everyone? Tax invoice, credit note, and debit note. Everyone over here, listen to me very carefully. We started learning GST with goods or service. Goods or service has to be supplied. Supply can be either interstate supply or intrastate. Interstate supply, what will be levied, everyone? IGST. Intra, what gets levied, everyone? CGST. Once GST gets levied, GST should be taxable person. How will he collect and pay? He will calculate GST is equal to value of my supply into rate of tax. Now, value we know how to calculate, correct, everyone? For example, my value of supply is 10,000 rupees, rate of tax is 18%. How much GST I should collect from you? 1800. Now, I went ahead and told you, please pay 1800 rupees GST. What will you tell me? Sir, first you give the invoice. If I want to charge you something, I have to go ahead and give you a tax invoice. So now in this chapter, or if I want to charge you something more, I will give you a debit note along with the tax invoice. After that, along with the tax invoice, if later I want to charge you something more, I'll give what, everyone? Debit note. If I want to return you something, I will give you a credit note. And hence this chapter of tax invoice, credit note and debit note. Although a direct question does not come from this chapter generally, but still this chapter becomes important for you when you are going in and learning the other chapters like tax in ITC ka chapter, time of supply ka chapter. That time you should know this chapter, otherwise it becomes difficult to solve those questions. Everyone over here now, listen. Tax invoice as a chapter, you have section number 31 which talks about tax invoices, 32 which talks about prohibition, 33 goes ahead and says, sir, 33 is total bakwas. They are telling, sir, if you are going ahead and issuing a tax invoice, show the tax amount separately. Okay. And 34 is credit note and debit note. Beside that, we have rule number 55, which talks about delivery challan also in this chapter. Everyone, section number 31 has section number 31.1, 31.2, section number 31.3, section number 31.4, section number 31.5, section number 31.6, and section number 31.7. You must know when you should go ahead and issue an invoice, and that is why this chapter. Section number 31, after we have learned that, we will also be going ahead and talking about e-invoicing and dynamic QR code in the next page, which is there. Can we go ahead, everyone? Everyone over here now, listen. Tax invoice ka chapter mein, they go ahead and say tax invoice in case of goods. So if you are a supplier of goods, when will you issue the tax invoice? So sir, if my goods involve movement, means I am going ahead and sending my goods from Karnataka to Delhi. Are the goods going to move from here to Delhi? So they go ahead and say if the supply involves movement of goods before or at the time of removal, means before you go ahead and remove the goods from a factory, you should go ahead and issue the what, everyone? Tax invoice. Is my point clear? Means before the goods get out of my factory, or maximum at the time goods are getting out of my factory, my invoice should be prepared. They have gone ahead and told before or at the time of removal. Sir, in any other case, for an example, I went in and already gave you the goods. I've rented out one machine to you. Later you went in and told, sir, what rent I have to pay every month? You sell me the goods as it is, where it is. I told, okay, from today, I'm giving you the delivery of the goods. The goods are yours only. It is already lying in your premises. From today, the goods are yours. It means I gave the risk and reward. Giving the delivery means I told risk also your, reward also your. It means I gave you the delivery of the goods. I should go ahead and make the invoice. Is there any movement? No movement. I had already given it on rent to you. The machine was already there with you. I just gave you the ownership. That is called giving the delivery of the goods, giving the risk and reward. And that time I should go ahead and make the invoice. For example, this premises I occupied from one person. That person told in this premises all these chair tables are already there. Sir, from today this premises is yours. Is he moving the goods or the goods are already here? In this scenario, the day he makes it available to me, he will go ahead and give me the invoice. Is my point clear? If I am sending the goods, then remember one thing, when the goods remove from my factory, if there is movement, then when the goods are removed from my factory, invoice should be made. If movement is not there, then invoice should be made when? At the time of delivery or making it available. Now, always remember one thing, whenever you are giving the goods, it should always show what are the 5 things that should always be shown: description, quantity, value, tax, and such other particulars as told in rule number 46. What are the 5 things which are mandatorily to be shown? They are telling description should be shown, quantity should be shown, value should be shown, tax amount should be shown, and such other particulars as told in rule number 46 should be shown in rule number 46. Goes ahead and says sir, suppliers GST number, recipient GST number, suppliers address, recipient's address, all these details are to be shown. Can we go ahead, everyone? Next, sir, in invoice should always be triplicate copy. What is triplicate copy? One for the king, original, the buyer; duplicate for the transporter; and triplicate for the supplier. Original for the recipient, duplicate for the transporter, and triplicate for you yourself, supplier. Everyone over here now, if I am a supplier of service, when should I go ahead and make the invoice? So for example, I am going ahead and giving a haircut to someone. When should I make the invoice? They are telling before providing the service you make it, or after providing the service also you can make it, but within 30 days or 45 days. There are some cases when 45 days is applicable. If you are a NBFI, NBFC, banking company, financial institution, or insurance company, for you the time limit applicable is 45 days. Is my point clear to all of you? Everyone over here now, listen. So in case of services, you should make the invoice before, or you can go ahead and make the invoice after providing the service also, but within how many days? 30 days normally, 45 days in case of NBFI. Everyone over here, in case of service, the quantity is not important. You can just show the description, value, tax, and such other particulars as told in rule number 46. And one, in case of service, service can't be transported. You can't sleep at home and I can give you a haircut. There's no transportation of service which is there. Hence, always one for the recipient, one for the supplier. Always remember one thing, sir. They have gone ahead and told one thing over here. See, generally when you are going ahead and issuing an invoice, no, when you are going ahead and issuing an invoice, if the amount is less than 50,000 and you are selling to an unregistered person, when you are selling the goods to an unregistered person, in that scenario, Papa, I'll show you over here. 1 minute. Here, whenever you are going ahead and supplying to an unregistered person, and if the taxable supply is less than 50,000, then always remember one thing. Generally, you don't have to mention the name of the state, etc. But if you are a supplier, remember this point, everyone. For an example, I am a supplier through e-commerce, or e-commerce is the supplier, or OIDR supplier is there. Even if the value is less than 50,000, you have to go ahead and mention the name of the state, okay, of the recipient. See, generally, if the amount is less than 50,000, address, etc. is not required. State code, etc. is not required unless the recipient requests. But if you are a supplier, remember one thing, if you, in case the supply of online money gaming or where taxable services supplied by or through e-commerce or OIDR service provider is there, he is supplied to an unregistered person irrespective of the value. Generally below 50,000 you are not required to record the name of the state code, etc. But irrespective of the value, tax invoice should contain the name of the state of the recipient. Even if you write the name of the state of the recipient, that is enough. That will be deemed to be the address on record. AOR means address on record of the recipient in my books of account. Is my point clear to all of you? Remember this point. I like it. In case you are supplying through e-commerce, for an example, I am an e-commerce operator. Yes or no? My website is there, rameshsoni.com. So I am an e-commerce operator. If I am selling to a student, for example, a class worth rupees 7,000, he is unregistered. In that scenario, I don't have to go ahead and mention the name of the state, etc. But because I am an e-commerce operator, I have to mandatorily mention the name of the state. I should ask the student when he is buying, what is your state? So that I can go ahead and charge the appropriate GST. Only if I know the state, that is more than enough. I don't need his full address. Because full address is required only when delivery of something has to be done. If I am going ahead and giving e-commerce operator, then e-commerce operator ka case mein they are going ahead and telling, if you don't need it, don't take it. Only state is enough. Can we go ahead, everyone? The next one over here is section number 31.3, which goes ahead and says, notwithstanding anything told in 1 and 2. Whatever is told in 1 and 2, subsection 1 and 2 for goods and service, forget it. 31.3 may they have gone ahead and told for certain things tax invoices to be issued. Number 1, it goes ahead and talks about revised tax invoice. Do you remember, everyone? Revised tax invoice should be issued within how much time? You became liable. You should apply within 30 days. Residence certificate granted. Residence certificate will be valid from the date of becoming liable. So from the date of becoming liable till the date of grant of RC, whatever supplies you have gone ahead and done, for all the supplies you have to go ahead and issue what? Revised tax invoice within 1 month. And that revised tax invoice should be issued for invoices between effective date, the date you became liable, till the date of issuance of registration certificate. Is my point clear to all of you? Tell me one thing, everyone. I became liable. I should go ahead and apply within 30 days over here. I went ahead and applied over here. Here, residence certificate is granted. Residence certificate is valid from here. So from here till the date of grant of RC, whatever supplies I have gone ahead and done, for that I will go ahead and issue what, everyone? Revised tax invoice. Yes or no, everyone? But you tell me, for 1 rupee, 2 rupee, 5 rupees, etc. also I'll keep issuing revised tax invoice. No, government went ahead and told not required. Remember one thing, if you had gone ahead and supplied during this period to registered person, then Baba, whether intra or inter, doesn't matter, you have to give individually a revised tax invoice for all the sale. Is my point clear to all of you? But during this period, if you have gone ahead and done a supply to an unregistered person, then remember one thing, if it was an intra-state supply, intra means within the state, then you can just make one consolidated revised tax invoice, consolidated revised tax invoice for all the sales which you have done. But if it was interstate supply, interstate also, state-wise you have to go ahead and make, state-wise consolidated revised tax invoice. Or done, everyone? But here also one point is there, if the value of any supply was more than 2.5 lakh, then Baba, consolidated revised tax invoice is not possible. You have to make an individual tax invoice for that particular supply. People, registered person ka case mein consolidated revised tax invoice is possible, not possible? Individually for every sale you have to give revised tax invoices. Do you guys agree with me? And unregistered person ka case mein intra, within the state sale ke liye just make one. Outside the state sale ke liye, for every state make one. But if inter is there and any sale value is more than 2.5 lakh, then consolidation is not possible. You have to make individually revised tax invoice. Is this point clear to all of you? That's all they have gone ahead and told over here. For intrastate, issued consolidated revised tax invoice. For all taxable supply. For interstate, no consolidated if value of supply is more than 2.5 lakh. It is not 1, it is 2.5 only. Remember that. And these are called B2C big invoices, B2C large invoices. Remember, for registered person, whether intra or inter, there is no consolidated revised tax invoice ka concept at all. Next, sir, if I am going and supplying and the amount, value of supply is less than 200, then remember, if value is less than 200 and recipient is unregistered, you don't have to go ahead and issue any invoice at all to him. What they are going ahead and telling, and he does not require. For example, one guy came to my shop, he is telling, Ramesh uncle, 1 rupee ka chocolate you gave me. I gave him 1 rupee ka chocolate. 1 rupee ke liye 2 rupees ka print out invoice I will give him. So in that scenario, government is telling, if you are going in and supplying to a recipient who are unregistered and he does not ask for any invoice, then Baba, don't give him an invoice. But for all these 2 rupees, 3 rupees, 5 rupees, 10 rupees, 20 rupees, 30 rupees ka sale, at the end of the day, make one consolidated tax invoice. They are telling, sir, registered person will issue consolidated tax invoice at the end of the day for all such supply. The third one over here, if I am supplying exempted goods services or I am a composition dealer, will I issue tax invoice? Everyone, if I am a composition dealer, I'll issue what, everyone? Bill of supply, B ka, I ka. this thing has flown from here to there. Please bring it back. Can we go ahead, everyone? The next one over here is no bill of supply. Again, if you have gone ahead and supplied, if you're a composition dealer or you're supplying exempt supply, no bill of supply if the amount is less than 200 rupees. The next one over here, everyone always tell me one thing. If I go ahead and receive an advance, if I go ahead and receive a advance with respect to service, goods के लिए advance पे you don't have to pay GST. But if for service I go ahead and receive any advance, for any service I've gone ahead and received a advance, remember one thing, I have to go ahead and issue a receipt voucher. And I should pay the GST to the government. Do you guys agree with me, everyone? Now, supposingly, this guy went ahead and told me, I don't want any supply from you. I don't want any tax invoice from you. Please return my money. If I go ahead and refund the money to him, I should issue him a refund voucher. And you know what, everyone? You have to apply for this also as refund, and government will go ahead and refund the GST which you had paid to the. Is my point clear to all? I received one advance, I paid the GST to the government. I will issue a receipt voucher. If I did not make any supply, I did not issue tax invoice, and I return the money to you, I will issue a refund voucher, and government will also give a refund to me. There is no adjustment. Government will refund the amount to me. Is my point clear to all of you? See what they have gone ahead and told over here. Registered person on receipt of advance with respect to goods, services, or both, issue a receipt voucher evidencing the receipt of payment. And sir, if supply or rate of tax is not determinable, when you have received an advance, you don't know, am I going to supply within the state or outside the state? I don't know what is the rate of GST of the item which I'm going to supply in future. Then you can pay IGST at the rate of 18% on the advance received when you are paying the GST to the government. If no supply, no tax invoice is issued, and you are refunding the advance, issue a refund voucher. Now, the F point, which is there, is an important amendment point. Listen carefully, everyone. It says, if registered person is liable to pay tax under RCM, you remember RCM 93 and 94? See, if my supplier is a registered person, everyone over here now, listen to me very carefully. This is my supplier over here. This is my supplier over here. This is my supplier. People, this is my supplier. Okay? If he is a registered person and he has gone in and done a supply and I have to pay tax under 93 and 94 RCM basically, then if he is a registered person, he will give me a tax invoice. In that he will put the amount, he will also write the GST, but he will say, please pay the tax under RCM. That time I don't have to make my own invoice. But if my supplier is an unregistered person and he has gone in and done a supply to me and I have to pay tax under 93 and 94, and this guy is an unregistered person, he can't issue a GST invoice. So I have to make my own self invoice. That is called what, everyone? Self invoice. And the concept of self invoice is told in 31(3)(f). People, see here, everyone, whenever you're liable to pay tax under 93 and 94, you shall, within 30 days of the receipt, issue an invoice with respect to the goods services received from unregistered person, including a TDS deductor. It means they are telling unregistered person includes whom? TDS deductor also. My question to all of you, tell me one thing. If I have to pay GST under RCM, if the supplier is registered person, he will give me an invoice. Do I have to make any self invoice or not required? Not required. But if my supplier is unregistered or a TDS deductor and I have received a supply from him on which I have to pay GST under RCM, I should make my own invoice and then pay the GST under RCM, and this invoice is being spoken by 31(3)(f). You know what, everyone? Now, whenever you are required to pay tax under RCM, the time you make the payment to these guys, no? The time you make the payment to this guy, whether this guy is registered or unregistered, doesn't matter. You should go ahead and issue yourself a payment voucher. Remember, payment voucher. Payment voucher is applicable in both the scenario here. One person supplied me, I have to pay GST under RCM. He gave me a tax invoice. I don't have to go ahead and make an invoice under 31(3)(f). Self invoice, I'm not required. But when I'm making the payment, I should make payment voucher. Person is unregistered. He went ahead and supplied to me. I should make my self invoice myself. That is told by 31(3)(f). Within how many days? 30 days of the receipt. Can I go ahead, everyone? And sir, always remember one thing. Registered person liable to make the payment. Then he has to make the payment. At the time of making the payment, whether supply is registered or unregistered, you should issue a payment voucher. Is my point clear to all of you? Tell me one thing, everyone. 31(3), 31(1) told about goods, 31(2) told about service, 31(3) which is there. No, you can remember 31(3) like this. You should remember RN bar SP. R for revised tax invoice within 1 month. Correct, everyone? N for no tax invoice if value of supply is less than 200 and you are selling to whom? Unregistered person. Thirdly, bill of supply if you are doing an exempt supply or composition dealer. Sir, advance का case में you should always issue receipt voucher. रिफंड का केस में रिफंड वाउचर, एस का केस में सेल्फ इनवॉइस, आई टोल्ड यू, पी फॉर पेमेंट वाउचर. Is my point clear to all of you? Can I go ahead, everyone? Everyone over here now. Then comes section number 31.4. People, is this done? RN? Bar? No. Advance only in case of services. See, they have gone ahead and told over here that whenever you receive an advance with respect to on receipt and advance with respect to goods, services, or both, you have to go ahead and issue a receipt voucher. But goods ka case mein, when you learn time of supply chapter, no, in time of supply they have gone ahead and told you are not required to pay tax on advance, which is told in the time of supply chapter, and hence only in case of services you have to go ahead and issue a receipt voucher and pay the GST to the government. Is my point clear to all of you? Everyone over here now. The next one comes is 31.3, 31.4, which says continuous supply of goods. If I am going ahead and supplying goods which on a continuous basis to someone, then remember one thing, continuous or recurrent basis pay if you are going ahead and supplying the goods to someone, where I told, okay, fine. You are supplying me stationery on continuous basis. Every day you are coming, one pen, one pen, one pen, you are giving it to us because one pen, sometime paper, sometime ink, because as an institute we need it. I told, see, every time I am teaching in the class, don't come and give the pen and give me a bill. No. In the month end, you make a statement and give it to me. When you are giving me the statement, you should give me the invoice. That is a continuous supply of goods, and when you are giving me a statement, you should give me the invoice. I told, hey, statement and all not required. Every month, first you come in the next month, I will make the payment. First, when I'm making the payment, you should give me the invoice. That's what they're telling. Where successive statement of accounts are there, when you are giving me the statement, invoice before at the time each statement is given by you. If there is no statement, whenever I am making the payment, I told every month first I'll make you the payment. Whenever I'm making the payment on first on or before that day, each payment is received. Before that, invoice should be given, or at that time invoice should be given. So tell me one thing: if you are giving me a statement, along with the statement, you give me an invoice. If you are not giving me a statement, when I'm making the payment, you should give me the invoice before or at the time of making the payment. Now, the next one comes over here, continuous supply of service. What is continuous supply of service? The definition says whenever you are giving a service to someone on continuous or recurrent basis, and the period is more than 3 months. For example, you came to stay in my property and you are going to stay for 11 months. Is the period more than 3 months? Are you going to continuously stay in my property? Everyone, in this scenario, what service I have gone ahead and given is a continuous supply of service because it is on recurrent basis for a period more than 3 months. And government have gone ahead and told Ramesh where the contract, now rental agreement was done and the contract was written in due date is written. Every month you have gone ahead and told every month ka first you have to make the payment to me. When will you give me the invoice? On or before the due dates. In the contract, the due dates are not written. You told Ramesh, you can just go ahead and make me the payment whenever you have money. If due date is not in the contract, whenever I make the payment to you of the rent, you should go ahead and give me the invoice. If payment is linked to completion of an event, for example, everyone tell me one thing. I went ahead and made a property for you. In the property, it is told every month first you will go ahead and make me payment of 10 lakh rupees. I should make invoice on or before 10. In the document, it is not told when you will go ahead and make me the payment. Then, whenever you are making the payment, that time I should give the invoice. In the document, it is told property ka document. Sorry, agreement. First floor completed, you will make 10 lakh payment. Second floor completed, you will make 20 lakh payment. As and when I complete the event, I should give the invoice to you and you will make me the payment. So when should I give event? If payment is linked to completion of an event on or before completion of the event. Is my point clear to all of you? People, can we go ahead, everyone? The next one over here is 31.6. Supply of service ceases before completion. For example, Vijit came to my shop. I am giving him a haircut. Half haircut is done. And later he's telling, I don't like it. I'm going. See, generally when service is completed, I should go ahead and give the invoice within 30 days. But here the service is not completed only. So when should I give the invoice? So government went ahead and told, if you have gone ahead and supply of service ceases before completion, because on completion you will give the invoice after 30 days. Do you guys within 30 days? But if service is not completed only then in that scenario, invoice can be given at the time of cessation. Means now I am telling, okay, fine. You are going, no, wait. How much service I have given, that much invoice you take, give the payment and get lost. So, sir, invoice at the time of cessation to the extent of supply before cessation. How much service I have given? For that, I should give the bill at the time you are going. I should catch you, hey, wait, take the invoice and get lost. Can we go ahead, everyone? The next one over here now. Sir, goods on return or approval basis. Invoice should be before or at the time of supply, means when the approval is given. Tell me one thing. I went in and sent some goods on approval on 1st of January. I sent on approval. Everyone listen to me very carefully. I have sent the goods on approval. When I send the goods on approval, am I required to raise invoice? Is it supply, not supply? See, I've just transferred the goods in the course of my business, but consideration is not fixed. I've just sent for an exhibition, for example, just to show. So at the time of sending for approval, it is not supply. If it is not supply, I don't have to make tax invoice. Do you guys agree with me? But government is telling you can't send goods for approval for 1 year, 2 year, 5 year. No. Ramesh, maximum you can send it for approval for 6 months. When does 6 months gets over here? June, 6 months. Feb, March, April, May, June, July. Array, 1st June to 1st July. Array, so no everyone. So tell me one thing. For example, you approved here. You told, sir, if I have sent only, here I have sent. Is sending supply? No, I don't have to give tax invoice. Here you give the approval. You told I like it, I'll buy for 1 lakh. It's a sale for a consideration in the course of my business. I should give the tax invoice. You did not give me an approval within 6 months. Then goods should come back to me. If goods don't come back to me within 6 months, no. The last day when the invoice should be given, that day it will be deemed as supply and I have to go ahead and issue the tax invoice. So it says, sir, before at the time of approval, time of supply means when the approval is given or 6 months from removal, whichever is. My point clear to all of you. Can you tell me everyone, in this scenario, supposing the approval is given on 1st of March, what is the time of supply? 1st of March? So 1st of March, I should make the invoice. If approval was not given, then what is the last day to make the invoice? 1st of July. Is my point clear to all of you? Remember, when it is 6 months, it is date to date. Do you guys agree with me, everyone? People, we are done with section number 31. Now comes section number 32. Section number 32 is total bakwas. Section number 32 says, hey, if you are unregistered, no, don't collect. Okay. If you are registered, no. If you have told 18, collect 18 only. That's 32 over story. Section number 32 goes in and says, prohibition of unauthorized collection. If you are unregistered person, you should not collect any amount by way of tax. And if you are a registered person, you should collect in accordance with the provision of the act or rules. Okay. Section number 33 is also there over here. Section number 33 says, whenever you are going in and making any supply for a consideration, and you are going in and making any document like an advance voucher, receipt voucher, advance ke liye receipt voucher, tax invoice, debit note, credit note, remember one thing. Always show the tax amount separately in the document. They have gone ahead and told whenever any supply is done for a consideration, every person should predominantly indicate in all document relating to assessment, tax invoice and other document the amount of tax. Is my point clear to all of you? Everyone, we are done with section number 31, section number 32, section number 33 and comes section number 34 which goes ahead and talks about debit note and credit note. People tell me one thing, why is a credit note given? If I have gone ahead and given you an invoice and you have gone ahead and returned me the goods to deduct. People, what is the use of credit note? To minus. If I want to charge you anything more, I'll give debit note. If I want to return you some money, I will give you a credit note. Is my point clear to all of you? Hey, everyone, people who are looking at me like shocked. Hey, you are CA final student. You know debit note, credit note. Baba, I have already given an invoice and I want to charge you something more. I will not cut this invoice and make a new invoice. I will add one invoice and that additional invoice is called a debit note. If I want to return you some money, I will go ahead and issue you a. I will not tear this invoice and make a new one. I'll issue you a credit note. Invoice minus credit note is the final amount. Is my point clear to all of you? Tell me one thing, everyone. Okay, you know what? Even rule number 46M says that amount of tax charged in respect of taxable goods and service should be shown in the invoice. That is also told by rule number 46. This is your exam question. Sir, is amount of tax to be shown separately? Yes, as per section number 33 and as per rule number 46M. That's why I specifically written over there. Now listen to very carefully. I have gone ahead and supplied and I have issued you tax invoice. Later, taxable value and tax charge. Oh, everyone, I charge you more. How to reduce it? Issue credit note. I went ahead and supplied you goods. Goods supplied, returned. I supplied you goods. Later, you returned it to me. How to cancel the invoice? Issue credit note. Services can't be returned. Goods can be returned. I gave you a haircut. Can you return my haircut? Not possible. Correct, everyone? So goods can be returned. Services can't be returned. Goods or service supplied are found to be deficient. I went ahead and gave you goods. I gave you a bill for 25. Later, you received only 23. So I charge you for more. So how do I reduce the amount of invoice? I wish to issue a credit note. Remember one thing, registered supplier may issue one or more credit note in a financial year. Tell me for one thing, everyone. For one invoice, which I have already given, can I give multiple credit notes? Yes. For multiple invoices, can I give one credit note? Remember, for one tax invoice, there can be more credit note. And for more tax invoices, there can be one credit note also. That is possible. Is my point clear to all of you? The next one over here, can you tell me, by when can I issue credit note to you? Because you know what, everyone, when I issue a credit note to you, I am returning your GST. Government will also return my GST. Basically, that month I have to pay GST less to the government. Now my question over here, if I am paying less to the government, it means government is giving me an adjustment. Government is telling you are returning the GST to the person. See, I charged you for 100 goods. I paid the GST to the government. Later it turned out that you returned my goods, so I should return the GST to you. When I return the GST, government will also return the GST to me. So what till what time? What after 50 years government will return the GST to me? No, government went ahead and told Ramesh, registered person should declare the credit note in the return for the month it was issued, but maximum time limit you can go ahead and issue and declare the credit note is this year के लिए if you are issuing a credit note by next year 30th November or annual return का actual date whichever is earlier and my tax liability will get adjusted. Remember one thing, if you don't return the GST to the front person, no, government will also not return the GST. No adjustment if incidence of tax and interest has been passed on, means if I have passed on the burden to you, government will also not give me my GST back. Now tell me one thing everyone, what is a debit note? If I have gone in and given you a taxable value and tax charge is less, to charge you more, what should I give you? Debit note. Remember one thing, whenever taxable value and tax charge is less, then registered supplier can go ahead and issue a debit note. But you know what everyone, if I issue a debit note to you, I'll collect GST from you and give it to the government. So government says, Ramesh, when you are issuing a debit note, it means you are charging more GST from that person and you are giving it to the government. I'm very happy. There's no time limit to issue debit note. Collect. Whenever you remember, whenever you come to know about it, collect and give it to me. There's no time limit to go ahead and issue a debit note. But remember one thing, the time you issue the debit note, that month the return may you show it and pay the tax to the government. There is no time limit to issue and declare. Just declare in the month of issue. People, we are done with section number 31, which goes ahead and talks about tax invoices. 32, which talks about prohibition. Unregistered person should not collect. Registered person should collect in the provision of the Act or rules. Then we will learn about 33. Tax amount should be shown separately. Section number 34, everyone, debit note, credit note. Now comes rule number 55 over here. On the left hand side, I have written rule number 55, Baba, delivery challan. Can I go ahead and just tell you about delivery challan, everyone? See, Baba, delivery challan, you can just read at home. Not very important. But whenever you can't issue a tax invoice and you are sending the goods, for example, you are sending the goods for exhibition, you are sending the goods for approval, and that time you could not issue the tax invoice because now it is not a sale only. So how will the goods move? The goods will move with the help of a delivery challan, and that is what is being told about delivery challan over here. Now here I want to go ahead and tell you. For an example, I am taking some goods from Karnataka to Rajasthan for approval. I am a jeweler. I am taking jewelry along with it. Mukesh Ambani's son ka wedding was there. I took all the jewelry along with me to Mumbai. Now when I am taking for approval, what document should I have? Delivery challan. When he'll approve, I can issue tax invoice. My point clear to all? I am sending goods for exhibition. I can send along with delivery challan. When the sale happens, I can issue a tax invoice. Is my point clear to all? This is about the circular which is being told over here. Remember one thing, in case of jewelry, e-way bill is not required, but in case of other goods, e-way bill will be also required along with the delivery challan. You can move along with delivery challan plus e-way bill, and whenever sale will happen, you can issue the tax invoice. People, tell me one thing, you know HSN code? Every item has a code which is there, which is called an HSN code. When you are going in and issuing invoice, in the invoice HSN code should be mentioned. Now they have gone ahead and told effective from 1/4/2020, registered person whose aggregate turnover is up to 5 crore rupees in the preceding financial year for B2B supply, you can issue only 4-digit HSN code can be mentioned in your invoice. B2C ke liye not required. But if your turnover in the last year was more than 5 crore rupees, then B2B or B2C supply in your invoices you have to mention the HSN code which is 6-digit. Are we clear, everyone? Done, sir? Okay. People, whenever you are supplying to a taxable person, taxable supply, whenever you are supplying with supply, taxable supply, you have to mandatorily go ahead and issue which invoice? Tax invoice. If you are supplying exempt supply, you should issue always what, everyone? Bill of supply. For everyone. Sir, but if you are supplying taxable supply and exempt supply to an unregistered person, you can, instead of, you tell me one thing, you came to my shop. For mobile phone, I gave you one invoice. Okay? For vegetable, I gave you another invoice. What will you do going outside my shop? You'll put in the dustbin and go because you are unregistered. For you, it is useless. So rather than giving you two separate documents, I can give one document which is called invoice cum bill of supply. And that is what is told, invoice cum bill of supply. But the very important point is, you can't give invoice cum bill of supply to registered person. You can issue only to unregistered person. Are we all clear till here? The next page, please come to the next page. Next page, e-invoicing. Everyone always remember one thing. Before I talk about invoicing, on the right hand side, one rule number 54 is there. Rule number 54 goes ahead and talks about those special scenarios when instead of issuing tax invoice, what document you are issuing only is deemed as the tax invoice. For an example, for rule number 54 sub rule 1 is there which talks about ISD invoice. Okay, I have not mentioned ISD invoice over here because for me as of now it is irrelevant. Sir, rule number 54(2) says if you are an insurance company, banking company, financial institution or NBFC, have you seen banks going ahead and issuing you tax invoice? Generally, they don't. They issue statement. And bank का case में bank can issue consolidated tax invoice for the whole month, or bank can issue any other document which is basically a statement, and that statement only is deemed as the tax invoice in that special circumstance. Remember, what is the special circumstance? For bank, etc., not required to issue tax invoice. They can give for the whole month one consolidated tax invoice, or they can go ahead and issue what everyone? Statement, and statement is deemed as their tax invoice. Now you tell me, goods transport agency, they issue what everyone? They can issue tax invoice or any other document in lieu thereof, like consignment note, and consignment note is deemed as their tax invoice. You know, supplier of passenger transportation in bus, when you come, they give you what? Invoice, this big invoice. No, they give you a ticket, and ticket is only deemed as their tax invoice. Now you know, multiplex theaters, etc. Remember one thing, one point I want to tell you. Multiplex theater, etc. का case में they have made mandatory e-ticketing. Okay, everyone, and e-ticket is deemed as their tax invoice and need not contain the recipient's detail. Baba, when you went to see a movie, is it? When you went to see a movie, did they go ahead and ask you, what is your girlfriend's name? What is her address? No, they will never ask. Why? Because it need not contain the recipient's detail. And it says also they have to issue e-ticket even if the value of supply is less than 200. Because generally the people who go to see a movie are all registered, unregistered, doesn't matter over here. People, what they are telling over here, in case of multiplex, this provision is also not applicable. If the value is less than 200 also, multiplex have to mandatorily give what? E-ticket. People, tell me one thing. These are the 4 special cases which I have told you. Correct, everyone? First, bank ka case mein, this is what? NBFI. Then I told you about GTA. Then I told you about passenger transportation. And then I told you about multiplex. So I told you about banking company, GTA, passenger transportation, and multiplex. Do you guys agree with me? Everyone over here now, listen. E-invoicing. What is invoicing? E-invoicing is nothing, Baba. Uploading your details on the e-invoice portal. Uploading your details on the e-invoice.gst.gov.in. So basically, first of all, you have to go ahead and make a normal invoice. Correct, everyone? This invoice should be in the format which is INV 011 format is there, which is given by the government. In that format, you should make a normal invoice in your ERP system. The tally software, etc., which you are using, make a normal invoice. Now, this invoice card detail you have to upload on the invoice registration portal, IRP portal, which is basically the e-invoice 1 gst.gov.in, e-invoice 2 gst.gov, like that 10 portals are there. Go upload the detail, the portal will validate the detail. Once the portal will validate the detail, now portal will give you an invoice reference number. Once you get an IRN number, it means your invoice is registered. Are we clear? Now you will be given one QR code. You will be given one QR code in your invoice, and that QR code is called QR code having embedded IRN number. Are we all clear till here? People, first make a normal invoice, then go to the invoice registration portal. Then they will validate the detail. Once you upload the detail, they will validate the detail, and one IRN number will be given. This whole process is there now. This whole process is called e-invoicing ka process. Now, who are the people who are required to follow? Who are the people who are required to follow this e-invoicing ka process? A registered person whose aggregate turnover in any preceding financial year from 1718 is more than 5 crore. People, 1718, 18, 19, 19, 20, 20, 21, 21, 22, 22, 20, 24, 25, 25, 26. Now it is going on. So not this year. Till last year. If any year ka turnover was more than 5 crore, then you are required to do e-invoicing with respect to your B2B supplies and for your export. When I'm exporting outside India, I mean that person outside India is not registered. It's a B2C supply. But still, e-invoicing is mandatory. Remember, e-invoicing is not applicable if you are a government department, local authority, SEZ unit, and those referred to in rule number 52, 2, 3, 4, and 4A. Basically, 2, 3, 4, and 4A talks about busy Prime Minister. Are we clear, everyone? Tell me one thing. If I am a person, everyone over here now, listen to me very carefully. Tell me one thing. For whom is e-invoicing applicable? If I am a person whose turnover in the last year was more than 5 crore rupees. Last year means from starting from 1718, any year if the turnover is more than 5 crore rupees, then I am required to do e-invoicing. Do you guys agree with me? It is required only for my B2B supplies and for my exports. And sir, for whom is e-invoicing not applicable? It is not applicable if you are a banking company. Banking means NBFI. C for goods transportation, goods transport agency. P for passenger transportation service. M for multiplex. And Baba, GLS you can write. Viji, Prime Minister, riding a GLS. G for government department, local authority or a statutory, sorry, SEZ unit. Tell me one thing, everyone. I am going ahead and supplying to an SEZ unit. Is e-invoicing required? Baba, you have to see SEZ supplying not required. You are supplying to SEZ required. I am supplying to a government department required. Government department is supplying to me, not required. Government department registered as TDS deductor, not required. I am supplying to government department, required. Remember one thing, banking company, banking means NBFI, GTA, passenger transportation and multiplex. Government department, local authority or statutory body, SEZ, so not statutory body, SEZ. If they are the suppliers and they are supplying, then in that scenario, no e-invoicing. Is my point clear to all of you? Everyone? There people went in and asked, sir, I am a registered person. Am I required to issue invoices for supplies to government department who are registered as TDS? Are is government department registered as TDS deductor? Are everyone? I am registered person. Government department is also registered as TDS deductor. Is he a registered person? Yes. You know what happened? Because everywhere they told no. Unregistered person, including TDS director. It means people ask, is government department considered as unregistered person? So they went ahead and clarified, no. If I am a registered person and I am issuing to a government department who is registered as a TDS director, it means registered person. It's a B2B supply and I should do invoicing. That's all. Sir, dynamic QR code. Same thing over here. Dynamic QR code, but they have gone. What is dynamic QR code? You can scan and immediately the amount will come in your Google Pay saying this is the amount. That's called a dynamic QR code. You went to one grocery shop, whatever amount of grocery is there, he will give you a scanner. Scan, madam. Now, if the wall wala scanner is there, no, wall mate is stuck already. That's a static QR code. It does not change for everyone. The dynamic QR code, what will happen? All the people in the queue, when they are coming, he will show the dynamic QR code. It changes for everyone. Are you guys able to understand? The dynamic QR code, based on your bill, it will be given. The dynamic QR code, those people are required to issue whose aggregate turnover in any year is more than how much, everyone? 500. But sir, my shopkeeper who is dosa wala shopkeeper also is giving. Arey baba, it is not mandatory for me, for him. He is doing it because of convenience. But for whom it is mandatory, if a registered person plus aggregate turnover in any year is more than 500 crore, remember it is only applicable with respect to your B2C supplies which are there. B2C supplies, remember the purpose is to enable UPI payments. Government wants UPI payments so that black money can be stopped. The next one over here, it is not applicable to those referred to in 54.2, 3, 4 and 4A. Basically 54.2, 3, 4, 4A talks about BG, Prime Minister, and O for OIDR. So remember one thing, this is not applicable to banking companies. Banking means NBFI, G for GTA, P for passenger transportation, M for multiplex, O for OIDAR. Basically those Netflix, Amazon Prime, etc. who is supplying services from outside India. Can I go ahead, everyone? Tell me one thing, everyone. Banking company ke liye e-invoicing is not required, right? Now, banking companies went to the government and told banking company ka banking services ke liye e-invoicing is not required, or banking company going in and selling gold, banking company doing anything, e-invoicing is not required. So government went in and told, when we went in and told banking company or GTA etc. ke liye e-invoicing is not required, right? It is not required with respect to the whole entity as such, whether they are doing banking service or they are doing any other services. So for example, banking company selling gold, bullion, is the invoicing applicable? Not applicable. Not. When they told banking company, GTA, passenger transportation wala, multiplex showing only cinema, e-invoicing not applicable, or multiplex selling popcorn also, e-invoicing not applicable. Not applicable. As a whole, invoicing is not applicable for the whole multiplex only. Can I go ahead, everyone? Are we all clear till here? People, now listen. This is the circular which I told you. People, this dynamic QR code ka circular which is there, no? I have written the summary over here. It is just for your reading purpose. You can read it once. Not very important from exam point of view. Just reading category, everyone. Anyways, the C graded chapter, it's a reading category. This time expired drug wala is also which is there. It's a reading category, not important from exam point of view. One circular which is given over here, I'll just quickly tell you. Tell me one thing, everyone. I am taking the goods from India outside India for an exhibition. When you are taking the goods from India outside India for an exhibition, it's not a sale. You are just taking it for the purpose of showing. So at the time of taking, you should have a delivery challan. When the sale happens, you can give tax invoice. If sale does not happen within 6 months, get it back. If you don't get it back within 6 months, when the 6 months will get over, it will be deemed as supply. Clear? Now, when you are taking the goods from India outside India, at that time it is not supply. If it is not supply, it is not zero rated supply also. If it is not zero rated supply also, LUT or bond is not required. Taking the goods from India outside India, LUT or bond is not required because at that time it is not supply only. When it is not supply, it is not zero rated supply also, and hence LUT or bond is not required. You can take the goods outside India. Now, what happened when you took the goods outside India? It got sold. Within 6 months, you sold it. If you sell it, you can still take zero rated supply ka benefit. Whatever the input tax credit with respect to that supply was there. See, Baba, at the time of taking, IGST payment also not required, LUT or bond also not required. Later, if the sale materializes within 6 months, Nothing. Whatever is the input tax rate with respect to that supply, you can claim a refund. Is my point clear to all of you? Everyone over here now, listen. Since not supply, no tax invoice on moving. Invoice when the sale takes place. On moving, you can issue movie delivery challan, and when the sale will take place, you can issue the invoice. If buyer does not accept and goods come back, not a supply, no tax invoice. If buyer does not accept and goods does not come back, it will be deemed as what everyone? Supply, and you have to raise an invoice. Supply is eligible for zero rating, eligible for refund of the accumulated ITC. Option of refund of IGST paid shall not be available because at the time of exporting, you never paid IGST. Hence, IGST payment refund option is not available. But if the sale materializes, whatever the ITC with respect to that supply, you can go ahead and claim a refund. Are we all clear with this point, everyone? Done, everyone? Done. Is this point clear to all of you? This one I just went ahead and told because it's okay. This circular, no, it had come long back. You can just read once ago. Not very important from exam point of view. Can I go ahead, everyone? People, what kind of a chapter is this? This is a C graded chapter. But still, Baba, nowadays I've seen, see, in the exam, see, A graded, B graded, and C graded, which is there, no. What is the theory of A graded, B graded, C graded? A graded is your king. B graded is your king ka senapati who is there. And C graded are your soldier. Do you think the king can win without the soldiers? You will definitely die. So students go ahead and tell me C graded, I will leave and go. Arey Baba, C graded, C graded means it's okay not to practice lot of question answer. It's okay not to revise lot of time, but it does not mean you leave them behind and go. You have to take because they will stand in front of you and make you win the war. Students, what they do? They take the king and the senapati along with them. Two people fighting everyone. Will you win? You'll never win. So you have to always remember A, B, C does not mean A and B I will do, C I will leave and go. You'll 100% fail because all your question, big question, every small question will be a 3 to 4 mark C graded question. From 6 to 7 or 8 chapter, 3 mark ka question will come. At least 7 to 8 chapter you will see in the exam, 3 mark ka question will come. How much is 7 into 3? 21, 25 marks you are leaving C graded. 75 marks is remaining. Out of 75, 10 marks you left again with your skill of writing, which you are writing nowadays. 65 C you will get 30. Arey, I'm telling, once you learn the skill, then it is very good. 65 say 55 you will get. But I'm telling, leaving C graded is a very bad idea. Are we done, everyone? Please mark the important points, C graded chapter ka C graded points which are there. See, 31.3, no, I like it. Any small point can come out of this. I like continuous supply of service, please remember it. I like debit note and credit note. My liking and examiner's liking can be different. So please be careful. And e-invoicing and dynamic QR code, I've already told you. Right, everyone? Other than this, I don't think so direct question should be asked from this chapter, but bad luck can be very bad or good luck can be very good. A small 3 mark question can come. So please don't leave anything. Are we clear, everyone? And I'm telling you the circular also which is there, read it at least once and go. Done, everyone. Closing my revision on the chapter of tax invoice, credit note and debit note. Done, everyone. All right. Good morning, everyone. Now, the next chapter which we are going to revise is the chapter of accounts and records. Please come to accounts and records. Everyone over here, listen to me very carefully. We started learning GST with goods or service. Goods or service has to be supplied. Supply can be either interstate supply or intrastate supply. Interstate supply, IGST gets levied. Intra, CGST and SGST gets levied. Once GST gets levied, GST should be collected and paid by a taxable person. Sir, how will he collect and pay? He will calculate GST is equal to value of supply into rate of tax. Once you know the value, you have to go ahead and prepare the tax invoice, credit note, debit note, and you can also send the goods with a delivery challan. Now listen to me very carefully. Now all these tax invoice, credit note, debit note, and delivery challans, etc., which you raise, government goes ahead and says, once you go ahead and raise all this, you can't throw them all. You should maintain your accounts and records. Basically, government have gone ahead and told them, please maintain them in your accounts and records. So in this chapter, we are going to discuss section number 35 and section number 36, which goes ahead and talks about who is required to maintain the accounts and record, what are the accounts and records he is required to maintain, how many months ke liye he is going to maintain the accounts and records, etc. This chapter from exam point of view is again a C graded chapter, but we will quickly go ahead and cover the most important points from this chapter. Accounts and records starts with section number 35. Section number 35 has section number 35.1, section number 35.2, section number 35.3, section number 35.4, section number 35.5 is not there anymore, section number 35.6 and section number 36. Besides that, we have rule number 57 in this chapter, rule number 58 in this chapter and rule number 56. So there are 3 rules in this chapter. Everyone, section number 35.1 goes ahead and says, now when I'm going ahead and revising, I'll revise with the help of question answer. See what kind of question can come. The first question which comes from this chapter is, who are the people who are required to maintain books of accounts? Sir, first of all, a registered person is required to maintain, sir, and he shall keep and maintain. Where is he required to maintain? He is required to maintain at the principal place of business as per the registration certificate. And sir, what are the books of accounts a person is required to maintain? Everyone, they have gone ahead and told over here, he should maintain true and correct books, true and correct accounts of production and manufacture of goods. So if he's into production and manufacture related accounts, inward and outward supply, what are the inward things he took, what are the outward he has gone ahead and done, all input, basically whatever he has purchased, whatever he has sold, details has to be maintained, stock details should be maintained, ITC which he has gone ahead and taken, details should be maintained, output tax payable and what is paid, and such other particulars as told by rule number 56. In rule number 56, they have gone ahead and told additional details which are required to be maintained. Can you see everyone? In rule number 56, they have gone ahead and told, if you are a registered person, you should keep and maintain true and correct accounts. Means, see, first of all, you should go ahead and maintain PCOs, production related accounts, inward and outward. Everyone with me. As for stock related accounts, input tax credit, aware related accounts, output tax which is payable, and after setting off what you have paid, and such other details as told in rule number 56. And rule number 56 goes ahead and says, if you are a person, registered person, you should maintain true and correct accounts of goods which you have imported, goods which you have gone ahead and exported, supplies on which you are required to pay GST under RCM, the various invoices which you have issued, bill of supply, delivery challan, credit note, debit note, receipt voucher, payment voucher, refund voucher, all this we have gone ahead and learned in the chapter of tax invoice. So you should go ahead and maintain all of them. The next one over here is, if you are a registered person, you should maintain stock detail. What was the opening balance? What was the receipt? What was the supply? What are the goods lost? What are the goods stolen? What are the goods destroyed? What are the goods gifted? What are the goods given as free sample? All details of the stock should be maintained. But remember one thing, composition dealer is not required to maintain this, and hence your exam question can be, what are the details not required to be maintained by composition dealer? You have to say the stock details are not required to be maintained by whom, everyone? Composition dealer. Can we go ahead, everyone? The next one is, if you are a registered person, you should maintain the details relating to advance. What are the advances you received? What are the advances you paid? Against the advance, what is the adjustment you have done? All the details should be mentioned. Every registered person other than composition, again, should maintain accounts of tax which is payable. So again, it says composition dealer is not required to maintain the tax related details. Tax details which are there are not required. Tax payable details, etc., is not required to be mentioned by whom, everyone? Maintained by whom, everyone? Composition dealer. And this, if you go ahead and see in the question answer book, lot of time they have gone ahead and told what are the details not required to be maintained by a composition dealer. I'll show you over here. See, they have gone ahead and told what are the details not required to be maintained. So you have to say stock detail and details of the tax. Is my point clear to all? This is one very good question from exam point of view. Including any RCM related detail is not required to be maintained by composition dealer, but you, being a normal registered person, you should maintain accounts of what is the tax payable, including what is the output tax, including RCM. Is my point clear to all of you? Everyone, then they say, what is the tax collected? What is the tax paid? You should maintain what is the tax you have collected and what is the tax you have paid. What is the ITC you have claimed? Along with that, you should have a register of the tax invoices, debit note, credit note, delivery challan which you have issued and received during any tax period. Here, they have not told you to maintain the, see, they are going in and telling you are going to, what is the tax payable? What is the tax collected? What is the tax paid? And along with that, you should maintain a register of all the tax invoices, credit note, debit notes, etc. Can we go ahead, everyone? Then they have told, if you're a registered person, you should maintain details of suppliers, who are your recipients, what are your storehouses, where you store the goods, etc. Now, if they tell you in the exam, please tell what are the details to be maintained by a registered person. You can just go ahead and say he should maintain at his principal place of business, PCOs. Correct, everyone? But if they give you for 2 marks, you can write this much and come. If they give you for 3 marks, you can write this much and come. If they give you for 5 marks, what are the details to maintain? You can't go ahead and say this much. You have to go ahead and say this 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 points also. You can go ahead and write one small points and come for your exam. Can I go ahead, everyone? Did you guys understand? So when they tell you a small question, you can write that much. If they tell you a big one, you can write these additional points also. Then I have gone ahead and told, if goods are stored, remember one thing, always you should store your goods at your additional place of business which is declared in the registration certificate. If you go ahead and store your goods at a place other than the declared place of business without valid document, then proper officer will go ahead and say, so for example, I'm storing the goods at any other place, then proper officers will say, you have not stored the goods over here, there, you have stored, supplied, and you will have to pay the tax. Sir, if I've gone ahead and done any wrong entry, remember one thing, wrong entry should just be scored out and you should sign it and then record the original entry which is there. Don't go ahead and start erasing it. Don't do all those things. So they've gone ahead and told should not be erased, effaced, or overwritten. Incorrect entries except clerical error shall be scored out under attestation, and then you should record the correct entry. And if you're maintaining e-record, a log of every entry which you have edited and deleted should be maintained. Sir, this is one good question from exam point of view. What are the books of accounts to be maintained by a agent? Remember one thing, if I am an agent acting on behalf of someone else and I am supplying, what are the, first of all, I should have an authorization. So particulars of the authorization received from the principal to receive and supply the goods, particulars of description, quantity, value of the goods received and on behalf of every supplier. Again, next line you can write particulars of description, quantity, value of goods or services which you have supplied on behalf of every principal, details of accounts which you have furnished to every principal, and the details of the tax which you have paid on the receipt of goods and service. Basically, you have received the authorization. Sir, then what are the goods you have received on behalf of the principal? What are the goods you have supplied? What is the tax you have paid on the goods? All those details should be maintained. So this can be one good question from exam point of view. The next is, if you are a manufacturer, you should go ahead and maintain what? Monthly production account showing quantitative details of raw materials, services which you have used, goods which you have manufactured, scrap which was generated, byproduct which is generated. All the details should be maintained by you. Sir, if I am a supplier of service, what are the services I have gone ahead and given? What are the goods I have gone ahead and used to provide the service? All details showing maintain quantitative details of goods which you have used in providing the service, input services utilized and services which are supplied. Now this is one good question again from exam point of view. What are the books of accounts which are required to be maintained by a works contractor? What is works contract, everyone? When I have gone ahead and provided you material also, and I have gone ahead and provided you labor also, and I build one immovable property for you, I am giving you work contract services. So they have gone ahead and told you should maintain name and address of the person on whose behalf you have gone ahead and done the works contract, description, quantity, value of the goods and service received or utilized in execution of the works contract. Sir, what are the payments you have received with respect to each works contract? When you have gone ahead and done a works contract, the goods which you use, from whom did you buy? Name and address of the supplier from whom he has received the goods and services. The next is, if you are a C&F agent, you should maintain true and correct records with respect to goods which he has handled. So if I am a clearing and forwarding agent, what are the details I should maintain? What are the goods I have handled? And I should produce the detail as and when required by the proper officer. Now, everyone over here now, the next one. Sir, I should maintain my books of account at the principal place of business. Do you guys agree with me? And I should maintain PCOs. Now, my question to all of you, sir, if I have more than one place of business, can I maintain additional place of business ka accounts at principal place, or additional place of business ka account should be maintained at additional place of business? They have gone ahead and told if a person has more than one place of business, you should maintain at each place of business, you should maintain your accounts relating to each place should be maintained at such additional place of business. The next one over here is requirement of maintaining books of accounts in the auction of tea, coffee, rubber, etc. Now what happens whenever one auction happens, it will happen at the auction ka place, which is the tea board, coffee board, rubber board. Now in this scenario, what happens? All the tea ka suppliers go ahead and keep their goods in the tea board. All the buyers who buy also can go ahead and keep the tea at the tea board after they have gone ahead and bought it. So when you are storing your tea at the tea board, you should maintain your additional place. You should show it as your additional place of business. Yes, you can show it as your additional place of business, but accounts relating to additional place of business, in this special circumstance, government have gone ahead and told you can keep at your principal place of business only, because everyone can't go ahead and keep their accounts at the tea board. You can keep at your principal place of business only. Just inform your jurisdictional officer that, sir, we have declared that place as our additional place of business, but additional place of business accounts we are keeping at the principal place of business. And this was the circular which was issued. Everyone over here now, proviso to section number 35(1). Sir, how should I maintain my books of account? You can go ahead and maintain your books of account manually also or electronically also. But remember one thing, when you are going ahead and maintaining your accounts and record electronically, these are the 3 steps you should be taking care. Again, they can go ahead and ask you a 3-mark question. Sir, proper backup of accounts should be taken, maintained and preserved. Sir, registered person should produce it on demand, the records and documents. On demand, you should provide the details of such files and password also. First of all, proper backup should be taken. Secondly, whenever officer is asking such accounts and record, you can't say electronically I have maintained, I will not give it to you. No, you have to give it. And whenever he is asking, you should also provide such files along with the password, etc. The next one over here, people tell me one thing. Who is required to maintain accounts and records? Registered person. Where should he maintain? Principal place of business. What is he required to maintain? PCOs. Sir, if additional place of business is there, additional place of business account should be maintained at such additional place of business. Now, exam question, who are the other people? Who are the other people who are required to maintain accounts and records even if they are unregistered? Remember one thing, whether registered or unregistered, owner operator of godown or warehouse. Government have gone ahead and told if you are running a warehouse, then you should maintain your accounts and record even if you are registered or unregistered, because you might be storing goods for many people. So government wants to know for whom are you storing, and if you are a transporter also, registered, unregistered, you should maintain records of the consignor, consignee, and other relevant details as told in rule number 58. So basically, they have gone ahead and told owner operator of godown, warehouse, or transporter who is there, they should go ahead and maintain the accounts and records relating to the consignor, consignee, what are the goods there, and other relevant details which are told in rule number 58. Rule number 58 goes and says owner operator of warehouse or the transporter, if he is registered, he will have a GST number. Do you guys agree with me? And hence government already knows him. If he is unregistered, no, he should go online and submit one form called GST ENR 01, and he should obtain a unique enrollment number. So if you are registered, you will have GST number, government will have control on you. If you are not registered, you should have an enrollment number. If you take enrollment, then also government now knows you. Is my point clear to all of you? Remember one thing, transporters are also allowed that if transporter is unregistered, he will take unique enrollment number, so that every state may now unique enrollment, he does not have to go ahead and take. Government went ahead and told, listen to me very carefully, if he has multiple GST numbers in every state, he can go ahead, instead of using multiple GST number for the purpose of generating e-way bill, government went ahead and told transporters also can go ahead and take one common unique enrollment number. Government went ahead and told if transporter is there and he has multiple GSTN number, obtaining unique common enrollment number can be done. He does not have to use his GSTN number for generating e-way bill basically. Now, sir, exam question, what are the books of accounts to be maintained by a transporter? If you're a transporter, you should maintain goods. People, you tell me, what are the goods you transported? What are the goods you delivered? What are the goods might be you would have stored in transit along with the GSTN number of the registered consignor and consignee for each of his place of business. The next one over here, if you are a owner operator of warehouse, etc., what are the goods you have stored, for whom did you store, how many days did you store, all those details. Books of account with respect to period for which goods remain in the warehouse, including particulars of dispatch, movement, receipt, disposal of such goods, what goods came, what goods went, what goods were kept. They shall store goods in such a manner that can be identified. This is good word to write in the exam. Owner wise, item wise. You should store goods in such a way that it can be identified owner wise, item wise, and facilitate the physical verification and inspection by the proper officer. So they should store goods in such a way that if officer comes and asks, hey, which is Ramesh Sonika goods, he should be able to say this is Ramesh Sonika goods. If officer is asking Ramesh Sonika which goods is which one, this is the textbook, this is the chart book, this is the question answer book, he should be able to keep it. So he should bifurcate and keep owner wise, item wise details. People, this is one good question again from exam point of view, whether unregistered person is also required to maintain books of account. There are two unregistered person, owner, operator of warehouse and transporter. And what are the details required to be maintained by transporter and what are the details required to be maintained by owner, operator of warehouse? Section number 35.3 is total bakwas. Section number 35.4 is total bakwas. Section number 35.6 goes ahead. 5 which was there, no. 5 was talking about audit provisions relating to audit when your turnover crosses 2 crore rupees. But now GST audit provisions have been deleted. There is no GST audit which happens when your turnover crosses 2 crore and hence that provision got deleted. Section number 35.6 goes ahead and says if you fail to maintain the books of accounts relating to some goods etc. and officer finds out those goods, officer will go ahead and say I want GST on those goods. Everyone over here now, when registered person fails to maintain accounts with respect to goods services in accordance with subsection 1, proper officer will go ahead and say shall determine the tax payable on such goods as if such goods have been supplied by you, and provision of section number 73, 74 and 74A shall apply mutatis mutandis, means as it is government will go ahead and apply. Basically government will go ahead and give you a demand order. The next one over here is section number 35.6 which goes ahead and says always remember one thing, you should maintain your books of account for how many months everyone? 72 months from the due date of furnishing annual return. So for an example, everyone over here, this is the year 25-26. 25-26 के लिए annual return का due date is over here 31st December 2026. From here you should maintain 1 year, 2 year, 3 year, 4 year, 5 year and 6 year. Is my point clear to all of you? 72 months. Till here you should maintain your books of account. Now supposingly, sir, what happened in your scenario? In your case, what happened? They went ahead and started some proceedings, and now the proceedings were going on. In this scenario, 72 months got over, and your proceedings are still going on, and final disposal of the appeal has not happened. And appeal got disposed of over here. Then remember, 72 months, or once the appeal is disposed, after that also you should maintain your books of account for how many years? 1 year. After the final disposal of the appeal. So 72 months or after the final disposal, from there 1 year, whichever is later. And that is what they are telling. If registered person is party to appeal, revision proceeding before appellate authority, appellate tribunal, high court, etc. Remember one thing, maintain the books of accounts for a period 1 year after the final disposal or 72 months, whichever is later. This chapter from exam point of view is a C graded chapter. However, C graded chapter ka very good question can be who are required to maintain books of accounts, where are they required to maintain, and what are the records they are required to maintain. If you have additional place of business ka account should be maintained at additional place. Who are the unregistered person also required to maintain books of account, and what are the books of account required to be maintained by transporter, owner, operator of warehouse. The next question can be, sir, how many months ke liye you can maintain your books of account, and what are the accounts and record not to be maintained by composition dealer? This can be one question. What are the accounts and record to be maintained by agent, and what are the accounts and record to be maintained by works contractor? These are the most important parts of this chapter. Closing my revision on the chapter of accounts and records. All right, let's go ahead and now revise the next chapter. The next chapter is e-way bill, everyone. Let's take a quick linking. We started learning GST with goods or service. Goods or service has to be supplied. Supply can be either interstate supply or intrastate supply. Interstate supply, I GST gets levied. Intrastate supply, C GST gets levied. Once GST gets levied, GST should be collected and paid by a taxable person. How will he collect? How will he pay? He'll calculate GST is equal to value of supply into rate of tax. Once you know the value, you will go ahead and prepare the tax invoice, credit note, debit note, and delivery challan. All of them, you will not go ahead and throw them. You will maintain them in your accounts and records. Now, what will you go ahead and do? Once you go ahead and raise your tax invoice, no, in one side, you will go ahead and maintain them in your accounts and record. Other side, you will go ahead and send the goods to the other person. And when you are sending the goods to the other person, you will need also the help of a e-way bill. Because when you are going on the way, one GST officer will be standing, so you will have to show him one document which is called a e-way bill. A bill means a document which you need on the way, which you have to generate electronically, and hence we go ahead and call it the electronic way on the way wala bill which is there. Now here, this chapter from exam point of view is a B graded chapter. You might get a 4-marker question, or you might even not get any question, or you might get a 2-marker question which is there. Everyone listen to me very carefully. First of all, the first question which comes is, who should generate a e-way bill? A supplier should generate or a recipient should generate in case of supply. So I went ahead and told you, I will send you the goods and I will generate. If you told you will come collect the goods and go, then you should go ahead and generate the e-way bill. Or sometime what happens in any other case means, supposingly I am sending my goods for exhibition or I am sending my goods for approval. In that scenario, there is no supplier and recipient, but you are just sending the goods for the exhibition. So in that scenario, what will you do? The consignor or the consignee can go ahead and generate the e-way bill, and basically whoever causes the movement. Always remember one thing: if supplier is unregistered, and the recipient is a registered person, and the movement will be deemed to be caused by the recipient. I went ahead and told you I will send you the goods, but I am unregistered, you are registered, then it will be deemed that you have caused the movement and you should generate the e-way bill. Now, sir, where should I go and generate the e-way bill? You should go to ewaybillgst.gov.in. Sir, what details should I upload? Basically, there is a form called e-way bill form number 1. In that, there are two parts. One is part A and one is part B. E-way bill form number 1 mein part A is there, which is the transaction ka detail which you have to provide. Who is the supplier, who is the recipient, what are the goods you are sending. And in part B, you should go ahead and provide the transportation ka detail. Sir, how am I going ahead and transporting? Once you go ahead and submit the transaction detail and the transportation detail, one e-way bill number shall be generated and provided to you. Sir, can you tell me why am I required to generate e-way bill? Important from exam point of view. Why are you required? What are the cases when e-way bill is required to be generated? Remember one thing, you are required because you are causing the movement of goods of consignment value more than 50,000 rupees. Can you tell me when are you required to generate e-way bill? Whenever you are sending goods worth consignment value more than 50,000 rupees, whether intra or inter, anything. Remember, intra or inter doesn't matter. If the movement of goods is happening intra or inter, and if the consignment value is more than 50,000, you will be required to generate e-way bill. Now, you'll go ahead and tell me consignment value means what? Consignment value means what? Always remember one thing, consignment value means, supposingly, I've gone ahead and raised one tax invoice. In tax invoice, I've gone ahead and told the value of the goods which is there is 40,000 rupees. The value of my supply, value of your supply means including topics, everything. Plus, I've gone ahead and charged 8,000 rupees ka GST over here. So, consignment value is 48,000 including GST. Always remember one thing, consignment value includes GST. Can we go ahead, everyone? So what they have gone ahead and told, remember, sir, consignment value. People always remember one thing, consignment value means the invoice ka value as per the section number 15 declared in the invoice or the bill of supply or the delivery challan. Okay, everyone? Plus, it should always include GST including cess. This will be the consignment value. Are we all clear till here? Whatever value you show in the invoice or you show in the bill of supply, or you show in the delivery challan. Remember one thing, any tax also charged has to be included. If GST has been charged, that also has to be included. If the amount is more than 50,000, you have to generate e-way bill, whether intra or inter, doesn't matter. Always remember one thing. Supposingly, I went ahead and made one invoice come bill of supply where I went ahead and told taxable supply is 40,000 rupees, exempt supply is 10,000 rupees, and I went ahead and charged the GST on the taxable supply, supposingly 8,000 rupees. This becomes 58,000. What is the consignment value, everyone? Remember one thing. If exempt supply is there, please remove the value of exempt supply, because consignment value excludes exempt supply and only includes GST. This point you should always remember, everyone. The value of exempt supply should be excluded. So, sir, can you tell me one punchline to remember consignment value? You should remember one thing. Consignment value includes GST, but excludes exempt supply ka value. Simple. Can we go ahead, everyone? Always remember exempt supply should be excluded, and you should always go ahead and include what, everyone? GST. Everyone over here now, there are two cases when e-way bill is mandatory where you will not go ahead and see the consignment value also. There are two cases when e-way bill is mandatory and you will not see the consignment value also. Number one, if you are sending your goods for job work. Remember one thing, if you are sending your goods for job work interstate, then interstate movement to a job worker e-way bill is mandatory. Intra, when value is more than 50. Inter, 1 rupee also goods you are sending to other state, mandatory. Second is interstate movement of handicraft goods by a person who is exempted from compulsory registration under section number 24(1) and 24(2). Do you remember compulsory registration? I went ahead and told, if you are a casual taxable person, or if you are a casual taxable person who is going to other state and supplying handicraft goods, or if you are sitting in this state and doing interstate supply of handicraft goods which are predominantly made by hand, those handicraft goods wala who are doing interstate supply or going to other state as a casual taxable person were exempted from registration up to 20 lakh or 10 lakh. Exempted only from registration, not from e-way bill. They have to use their PAN number, go online and generate e-way bill mandatorily. Those people who are exempted from compulsory registration, do you remember, everyone? Those handicraft goods wala were exempted from registration, not e-way bill. Is my point clear to all of you? So they have gone ahead and told, can you tell me, everyone, when should I go ahead and generate e-way bill? Number one, when the consignment value is more than 50,000 rupees. Inter doesn't matter. Secondly, two cases e-way bill is mandatory. Number one, whenever you're doing interstate movement of goods where the consignment value is more than 50,000. No, interstate movement to job worker. Interstate movement to job worker. Don't see any consignment value. E-way bill is mandatory. And interstate movement by handicraft goods wala who is exempted from registration but not exempted from e-way bill, they will use their PAN number and generate the e-way bill. Sir, when should I generate e-way bill? E-way bill always should be generated prior to movement. It is not that when GST officer caught you, are telling I will generate now. No, it should be always generated prior to movement. But in case of rail, air or ship, what happens? No, when you are generating e-way bill, you need railway receipt number. You need airway bill number. You need the bill of lading in case of ship ka case. Now, how will you go ahead and get the goods ka railway receipt number unless you give the goods in the railway station? And hence, you can go ahead and generate the e-way bill. E-way bill may be generated after the commencement of movement also in case of rail, air or ship. Always remember, Baba, again, important point from exam point of view, what is the validity of e-way bill? What is the validity of e-way bill? One is over-dimensional cargo, ODC, over-dimensional cargo, big trucks which are there, or a multimodal transportation. Multiple modal transportation means I am the sender, you are the receiver, and I have used multiple modes to transport, might be road, rail, ship also I've gone ahead and used. Then remember one thing, if I've gone ahead and used multiple modes to transport from one location to another, multiple modes have been used and ship is involved, then remember one thing, less than up to 20 kilometers, you will get 1 day validity. If it is other than over-dimensional cargo, normal truck ke through I am sending, or if it is multimodal transportation, but ship is not involved, because other than, if ship ka involvement is not there, then remember one thing, if multiple modes are used up to 200 kilometers 1 day. Tell me one thing, normal cargo, 200 kilometers 1 day, correct? Oh, multimodal shipment, ship is not involved, 200 1 day. Multimodal transportation, multimodal shipment, basically multimodal transportation. Just give me a second. All working fine? Yes, sir, working fine. Multimodal transportation and ship is involved, 20 kilometers 1 day. Over-dimensional cargo, 20 kilometers 1 day. Is my point clear to all of you? Now, Baba, nothing. Whenever you are sending the goods, now supposingly this guy is sending the goods to him, remember one thing, first of all, the person in charge will come. What are the various documents and devices you have to go ahead and give him? Rule number 138A say invoice, bill of supply, delivery challan, whatever is there, plus one e-way bill has to be given. Correct, everyone? Either he will first take the invoice, bill of supply or delivery challan. Based on that, whatever is the e-way bill generated, he will take. And sir, if the import ka case, the driver should also carry what, everyone? Bill of entry. Now here e-way bill is not required to be carried by person in charge in case of rail, air or ship. But do you think pilot of a plane will carry e-way bill? Not required. Remember one thing, nowadays e-invoicing is there, and when you do e-invoicing, one QR code gets generated. So that QR code only can be carried instead of carrying the physical invoice. So they have gone ahead and told instead of physical tax invoice, if a person has done e-invoicing, that e-invoicing that QR code is there, that QR code can be carried along on the way, soft copy of that QR code. Whenever the officer will ask you, you can show the QR code instead of showing the physical tax invoice. It says QR code having embedded IRN number can also be shown on the way. Now, whenever you are going on the way, rule number 138A says verification will happen. Do you guys agree with me? And here it says who will do the verification? Authorized proper officer will do the verification. He'll ask you to show him the document, basically the tax invoice, etc. Then e-way bill, and also he will go ahead and show you the he will ask you to show the conveyance, whether what goods you have told in the document and the e-way bill, is it still matching the conveyance. Always remember one thing, inspector only will do the verification, but if you are going on the way and inspector level ka officer is not there on the way, still any other officer can do the verification of your goods, but that officer has to first take the permission from the commissioner. Now in CA intermediate they went ahead and asked one question this time, rule number 138C, explain. Rule number 138C goes ahead and says that, sir, you whenever the officer will do your checking, no, after checking, he will go online and he'll upload a summary report within how much time, everyone? 24 hours. And he will upload one detailed report within how many days? 3 days, saying, sir, what are the goods I've gone ahead and verified, what were the discrepancies, etc. And if he could not upload the report within 3 days, further 3 days ka time limit will be given. Remember one thing, once the verification has been done on the way of the goods in transit, he will upload the summary report and the final report. Again, your verification will not happen. But if they have any intelligent information that you have done something wrong, then further verification can happen again. Is my point clear to all of you? But remember one thing, in e-way bill chapter, whenever we are talking about days, no. For example, e-way bill was generated today evening 4 o'clock. Till what time it is valid? If it is valid for 1 day. Tomorrow evening 4 o'clock. No, always remember one thing, e-way bill ka validity starts immediately when you generate. So for example, today early morning I went ahead and generated e-way bill, but when I'm checking 1 day is from today midnight to tomorrow midnight. It is midnight to midnight. So if I have gone ahead and generated one e-way bill today early morning 6 o'clock, it is not that e-way bill is valid till tomorrow morning 6 o'clock. No, e-way bill if I generate today early morning 6 o'clock also, the validity 1 day will be counted from today midnight to tomorrow midnight. Is my point clear to all of you? But validity will immediately start. But 1 day calculation ke liye, it is midnight to next day midnight. Is my point clear to all of you, everyone? The next one over here is, sir, when you are going on the way, rule number 138D goes ahead and says, detention also can happen. If detention is more than 30 minutes, you can go online and upload one report saying, sir, they have gone ahead and stopped me and they're not letting me go. Grievance report can be uploaded. Grievance means, why are you sad? That report can be uploaded online in e-way bill form number 4. Now, whenever you are going on the way, sir, what are the cases when e-way bill is not required? Again, one small question can come in the exam. What are the cases when e-way bill is not required? Everyone over here now, listen. First of all, sir, when you are transporting LPG gas, kerosene is transported under public distribution system, post office is transporting postal baggage, pearl, precious stone, metal, gold, jewelry, smith wares, silversmiths ware, and other articles. Baba, remember one thing, gold, diamond, etc. When you are transporting, no, don't go online and generate e-way bill, because when you generate e-way bill, you will inform the GST officer. What if GST officer tells his friend and his friend came and rob you? That's why they are telling all these precious item we don't want to know. But if it is imitation jewelry, inform us, because no one will come and rob you for your imitation duplicate jewelries. Can I go ahead, everyone? Next, currency is not required to be informed. Use personal and household effect or corals. Sorry. Currency is required. 1 minute. Currency is not required to be see, LPG not required, kerosene not required, which is under public distribution system, postal bag is not required, pearls, precious stone, etc. not required, but imitation jewelry is required. Imitation jewelry is required to be informed when you are transporting imitation jewelry, duplicate jewelry. Then currency, not required. Personal and household effect, you are shifting your home, not required. Coral are all those corals which are under the sea. Corals when it is transported, again e-way bill is not required. Sir, if you are transporting, you tell me one thing, you are transporting the goods by a horse cart, donkey cart, etc. Now you tell me one thing, does a horse have a number? So they are going ahead and telling in that scenario, not required. Horse cart, donkey cart, etc. E-way bill is not required when the goods are transported by what? Non-motorized conveyance. Transported to or fro a custom port, airport, custom station to inland container depot or a container freight station. Because in this scenario, custom ka control is there. Because custom port say it is going to the custom ka ICD, inland container depot or container freight station. In that scenario, because custom control is there, they are going ahead and telling e-way bill under GST is not required to be generated. Whenever the goods are moving within notified area, might be government has gone ahead and notified one area because flood has come in that area. Government told internet is only not there. How will people generate e-way bill? Not required to be generated. Government can go ahead and say e-way bill is not required. Whenever transport is transportation is done of exempted goods. When their goods are only exempted, there's nothing to steal. E-way bill is not required. Alcoholic liquor for human consumption, HP man, all this ke liye e-way bill is not required to be generated. Except de-oiled cake. De-oiled cake is that, Baba, after mustard oil is taken out, no? What remained is a de-oiled cake. That is a cow feed. But you know what? For smuggling reason, because those goods are being smuggled to Bangladesh, etc., government goes ahead and says, I want to know about each moment, and hence, even though de-oiled cake there is no GST, but government wants you to generate e-way bill. When supply of goods are being transported are not a supply under Schedule 3. For example, dead body you are transporting, neither supply of goods nor supply of service. E-way bill is not required. Next, supply of goods by CSD to and fro unit, run canteen, Baba, all these army canteens which are there, not required to generate e-way bill. Heavy water, nuclear fuel by department. Baba, do you think Department of Atomic Energy will inform online, sir, I am transporting today atomic bomb? Not required to be informed. Then movement by defense formation under the Ministry of Defense. All this Indian Army transporting one missile. Should they inform? Not required to be informed. They need not go and generate e-way bill. When movement is empty container, empty cylinder, not required to generate e-way bill. When consigner is the government and transportation be by what, everyone? Rail. When government is sending anything by rail, e-way bill is not required to be generated. Then transportation from one custom port, airport to another custom port to another custom port, because custom control will be there. Again, e-way bill not required. When transportation is done under custom supervision, custom seal, e-way bill is not required. When transit cargo is going through India to Nepal, do you think Nepalese guy can generate e-way bill? Bhutanese guy can generate e-way bill, and hence in that scenario, e-way bill is not required to be generated. By chance, they can go ahead and ask a small point, so you can go ahead and remember this. Are we all clear till here, everyone? But beside this, lot of things are there in the e-way bill chapter. But whatever is the most important thing, we have to focus on that. Can I go ahead, everyone? First thing, you should always remember what are the cases you have to generate e-way bill. Second thing, you should remember how to calculate consignment value. Remember, it should include GST but exclude exempt supply. What is the validity of the e-way bill? You should remember this point. I don't think at final level they should ask you, but intermediate level they have asked. Now they have gone ahead and told what are the cases e-way bill is not required. You can read this and go. Now tell me one thing. This point I just want to tell you once. If you are going on the way and anything happens to your vehicle, always remember one thing. If anything happens to your vehicle, you can ask for extension. Extension can be asked 8 hours prior or 8 hours later. So today midnight e-way bill is going to expire. 8 hours prior means after evening 4 o'clock you can ask for extension, and if the e-way bill already expired today midnight, still you can ask for extension till tomorrow morning 8 o'clock. Remember one thing, e-way bill ka extension can be asked 8 hours prior or 8 hours later after the expiry also. Now what happened when you are going on the way, your vehicle went bad and you want to shift to another vehicle, always remember whenever vehicle changes, part B has to be updated. Is my point clear to all of you? Everyone over here now, the next one. People, in this part, I want to go ahead and talk about e-way bill when will e-way bill generation be restricted? Always remember one thing, rule number 138E, again an important point from exam point of view. Rule number 138E says, restriction on furnishing information in party of e-way bill. Basically, they are going ahead and telling, Ramesh, listen to me very carefully. Everyone over here now, I want to go ahead and supply, but I have gone ahead and done 4 default. If I have done any one of the 4 default, my e-way bill will be blocked for my sales. If anyone is selling me, he can go ahead and generate e-way bill. But me as a seller, I can't go ahead and put my name in the e-way bill as a seller and generate e-way bill. Sir, I will tell my buyer to generate. Buyer also can't put your name in the e-way bill as you as the seller. Sir, I will authorize my transporter, or I'll authorize my e-commerce operator, or I'll authorize my courier agency to go ahead and generate e-way bill on my behalf, putting me as the, see Baba, there's an option where you can authorize your courier agency, transporter, or e-commerce operator saying, sir, you only generate e-way bill on my behalf. You have authorized them, but they will not be able to put your name as the supplier if you have gone ahead and done default. But tell me one thing, if I am a defaulter, can I purchase? Can people generate e-way bill in my name? Yes. But if I have gone ahead and done this for default, for my sale, I will not be able to generate e-way bill. Anyone else also trying to showing me as the seller want to generate e-way bill, they will not be able to generate if I have done this for default. So they have gone ahead and told no person means either the supplier or recipient or courier agency or e-commerce operator or the transporter no person shall be allowed to furnish information in part A in respect of outward movements, in respect of my sale of a registered person who has gone ahead and done for default. If I'm a composition dealer, people remember one thing, composition dealer, after 3 months, they should pay the tax and file CMP02. For 2 quarters, I have not gone ahead and filed my CMP02 for 2 consecutive quarters, then e-way bill portal will get blocked. Sir, being a person other than A, other than composition dealer, right everyone? If I have not furnished return, which is GST 3B, basically your monthly return, for a consecutive 2 tax period. 2 tax period means if I am filing monthly return, then 2 months. If I am filing quarterly return, then 2 quarter ke liye. If I have not filed my monthly return, which is basically general person ke liye GST 3B, then e-way bill portal will get blocked. Sir, if I am a person who is other than A, other than composition person, means I will go ahead and file what everyone? GSTR1. Baba, if I have not furnished my GSTR1 for 2 months or 2 quarters, then also e-way portal will get blocked. And next one is being a person whose registration has been suspended under rule number 21A, 1, 2 or 2A. Basically, whenever your registration gets suspended, you will not be able to generate e-way bill. Can you tell me everyone, what are the 4 defaults for which your e-way bill portal will get blocked? Number 1, everyone, composition dealer, 2 consecutive quarter ke liye CMP 08 not filed. Normal person, return not filed for 2 months or 2 quarters. GSTR1 not filed for 2 months or 2 quarters. If a registration is suspended, e-way bill portal gets blocked. Sir, please unblock. Go to the commissioner. Request him in e-way bill form number 5. And if he wants, he can go ahead and allow you in e-way bill form number 6, saying, okay, I'm allowing you. You can start filing your e-way bill by using the e-way bill form number 1, or he can go ahead and reject after providing opportunity of being heard. Everyone over here, some important points which are there are important. Everyone, listen to me very carefully. Sir, if I generate three invoices, people, if I generate 3 invoices, how many e-way bills are required? 3 e-way bill. Baba, every invoice, every document is a separate consignment. Every document is a separate consignment. Every document ke liye separate e-way bill should be there. Now, everyone listen to me very carefully. For example, I went ahead and got one order from a person. He ordered me goods worth rupees 1,50,000. You know what I did? I went ahead and made invoice number 1, invoice number 2, invoice number 3. Remember one thing, if you are bifurcated in 3 invoices and all the invoices including GST ka value is more than 50,000 rupees, then 3 e-way bill will be required. So here I have to generate 1 e-way bill, here I have to generate e-way bill, here I have to generate 1 e-way bill. You will tell, sir, I have gone ahead and put it in one truck. But still, if it is 3 separate document, it means 3 separate e-way bill is required. Are we all clear till here? Now listen to me very carefully. Once you have gone ahead and generated e-way bill number 1, e-way bill number 2, e-way bill number 3, all the 3 e-way bills ka detail you can consolidate in one document, which is called a consolidated e-way bill. Here e-way bill number 1 ka detail will come, e-way bill number 2 ka detail will come, e-way bill number 3 ka detail will come, and this can be done by the transporter. Transporter can go ahead and do one thing. Instead of taking so many e-way bills, on the way, what he can do is all the details he can put on the portal, and portal will give him one consolidated document, which is called a consolidated e-way bill. Remember one thing, for 3 documents separate, means invoice number 1, invoice number 2, invoice number 3, invoice number 4. Always remember, every document is a separate consignment, separate e-way bill should be generated. After you have generated separate e-way bill, so that on the way it is convenient, you can generate one consolidated e-way bill. It says transporter may generate consolidated e-way bill in e-way bill form number 2, indicating the serial numbers of all the other e-way bills which are there. E-way bill may be cancelled within 24 hours, but after the verification has happened, you can't go ahead and cancel it. Sir, e-way bill may be e-way bill generated in one state is valid across India, Baba. It is valid in any other state also, no problem at all. Remember one thing, sir, in case of rail, air or ship, I went ahead and told you e-way bill can be generated after movement also. But remember one thing, if at the time of delivery, no, you don't go ahead and show the e-way bill, no, railway will not give it the delivery. Only in case of railway, they have gone ahead and told, railway will not give it the delivery unless e-way bill is produced at the time of delivery. E-way bill may be generated even if the value of consignment is less than equal to 50,000. It's optional. If you want to, you can go ahead and generate, no problem at all. Consigner or consignee has not generated e-way bill. I have also not generated. You have also not generated, because I was sending you the goods which is only 10,000, 20,000, 30,000. Now in that scenario, but transport is selling in my goods, in my truck, the transport which is, the goods which are there, the value is more than 50,000. What to do? So it says, if aggregate value of goods carried is more than 50,000, transporter shall, with respect to only interstate supply, generate e-way bill in e-way bill form number 1 on the basis of invoice, bill of supply or delivery challenge. For example, one transporter ka truck is there. I gave one goods, someone else, all the goods, 10,000, 20,000 ka value is there. But transporter is selling my goods, the whole goods in the truck, the value is more than 50. Then transporter should generate the e-way bill if it is an interstate movement. Now, this is a part of the amendment. Everyone listen to very carefully. You will go ahead and tell me, sir, these people who are unregistered, handicraft wala, they have to take goods from one state to another state. They have to generate e-way bill. What to do? Government went ahead and introduced one thing. See, unregistered person who are required to generate, like the handicraft supplier who are exempted from registration, but they are required to generate e-way bill. Or unregistered person opting to generate e-way bill. I am unregistered. Supplier unregistered, recipient unregistered, both unregistered. Who will generate? In this scenario, when you're going on the way, GST officer will catch and ask you where is the e-way bill, etc. So that if you don't want headache, what you can do is you can go online and submit one form called enrollment form number 3. on the portal, and one unique enrollment number will be given to you. Using the unique enrollment number, all these handicraft supplier who was exempted from registration, they want to generate, they can also generate. You are unregistered person, recipient is also unregistered. Who will generate? If you want to generate, you can go online and generate using the form, using the enrollment number. Is my point clear to all of you? This is a part of the amendment. If unregistered person wants to generate a e-way bill, he can go online, take enrollment. Using the enrollment number, he can go ahead and generate. Basically, when you take enrollment, you can use your PAN number. You have to give your PAN details, etc., and they'll give you an enrollment number. Using the enrollment number, you can generate the e-way bill. Now, everyone, listen to very carefully. E-way bill, no. Always remember one thing: there are two parts, Part A and Part B. Only Part A, if it is filled, your e-way bill is not valid. You have to fill Part A, which is transaction detail. Part B, how are you transporting? Now, what they are going ahead and telling, in some cases, if you are going ahead and I am cutting, don't cut. If you are going ahead and sending your goods supposedly to a GTA so that it can be loaded and sent further, then what you can do is, if you are sending your goods to the transporter's place of business and it's an intrastate movement, number one, transporter place of business, number two, intrastate movement, and the distance is only up to 50 kilometers, because the transporter will upload part B, you can just upload part A ka detail and send the goods so that he can put his truck ka details and take the goods and go further. Is my point clear to all of you? So tell me one thing, generally e-way bill is valid when part A and part B both are filled. But there is an exception to the rule. When you are sending your goods to the transporter, you can fill part A only and part B is not required. But transporter should be intrastate and distance should be up to 50 kilometers. If the distance is more than 50 kilometers, you should fill part A and part B. Both will be required. Once the goods will reach over here, he can update the details with the transporter ka truck ka detail. Now the goods went from here to Delhi. When the goods will be unloaded and taken from here to here, again the same scenario, from the transporter's place of business to the final consignee. If the distance is only up to 50 kilometers, part B may new truck ka detail is not required to be updated. What they are telling, from transporter's place of business, if it's an intrastate movement and goods are going to the consignee from here till here, if it is up to 50 kilometers, part A is required, part B updation is not required. But if distance is more than 50 kilometers, part A and part B both will be required. Are you all clear till here? Listen to me very carefully. One more small point is there. If you are sending your goods to the weighing bridge for weighment. If distance is up to 20 kilometers, e-way bill is not required. Just you are sending the goods for weighing the truck and the goods. If distance is more than 20 kilometers, delivery challan plus e-way bill will also be. Is my point clear to all of you? Sir, all other points in this chapter are just for the purpose of reading. Tell me one thing, everyone. E-way bill is required for movement. It is not required for supply. Supply, not supply, doesn't matter in e-way bill. Movement is there, then you have to generate e-way bill. Are we all clear till here? This chapter, other things which are there are miscellaneous. You can just read it. Tell me one thing. I've told you when is e-way bill required, how to find out consignment value, e-way bill ka validity, when is e-way bill not required. Okay, everyone, these points are important. In the next page, this rule number 138 is important. Some important points which I've told you are important. And this last one, okay, sir, e-way bill is generally valid when part A and part B both are filled. Is there an exception to the rule? When consignor to the transporter it is going, intrastate movement and distance is up to 50 kilometers, part A is only required, part B not required, not filled also, it's okay. Or when transporter ka place se final consignee ko it is going, if the distance is up to 50 kilometers, intrastate movement, part B updation is not required. If part A is filled, that is more than enough. Is my point clear to all of you? Closing my discussion on the chapter of e-way bill. Now, let's go ahead and move to the next chapter. The next chapter is time of supply. Chapter number 11, time of supply. Everyone, let's take a quick linking. We started learning GST with goods or service. Goods or service has to be supplied. Supply can be either interstate supply or intrastate. Interstate supply, IGST will get levied. Intra, what will get levied? CGST will get levied. Once GST get levied, GST should be collected and paid by a taxable person. How will he collect? How will he pay? He will calculate GST, and GST is equal to value of supply into rate of tax. Once you know the value, you will prepare the tax invoice, credit note, debit note, and delivery challan. Now you will go ahead and maintain your accounts and records, and you will send the goods to the other person with the help of a e-way bill. Now government will go ahead and say, Ramesh, what are you waiting for? You went ahead and did your supply. You went ahead and calculate, you have to collect the tax, you calculated the tax, you gave the invoice, you maintain your accounts, you have sent the goods to the other person also. Now please go ahead and pay my GST. And hence, government goes ahead and says, Ramesh, now your time has come back. You have to go ahead and pay the GST to me. And that time is called the time of supply. Remember one thing, time of supply is that time when you become liable to pay GST to the government. You tell me one thing, you will pay GST when you supply, when you raise the invoice, when you receive the payment. When will you pay? So government went ahead and told, I want it earlier the better. So it should be always whichever is earlier. You want to pay later is better. But government made the law and government went ahead and told whichever is earlier. And hence come the time of supply. Everyone listen to me very carefully. If it's a liability of the month of January, when will you pay? February 20. We are not learning when will you pay. We are learning when do you become liable to pay. Is my point clear to all of you? When do you become liable? If it's a liability of 1 month, that month liability is paid by next month. We are not asking when will you pay. We are asking when do you become liable to pay, and that is told by the chapter of time of supply. Everyone, time of supply deals with section number 12, which talks about time of supply in case of goods. Section number 13, time of supply in case of services, and section number 14, whenever there is a rate change, how will you deal with that? That is told by section number 14. Everyone over here now, this time from exam point of view, I feel that one question will come in the exam because there is a small amendment also in this chapter. I like this chapter, but still I will classify it as B graded only because it might come, it might not come also. But there are good chances in your September and January attempt, you will get question in this from this chapter. Everyone, time of supply. Listen to me very carefully. Time of supply, section number 12 has section number 12. 1, 2, can you see? 3, 4, 5, 6. Same way, section number 13 has 13. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. And then comes section number 14. Everyone listen to me very carefully. In section number 12 goes ahead and talks about time of supply in case of goods. Section number 12, one, no, it just goes ahead and says, you on whenever it is the time of supply, no, you will become liable to pay. Oh, time of supply means when do you become liable to pay? Who told this? This is told by section number 12.1. Section number 12.1 says your liability to pay the tax on the goods will always arise at the time of supply. Whenever it is the time of supply, that time your liability will come. I asked how to find out time of supply. They went ahead and told, please follow forward. Section number 12.2 goes ahead and says, if it is forward charge mechanism, means I am the supplier, I went ahead and supplied, I should collect the GST and pay. When should I pay GST to the government? When will I become liable to pay? They told from supplier's point of view, in case of forward charge mechanism for goods. So for example, I am a supplier of mobile phone. I went ahead and supplied the mobile phone. When do I become liable to pay? They went ahead and told earlier of date of issue of invoice. For example, I issued one invoice on 1st of January or the last date to issue invoice. Can you tell me what is the last date to issue invoice? Whenever you remove the goods, you should issue the invoice. Do you guys remember, everyone? Or whenever you delivery or make it available. Section number 31.1 in case of tax invoice chapter. Section number 31.4, successive statement you are giving or payment is received, then you should give the invoice in case of continuous supply of goods. Sir, in case of goods sent on approval, when the approval is given or 6 months from removal, you should go ahead and make the invoice. If supposingly you had removed the goods on 25th of December, but you actually made the invoice on 1st January, is the invoice correct or wrong? You removed the goods on 25th December, but you actually made the invoice on 1st January. It is wrong because you should have made the invoice here only. Can I go ahead, everyone? And then it says date of receipt of payment. Sir, how do I receive the payment? Either I will go ahead and first I received one check. I made a book entry. Then it got credited in my bank account later. Which date will you take? Book entry or credit in the bank account, whichever is earlier. Is my point clear to all of you? So can you tell me, everyone, what is the time of supply in case of goods? Remember one thing, time of supply in case of goods generally is date of invoice, last date to issue invoice, or date of receipt of payment, whichever is earlier. But then government went ahead and came up with a notification wherein people went ahead and told, sir, on advance we will not pay GST. Supplier of goods told, and hence government came up with a notification where government told government notified supplier of goods except registered person supplying actionable claim, leave actionable claim. Other than that, every supplier of goods shall pay GST as per section number 12 to A, means 12 to B will not be applicable for supplier of goods. So if I am a supplier of goods and I am gone ahead and received some payment in advance, on that I am not required to pay any GST. Is my point clear to all of you? Now you tell me one thing. If it is actionable claim, you have to take all the three, whichever is earlier. But if it is not actionable claim, other goods, other than actionable claim, you will always take date of invoice or last date to issue invoice, whichever is earlier. You will not take date of receipt of payment. Is my point clear to all of you, everyone? So that's it. Is told by section number 12. Tell me one thing. Forward charge mechanism. When do a supplier become liable? Date of invoice or last date to issue invoice, whichever is earlier. If it is actionable claim like lottery, betting, gambling, horse racing, etc., date of invoice, Are Baba, normal goods, date of invoice or last date to issue invoice, date of receipt of payment not to be taken. If it is, did I tell something wrong? Then why are you guys looking at me like that? Then the next one, everyone. Actionable claim, date of invoice, last date to issue invoice or date of receipt of payment, whichever is earlier. Is my point clear to all of you? The next one over here is RCM ka case. Do you remember in which goods we have to pay GST under RCM? Metal scrap, cashew nuts, unpeeled, unshelled, array belt crops. Can I go ahead, everyone? Tell me one thing, everyone. Crops belt. You remember, everyone? C for cashew nut, R for raw cotton. Yes, everyone. O for old scrap, old cars, etc. P for PSLC. S for silk yarn. Correct, everyone? B for BD leaves. E for essential oil. Then L for lottery. T for tobacco. And S for metal scrap also. Scraps, metal scraps. Can we go ahead, everyone? Everyone listen to me very carefully. In case of RCM, the recipient has to pay. For an example, when agriculturist went ahead and supplied me raw cashew, I should pay GST under RCM. What are the three instances? First, the goods will come to me, the date of receipt of goods. Secondly, I will go ahead and make the payment to him. So the date of receipt of goods or the day I make the payment. When I make the payment, either my book entry or it will be debited in my bank account, whichever is earlier, or date immediately following 30 days from the date of invoice or other document by the supplier. Now, everyone tell me one thing. Supplier will go ahead, agriculturist will issue me an invoice. For an example, agriculturist went ahead and issued me an invoice on 1st of January. Might be just gave me a small document, bill, etc. on 1st January. Can you tell me 31st day from this date? Date immediately following 30 days means you have to take the 31st day. Can you tell me which day will come? January 31 days, one day gone, first day gone. 30 days in January, you need one more day. So it will be 1st of February. Remember one thing, date immediately following 30 days, it means the 31st day. Whichever is earlier. Is my point clear to all of you? Tell me one thing, in case of RCM, when am I required to pay the tax under RCM, everyone? Date of receipt of goods, date I make the payment, or when if he gives the invoice, from his invoice, how many days? 31 days. Don't write 31 days in exam, write date following 31 days. Date following 30 days. Date following 30 days, which is the 31st day, whichever is earlier. Now, for an example, I went in and placed one order with an agriculturist and I passed one entry, cashew nut account debit to agriculturist, payable entry. I have not yet received the goods also. I have not yet made the payment and agriculturist did not give invoice also. But I placed an order and I passed one entry immediately, cashew nut account debit to agriculturist, payable entry. Did I receive the goods? No. Did I make the payment? No. 31st day, agriculturist did not give me invoice only till now. So when does my liability come? They say if ABC is not applicable, the day you make the book entry. I made one payable entry, no. Agriculturist account debit to no, cashew nut account debit to the agriculturist payable entry I passed. That day is my liability date. Is my point clear to all of you? Everyone, the next one over here is voucher. People, you know what voucher, what happens? Now, voucher, I went to Shopper Stop. I told I want to buy a voucher. They went ahead and gave me a voucher from which I can buy anything from them. So today when they are issuing the voucher, do they know what I am going to buy? So they can't go ahead and pay the GST today. They will have to wait for redemption. But if they go ahead and issue me a voucher where they know immediately now only what am I going to buy in future, they gave me a chappal ka voucher where I can buy chappal only in future. Then in that scenario, they have to pay the GST today. Is my point clear to all of you? In case of voucher, is the supply identifiable on the issue of voucher? If yes, one person issued me a voucher when he knows that I'm going to buy shirt only in future. Then the day the voucher is issued, that is the day the liability will come. But if a person has gone ahead and issued me a voucher where the person doesn't know what am I going to buy now, he knows that he will come to know what am I going to buy only in a future date, then that future date pay, that person will be liable to pay GST on that. That will be the redemption date. Is my point clear to all of you? So for example, I have gone ahead and issued a voucher and I know what is the supply going to be. I should pay the GST immediately. Now is my liability date. But if I don't know what is the supply going to be, when you actually come and redeem, that will be my liability date. Now in this voucher, what used to happen? No, the students used to go ahead and ask me, sir, what if voucher is not redeemed? What if this happened, that happened? Sir, what if voucher is not redeemed only? When will you pay? So all these के लिए now the CBIC का circular has come, which is there in your supply chapter, which I'll talk at the end of this chapter. Can we go ahead, everyone? Everyone over here now. Next, sir, residuary case. Residuary case means if you are not falling in this also, if you are not falling in this also, if you are not falling, don't cut anything. I am cutting, I can rub. Correct, everyone? If you are not falling in this also, if A 12.2, 12.3, 12.4 is not applicable, remember one thing: if you are a registered person and you are still liable to pay any tax, government told any case comes up, registered person is still liable to pay tax. He should pay tax on the due date of the return. If he's an unregistered person, I'm an unregistered person, I collected tax from the people. Government is telling, wait, now you have to pay. I told I will not pay. They told I'll send you to jail. I told I'll pay. But when am I liable? The day you pay, that day only is your bad date. That day is your date. The date of payment is your liability date. Is my point clear to all of you? The next one over here is IPL. IPL, always remember, interest, penalty, late fee. If received, pay. If don't receive, don't pay. If received, pay when you receive. Liability is when, everyone? Liability comes the date of receipt of IPL. Is my point clear to all of you, everyone? The next one comes section number 13. Section number 13, time of supply of services, A graded. They can go ahead and ask a question from section number 13. Everyone over here now. Section number 13, one again. When will section number 13 be applicable? They say time liability will come on the time of supply. Liability to pay tax on service will come when, everyone? On the time of supply. When the liability will come. When will the liability come? At the time of supply. Who told everyone? Section number 13. How to find out the time of supply? Section number 13, 2 went ahead and told, in case of forward charge mechanism. Everyone listen to me very carefully. If you issue the invoice on time, do you remember the time of issue of invoice? In case of services, generally invoice should be issued before or after the service has been done within 30 days. Do you guys remember? And 45 days in case of NBFI. Continuous supply of service ka case mein due date is ascertainable on or before due date. Due date not ascertainable on or before payment. If payment is linked to completion, on or before completion. Now everyone, very, very important from exam point of view. Remember. Now, I gave one service, invoice issued on time. If invoice is on time, invoice of payment, whichever is earlier. If I don't go ahead and issue on time invoice, then sir, always remember the day you provided the service or the day you received the payment, whichever is earlier, is the invoice on time. If invoice is on time, date of invoice or date of receipt of payment, whichever is earlier. If invoice is not on time, invoice is useless. The day you provided the service or the date of receipt of payment, whichever is earlier. Now they went ahead and told about small advances which are there. Small advances ka case mein always remember the time of supply will be. See, generally in case of services, you have to pay GST on advance. But if it's a small advance, government goes ahead and says, if you want, you can pay small advance means up to 1,000 rupees. For example, I received 500 rupees as advance. Government goes ahead and says you can pay the GST now, or when you go ahead and actually raise the invoice, that time you can go ahead and pay. Option of the supplier, the time of supply will be whenever the supplier wants to pay. He can pay now also, he can pay later also. If the amount of advance is only up to 1,000. Now remember one thing. For example, I went ahead and gave one service to one resident welfare association. Association went ahead and made the payment to me in cash. I did cleaning service for them. I did not give invoice also. Payment I took in cash. I did not make any entry. Date of providing of service. How will government come to know when did I do the cleaning in the apartment? And secondly, payment I received in cash. All the four things are not available in my books of account. But you know what happened? In Vijit ka books of account, he is the resident. They are the resident welfare association. In resident welfare association ka books of account, Vijit resident welfare association ka books of account mein one audit happened when government saw, hey, Vijit has paid two deep cleaning expenses to cash. They'll ask, whom did you pay cash? Vijit told Ramesh, Soni. Then I'm stuck. My liability date will come when he has made the book entry. In my books of account, there are no entries. But I'm liable to pay tax. Government caught me. When will I pay? It says if 13 to A and B is not applicable, then the time of supply will be book entry date of the recipient. Baba, supplier ka book liability comes based on the books of account of the recipient. Are we all clear till here, everyone? The next one over here is, sir, 13.3. Everyone listen to very carefully. It's a part of the amendment, so you have to be very careful over here. 13.3 goes ahead and talks about reverse charge mechanism. Everyone over here now, reverse charge mechanism. It says recipient point of view say, sir, tell me one thing, diagrams where you have to pay GST under RCM. Do you remember director went ahead and gave me the service? I should pay GST under RCM. When? If I'm a company, I should pay GST under RCM. GTA gave me the service. I should pay GST under RCM. If GTA has not gone ahead and charged me GST, I should pay GST under RCM 5%. When? It says earlier of date of payment. Date of payment with book entry or debit, whichever is earlier. Either you have given a check that day you made the book entry, or it got debited from your bank account, whichever is earlier. And it says, you know what, everyone? In case of RCM, what happens? No, if my supplier is a registered person, supplier will go ahead and issue me a tax invoice. Do you remember, everyone? If my supplier is a unregistered person, then he will not give me a tax invoice, but I should go ahead and make my self invoice. Do you remember, everyone? Can I go ahead, everyone? And self invoice ka time limit is 30 days. Array, in tax invoice chapter, I went ahead and told you, you should go ahead and make your self invoice within how many days? 30 days from the receipt of goods services. Do you remember, everyone? So in this scenario, I will go ahead and make the self invoice within 30 days from the date of receipt. So they are going ahead and telling Ramesh. So for an example, I have gone and received the supplies from a person who is registered supplier. People, 1 minute. The day I make the payment to him, and if invoice is issued by the supplier, date immediately following 60 days from the date of invoice, whichever is earlier. So tell me one thing, everyone. For an example, I have received the supply from this supplier who is there. Number one, when I made the payment to him, Everyone. Secondly, from his invoice date, for example, his invoice is 1st January. Can you tell me 61 days gets over when? Array, date immediately following 60 days, no? From the invoice given by the supplier. Can you tell me January 31 days, 1 day gone. January how many days? 30. February 28 days, 6, 30, 40, 50, 58 days gone. 2 days, 60 days, correct? Plus 1 day, it is 3rd of March. Is my point clear to all of you? So people tell me one thing. I made the payment to him supposedly on 10th of March and 3rd of March, whichever is. So it says the day you make the payment, or if invoice is issued by the supplier, date immediately following 60 days from the date of invoice. Is my point clear to all of you? Now you tell me one thing. For example, in this case, if supplier is unregistered person, he will not issue the invoice. If invoice is issued by the recipient, I will myself make the invoice. Date of issue of the invoice. Can you tell me, everyone, when should I make the invoice? Within 30 days from the date of receipt. The date I received the service, I should make the invoice within 30 days. For example, here, the day I made the payment is 1st January. I received the service. Actually, I received the service on 10th of December. 10th December, I received the service. Can you tell me from this, I will take 30 days to make the invoice? Can you tell me December how many days? 31 days. 10 days gone, 21 days. Plus 9 days. Can you tell me when will I make the invoice? 9th of? Array everyone. 30 days, no. When did I receive the goods? Service. 10th of December. I received one service. Can you tell me service how many days I should make my self invoice? December 31 days. 30 or 31? 10 days gone. 21 days. How many days we need more? 9. So this is 30 days. Can I go ahead, everyone? It is not 31st a day. You should make the invoice within 30 days. So tell me one thing. 10th of January, I should make the invoice. 1st January, I made the payment. 10th of January, I raised the self invoice, whichever is earlier. Where 9th of January? Oh, sorry. 9. ठीक है. You are right. 21 days plus 9. So it is 9th of January. Sorry. You understood this point, everyone? 9th of January. 31 days minus 10 days, 21 days, 21 plus 9. So 9th of January. So I should make that self-invoice by 9th of January. 9th January or 1st January, which is earlier? 1st January. Is my point clear to all of you? Tell me one thing, everyone. In case of RCM, now there are two scenes which are there. RCM, in case of services, you have to go ahead and pay. So, sir, if you have received the supply, supplier is registered or supplier is unregistered. If supply is registered, you have to make the date of payment here also. The date of payment is here also. In this scenario, supplier ka invoice is 61st day from the date of invoice by the supplier. Here it will be. Here it is the date of issue of invoice. Date of invoice by the recipient. And when will he make the invoice? Within 30 days of receipt of goods or service, he makes the invoice. So the date of invoice by the recipient. Is my point clear to all of you? Whichever is earlier in this scenario, this will be an exam question. Please be very careful. People watching at home, are we clear with this point? Yes, sir, we are clear. Chalo, let's go ahead. Everyone, now listen to very carefully. If by chance this and this is not available, for example, I went in and told my director to provide me service. Director told I'll provide you the service, but before he provides me the service, only I made an entry. Directorial services account debit to Mr. Manjunath. I passed a payable country already. It says if all the three clauses are not available, remember one thing, time of supply will be book entry date. The day you book the expense, that is your liability date. Is my point clear to all of you? The day you book the liability. Is my point clear to all of you? Tell me one thing. Generally, if I take importation of service from outside India, I am required to pay GST under RCM. When? Date of payment or the day I make the self invoice, whichever, because process from outside India will not give you GST invoice. You have to make your self invoice. The day I make the payment to him or date of invoice, whichever is earlier. Is my point clear to all of you? Now, sir, but remember one thing. If you have imported services from an associate enterprise, general importation, above rule. Associate enterprise, then remember one thing, supplier is outside India, then in that scenario, you are a recipient in India, your associate enterprise, head office has gone ahead and provided services to you. You have to go ahead and make. Liability will be the day you make the payment to him or the day you pass the payable entry, whichever is earlier. Now, my head office went ahead and provided the service. If I make the payment to him, okay, or the day I pass the payable country, saying, sir, business auxiliary service received from the head office, business auxiliary service to the head office. I pass the entry, that day is my liability date. Is my point clear to all of you? Everyone, the next one over here is, sir, voucher, residuary case and IPL is same. Same as above. The next one over here. Tell me one thing, time of supply in case of maintenance, construction of road and maintenance under the hybrid annuity model. What is hybrid annuity model? Basically what happens over here, there will be always one, supposingly one Adani group is there. Adani group ko NHAI went ahead and told, NHAI, National Highway Authority went ahead and told, you have to make the road for us. So you have to make the road for us and maintain the road for us for 15 years. You build the road, operate the road, and then transfer the road to us. Build, operate, and transfer model is that. That's called a hybrid annuity model, wherein NHI went ahead and told every year we'll go ahead and keep paying you 1 crore rupees. What you have to do? You have to first build the road, then you have to maintain the road, and then you have to transfer after 15 years. Is it a continuous supply of service? Yes or no, everyone? Yes, and hence they have gone ahead and told it's a continuous supply of service, and time of supply will be as per section number 13.2a or b. 13.2a or b. You have to remember over here, in case of continuous supply of service, what happens if supposingly the due dates when they are going to make the payment is ascertainable? Invoice should be on or before the due date. Invoice is on time, invoice or payment, whichever is earlier. If invoice was not on or before the due date, the day service was done, or the date of payment, whichever is earlier. Is my point clear to all of you? So here they have gone ahead and told it's a continuous supply of service, and hence which will apply? 13.2a or 13.2b. The next one over here is time of supply in case of spectrum usage charges or other similar services under GST. Government of India is the supplier. Government of India has gone ahead and given you, the telecom operator is the recipient. I am Reliance over here. Government of India is over here. I am Reliance over here. Government of India has gone ahead and given me spectrum. 2G spectrum, 3G spectrum, 5G spectrum, and I am Reliance. I have to pay the GST under RCM. When? It says GST to be discharged under RCM by the telecom operator. Correct, everyone? You have to remember one thing over here, where upfront payment is made. Means I went in and told government, one shot I will make you the payment. On that I have to pay the liability. When will I pay the liability? Government told very simple, GST to be payable when upfront amount is paid or when it was due, whichever is earlier. Now, if I am going in and making deferred payment means installment made. I took government says spectrum, and government went ahead and told you have to keep making the payment to me every year 1111 crore rupees. This date, this date, this date, this date. It's a continuous supply of service. Do you guys agree with me, everyone? Now, here deferred payment is made again when the GST is due or when it is made, whichever is earlier. Same. If I have made one shot payment, whenever the whenever the amount was due, not GST, whenever the amount was, GST is payable when the payment was due to the government or when the payment is actually made as per the contract, whenever it was due or when you actually make, whichever is earlier. See, if you make early, then when you made, you have to pay GST. If you don't make early, when it was due, you have to pay GST. Is my point clear to all of you? Everyone over here now. The next one is section number 14. Papa, I'll tell you one thing. This time in your exam 13.2 and 13.3, September or January attempt, I think it is very important. Or it can be a voucher also ka question, which I'll talk at the end relating to the voucher ka circular. Everyone over here now. Section number 14 goes ahead and talks about time of supply in case of rate change. Everyone listen to me very carefully. For an example, this is over here, the rate has changed. You have done the supply before the rate change. You have done the supply before the rate change. Now, there are two things. One is invoice and one is payment. In goods and service supplied before the rate change. Invoice is before, payment is after. You tell me one thing, supply was what? Before? Invoice is before. What is attached to the supply? Invoice. Time of supply is date of invoice. People remember one thing here. There are two things which are there. One is invoice and one is payment, correct? What is attached to the supply? Invoice. So liability days is date of invoice, and here the rate was 12 and here the rate became 18%. Here the rate changed, correct everyone? So you should take whatever is the rate on the date of invoice, which is how much, everyone? For example, you went ahead and did one supply before the rate change. This is rate change. You did a supply over here. Payment is here, but invoice is here. What is attached to the supply, everyone? Payment, no. So date of payment and whatever is the rate over here, that rate will apply. Can I go ahead, everyone? So they have gone ahead and told if goods and services are supplied before, you see what is before. Invoice is before or payment is before? Invoice is before. Date of invoice is the time of supply, and old wala rate, before wala rate will apply. Sir, you are talking about goods and services are supplied before, but payment is before, then date of payment and old rate will apply. Can I go ahead, everyone? Invoice also after, payment also after. Hey, services supplied before. Supply is here, invoice is here, payment is here. Then in these two, whichever is earlier, that will be the time of supply. Whichever is earlier, and because here is the time of supply, new rate will apply. Is my point clear to all of you? Tell me one thing, everyone. Simple. Close your eyes, think. Invoice is here. Supply done before. Before ka case. Invoice before, payment after. What is it? Invoice. Payment before, invoice later. Payment. Payment ka date ka rate will apply. Whenever it is the time of supply, that date ka rate will apply. Supply done before. Invoice also after, payment also after. In this two, whichever is earlier, and because it's the right side, the new rate. Can I close, everyone? People, we'll move to the right side. Now, supply is done after. Supply is done after the rate change. Invoice is before, payment is after. What is attached to the supply? What is attached to the supply? Payment, no? Always remember. See, goods and service supplied after. What is after? Invoice, then date of invoice and after wala date. What is after? Payment. Payment wala date and after wala date. If goods and service supplied after, invoice also before, payment is also before, then whichever is earlier and before wala date. Can I explain this again or you got it? Everyone here. Supply before, invoice before, invoice date. Payment before, payment date. Both are after, whichever is earlier. Done. Supply done after. Invoice is after, payment is before. Invoice. Payment after, invoice before. Payment. Invoice before, payment also before. Whichever is earlier. Is my point clear? And wherever it is the time of supply, that point will apply. Is my point clear to all of you? Everyone over here now, they have gone in and told section number 148, special procedure applicable in case of section number 14 also, supplier of goods not to pay GST on advance. Now you tell me one thing. For an example, one case happened wherein supply done before, payment also received before, invoice is later. Then in that scenario, payment wala date comes at the time of supply, but you don't have to pay the GST at the date of payment because advance pay you don't pay the GST, and hence you will pay the GST when you raise the invoice. Did you understand, everyone? For example, rate change here, supply here, payment also here, but on advance you don't pay the GST. You can pay the GST when you actually raise the invoice. Is my point clear to all of you? Next, everyone over here now, one thing you have to remember. Generally, date of receipt of payment is always book entry or credit, whichever is earlier. But whenever it's a rate change ka case, please remember the day rate changes, no. If the check, people, you know what happened? Here rate changed. Here rate changed. People listen carefully. Supply is here. Invoice is here. Payment in the bank account came here. You know what you will tell the person? Give me a check which is backdated. And then payment, now you will give me the payment. No, don't make the payment now. First give me a check which is predated. I will make the check over here book entry. So the answer will be book entry or credit. Later I will credit, whichever is earlier. And hence, if it is payment date over here, then this old rate will apply, which is 12%, might be the earlier wala rate. Do you guys agree? New rate is 18. Why to apply 18? Give me a backdated check. And hence, government told in case of rate change, no, it is not book entry or credit, whichever is earlier. Always remember, the day rate changes, make sure all your checks get credited to your bank account within 4 working days. If it gets credited to your bank account within 4 working days, then book entry or credit, whichever is earlier. If it gets credited after 5 days, 6 days, 7 days, then I will assume that you have not received the check before. It is always to be taken as what? Date of credit in the bank account. Did you guys understand the logic over here? Government went ahead and told if the check gets credited within 4 working days, then Baba, book entry or credit, which is earlier, book entry. But if the check took, for an example, 8 working days, for an example, I'm telling, then remember, they are telling now book entry date is irrelevant for me. I will take the bank cut date as the date of receipt of payment. Is my point clear to all of you? People, from exam point of view, this time, September and January, I feel one question should come. Okay? The most important question which can come from here is, sir, A graded is 13.2, 13.3. Okay? A graded. B graded from this chapter is section number 14, which is there, rate change, and 12.2, 12.3, and this time voucher also, because I told you one circular is there, it can come from your exam. Can I go ahead, everyone? I would like to also go ahead and talk about the circular on the voucher. Please come to your supply chapter. There was one circular on the voucher. We'll go ahead and talk about the circular. Now here, some questions were being asked to the government and government went ahead and clarified. People over here, are we all 100% clear till here? Now listen, vouchers ke liye, what happened over here? Transaction in voucher. Now you tell me one thing, if I am selling voucher to anyone, for example, I am a voucher seller. I sold you one voucher for 500 rupees, you gave me 500 rupees. Now when I give you a voucher, people, I sold you one voucher. Is selling of voucher pe GST will come. What is a voucher? Baba, GST does not come on voucher. GST comes on the goods and service supplied against the voucher. So they told voucher is just an instrument of payment. What is money? Money is not goods. Money can be used to make it to settle an obligation, and like that, you bought a jeans pant. To settle the obligation, you can use voucher also. So what is voucher? Is voucher just not like money? So they went ahead and told vouchers are an instrument of payment. They are not goods and service. Their trading does not constitute a taxable supply under GST. If I'm selling and buying voucher, voucher is like money. It is used to make payment. And voucher pe GST does not come. Array, I gave a voucher, you gave me goods or service. On that goods and service GST come. Vouchers pe GST don't come. GST applies to the goods and service for which vouchers are redeemed. Remember, principal to principal basis, if distribution of voucher is happening, distributor purchase voucher at a discount and sells them for a margin. People, tell me one thing, everyone. What happened over here? For example, I am a distributor. One company issues vouchers. I bought vouchers and I sold it to customer. When I buy voucher and I sell voucher, I bought vouchers at 95 rupees and I'm selling those vouchers at 100 rupees. Here I'm making 5 rupees ka profit. That is another income tax. But vouchers pe will GST come? No, because vouchers are just payment instruments. When I buy voucher and sell voucher, vouchers are not goods or service. It is just used to settle an obligation. It is money. When I buy and sell voucher, there is no GST ka implication. What is it telling? Since they own and control the voucher, GST is not applicable. You tell me one thing on voucher trading. Principal to principal basis means what, everyone? One trader sells to another trader. Okay? If I go ahead and say, I'll do one thing. This I'll go ahead and talk from the book in detail. Just give me a second, everyone. Because it's an amendment ka part, we'll quickly learn it from the book in detail. Everyone over here now. Whether voucher falls under the category of supply of goods and service? No. Vouchers are what, everyone? Payment instrument, and they don't fall under the category of what, everyone? Goods and service. Can I go ahead, everyone? Next. What would be the GST treatment on voucher by distributor or sub-distributor or agent? Where vouchers are distributed by the distributor or sub-distributor dealer on principal to principal basis. In such case, the distributor or dealer purchase voucher from a voucher issuer typically at a discounted rate. For an example, Flipkart is issuing me a voucher, or one person is there who sells the voucher to me, and I go ahead and sell the voucher further. Means this person is also an issuer. I am also an issuer over here. What they're telling, the distributor purchase the voucher from voucher issuer typically at a discounted price and subsequently sells the same to sub-distributor or corporates or end consumer and generates revenue through trading margin. Which is the difference between acquisition cost and the selling cost of the voucher? Correct, everyone? By the said distributor. In such case, distributor, dealer, including sub-distributor, own the voucher and operate automatically with full control. You tell me one thing. You know what I did? I bought the whole voucher. One person was issuing the voucher, Flipkart. I bought the whole vouchers from it at 95. And then I'm selling the voucher at what, everyone? 100. I'm not a commission agent over here. I'm making profit out of selling. I bought at 92. I can sell at 98 to sub-distributor also. What is my margin? Profit. My question over here, on voucher will GST come or there is no GST on voucher? Is my point clear to all of you? Second is, I can work on commission basis also. What they are asking over here? People, is GST levied on voucher distribution as a principal to principal basis? I am buying it, I am selling it. I am not acting as agent. I am buying it. You think agent, you tell whatever. I am buying it and I am selling it. I am not working on commission. I am buying at 95. I am selling at 98. I am selling at 99. I am selling at 100. My wish. Can I go ahead, everyone? In that scenario, buying and selling of voucher pay, will GST come or there is no GST? No GST. Second is, when vouchers are distributed using on commission basis. What is commission basis? Flipkart went ahead and told you sell whatever vouchers. You sell vouchers to everyone. I will give you commission 2% on voucher sale. So I am a commission agent in this scenario. In this scenario, tell me one thing. Am I buying voucher and selling voucher, or I am giving service which is commission? I am giving a service to earn commission, correct? Giving of service and earning commission, is it taxable? It's a supply of service and taxable. See, everyone, in the second one, commission based, distributor acts as an agent and receives commission or fees. Then GST is applicable on the supply of service. On the commission part, GST will come. Do you guys agree? Tell me one thing. I buy vouchers on my account and sell vouchers on my account only. I'm buying it, selling it for profit. Am I a commission agent? Am I giving anyone service, or I'm buying and selling voucher? Buying and selling voucher, there is no GST. Do you guys agree with me? Secondly, I am Commission agent. From here to here, I will directly get the sale done. I want my commission. Am I giving a supply of service for which GST will come? Because it's not sale or purchase of voucher, it is commission ka service. The next one over here, additional service. Additional service means what happened? I told Flipkart, your voucher ka advertisement, sales, distribution, everything, I will take care, don't worry. After sales support, everything I'll take care. You tell me, Flipkart ko, am I giving a service of marketing for them, after sales services for them? I told Flipkart, don't worry, redemption ke liye I'll help the customer, how they can redeem, how I will do the marketing so that your vouchers are sold. Am I giving additional service to them? Yes. Additional service is distributor or the third party provides services like advertisement, co-branding, technology support, customer service to the voucher issuer like Flipkart. I told Flipkart, I told supposingly one company, I told, sir, your vouchers, I will do the advertisement, I will give the support, I will go ahead and tell customer how to redeem it, I'll help them with backup support, everything. I'm giving a additional service, which is a supply of service, and on that amount GST will come. People ask one thing, sir, what if one person went ahead and sold vouchers and later it's not redeemed only? I sold you voucher pay no GST. If you come and buy goods from me on goods and service, I charge GST. But you never came only. That's called breakage. It means voucher was never redeemed only. No redemption means no GST payable. What I made money from you, know, that is complete profit. Income tax mate will come. Can I go ahead, everyone? So what they are trying to tell over here, if voucher expired, unused, their retained amount does not qualify as consideration for any goods or service, thus no GST is payable on breakage. Breakage means the vouchers which are basically unredeemed. That's called unredeemed vouchers are called breakage. And breakage pay there is no GST payable. For example, I issued a voucher worth rupees 10,000. On that voucher there is no GST. Now if you buy goods and service, on goods and service I'll charge you GST. When I sell you goods and service, you will redeem again the voucher. So on goods and service I will charge GST. Is my point clear to all of you? What if you don't redeem only? No redemption means no GST payable. Can I go ahead? The whole amount becomes like a profit. In income tax I'll pay GST. Income tax I'll pay income tax. But there is no GST payable because there was no goods and service supply. Is my point clear to all of you, everyone? Here, I'll go ahead and close my discussion on the chapter of time of supply. Congratulations, people. Done.